Zhang Jianshe has traveled to a courtyard house, orphaned with only his young sister. Faced with a group of predatory neighbors like Huairu and Zhonghai, he stands firming Baji Quan to beat up the foolish Zhu, outsmarting the masters of the courtyard, vowing to protect his sister and live with dignity and brilliance. Chapter 1. Alone and helpless. In the end, I have become a person without support. On an old wooden bed, Zhang Jianshe stared blankly at the ceiling, the helplessness and sadness in his eyes fully exposed. It has been nearly 3 months since he crossed over to become this 17-year-old boy with the same name. 3 months ago, he suddenly received the news that his biological parents had gone missing during a battle in the south. His past life came to an abrupt end, leaving his heart in another world to stop beating. The whereabouts of his parents, who vanished on the battlefield, became an unfulfilled wish in this life. However, at this moment, 2 death notices handed to him by the director of the street committee cut off the last thread of hope like a sharp blade. This remaining wish also vanished with the wind. "Brother, what's wrong? Don't scare me." Just as Zhang Jianshe was lost in thought, a 5- or 6-year-old girl rushed toward him, crying and shouting. Although her clothes were simple, they couldn't hide her lively spirit. She was Zhang Jianshe's sister, Zhang Wanwan. There were originally 5 people in the family, but now only the 2 siblings remain. Their parents and older brother sacrificed their lives to protect their country, a family of loyalty and righteousness. "Little Zhang, take care of yourself. Now, you are the only support for the family," said Director Wang, a plump middle-aged woman, with pity as she comforted the dazed boy in front of her. "For your sister, you must be strong." Director Wang had known the situation since she came over 3 months ago. Zhang Jianshe fell ill after his parents went missing, and now with this bad news, if anything happened to him, how could she face those heroes who died for the country? As if awakened by his sister's cries and Director Wang's words, Zhang Jianshe slowly came to his senses, gently shaking his body. Without greeting Director Wang first, he directly picked up the sobbing little Wanwan. "Wanwan, don't cry. Now you are your brother's only family. I promise I will take good care of you and won't let you suffer any more grievances, brother." Woo-woo. Hearing her brother's words, Wanwan couldn't hold back her emotions any longer and hugged Zhang Jianshe tightly, crying out loud. Zhang Jianshe gently patted her head. Looking up, he turned his gaze to Director Wang. "Director Wang, such a big thing happened at home today, and I really can't receive you properly. After I handle the situation, can we discuss other matters at the street committee later?" Zhang Jianshe's tone was resolute. "Once I take care of the current matters, I will come to the committee to talk about other things." Director Wang originally wanted to continue comforting the siblings, but at this moment, she felt a pang in her heart. She sighed softly. "Child, you're very determined. No need to be too polite. It's more important to take care of your family situation." Director Wang placed the small bamboo basket and envelope she brought on the table. "This is a small token from the street committee, along with some compensation money. You should keep it. Your family has made such great contributions to the country. We have already applied for the 5 guarantees qualification, and the monthly subsidies and other compensations will be sent to you gradually. Additionally, you're already 16, and we will find you a suitable job as soon as possible. That if you have any difficulties, feel free to come to me." Director Wang chatted for a while longer, then sighed and left, closing the door behind her and dispersing the onlooking neighbors. The room fell silent again, with only Wanwan's occasional sobs breaking the quiet. Zhang Jianshe gently patted his sister in his arms. He didn't know how long had passed when Wanwan finally cried herself to sleep. Zhang Jianshe gazed out at the pitch-black night sky, lost in thought. Having arrived in this world for 3 months, he was clear that he was in the world of the television drama Courtyard House, that, if it had to be said, calling it the Courtyard of Beasts might be more appropriate. Here, there was the charming Huairu, the top green tea bitch, the brainless lickspittle Zhu, the cafeteria tyrant, and those ungrateful white-eyed wolves, the 3 siblings of the thief saint. Everyone in the courtyard was detestable, and none were good people. Su Daomao was sinister and scheming. Zhonghai pretended to be upright while climbing up. Lu Haizhong was greedy for small gains and schemed against others, and Yan Bugawei was miserly to the extreme. Even the seemingly isolated old woman in the back courtyard, who appeared to be deaf and blind, was a hypocrite who favored Zhu while secretly calculating against others. It was simply a group of well-dressed beasts, with not a single good person among them. When Zhang Jianshe watched this drama in his past life, He was infuriated by these characters. Now that he unexpectedly found himself in this world, he wondered what kind of fate awaited him. He only wanted to live quietly, take good care of his sister, and witness the changes in the world. Holding the soft little one in his arms, Zhang Jianshe focused his expression and whispered to himself, "It's best if no one provokes me otherwise, they will bear the consequences." That night, both the neighbors in the courtyard and Zhang Jianshe himself found it difficult to sleep after learning of the Zhang family's misfortune. In the morning, as dawn broke, the crowing of a rooster from a neighbor's house echoed outside. The little one had slept soundly in Zhang Jianshe's arms through the night. Now she opened her eyes, looking at her brother's gentle smile, and softly asked, "Brother, will we never see Mom and Dad again?" "Yes. We can't see them again," Zhang Jianshe answered as gently as he could. Seeing the little one about to cry, he quickly added, "But Mom and Dad and our older brother are always watching us from above, so we must live strongly so they can rest easy." The little one nodded that moment. A gurgling sound came from her belly. Zhang Jianshe touched his own head, recalling that he had been caught up in sudden changes yesterday and hadn't even had dinner, so it was no wonder the little one was hungry. He smiled and held his palm up to the little one, saying, "Wan, let me show you a magic trick." "Magic?" A hint of confusion crossed the little one's eyes. In an instant, something appeared out of thin air in her brother's hand that was the size of a fist, bright red and dripping, exuding an enticing fragrance. "An apple. It's an apple." The little one immediately cheered with excitement, reaching out to take the red apple this moment. There were no outsiders in the room, otherwise anyone witnessing this scene would surely be shocked. In this era, resources were extremely scarce, and food was especially precious. Even in the 4-9 city, it was no different. Everyone needed not only money to buy food, but also grain coupons. Families in the courtyard barely managed to survive on ration distributions, for luxury items like apples. They were something people wouldn't even dare to think about. Visiting relatives or celebrating holidays didn't guarantee one could buy them. Yet, Zhang Jianshe had just conjured such a thing with a flick of his hand. "Brother, that's an amazing magic trick. You're the best." 5-year-old sister Wan didn't think too deeply about it. She just looked at her brother with admiration. "Good, eat it." Zhang Jianshe smiled and rubbed his sister's head. In fact, there was no magic, it was just the essential system for a traveler. Not long after arriving in this world, Zhang Jianshe awakened his own system. It was a simple sign-in system, with rewards that were extremely generous, occurring once a month. The first reward gave him a huge personal space, the second provided the top-level traditional Chinese medicine inheritance and medical skills, and the third taught him the master-level Baji Quan. In addition, there were plenty of clean funds, materials, and receipts. What he just did was simply take an apple stored in his small space to cheer up his sister. With this system, Zhang Jianshe was completely confident that he could lead his only family member, his sister, to live a stable life in this era. Moreover, he seemed to know the future like a prophet. "Brother, the apple smells so good, you eat first." Although her stomach was already growling from hunger, she still handed the apple to her brother. The sensible little Wan held back her appetite and offered the apple in her hand to her brother. Zhang Jianshe watched this and felt a warm current surge in his heart. Who could not love such a well-behaved sister? "Wan, be good. I'm not hungry. You eat this apple to fill your stomach first, and I'll make you something delicious," he gently instructed. Then, Zhang Jianshe got up and walked to the table. On the table was an envelope containing 2 stacks of cash and 2 certificates of martyrdom, totaling 2,000 yuan. In that era, this amount of money was considered a fortune, but he had no greed in his heart. This was what his parents had exchanged their lives for. If possible, he would rather pay more, just to bring this respected pair of parents back. He hid the envelope and his brother's martyr certificate deep in the wardrobe, perhaps to take them out as a dowry for little Wan. When she grew up, this was also the last relic left to her by her parents and brother. Then he noticed the bamboo basket sent by Director Wang, which contained 10 eggs, 2 pounds of fatty meat, and 5 or 6 pounds of white flour. In those times, such gifts were extremely precious, showing the street community's care for the siblings. There are still good people in the world. Zhang Jianshe sighed and picked up the basket, heading to the next room. This courtyard originally belonged to his parents, consisting of 3 rooms, and now it was all his. He and little Wan lived in the largest room. while the other two were converted into a kitchen, bathroom, and storage room that he was thinking that when he got married or when little Wan grew up, he would tidy up the extra rooms for her to live in separately. But thinking that he was only 17 and little Wan was only 5, he temporarily shelved the plan. There was still a long way to go. It was better to take it slow. Zhang Jianshe entered the kitchen with the basket. Looking at the fatty meat on the cutting board, he sighed again in this era, the fatter the pork, the more grease it contained, and the higher its value. But for Zhang Jianshe, who came from the future, this meat was indeed hard to swallow. After thinking for a moment, he decided to simply knead the dough and render the fatty meat into lard. Then he made a bowl of noodles with lard, topped with chopped green onions and pork cracklings. He also fried 2 fragrant, runny yolk eggs for himself and his daughter. Though not a professional chef, Zhang Jianshe's cooking skills were already quite good, and soon a hearty breakfast was ready. I should draw top-notch culinary skills from the system. When I have the chance, food is the priority for the people. He murmured to himself while holding the noodles and turned back to the room. What he didn't know was that this seemingly ordinary breakfast almost made everyone in the courtyard drool. The rich aroma of rendered lard, the enticing smell of fried eggs, and the light scent of white noodles intertwined and wafted through the air. Wow, it smells so good. Which family is so particular, making lard noodles so early in the morning? Life is really good. Uncle Zhonghai from the middle courtyard was having breakfast with his wife when they caught a whiff of the aroma, and they couldn't help but sniff. The original steamed buns and porridge suddenly lost their flavor. It seems like it's from little Jianshe's house next door. They might be preparing breakfast for his sister. Auntie peeked in and shook her head, sighing, poor child both. Parents are gone, the elder is weak, and the younger one is even more so. They probably didn't eat anything last night, and he specially made some good food to comfort his sister this morning. This child is really sensible. Uncle E nodded in agreement, his gaze directed toward Zhang's house. The couple had no sons or daughters for many years and were always worried about being left alone in their old age. They wanted to pick a suitable young person from the courtyard to secretly nurture. In the future, they hoped to take him as a godson to fulfill their duty of providing for their old age. Currently, there were 2 candidates that met their requirements. One was their apprentice Jia, and the other was the silly Zhu living next door. But recently, it seemed that another potential candidate had emerged, a sensible and filial child from a martyr family, whom they had watched grow up and was worth nurturing. Wow, it smells so good. Which family is making delicious food? Uncle San's family in the front courtyard had just gotten up, and his little daughter, Yin Jiti, asked with a sniffle. The aroma is coming from the middle courtyard. It must be either silly Zhu or little Jianshe preparing breakfast for his sister. Uncle San sniffed the air and frowned, making lard and eating white noodles early in the morning must cost quite a bit. Dad, I also want to eat lard noodles, Yin Jiaquang blurted out, only to receive a smack on the head. All you know is to eat. Wanted to eat? Well, early in the morning if this continues, we'll be broke. Uncle Sen scolded. Similar dialogues echoed in every corner of the courtyard. Dad, it smells so good. The Huairu family in the middle courtyard was also awakened by the aroma, with the white-eyed wolf Bang Gong shouting for his father. Despite their financial difficulties, Jia Dongshu and Huairu's life was relatively stable. Whose family is making food so early? How can we sleep? Jia Dongshu got up from bed and complained. It must be that little Zhang Jianshe. Jia Zhongshe also got up, greedily sniffing the aroma. Yesterday, when the street director came to notify us, he mentioned a lot of stuffed pork, eggs, a full basket. He must be cooking those delicious things now. In the early morning, the air was filled with a peculiar smell of gunpowder. Jia Zhongshe suddenly made a hurtful remark for some reason. What bad luck this child as he took so many good things home and doesn't think of honoring his elders. He really deserves to suffer. A commotion could be heard next door, where Huairu was soothing her baby Huaihua, and daughter shouting on the other side. Bang Gong was crying out, I want to eat lard noodles. I want to eat eggs. It was as if his demands echoed throughout the entire house. Huairu tried to explain, Mom, our family's grain is already insufficient. There's no surplus to make these. However, before she could finish, she was interrupted by Jia Zhongshe. Did you not hear my grandson crying from hunger? Hurry up and prepare. Jia Dongshu watched coldly, disdainfully saying, we only have 20 yuan for living expenses a month with so many people in the family. Do you expect to be full and warm? If I hadn't secretly brought back some leftovers, you would have starved long ago. Huairu lowered her head in silence, tears shimmering in her eyes. To outsiders, This family's life seemed chaotic, but the underlying conflicts were not easily resolved. Otherwise, Jia Dongshu would have beaten them in a fit of rage. They could only hold their 2 daughters and silently cry. Why are you crying? Like a ghost. All you know is to cry. My son and I are not dead. Jia Zhangshi scolded. Can't we borrow money? Yesterday, the street gave that kid a large sum. You don't understand even this? She continued, with money, we won't have to go hungry, right? A bowl of lard noodles actually caused the whole courtyard to be in an uproar, and it even attracted the vampire family next door. The instigator, Zhang Jianshe, naturally knew nothing about this. Even if he did, he wouldn't care. In his eyes, these matters were far less important than a bit of chopped green onion stuck to his sister's face. The noodles my brother made are so fragrant. Little Wan held a bowl bigger than her face, eating and laughing happily. Children do not understand the cruelty of life and death, and they quickly forget yesterday's sadness. Perhaps this is a good thing. Zhang Jianshe patted his sister's head and buried himself in his meal. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the siblings were competing to see who could eat faster, a series of urgent knocks sounded at the door. The sound was loud, as if it was intentionally made to be heard. Zhang Jianshe frowned and thought. Something bad happened yesterday, and Director Wang had specifically reminded everyone not to disturb them. No one should be visiting today. Who is so bold as to cause trouble so early in the morning? Who is it? He quietly urged his sister to keep eating as he walked toward the door, coldly asking. The knocking immediately stopped, replaced by a sweet voice. Little Jianshe, it's me, Sister Qin. Widow Qin? Zhang Jianshe squinted his eyes, his expression slightly changing. At this moment, Jia Dongshu was still alive, so she couldn't be called a widow yet. Having watched the entire drama, Zhang Jianshe knew very well that Qin Huairu was a disaster in disguise. Understanding her deep schemes, Zhang Jianshe had already prepared himself to deal with everything upon stepping into this world. He had long been cautious and rarely interacted with their family, fearing that he might be entangled by them like a vampire. But now it seemed that no amount of precaution would help. He pondered for a moment and decisively opened his door. Soon, he saw Qin Huairu outside, smiling brightly. To be honest, watching TV dramas in the past felt fake. Since arriving in this world, Zhang Jianshe realized how different the times were and how vast the aesthetic gap was. This era favored plump and chubby women, unlike the future's pursuit of slimness. Chapter 2. The Young Lady. Whether it was the so-called elegant Lady Lu Xiaoyi, the recognized beauty Yu Li, or the so-called first beauty of the courtyard Qin Huairu, in Zhang Jianshe's eyes, they were just ordinary women. Oh, it's Aunt Qin. Zhang Jianshe forced a fake smile, particularly emphasizing the word, and a woman in her 30s still wanted him, a 16 or 17-year-old, to call her sister? How self-absorbed. Shout, Jianshe, what are you talking about? You used to call me Sister Qin. Why are you calling me Aunt now? Qin Huairu's smile froze, a hint of dissatisfaction creeping in. She had taken good care of herself even after giving birth to 3 children. Her charm remained, and many were infatuated with her. How dare this kid call her aunt? So disrespectful. Aunt Qin, I was young and ignorant before, calling you inappropriately. Now that I have responsibilities, I need to mature. You and my parents are the same generation, so calling you aunt is not a loss for me. Zhang Jianshe interrupted her with a smile. You're not losing out, I truly am. Qin Huairu almost choked on her breath. No elder would willingly extend their hand to a junior who just lost their parents. She had previously called Zhang Jianshe's father Brother Zhang to build a connection with the Zhang family. Now, this kid was getting too arrogant. He spoke so confidently, leaving her no way out. Recalling her purpose, Qin Huairu ultimately didn't dwell on this matter for too long. Suppressing her anger, she forced a smile and said, Ahem, Xiao Jianshe, your words are quite distant. Hey, hasn't your family had breakfast yet? Would you like to join us? Finally revealing her true intention, it turned out she was eyeing our breakfast. Zhang Jianshe's eyes darkened slightly, and without thinking, he replied, Aunt Qin, you are too kind. My sister and I just finished eating egg noodles with lard, so we won't trouble your family. Finished. Qin Huairu was completely caught off guard by Zhang Jianshe's straightforward answer. Almost instinctively, she said, Really? Let me see. As she spoke, she stepped into the house. Little did she know, Zhang Jianshe stood like an iron tower at the doorway, blocking her entry. Aunt Qin, what are you doing? Why are you barging into our home so early? Zhang Jianshe wore a faint smile, but his tone carried a hint of dissatisfaction. Our families aren't that close yet, are they? Or are you here to search? That sounded rather unfriendly. Qin Huairu's smile instantly froze. She never expected the usually taciturn Zhang Jianshe would say such things. Zhang Jianshe, what nonsense are you talking about? We've been neighbors for many years. Qin Huairu raised her voice in protest, but soon her tone softened, her eyes reddening as she pitifully said, Zhang Jianshe, the end of the month is approaching, and you know my family has many mouths to feed, expenses are high, and am running short. I just wanted to borrow some food and, if possible, a bit of money. Hearing Qin Huairu's words, even though he was somewhat prepared, Zhang Jianshe still cursed inwardly for her shamelessness. He and his sister Siheyuan had just lost their parents, making their lives already difficult. A neighbor. Qin Huairu came to visit, but offered no condolences and instead asked to borrow money from them. And Qin, I'm truly sorry. My parents just passed away, and we have no extra food at home. I still need to take care of my sister. I really can't help you. Zhang Jianshe deliberately emphasized the words aunt and passed away, his tone cold and hard. He had been waiting for this moment. How could an elder ask a junior who just lost their parents for help? Though Qin Huairu was a cunning fox, she felt her face heat up at that moment, but she was unwilling to back down. Zhang Jianshe, I'm truly helpless. Director Wang from the street just delivered the condolence money yesterday. Zhang Jianshe raised his voice. Aunt Qin, you said that was condolence money, earned with the lives of my parents. That is the only support my sister and I have. We cannot spend it recklessly. After saying that, he slammed the door shut, startling the neighbors in the courtyard. Some had already been eavesdropping, and upon hearing the commotion, they began to discuss. Qin Huairu has gone too far this time. The child's parents just passed away a few days ago, and she comes to borrow money. Zhang Jianshe is really pitiful. He lost his parents and brother at such a young age and can only take care of his sister alone. But Qin Huairu is still thinking about his parents' condolence money. How heartless. Yes, when Zhang Jianshe's parents came back to visit, she called them older brother and sister-in-law so affectionately. And just now, Zhang Jianshe called her aunt. People's hearts are hard to gauge. That's how country folks are. It'd be why the time Qin Huairu regained her composure. The surrounding gossip made her feel utterly humiliated, wishing she could find a place to hide immediately. She glanced at the tightly closed door of Zhang Jianshe's house, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes before quickly vanishing. Just as she was about to lower her head and leave quickly, a loud and impatient voice suddenly rang out. What a nuisance so early in the morning, banging on doors and saying sarcastic remarks. It's so annoying. Then a door directly across from Zhang Jianshe's opened, revealing a man in a thick cotton coat, still half asleep. He was Shazhu. Speaking of Shazhu, he truly deserved the title of the #1 sycophant in the courtyard. Whether it was genuine admiration for Qin Huairu's beauty or just a desire to please others. Even with Jia Sudong still alive and Qin Huairu not yet a widow, he still lingered around the Jia family all day. Whenever there was something going on with the Jia family, Shazhu would be the first to lend a hand. He would often bring leftover food from the cafeteria and even lend money to the Jia family in emergencies. He always claimed that he had a good relationship with the Jia family, mutually supporting each other. The people in the courtyard had long gotten used to it. Even though Shazhu harbored some feelings for Qin Huairu, with Jia Sudong still alive and Zhang Laodai always keeping an eye on their interactions, Shazhu had to restrain himself and could not show it too obviously. Now, having just woken up in the morning and seeing Qin Huairu standing in the yard with a sad and wronged expression, Shazhu couldn't hold back any longer, immediately starting to criticize the gossiping neighbors while smiling brightly at Qin Huairu. Sister Qin, what's wrong? What happened? Nothing. Seeing the scene before her, Qin Huairu immediately halted her steps home. Feeling a slight tug at her heart, she quickly put on a pitiful look. Shazhu, you know my family situation, with so many people and high expenses, the end of the month is approaching, and I'm a bit tight on cash. I was planning to borrow some money from Xiao Jian. Qin Huairu said, her voice low and tearful. Who would have thought Xiao Jian? Never mind, I might as well go borrow from the old man next door. I must say, Qin Huairu's acting skills were top-notch. Her pitiful demeanor made anyone who saw it feel a pang of sympathy, especially for someone like Shazhu, who was infatuated. Upon hearing this, his anger flared up. This little brat, isn't it supposed to be mutual help between neighbors? Shazhu scolded angrily. There's not an ounce of compassion. Let's see how I teach him a lesson. As he spoke, The hot-tempered Shazhu was about to rush up to knock on the door. Huairu couldn't let things escalate. She quickly grabbed him. What a joke. This matter was already her fault, and people were already pointing fingers at her behind her back. If Shazhu caused a scene, the good image she had maintained over the years would be ruined. Zhuzi, don't go. This isn't Xiaojian's fault, Huairu said pitifully. His parents just left. He might be in a bad mood. That's why he spoke harshly. Hearing this, the originally angry Shazhu calmed down. It really wasn't appropriate to argue with a child who had just lost their parents. That being said, he can't vent his anger on you. Shazhu's tone softened a bit, but he was already thinking about how to take revenge on Xiaojian and vent Huairu's anger. Show off his own capabilities. Forget it. It's a pity our family is on the verge of not being able to make ends meet. Huairu's aggrieved expression made Shazhu feel distressed. Sister-in-law, why do you say that? This kid is unreliable, but what about me? How about this? I'll lend you $10 first, and later I'll send you some flour to get through this period. Upon hearing this, Huairu immediately put on a bright smile. Zhuzi, you're really great. I'll make sure Dongshu thanks you properly later. Inside the house, Zhang Jianshe was naturally unaware of what was happening outside. Instead of getting tangled up in those pointless matters, he preferred to enjoy a hot bowl of noodles first. Even if he knew Shazhu might have some schemes, he wasn't afraid. With Shazhu's little cleverness and recklessness, he was hardly a threat. If he got angry, a few basic moves would make him understand the situation. After finishing the noodles and tidying up briefly, Zhang Jianshe carefully organized the clothes for himself and his sister, preparing to go out. He had important matters to attend to today. Since coming to this world, Zhang Jianshe had long planned for the future, especially in the face of the impending major changes. Without a stable job, it was impossible to stand firm in this era. Even with the identity of a martyr's family member, it might not be reliable to S.O. 2 months ago, when he obtained the top-level traditional Chinese medicine inheritance and master-level medical skills, he made up his mind. Becoming a doctor was the most promising and safest choice. The original plan was to go to the health clinic today to apply for a medical license and participate in the assessment. Creak. Holding little Nuan as he went out, Zhang Jianshe casually locked the front door, securing it with 2 locks. After all, there was an unreliable guy in the yard, and there were plenty of valuable things inside, so he had to be extra careful. Hey, kid, you're going out already? A sarcastic voice suddenly came from behind. It was Shazhu, who often ran errands for Huairu. He stood at the door and loudly mocked in front of Huairu. Oh, locking 2 doors when going out. Do you think our yard is full of thieves? The words were sharp, clearly provoking trouble. One sentence could make everyone in the yard unhappy with him. But who is Zhang Jianshe? He glanced at Shazhu and then at Huairu, who was pretending to know nothing beside him. He immediately understood that this person was standing up for his goddess. With a sneer in his heart, he decided to ignore him and leave directly. That's right. There may not be a big thief in our yard, but there are definitely small thieves. Brother Shazhu, your family is well off, so it doesn't matter if you get stolen from every day, right? But our family has no one in charge. If we really get stolen from, what should we do? So, it's better to be cautious. As soon as he finished, Zhang Jianshe turned to Huairu, whose expression was already not looking too good, and added fuel to the fire. Aunt Qin, don't you think so? Zhang Jianshe's words nearly made the two of them turn hostile right there. Everyone could hear that he was implying something that was clearly pointing at the situation in Huairu's family. Although this kid was not very old, he was quite skilled at stealing. Which family in the courtyard hadn't had something taken by him? Every time someone came to the door to demand an explanation, they were always brushed off by Huairu and her mother-in-law, Jia Zhangshi, with the child as small and doesn't understand. As for Shazhu, he had been stolen from multiple times, but he always laughed and said, "Bamboo shoots come to take my stuff. That's because they think highly of me. Others have no say." Little Jianshe, you better explain clearly. What thief are you talking about? When Huairu heard this, her eyes widened. Not only was she angry because her son was being accused, but she was also dissatisfied with Zhang Jianshe's way of addressing her. Why call Shazhu brother while addressing her as aunt? Wasn't that clearly pushing her into the older generation? Aunt Qin, don't think too much. I'm not targeting anyone. I'm just criticizing that uncultured thief who takes other people's things and ruins neighborhood relations. Why are you so anxious? After leaving this cold remark, Zhang Jianshe turned and left. You guys chat slowly. I have something to do. I'll take my leave first. After saying that, He walked away with little Nuan in his arms without looking back. By the time Shazhu and Huairu reacted, he had already disappeared from sight. This little brat, how can he speak like that? Shazhu muttered while clenching his fists. Thankfully, the other party ran away quickly. Otherwise, he would have taught him a lesson. Exactly. Zhang Jianshe is too much. Huairu pretended to look aggrieved, her eyes red. Sister Qin, don't be angry. When I find the right opportunity, I'll definitely make him regret. Shazhu suddenly showed a wicked smile and said meaningfully, Huh? Zhuzi, what do you mean by that? Huairu asked in confusion. Shazhu grinned and said, Sister Qin, go back and tell your family. Just wait for the feast. As for what the two of them chatted about in the yard, outsiders would never know. But Shazhu had a smug expression on his face, and after speaking, he slipped into his uncle's house. Huairu coldly watched Zhang Jianshe walk away, then clutched the money and carried the flower back to her own home. As soon as she entered the door, Jianshe began to scold her. You wasteful thing. Why did it take you so long to borrow some money? Can't even cook? Do you want to starve our whole family? Jiasudong then coldly questioned, Where's the money? Did you bring back the compensation? He then aggressively asked, What were you doing sticking with that Shazhu just now? Do you think we don't exist? The barrage of questions hit Huairu like a hailstorm, and she was about to cry. Ever since marrying into the Jia family, she hadn't enjoyed a single day of happiness. Not only did she have to work from dawn to dusk, but she also often faced scolding from her husband and mother-in-law. After giving birth to 2 daughters, she was even more frequently insulted. If it weren't for the hope of having a son to carry on the Jia family line, she would have been kicked out long ago. Little Jianshe absolutely refused to lend me money and even scolded me. So, Huairu choked as she explained. Upon hearing this, Jianshe's eyes widened. Useless. You can't even handle this little matter. My son has raised you for nothing. While scolding Huairu, she cursed the Zhang family, those ungrateful people. They took the compensation for themselves and didn't help us out at all. They really should be cut off from descendants. They have no idea what filial piety is. The more Jianshe scolded, the worse it got, as if she wanted to vent all her grievances. In her eyes, Zhang Jianshe was just a young kid, completely unreliable. It would be better to directly take the compensation. It would be best if their whole family couldn't get by. Then the Zhang family's house might even fall into their hands. Jiasudong cursed darkly, then suddenly realized, snatching the flour and money from Huairu's hands, glaring at her and questioning, Where did these things come from? Shazhu gave them to me. Huairu responded in a low voice. Before she could finish speaking, Jiasudong raised his hand and gave her a slap. Shameless. How could Shazhu treat you so well for no reason? Did you do something to betray me and have an affair with him? Absolutely not. How could I do such a thing? Huairu defended herself with red eyes. He saw that our family was short on money, so he lent us flour to get by. He also said he would find a way to deal with Zhang Jianshe, letting us benefit from it. Huairu wiped her tears and continued to explain. Hearing this, the expressions of Jia's mother and son softened a bit. Remember your identity. If you cause trouble outside again, see if I won't beat you to death. Hurry up and cook. After warning her, Jiasudong turned and left out on the other side. Zhang Jianshe was holding little Nuan, enjoying the morning light, leisurely strolling through the city. Although the city was not as prosperous as in later years, it had a more ancient charm. Despite the biting cold wind of early winter, he patiently coaxed the child in his arms. Nuan, wrap your scarf tighter, don't catch a cold. Zhang Jianshe softly reminded, calculating when he could get a bicycle to save energy and keep warm. If it weren't for necessity, he wouldn't want to run errands in this cold winter. In fact, he had considered asking the neighbor, Lu Xiao, to help look after little Nuan, as she had always been enthusiastic. But in the end, he decided to take the child out himself to enjoy this rare parent-child time. What happened yesterday had caused the little dumpling to cling to him, insisting on coming along. Reluctantly, Zhang Jianshe had to agree. As the sun rose higher, he finally arrived at his destination, the health center in the city. In this era, to become a doctor, one must hold a medical qualification certificate. Chapter 3. Reform. To obtain the certificate, one could either go through formal education or pass the assessment of the health center. Since the country had just undergone reform, many things were still in disarray, and the relevant systems had not yet been fully established. It would become increasingly strict in the future. Hello, I am here to take the attending physician qualification exam. Is it here? Upon entering the health center, he inquired at the front desk and soon found the examination room. It was a spacious room, like a classroom that at the front was a large table resembling a podium, with three elderly men in white coats sitting behind it. They were the examiners for this test. In front of them were 2 rows of desks, sparsely occupied by a few candidates in their 30s to 40s. The number of examinees was small because in this era, those who could study medicine and participate in formal assessments to obtain qualifications were few and far between. "You young man, are you here to take the exam too?" The 3 elderly men were somewhat surprised to see him, a young boy. The medical profession requires experience accumulation, and the youth in front of them looked no more than 16 or 17. It was hard to believe he was here to take the attending physician qualification exam. Zhang Jianshe calmly handed over the prepared materials: ID card, introduction letter issued by the street, and application form. The reaction of the 3 examiners was as he expected. He had been preparing for this exam since he drew the medical inheritance gift pack, not only handling all the necessary paperwork, but also obtaining the proof from the street in advance. Fortunately, the definition of a minor in this era was different from later generations. 17 years old, while not reaching the legal adult standard, was considered an adult in this specific narrative context. Please do not discuss its rationality. Except for the legal marriage age, which required one to be 20, everything else was a genuine background description. Even though the threshold for obtaining the certificate was low, the difficulty of the exam was not diminished at all. As a doctor who holds the lives of others, the younger the age, the higher the requirements, and the stricter the review. "You young man, practicing medicine is a serious matter. You must not be reckless." The lead examiner held Zhang Jianshe's materials, not rushing to look through them, but instead asking with a solemn expression, "Where does your medical skill come from? Family tradition? Self-study? Or formal education?" "Not from school, otherwise I wouldn't need to take this exam." Zhang Jianshe shook his head and replied seriously, "My mother is a frontline military doctor who has rigorously trained me since childhood. To become a doctor is also her wish." His mother, being a military doctor, had saved countless soldiers' lives on the battlefield, earning great merit. This was something Zhang Jianshe took pride in. Upon hearing this, the 3 examiners' expressions changed dramatically, and they looked at him with respect. Anyone associated with the military commands respect. After the 3 verified the street's proof was accurate, they looked back at Zhang Jianshe, their eyes filled with admiration and sympathy. His parents and elder brother were martyrs who died on the battlefield, and he still had to take care of his younger sister, bearing responsibilities early on and inheriting his mother's wishes. "Well done, young man. You have ambition. You haven't brought shame to your predecessors." The lead examiner softened his tone to praise him, then resumed his serious demeanor. "However, for the sake of the public, future patients, and the country, even if you are a martyr's descendant, there will be no special treatment for the exam. It will be fair and without leniency. Do you understand?" "Understood. I will not let everyone down." Zhang Jianshe responded firmly without objection. "Good." The 3 examiners nodded in unison. "Please take a seat and prepare for the exam." Zhang Jianshe nodded, suddenly recalling something, and looked down at the little dumpling he was holding. She was looking up at him with her big round eyes, filled with anticipation and a bit of helplessness. This was the first time he felt so at a loss. Headache, he didn't know how long this exam would last. He couldn't just leave the little one outside, not only worried about her safety, but also fearing he couldn't focus on answering questions. "Teacher, this is my sister." Zhang Jianshe awkwardly spoke, but unexpectedly, all 3 examiners laughed. "It's fine, let her sit next to you, as long as it doesn't affect the exam." The examiners understood Zhang Jianshe's family situation and showed him understanding and tolerance. The elderly man with a white beard even kindly waved, "Little girl, come a grandpa here, don't disturb your brother's exam." This qualification exam was divided into 2 parts. In the morning was a written test with 8 papers, lasting 2.5 hours, mainly assessing theoretical knowledge in. The afternoon was a practical test, where the 3 examiners would ask unknown questions or conduct practical operations, focusing on technical application and on-the-spot reaction ability. Due to the limitations of the era, it was naturally impossible to categorize subjects like internal medicine, surgery, pediatrics, etc., as in later years there was only a distinction between traditional Chinese medicine and Western medicine. At that time, township health centers and barefoot doctors were the mainstream. Modern medicine needed more time to develop. Zhang Jianshe was taking the traditional Chinese medicine subject. The exam questions were numerous and complex for ordinary people without a solid foundation and rich experience. It was difficult to even understand, let alone answer correctly. But for him, who possessed top traditional Chinese medicine inheritance and master-level skills, these questions were easy to eye in his eyes. Those professional terms and difficult problems were just trivial matters. He only needed to quickly skim through them, and he already had the answers in his mind. His pen moved swiftly, and in no time, he had completed all the questions. The handwriting was robust and powerful, as if written by the hand of a seasoned master in the medical field. "Grandpa Wang, look, my brother seems to have finished one paper." Little Wan, standing at the proctor's desk, noticed and immediately lowered her voice to whisper in the ear of the elderly man. Grandpa Su quickly gestured for her to be quiet and not disturb the order of the exam. After confirming that everything was fine, the three examiners turned their attention to Zhang Jianshe. But their brows were tightly furrowed, not because of little Wan's actions, but because of Zhang Jianshe's speed in answering questions, which was unsettling. Is this child too nervous? He must have left many questions unanswered. Watching other candidates still deep in thought, while Zhang Jianshe remained calm and collected, writing down answers, the examiners felt puzzled. In the end, one examiner decided to go check. Upon seeing it, the examiner was immediately stunned. Zhang Jianshe's paper was neat and beautiful, with tidy handwriting, no corrections, and the answers were detailed and accurate, completely beyond expectations. As seasoned medical experts, they understood the weight of this answer sheet. The result was truly unbelievable. He was only 17 years old. Hell, Lau's heart surged, difficult to calm down. While he was still in a daze, Zhang Jianshe had already finished another test paper and neatly placed it aside. The same clear handwriting, with no corrections anywhere. The completion time was even a few minutes faster than last time. You continue answering questions. I'll take a look at these test papers first, but if there are any corrections needed, just raise your hand to let me know later. Lau finally couldn't hold back and softly reminded, then took the two test papers to the main examination table. The other two elderly proctors had already noticed their actions. When Lau silently placed the test papers in front of his two colleagues, both took one and briefly browsed through it. "Oh my God, how is this possible?" The two exclaimed almost in unison, instantly freezing in place as if under a spell, their gazes firmly locked on the test papers. Beside them, Xiao Nuanyuan was puzzled, her face full of confusion. The following exam resumed smoothly. After the three proctors regained their composure, they exchanged a few low whispers, then tacitly put down the test papers in their hands, saying no more and reducing their teasing of Xiao Nuanyuan. They assumed a serious and earnest proctoring posture. However, during the following time, the three occasionally glanced towards Zhang Jianshe, their eyes filled with undisguised shock and anticipation. 2 hours later, the bell signaling the end of the exam rang. The three stood up, announced the submission of papers, and arranged for the practical exam in the afternoon. "Everyone, go eat first. We continue at 1:30 in the afternoon." After saying that, the three quickly left the examination room. The candidates looked at each other, not understanding what had happened. Zhang Jianshe clearly knew the ins and outs of the situation and picked up Xiao Nuanyuan to leave the examination room. "Let's go. Xiao Nuanyuan, brother will take you to eat hot pot." Zhang Jianshe smiled and gently brushed his finger against Xiao Nuanyuan's nose. "I'll accompany you for the next subject after we finish eating." This South Laishan hot pot was something he never had the chance to try in his previous life. It's rare to be out, so he had to enjoy it. As for the exam, sorry, he just hoped not to shock the few elderly proctors too much. After eating hot pot, with a large plate of mutton and steaming hot pot, Zhang Jianshe and Xiao Nuanyuan ate heartily. The two, who had been shivering from the cold, were now sweating profusely after finishing their meal. This meal was quite expensive, costing $5 and a lot of food stamps and meat tickets. If the neighbors in the courtyard knew, they would be envious beyond measure. This money and tickets could feed a family of 3 for half a month in this era. Yet they spent it all in one meal, simply extravagant. But Zhang Jianshe didn't care as long as he and his sister were happy. Money could always be earned back. Just as he was about to eat something to digest, inside a certain office of the health station, the 3 elderly men hadn't had a sip of water and were staring blankly at a test paper. According to the original plan, practical exams were supposed to be conducted in the morning and papers were to be graded in the afternoon. But Zhang Jianshe's performance in the examination room completely disrupted the plan. They couldn't even focus on the practical exam and just wanted to look at this paper first. Old Sun, what do you think? Old Wang looked up at the equally shocked Old Sunday. You're the expert, what do you think? Old Sun smacked his lips, didn't answer, and countered, what do you say? I say you two should stop beating around the bush and just tell me about this Western medicine colleague, Li Lao, who was sitting next to them watching the two play guessing games. Couldn't help but interject. Is there anything more to say? Completely correct, with no mistakes at all. Old Wang said with a bitter smile. In all these years assisting the health station with assessments, this is the first time I've seen such a perfect answer sheet. Old Sun echoed with admiration. We really underestimated him. This kid is young, but truly a rare talent. Is that true? Li Lao gasped in shock upon hearing this. All correct. How is that possible? No corrections, not a single mistake. Could it be cheating? Absolutely impossible. Old Sun and Old Wang shook their heads firmly in denial. This test paper was designed by the two of us together, and there's no possibility of a leak. Moreover, he completed it right under the eyes of the three of us. How could he cheat? Old Sun's words left Li Lao speechless. They were old friends who had known each other for many years, understanding each other's character, and such a breach of principle would never happen. Even if he knew the questions and answers in advance, it wouldn't necessarily yield such an answer sheet. Old Wang added .8 papers with nearly 100 questions. Who could memorize all of that in advance without a single error? Moreover, some of the answers, in my view, are even more rigorous than the standard answers. If he doesn't possess an unimaginable accumulation of knowledge and profound learning, it would be impossible to achieve this. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would doubt that this came from a 17-year-old boy. It looks more like the work of a seasoned expert in traditional Chinese medicine. As an authority in traditional Chinese medicine, Old Wang's words carried significant weight and struck deep into Li Lao's heart. After a long while, Li Lao finally spoke with difficulty. You mean, our medical field is likely to give birth to an extraordinary talent. Time flew by, and soon it was time for the afternoon exam. Quickly, everyone gathered again outside the examination room. This time, all candidates waited outside and were called in one by one to take the assessment from the three examiners. And Zhang Jianshe was specifically arranged to be the last one. The last one, Zhang Jianshe. Please come in. Time seemed to pass forever until it was finally his turn. Zhang Jianshe walked into the examination room, holding Xiao Nuanyuan, and found that the setup inside was nothing special, just an added human model for the exam. As soon as they entered, Xiao Nuanyuan enthusiastically shouted, Grandpa Zhang, Grandpa Li, Grandpa Sun. In just over an hour, she had already become familiar with the three examiners. Seeing Zhang Jianshe come in, she immediately called out happily, her smile particularly sweet. Nuanyuan is really good. The three examiners smiled simultaneously, and Old Wang even took out his treasured white rabbit milk candy to give to Xiao Nuanyuan. Seeing his sister so well-liked, a slight smile appeared on Zhang Jianshe's face. Although Xiao Nuanyuan wanted to eat the candy, she first turned back to look at her brother, a scene that was heartwarming. Zhang Jianshe signaled her to thank the three grandpas first, and she sweetly expressed her thanks before taking the candy. What a sensible child! The three elderly men patted her head, showing great affection for her. Once Xiao Nuanyuan sat down to eat her candy, Old Wang turned to Zhang Jianshe and said, Our initial impression of you is quite good, and next we will formally assess you. Then, Old Wang introduced himself and the identities of his two colleagues, and encouraged Zhang Jianshe to relax and take the exam. Zhang Jianshe politely responded, his attitude humble and appropriate. Overall, your exam results are considered good. When Zhang Jianshe heard this, he felt quite surprised. Master-level medical skills combined with top-notch traditional Chinese medicine heritage, and such an answer sheet only received a good evaluation. He pondered in secret, is there something hidden here? But he quickly understood. Seeing the two seniors' slightly strange expressions, he couldn't help but mutter to himself. At such an old age, how can they still be so proud? Ahem. After Old Wang finished speaking, his face turned slightly red, and he unconsciously coughed a few times, silently thinking, Can't let the child be too proud, must keep him grounded. This is a genius that needs careful cultivation. Clearing his throat, he continued, However, no matter how good the theory is, if the practical skills are lacking, that won't do. Xiao Jianshe, next we will see your clinical performance. Zhang Jianshe smiled and responded. The three seniors may ask their questions. Half an hour later. How is this possible? Oh my God, is this acupuncture technique something a teenager can achieve? Old Wang and Old Sun's eyes were nearly popping out, their gazes closely following Zhang Jianshe's movements. They saw him skillfully inserting fine, silver needles, as thin as hair, into the human model with pinpoint accuracy. Even Li Lao, who is not very proficient in traditional Chinese medicine, was left dumbfounded. Finally completed, the last silver needle was accurately inserted into the Rinzhong point. Zhang Jianshe let out a sigh of relief and smiled as he said, "Seniors, please give me your guidance." This practical test was designed collaboratively by 3 people, requiring Zhang Jianshe to diagnose the condition, prescribe medication, and combine it with acupuncture treatment. All of this was to assess the true level of this genius. The 3 senior elders even mentioned a case of a patient with severe mental illness. Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe's system performed exceptionally well. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for other candidates to cope. Perfect. Your needling technique is nothing short of perfect, combined with your previous prescription. Elder Sun was left momentarily speechless in astonishment. The combination of the two is undoubtedly the best treatment for that patient. The 13 ghost needles. This has been lost for 100 years. As an authority in traditional Chinese medicine, Elder Wang had seen more than Elder Sunday. He gazed intently at Zhang Jianshe, as if he were looking at a priceless treasure. "Xiao Zhang, where did you learn this?" "It's a family skill, passed down from my mother." Zhang Jianshe casually made up an excuse. Upon hearing this, the 3 emotionally stirred elders were instantly stunned. They recalled Zhang Jianshe's background and couldn't help but feel a surge of emotions. The sacrifices of your mother are truly a great loss to the medical community. Elder Wang said with deep regret. In Zhang Jianshe's view, if his mother had superb medical skills, it would not be surprising to cultivate a talent like him. After a brief silence, "Xiao Zhang, what are your plans for the future? Are you interested in joining the municipal hospital?" Elder Sun was the first to regain his composure and warmly extended an invitation to Zhang Jianshe. Of course, who would want to give up such a rare talent? Old Fox, Li Lao and Elder Wang also came to their senses, secretly cursing in their hearts. Then they smiled and said to Zhang Jianshe, "Xiao Zhang, I have some experience in traditional Chinese medicine. Would you like to come to Tongrintang to learn from me?" "Xiao Zhang, why not come to our Siheyuan City General Hospital? I can help you get a direct appointment." Seeing the 3 elders, whose ages added up to over 200, looking as if they wanted to swallow him whole, even Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but twitch his mouth. Chapter 4 Attractive Conditions. They proposed conditions that were more and more appealing. The municipal hospital, the general hospital of the 49 cities, Tongrintang, which one isn't a place that ordinary doctors dream of. But Zhang Jianshe already had his own plans. If he waited a little longer, he naturally wouldn't miss such a good opportunity. A huge storm was about to come. Zhang Jianshe entered a top institution at a young age, which was not without risk. At just 17 years old, with his superb medical skills, the future looked bright. "Thank you to the 3 seniors for their kindness, but I have other plans." Half an hour later, the examination room door opened again. Zhang Jianshe walked out holding the smiling little Wan, while the 3 old men behind him were filled with emotion and reluctance. "What a pity my granddaughter just got married." "Don't mention it. She doesn't deserve your medical skills. My granddaughter is more outstanding." "Old Zhang, you shouldn't say that. It's such a pity I don't have a granddaughter. I have to teach that useless son of mine a lesson when I get back. Why didn't he have more children like little Zhang?" Who would have thought that a simple exam would trigger a dispute among 3 medical masters? "Brother, did you pass the exam?" "On the way." Little Wan asked her brother. Zhang Jianshe gently touched his sister's nose. "With you here, I naturally passed easily, even though the results wouldn't be announced until tomorrow." The 3 old men had already clearly hinted that Zhang Jianshe's performance was the best in years. If he didn't pass, it would be their dereliction of duty. "I have a certificate now. Let's celebrate my brother's certification. First, we'll go to the vegetable market, and tonight, I'll make chicken soup for you." Little Wan's eyes lit up, her love for chicken soup evident. Meanwhile, a conspiracy against Zhang Jianshe was quietly brewing. Inside the Jia family, Jia Zhangshi was making shoe soles while complaining endlessly. "I'm so mad. That silly Zhu blabbed about a feast, making me not even eat my lunch properly." Early in the morning, silly Zhu informed the Jia family that they would soon enjoy a feast, prompting Huairu, who managed the Jia family, to immediately decide to save for a couple of days in preparation for the upcoming banquet. Thus, the Jia family's lunch became boiled cabbage with steamed cornbread. Used to eating white buns and fatty meat, Jia Zhangshi was naturally dissatisfied, and by 3 or 4 in the afternoon, she was starving and cursing. Beside her, Bang Gung looked aggrieved. "Grandma, I'm so hungry. Can I have something to eat?" Jia Zhangshi, feeling sorry for Bang Gung, picked him up and complained, "It's all your mother's fault." Suddenly, Jia Zhangshi had a brilliant idea and whispered in Bang Gung's ear, "Do you want to eat lard and egg noodles?" Mentioning food, Bang Gung immediately recalled the tempting aroma wafting from the central courtyard that morning, nodding repeatedly. "I want to eat. I want to eat." Jia Zhangshi signaled him to be quiet and pointed to the Zhang family next door. "That little heartless family over there ate well this morning. They must still have eggs and white flour, maybe even other delicious things. You go take some, and I'll keep watch." Without a second thought, Bang Gung slipped to the Zhang family's door, only to find 2 big locks firmly securing the kitchen. "Huh, it's even locked. Such a small obstacle couldn't possibly stop a thief like him. What a joke." Bang Gung looked around and casually picked up a brick. With a few strikes, he smashed open the door. Confirming that no one was paying attention, he quickly slipped inside. The Zhang family's kitchen was spacious and bright. In his previous life, renowned for his culinary skills, Zhang Jianshe had put in a lot of effort to arrange it to his liking after arriving in this world. The moment Bang Gung entered the kitchen, he immediately overturned the stove. Unfortunately, Zhang Jianshe had organized it very thoroughly, and the stove was empty. In a fit of anger, he made a mess of the oil jug, vinegar jar, and other items. Moments later, his gaze fell on the cupboard. The instant he opened the cupboard door, a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Inside was a plate of fragrant lard scraps, a bowl of solidified lard, and a few eggs lying quietly. Without hesitation, he grabbed a handful of lard scraps and stuffed them into his mouth, starting to wolf them down. His mouth was full of grease, and even the corners of his mouth were smeared with oil stains. So delicious. After devouring more than half a plate of lard scraps, he reluctantly wiped his hands on his clothes. Then he took the entire bowl of lard, the remaining scraps, and the basket containing the eggs. Crash! He panicked and accidentally knocked over some bowls and plates while carrying things. Even so, he still remembered to take the bag of flour hidden behind the cupboard. "My good grandson, you really are capable, bringing back so many good things." Back home, Jia Zhangshi was ecstatic, warmly hugging her grandson. "This heartless little guy hoarded so many good things and didn't share any with us. Serves him right. He was born to parents but went to steal from others." While Jia Zhangshi complained, she believed all the benefits in the world should belong to their family. As for others, she didn't care at all. Just when Jia Zhangshi and her grandson were busy in the back kitchen, Zhang Jianshe returned to the courtyard holding his sister. He had a big bag of mushrooms and a plump hen, which he had carefully selected from the market. Passing the exam successfully was indeed worth celebrating. Moreover, he and little Wan were at a crucial growth stage, so replenishing nutrition was especially important. "Oh, Zhang Jianshe, you're back too?" Just as he reached the entrance of the courtyard, he encountered the third uncle, Yan Bugui, who had just come back from work. Yan Bugui's eyes lit up when he saw the old hen and mushrooms in Zhang Jianshe's hands. "Goodness, such a fat chicken. Did you buy it?" As the most shrewd person in the courtyard, Yan Bugui quickly estimated the value of these ingredients. You wouldn't get them for less than $3 or $4. "Hello, third uncle," Zhang Jianshe greeted with a smile. Among the 3 uncles, he felt that Yan Bugui was the most agreeable. First of all, Yan Bugui lived in the front courtyard, while he himself lived in the middle courtyard, so they had some interactions and coexisted peacefully. Secondly, although Yan Bugui was thrifty, it was because he had many family members and had to be so, compared to the Jia family, who exploited the courtyard all day long. The Yin family, no matter how poor or frugal, seldom asked for help from outsiders, which was understandable. Moreover, Yan Bugui had once been his teacher, and in the future, little Wan would inevitably have dealings with him, so there was no need to make the relationship too tense. Zhang Jianshe remained vigilant towards everyone in the courtyard, but he never thought of becoming an adversary to the entire courtyard. The family had been busy lately, and his sister had been affected, so he thought of making something nourishing for her. He explained with a smile. Yan Bugui nodded, naturally understanding the Zhang family situation. However, his gaze remained fixed on that fat chicken and mushrooms. Zhang Jianshe knew what he was thinking, so he casually said, "If third uncle likes it, I can have Muan bring some over later." "Third uncle, my family has been having some trouble lately. If you don't mind, would you like to come in and sit for a while?" Zhang Jianshe originally just invited casually, as they had just held a funeral for his parents, which should have been avoided. Who would have thought that third uncle would completely disregard it? "Little Jianshe, you're being too polite. I understand your good intentions." Third uncle waved his hand, saying he was free anyway, so he might as well go and take a look. Zhang Jianshe found it amusing, but also didn't want to explain, so he led third uncle to the back courtyard. Just as third uncle was about to open the door, Zhang Jianshe suddenly changed his expression and stopped him. "Wait, something's wrong." "What's wrong?" Third uncle, holding little Muan, was about to enter the house when he was suddenly blocked and felt a bit annoyed. But Zhang Jianshe looked serious and pointed to the kitchen door. "Third uncle, we've been robbed." "What?" Upon hearing this, third uncle was greatly alarmed. As one of the managers of the courtyard, he instinctively refuted. "Little Jianshe, don't joke around. This is a model courtyard." But when he looked in the direction Zhang Jianshe was pointing, he saw that the two iron locks on the kitchen door had been smashed and the door was half ajar. "Oh no, there's a thief. Come quickly. Catch the thief from the Zhang family. Something has happened in the courtyard." Although Sanday found it hard to believe, he could only shout loudly upon seeing the situation at the scene. At this moment, the neighbors in the courtyard rushed over one after another. Only the Jia family did not appear. That Sanday was really annoying. It had nothing to do with him that Zhang Jianshe's family lost something. Yet he was shouting everywhere. Jia Zhongshi's face turned dark with anger. Zhang Bongying simply laid his head on the table, pretending not to hear anything. "Mom, I'll go take a look." Qin Huairu had just returned home and was completely unaware of what her mother-in-law and son had done. Just as she was about to get up to check the situation, she was scolded by Jia Zhongshe. "What are you looking at? It's best if he causes trouble. What does it have to do with you, a woman? Are you trying to flirt with men?" Jia Zhongshi's words were extremely harsh. Qin Huairu felt very wronged, but didn't dare to say much. After an unknown amount of time, after Jia Zhongshe finished scolding, she lazily lay back on the con. The egg noodle she had just eaten made her feel a bit full. She needed a rest. Outside, with Sanday, Zhonghai's loud voice. Soon the entrance of Zhang Jianshe's house was surrounded by people. First elder Zhonghai, second elder Lu Haizhong, and even Shazhu hurried over. "Sanday, why are you making such a fuss? Where did the thief come from?" Shazhu had just returned home and was planning to secretly deliver the lunchbox he brought back from the factory to Qin Huairu's house. Hearing Sanday's shout, he quickly ran over. Upon seeing that something had happened at Zhang Jianshe's house, he was secretly pleased. He spoke with a hint of teasing. "Yeah, Sanday, you can't just talk nonsense. Our courtyard hasn't had any incidents for so many years." Second elder Lu Haizhong also frowned and echoed with an official tone. "What thief are you talking about? If this gets out, how can we keep this year's model?" The old man did not speak at this time. He needed to maintain his prestige and could not express his opinion, but his face was full of questions. Sanday was interrupted by the two, feeling unhappy. Just as he was about to retort, Zhang Jianshe spoke first. "This matter cannot be blamed on Sanday. As soon as I entered the house, I found the kitchen door had been smashed open. It must have been a thief. This is a serious crime." Sanday was also worried that this thief would commit crimes elsewhere, so he gathered everyone to take a look. Zhang Jianshe's tone was heavy. Mentioning theft and crime, everyone couldn't help but be shocked. Familiar with the situation in the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe could almost guess the origin of the matter. The thief must be a member of the Jia family. It was most likely that useless one. How dare they disturb Zhang Jianshe? He would not let it go easily. Cough. "Zhang Jianshe, isn't that a bit too much? Are we saying that there are thieves here?" Shazhu said, chewing his tongue. As soon as this was said, the onlookers frowned in confusion. Who was he referring to? "Shazhu, when did I say there were thieves in the courtyard? Don't slander others." Zhang Jianshe retorted without hesitation. The crowd suddenly realized and turned to blame Shazhu. "Shazhu, stop talking nonsense. Jianshe didn't say that." "Exactly. Although our courtyard has encountered a thief, it might be from outside." For a moment, Shazhu became the target of everyone's scorn. Feeling ashamed, he could only glare at Zhang Jianshe in anger and walk away. All right. Everyone quiet. Listen to me. The usually silent first elder, Zhonghai, finally spoke. Seeing Shazhu's at a disadvantage, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. The Zhang family had encountered trouble, and the most important thing now was to resolve it. Zhonghai, being highly respected, had the trust of the crowd. Zhang Jianshe, what exactly was lost in your home? Could it be a misunderstanding? Zhonghai asked. Zhang Jianshe sneered inwardly. Old fox, you want to downplay this major issue and control the situation? Dream on. First elder, it is definitely not a misunderstanding. Someone pried the lock and entered the house. This is a criminal act. Zhang Jianshe's expression was serious. As for what was lost, he didn't know. After discovering that the door lock had been damaged, he did not enter the house. No one knew what the condition inside was. Entering rashly could damage the scene, which would be counterproductive. After all, we shouldn't complicate matters for the inspection team, right? Zhang Jianshe's tone was calm. However, everyone present became tense, especially Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong. Their faces immediately darkened. Ridiculous. This is simply nonsense. Zhang Jianshe, are you trying to make this matter bigger? Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong's faces turned pale, and even Sande frowned tightly. For many years, these three had been the managers of the courtyard. Whatever happened, they resolved it themselves. Now that a major theft had occurred, Zhang Jianshe actually suggested calling the police for the inspection team to handle it. Didn't that make the matter public? This would have a huge impact on their reputation. Elders, where have I said anything wrong? Zhang Jianshe anticipated their strong reaction and directly retorted. Xiao Zhang, it's better to solve the courtyard's matters internally. Don't trouble the inspection team. Zhonghai frowned and said, if the street knows our courtyard was robbed, the selection for the model courtyard is definitely ruined. That's right. Let the three of us handle the courtyard matters. There's no need for the inspection team to intervene. Lu Haizhong also echoed with a sullen face. As someone who liked to be in charge, he was very unhappy with Zhang Jianshe's direct appeal to the inspection team. You two are mistaken. Zhang Jianshe's attitude was resolute. Jianshe, regardless of right or wrong in this matter, it's better to see what was lost first. Zhonghai didn't expect the usually honest Zhang Jianshe to be so tough today and hurriedly changed the subject. Zhang Jianshe did not want to waste more words. After listening, he directly ordered, everyone do as I say. How about this? I will go in with the three elders to see what was lost. Zhang Jianshe said with a serious expression. Count me in. I want to go take a look too. Shazhu immediately echoed. However, Zhang Jianshe did not give him a chance and directly refused. No need. The three elders are enough. You are clumsy. Don't go in and ruin the scene. You guy. Shazhu was furious upon hearing this. In anger, he was about to rush towards Zhang Jianshe, but was pulled back by Zhonghai. Don't make trouble. Stay put. The situation was already complicated enough. If Shazhu got involved, who knows what kind of trouble would arise. Thus, Zhang Jianshe no longer paid attention to Shazhu and directly led the three elders into the kitchen. As soon as the door opened, everyone saw the scene inside and immediately began to discuss. The table was a mess, chairs were toppled, seasonings were spilled everywhere, the cupboard was open and empty, and many broken porcelain pieces were scattered on the ground. Such a scene looked like it had experienced a fierce struggle. That damn thief was really ruthless. Someone sighed in the crowd. Zhang Jianshe's face was gloomy as he carefully inspected the area with the three elders. It was one thing to have oil salt sauce and vinegar knocked over, but just the lard oil residue, eggs, and flour alone were worth quite a bit. Every time Zhang Jianshe mentioned something, the faces of the three elders grew heavier. They did not expect the thief to be so reckless, not only stealing a large number of items, but also making the kitchen a complete mess. The loss was at least several dozen dollars. That stack of bowls was bought by my parents when they got married. They never wanted to use them, and now they are all ruined. Zhang Jianshe's tone was filled with regret. He added, these meats, flour, and eggs were all sent by Director Wang. We still have to return the basket. Elders, you must uphold justice in this matter. Director Wang from the street was their superior. If he lost something important, the consequences would be unimaginable when it came to accountability later. Aren't you the ones who love to meddle in other people's business? Let's see how you handle this situation. Seeing the three elders' faces turn pale, Zhang Jianshe was still not satisfied. "Oh no, my parents' pension!" Zhang Jianshe shouted and quickly opened the main door with Xiao Wan in his arms. "Oh my god, there's more." The three elderly men felt that their hearts were about to have problems. Zhang Jianshe had already lost so many things, and if the compensation money was lost again, this case was serious. Fortunately, when they hurriedly followed Zhang Jianshe into the house, he was already holding an envelope, keeping his wealth hidden. Zhang Jianshe certainly wouldn't expose this money in front of these people. After checking to confirm that no one had touched it, he discreetly put away the envelope. Thank goodness. The money was still there. Seeing this scene, the three elderly men felt a little more at ease. Chapter 5, making a big deal out of nothing, Zhonghai immediately spoke up, trying to downplay the situation. But how could Zhang Jianshe let them off easily? "Old man, what you're saying isn't right. I've lost so many things, and the kitchen has been turned upside down. How can you say it's nothing?" Zhang Jianshe's words left Zhonghai speechless. The onlookers around them began to whisper among themselves. Yes, the old man's words are indeed inappropriate. The Xiaozhang family already has a hard life, and this happened yesterday. Now, there's this, it's really heart-wrenching. Old man. Zhonghai had never felt so embarrassed. Having prided himself on being a moral exemplar all his life, he now harbored resentment towards Zhang Jianshe. This young man was completely disregarding the overall situation, putting him in a difficult position in front of everyone, far inferior to Shazhu. "Xiao Jianshe, what do you think we should do about this?" Seeing Zhonghai at a loss, Lu Haizhong began to put on airs. "Just report the theft to the inspection department. It's best to resolve this internally to avoid affecting the image of the courtyard. But I wonder who the thief is." In an instant, the crowd began to chatter again. However, at that moment, a clear voice rang out. "I know about this." As soon as the voice fell, the surroundings fell silent. The three elders turned in unison to look at the speaker. It was a 26-year-old woman, dressed in a wool coat, with a graceful demeanor. Lu Xiao from the middle courtyard. "Lu Xiao, tell us, who stole things from Zhang Jianshe's house?" Shazhu felt inexplicably nervous, vaguely guessing something, but not certain. Seeing Lu Xiao step forward, his tone carried a hint of strangeness. Zhang Jianshe noticed Shazhu's unease and cast him a glance, revealing a rare smile. "Sister, do you think it was that scoundrel who did it?" In this courtyard, if one had to find a good person, it would surely be Lu Xiao. She was well-educated, kind-hearted, and maintained her nature after marrying Su Damao, always willing to help others. Zhang Jianshe was especially grateful that Lu Xiao had taken care of him and his sister over the years, often helping to look after Xiao Nuanyuan. However, fate seemed unfair to her, as she had yet to conceive. Zhang Jianshe had always wanted to find a chance to help her, but unexpectedly, it was Lu Xiao who helped him this time. "I'm not sure if it was him." Facing the gaze of the crowd, Lu Xiao blushed but still spoke calmly, "But I think it was very likely Wang Gong. I went to chat with the old lady in the backyard around 3 or 4 last night, and just happened to see Wang Gong sneaking out of Zhang's house with a willow basket and a small cloth bag." As soon as she finished speaking, the crowd erupted. "God, there's actually a thief in our courtyard. It really is Wang Gong. I knew it. That kid has always loved to take advantage." The atmosphere in the courtyard became tense. Everyone whispered about the recent events, and the faces of the three elders were not good, especially Zhonghai, whose expression was dark as if a storm was brewing. Zhang Jianshe had anticipated this, closely observing everyone's reactions. Among them, 2 people's expressions were particularly intriguing. One was Zhonghai, and the other was Shazhu. Zhonghai's brow was furrowed, his eyes sharp, as if he were thinking about how to quell the storm. Meanwhile, Shazhu's attitude was agitated. "Absolutely impossible." After hearing Lu Xiao's words, Shazhu loudly retorted. "Wang Gong grew up right under our noses. How could he do such a thing? You must have seen wrong." Lu Xiao frowned after hearing this and angrily replied, "How could I possibly be mistaken?" But Shazhu persisted. "Who knows? Maybe there's something wrong with you." Lu Xiao was infuriated and grabbed a broom, ready to strike. At this moment, Su Damao was not around. Otherwise, they would certainly team up against Shazhu. Seeing this, Zhonghai immediately intervened. "Stop it. What time is it now? Don't make things worse." Zhang Jianshe also stepped up to criticize. "Old man, your words are too biased." Lu Xiao is testifying for me. How can you blame her and side with Shazhu? This statement shocked everyone. Zhonghai had always been a respected figure in the courtyard, and Zhang Jianshe publicly questioning his fairness was undoubtedly a challenge to his authority. Zhonghai's face turned ashen, resembling a piece of charcoal scorched by the flames. While the crowd was surprised, they had no objections to Zhang Jianshe's words. "You brat, how dare you be disrespectful to your elder?" Shazhu, who was straightforward, became furious upon hearing this. As the warrior of the courtyard, he instinctively swung his fist to strike. Zhang Jianshe, a master of Baji Quan, was not afraid of this brute. As he saw the fist coming, he snorted lightly, sidestepped easily, and then pushed off the ground, using his waist strength and shoulder force to deliver a heavy blow right to Shazhu's chest. In an instant, the aggressive Shazhu was pushed back several steps, eventually sitting down on the ground. "What is happening to me? My chest hurts severely, I feel weak all over, and my mind is blank." Shazhu felt as if he had been struck hard in the chest, and instantly fell to the ground, unable to get up. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianshe remained steady as a rock, his expression cold. The crowd was dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Shazhu, known for his strength, had been so easily defeated. "Brother, you're amazing." Xiao Nuanyuan's admiration broke the silence. At this moment, all eyes were filled with respect. "Shazhu, I didn't strike first because I looked down on you." Zhang Jianshe's tone was calm, but carried a chill. "Don't think I wouldn't dare to act against you. If you keep acting recklessly, don't blame me for being merciless." The nearby elder had intended to reprimand Zhang Jianshe, but swallowed his words. After all, Shazhu had provoked him first, and Zhang Jianshe's actions were merely self-defense. The previous elder, having lost face because of Zhang Jianshe, was in a rather awkward position. If he spoke up to favor Shazhu now, it would likely provoke dissatisfaction from the other residents of the courtyard. Thus, the elder chose to remain silent. Naturally, no one in the courtyard dared to speak up for Shazhu, let alone offer him a hand. Shazhu's face turned red and white with anger, and finally, he got up in defeat, no longer daring to utter a word. All right. The most urgent thing now is to resolve the theft issue." With Zhonghai at a loss, Shazhu was left speechless. Standing by, the second elder, Lu Haizhong, saw an opportunity. This power-hungry man had long coveted the position of the first elder. Seeing Zhonghai's authority diminished, he immediately spoke up. "Since Xiao, he said it was Wang Geng who did it. Let's call him in for questioning. We're the Jia family." With Lu Haizhong's words, everyone realized that almost all the residents of the courtyard had arrived, except for the Jia family, who was nowhere to be seen. This was indeed unusual. If it were any other time, the two women from the Jia family, especially Jia Zhang, would have jumped out to watch. But now, not even a shadow was seen. They must be feeling guilty for being thieves, not daring to show up. Lu Guangfu, Lu Haizhong's second son, said darkly. "What nonsense?" Shazhu instinctively wanted to retort, but upon seeing Zhang Jianshe's frosty gaze, he felt a lump in his chest and quickly shut his mouth. "We haven't figured out the situation, so don't speak recklessly," Zhonghai said sternly. "Sudong is working overtime at the factory. He might come home late. As for the others, it's normal for women not to want to get involved in idle matters." Jia Zhang, not wanting to talk. Who would believe that? Upon hearing Zhonghai's words, almost everyone inwardly mocked, but no one spoke up. After all, the first elder was Sudong's master, and it was normal for him to speak on behalf of his disciple. "Send someone to find them quickly," Lu Haizhong said impatiently. I went. Siheyuan was the first to rush out and ran away quickly. Soon after, a string of curses could be heard coming from the Jia family's house. It was obvious that Siheyuan had already told his goddess's family about his encounter. "That shameless, foul-mouthed villain. How dare he frame our family? He must be tired of living." Before Jia Zhangshi even appeared, the harsh insults had already begun. She was gripping the sole of a shoe, storming out in a furious manner, looking as if she had suffered great grievances and was ready to fight to the death with someone. Huairu stood beside her, her eyes red, tightly holding onto the equally anxious Bang Gong, pitifully following her mother-in-law. That heart-wrenching look was hard to bear. "Zhang, what trouble has your family gotten into? Whether you've lost something or had someone die, that you would drag our family into it. How dare you slander my grandson? You really don't know what death is." As soon as Jia Zhangshi opened her mouth, She was full of filthy words, waving the sole of the shoe as if to strike. Seeking death. How could Zhang Jianshe tolerate this old woman's arrogance? He quickly raised his hand, firmly gripping her wrist like a vice, and then with his other hand, he swung hard, delivering a resounding slap to her face. Slap! The crisp sound made everyone present feel a sting on their cheeks. Chapter 6, Sending to the Juvenile Detention Center. How dare you hit me? Jia Zhangshi clutched her stinging face, staring incredulously at Zhang Jianshe. Just for slandering my parents. I will remember this debt. If they weren't already deceased, your fate would be even worse. Zhang Jianshe's tone was icy. He had deep feelings for his deceased parents. Where is the justice in this? You young people bully the weak. Do you have no conscience? Jia Zhangshi collapsed on the ground, crying out loudly, attracting the attention of the crowd. An elderly man nearby saw this and reprimanded. Xiao Jianshe, how can you hit an elder? Zhang Jianshe turned around, his gaze intense. Old man, my parents just died heroically in battle. Their bodies are still warm, and this old lady openly insults them. As the son of a martyr, what is wrong with teaching her a lesson today? After gritting his teeth and finishing his sentence, he turned to leave. An old man was scared and kept retreating. Someone actually dared to publicly curse the deceased parents. As children, regardless of status, it is understandable to react with violence or desperation in the face of such insults. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe's parents were martyrs who sacrificed themselves for the country. Jia Zhangshi's humiliation of a martyr's family was extremely malicious and could be punishable by law. However, she clearly did not realize the seriousness of the situation and continued to make a scene. This is so unfair. This is elder abuse. And you just stand by and watch? Regardless of compensation, this matter cannot just end here. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe sneered. Did Jia Zhangshi still think she could solve the problem with money? Huairu, are you just going to watch? Zhang Jianshe lazily ignored her and turned to Huairu, questioning, your family's theft hasn't been cleared up yet, and now you add the charge of insulting martyrs and slandering their families? Or do you think I will sit idly by? At this, everyone present was shocked. These accusations were serious crimes at the time and could even endanger lives. Jia Zhangshi fell silent, staring at Zhang Jianshe with fear. Huairu, who was pretending to cry, trembled and blurted out, no, please don't. Can't we just admit our mistakes? Please don't call the police. Huairu was exceptionally clever. Since hearing about what happened in the courtyard, she guessed that the items missing from the Zhang family were likely taken by her son, possibly at her mother-in-law's instigation. She did not believe her son had done anything wrong. Instead, she resented Zhang Jianshe for escalating the situation, seeing her mother-in-law causing such chaos. She had no intention of stopping her, only wanting to settle the matter peacefully. Little did she know that the usually taciturn Zhang Jianshe was unusually resolute this time. Not only did he publicly hit his mother-in-law, but he also made the other two elders shrink back. With the situation escalating to this point, she was cornered. Not only had he placed 3 big hats on her, but he had also left her nowhere to hide. Once the inspection intervened, their whole family would be in trouble. Huairu knew she could no longer pretend to be ignorant. Xiao Jianshe, it was really my mother-in-law who misspoke just now. Please don't take it to heart. Huairu put on a pitiful look, immediately drawing sympathy from those around. You heartless person, I raised you for so many years, and now you let them bully you. Useless. Jia Zhangshi regained her senses and, not daring to provoke Zhang Jianshe further, turned to Huairu and began to curse. Mom, please say less. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's face darken again, Huairu cursed in her heart and quickly stopped Jia Zhangshi, hastily changing the subject. All right, everyone calm down. Standing nearby, Lu Haizhong saw the situation about to spiral out of control and deliberately cleared his throat, looking sternly at Huairu and asking, Huairu, did someone see your son Bang Gong taking things from Zhang Jianshe's house? Is that true? Nonsense. Before Lu Haizhong could finish, Jia Zhangshi jumped out to refute again. How dare you slander my grandson? My child has been at home after school, very honest. Second uncle, it's impossible. My son is only 10 years old. How could he do such a thing? Huairu also firmly denied the allegations. Oh, is that so? Seeing both of them deny it vehemently, Zhang Jianshe sneered and pointed at the resentful Bang Gung standing nearby, saying, "Then can you explain how those grease stains got on his clothes?" At this, all eyes focused on Bang Gung. Only then did everyone notice that Bang Gung's chest was covered in grease, with some white solids faintly visible. "Oh no, I forgot to change Bang Gung's clothes." Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu both cursed inwardly. "It really is Bang Gung." The people around began to whisper and discuss. "We know people's faces, but not their hearts. I didn't expect Qin Huairu's son to do such a thing. With all that grease, where could it come from if not from stealing from the Zhang family?" The crowd's attitude toward the Jia family grew colder, with murmurs echoing all around. "What are you talking about? What is wrong with grease on clothes? Can't we eat noodles with pig oil?" Jia Zhangshi rolled her eyes and immediately thought of an excuse. Zhang Jianshe sneered. "Oh? This morning, you said you had no rice to cook and needed to borrow money. But now you suddenly have money to buy pork to cook noodles? Could it be that the pig oil was scraped off you?" At this, everyone burst into laughter. Saying that Jia Zhangshi had pig oil scraped off her was clearly a veiled insult, implying she looked like a pig. Jia Zhangshi, chubby and round, did indeed resemble an old sow. "Zhang, don't look down on people. Qin Jia's family has no money, and I borrowed it. The white flour was also given by me. I can testify." Shazhu stepped forward. "Shazhu, thank you." Qin Huairu looked gratefully at Shazhu, who was so proud he almost floated away. "Haha, the money you gave is indeed good for your Qin Jia." Zhang Jianshe squinted at him. Just as both sides were about to argue again, he calmly continued. "Then why not ask Qin Jia where her meat ticket and market receipt are? At that time, pork was precious. Not only did you need money, but you also needed a ticket and it had to be bought at a designated market, with a receipt as proof." Qin Huairu clearly couldn't produce these. For a moment, both Jia family members and Shazhu were left speechless. Actually, proving innocence is very simple. Zhang Jianshe pressed on. "Let the three uncles search your house. It will all be clear." "No way. Why should we search my house? I want to agree." Jia Zhangshi hurriedly objected. "Not agreeing is fine. Then I'll call for inspection." Zhang Jianshe wielded his trump card. "With witnesses and physical evidence, even if the three uncles can't search, the inspection will. At that time, you'll go to jail and be sentenced. It will be fair and just." "No, please don't call for inspection." Seeing Zhang Jianshe preparing to leave, the first uncle, second uncle, Shazhu, and Qin Huairu all panicked and quickly blocked him. "Jia Zhangshi, Qin Huairu, with things already like this, do you still want to escalate it to the inspection bureau and get into legal trouble and go to jail?" Lu Haizhong reprimanded sternly, fearing the situation would escalate. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu were scared into silence and could only step aside, allowing everyone to search their house. The results of the search were obvious. When the third uncle, with a pale face, took out the remaining bowl of pig oil, the willow basket for eggs, and the flour bag with the Zhang character on it, the matter was conclusively settled. They had to admit that Jia Zhangshi and Bang Gung were indeed deeply disappointing. Just this little bit of stuff, a bowl of pig oil residue, a small bowl of pig oil for 5 eggs, and half a bag of white flour, had been completely squandered, with witnesses and physical evidence. Jia Zhangshi, Qin Huairu, what else do you have to say? The second uncle shouted angrily, like a judge on stage. Jia Zhangshi's face turned pale, and she stammered, unable to speak. Meanwhile, Qin Huairu remained silent, her expression stern. Suddenly, she rushed to Bang Gung's side, hugged him tightly, and then raised her hand to slap him repeatedly while scolding. "You useless thing, you've been taught wrong and don't even know how to repent. Stealing, being greedy, you deserve to be beaten." Qin Huairu's actions completely caught everyone off guard. Bang Gung didn't even have time to run away, only able to endure the beating and scolding, emitting cries of distress. In that scene, even the neighbors who originally detested the Shiba Inu's stealing behavior began to feel a twinge of pity for it. One must say, Qin Huairu's performance in the moment was nothing short of classic. Seeing the situation spiraling out of control, she immediately staged a scene of self-pity, trying to win the sympathy of the Courtyard residents. It must be sent to a juvenile detention center. Unfortunately, Zhang Jianshe remained unmoved by this. Chapter 7. The circle of the mountains and rivers can change, but human nature is hard to alter. If it weren't for Qin Huairu and the Jiazhong family indulging him, how could Bang Geng have ended up in such a situation? Zhang Jianshe saw it clearly. Even though Bang Geng was crying and shouting, looking miserable in reality, Qin Huairu was only pretending to hit him lightly. It was all just for show. Damn it! How could you hit my beloved grandson? In fact, Qin Huairu had only given him a few light taps. Jiazhong was crying and shouting beside her, snatching the stick and blocking it behind her, while angrily pointing at Qin Huairu and scolding her. At this moment, Shazhu quickly grabbed Qin Huairu, looking anxious as he advised, "Sister Huairu, don't be too harsh. The child is young and doesn't understand. He just took something he shouldn't have. Just teach him well." Seeing Shazhu and Jiazhong intervene, Qin Huairu reluctantly stopped her actions and covered her face, sobbing softly. This scene was truly smooth and flowing. Zhang Jianshe shook his head with a cold smile beside them. Ahem, Huairu, the child is still small. He needs proper guidance. Otherwise, it will only lead to greater trouble in the future. The elder beside them cleared his throat and spoke seriously. You should quickly apologize to Zhang Jianshe and return the stolen items. This old man actually wanted to downplay the situation. Seeing the elder trying to mediate, Qin Huairu immediately put on a pitiful expression and said to Zhang Jianshe, "Xiao Jianshe, this matter was Bang Geng's fault. I apologize on behalf of my son. You can take these items back, and I promise to educate him properly." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe almost laughed out loud. "Enough!" Zhang Jianshe interrupted her, his face dark as he said, "Do you think a simple apology will suffice? Your son stole my things, and you and your mother-in-law want to cover it up? Now that the evidence is clear, what good does it do for you to pretend to be a strict mother and a loving father? The upper beam is not straight, and the lower beam is crooked. You must give me an explanation today. Otherwise, this matter will not end well." Zhang Jianshe's words were forceful and hit the nail on the head. The onlookers suddenly understood. What Zhang Jianshe said was not false. Bang Geng's theft should not be condoned. It was outrageous that Jiazhong and Qin Huairu had initially taken no action or admitted their mistake in time. They acted as stubborn as a cooked duck, desperately denying it. Everyone's eyes were sharp. In an instant, everyone began to blame Qin Huairu and Jiazhong. Qin Huairu, Bang Geng has caused such a big mess, and you still want to protect him. This is simply unacceptable. Yes, starting to steal at such a young age. And you think a few light slaps will let it slide. This is not saving the child, but harming him. Such a terrible thing has never happened here. How can a simple sorry solve the problem? Hearing the reproaches from the surrounding neighbors, Qin Huairu and Jiazhong felt as if they wanted to find a hole to hide in. They could only lower their heads and continuously apologize to Zhang Jianshe. Deep down, they hated Zhang Jianshe even more. Damn, Zhang Jianshe. Once I get through this tough time, I will make you pay. Bang Geng also glared fiercely at Zhang Jianshe, secretly vowing a curse. The old man coughed and said in the tone of an elder, "Be a little more tolerant, Jianshe. The Jia family has admitted their mistake. Don't be too harsh. Bang Geng is still small. He can't really be sent to prison." Yes, Bang Geng is young, and he really shouldn't be sent to prison. Zhang Jianshe nodded and said expressionlessly. But before Qin Huairu, Zhonghai, and others could breathe a sigh of relief, his next words made them jump in shock. But he can be sent to a juvenile detention center. If he dares to steal at such a young age, since his family cannot discipline him properly, then let society educate him. What? You want to send Bang Geng to a juvenile detention center? This is equivalent to ruining his future. After he finished speaking, everyone was stunned. Bang Geng was so scared that he was crying and clinging to Jia Zhang's leg. "Grandma, I don't want to go to a juvenile detention center. I don't want to go to a juvenile detention center. Damn it. Are you trying to ruin our family? My grandson only stole some of your things, and you want to send him to a juvenile detention center. God, why don't you strike this heartless person down with a lightning bolt?" Jiazhong was crying while hitting and scolding Zhang Jianshe. Bang Geng was the lifeblood of the Jia family. If he were really sent to a juvenile detention center, the whole family would collapse. This is outrageous. Xiao Jianshe, we are all neighbors, and this child is still young. Are you really so heartless as to send him to a juvenile detention center? An elder said sternly. Are you trying to drive the Jia family to the brink? Elder, you can't say that. There is an old saying, Stealing a needle when young leads to stealing gold when grown. Zhang Jianshe responded firmly, unyielding. This child is only 10 years old and has already stolen oil, meat, and food. If he is allowed to grow up like this, the consequences are unimaginable. Sending him to a juvenile detention center for education is responsible. Zhang Jianshe's words were forceful, leaving Zhonghai at a loss for words. Xiao Jianxie, I beg you, please don't send Bang Geng to a juvenile detention center. Qin Huairu was terrified, almost kneeling down to plead. If Bang Geng were really sent to a juvenile detention center, it would be completely ruined. Just as the atmosphere was tense, an unexpected person broke the deadlock. Xiao Jianxie, this child is still young. Sending him to a juvenile detention center is indeed not appropriate. Can you let him go this time for my sake? A familiar voice rang out. Elder sister? Upon hearing this voice, even Zhang Jianxie was surprised. Turning around, he saw Lu Xiaoa looking at him with a troubled expression. It should be noted that she was the one who had just testified against Bang Geng for stealing. Why was she now pleading for him? Soon, Zhang Jianxie understood the reason. This Lu Xiaoa was just too kind. Earlier, she had stood up for justice and exposed Bang Geng. But now that she had no children of her own, seeing such a young child facing such severe punishment, she couldn't bear it and stood up again to ask Zhang Jianxie for leniency. If it were anyone else pleading, Zhang Jianxie would have ignored them. But Lu Xiaoa was different. After all, she had often looked after his little Wan, and he couldn't refuse her a little favor. Thank you, Xiao Yi. Qin Huairu didn't expect Lu Xiaoa to speak up for Bang Geng at this moment, and after a brief pause, she pretended to be touched. But deep down, she was cursing. Damn Lu Xiaoa, so insincere. If you really cared for my son, why did you just criticize him? Ahem, Xiao Jian. Let us give him a chance, since it's his first offense. The third uncle, who had been silent, also spoke up. He was still Bang Geng's teacher. If Bang Geng really went to a juvenile detention center, he would also lose face. Then the second uncle, the aunt, and the third aunt also began to plead for Zhang Jianxie. Seeing that everyone had spoken, Zhang Jianxie pretended to think for a moment and finally agreed. All right, since everyone has said so, let us not send Bang Geng to a juvenile detention center for now. In fact, Zhang Jianxie knew very well that with these people backing him, it was impossible to send Bang Geng in one go. Instead of giving Bang Geng a light lesson, it was better to hit back hard at these people. Thank you so much, Xiao Jian. I will definitely discipline him well in the future. Qin Huairu was excited and wanted to thank Zhang Jianxie. But Zhang Jianxie waved his hand and said coldly, the death penalty can be avoided, but the living punishment cannot be escaped. Bang Geng stole my things, and you all not only shielded him, but also insulted my parents. This must be compensated no matter what. As soon as these words were spoken, Qin Huairu's face instantly froze. Jia Zhang beside her was even more furious. Compensation? We have already returned the things. What more do you want? Shut up. Those things belong to my family. You should return them. Zhang Jianxie's tone was icy. Also, your grandson smashed my kitchen, ate all my food, and broke my dishes. Don't these need to be compensated? Shouldn't theft and shielding a thief be punished? Jia Zhang was left speechless. Ahem, Xiao Jian is right. An uncle quickly came out to mediate, suggesting that the Jia family compensate the Zhang family 30 yuan to cover the costs of repairing the kitchen and buying rice and flour. Zhonghai had already lost all his face today and dared not lean towards the Jia family anymore, so this amount seemed reasonable. Qin Huairu and the Jia and Zhang families looked pained upon hearing this. 30 yuan was equivalent to Jia Sudong's monthly salary. But unexpectedly, Zhang Jianxie shook his head and said, 120 yuan. Chapter 8 Hard to bear. Zhang Jianxie slowly raised 3 fingers. 30 bucks is what you owe me. As for the 90 bucks, that's a penalty for your deliberate wrongdoing. The crowd immediately began to murmur. Some felt Zhang Jianxie's demands were excessive, while others thought it was justified. After all, no one wants their home to be robbed. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu turned pale. This is outrageous. Who gave you the right to set this? Jia Zhangshi threw a tantrum. There is no way out of this. Someone is blackmailing us. Qin Huairu timidly interjected. 120 bucks is not a small amount in this era. The Jia family has always been lazy and simply cannot come up with that kind of money. This is my bottom line. Zhang Jianshe said with a serious expression, refusing to budge. If you don't agree, I'll call the inspectors and send the kid to a juvenile detention center. No, no, don't say that word. Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to step out, Qin Huairu quickly stepped forward to block him and then turned to plead with her mother-in-law. Mother, if the kid goes to juvenile detention, our family will be doomed. Can we delay this payment? Otherwise, can I help you with laundry and cooking to pay off the debt? Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe immediately frowned and shouted angrily. Absurd. You think you could do household chores to offset the debt? That is simply preposterous. Do you think it's still like the old days? Qin Huairu spoke with a hint of stubbornness. I have hands and feet. I don't need servants like the landlords of the past. And I can't afford to hire someone for $120. The neighbors around nodded in agreement, saying, little Jianshe is right. Hiring help should have become a thing of the past. Uncle Air sighed. If we had a landlord here, it would be talked about for a long time. Yuli whispered, to help clean for so much money? Back then, it was only $2 a month, and I would gladly do it. Qin Huairu didn't expect the situation to be so difficult. Not only did Zhang Jianshe reject her request, but he also mocked her. At that moment, she caught sight of Shazhu's indignant expression, and her heart leaped with joy. Shazhu, I'm really sorry, but I can't come up with that money. Could you lend me some first? When Sudong returns, he'll definitely pay you back. Shazhu, already displeased with Zhang Jianshe, froze at her words. Sister Qin, it's not that I'm unwilling to help, but the amount is just too large for me to bear. Qin Huairu's eyes turned red, showing a helpless look. Shazhu, you have to help me, or I really don't know what to do. Seeing her like this, Shazhu felt torn inside. He hurriedly comforted Qin Huairu and then returned home to take out all his savings. Sister, I only have $90 left. I really can't take out more. I still need to eat. Shazhu was the head chef in the cafeteria, and his income in the courtyard was considered high, so not everyone could take out that much money. Qin Huairu quickly took the money, moving swiftly, fearing Shazhu would change his mind. But this amount was still not enough. Qin Huairu frowned at the neighbors, but everyone turned their gaze away, appearing indifferent. Old man, go get $30, one elder sighed and said to his wife. He had always viewed Jia Sudong and Shazhu as potential support for his old age. At this moment, Zhonghai took the money handed by the old lady and gave it to Qin Huairu. This is from Dongshu's family. Take it for now. When Dongshu gets a salary, he'll pay me back. Be sure to discipline the kid well. He turned to Zhang Jianshe, feeling uneasy about the scene today. He had originally considered including Zhang Jianshe in his plans for the future, but now he changed his mind. Little Jianshe, take this money and teach the kid a lesson. Receiving the money only to give it to an enemy was something Qin Huairu was reluctant to do. If she had this money, life would be much better. Learn from your mistakes. Go back and discipline the kid well. Next time, no one will be able to save him. Zhang Jianshe didn't care, putting the money into his pocket as if he were scolding a younger person. Qin Huairu was left speechless, her face flushed. The situation finally seemed to come to a close, and as everyone prepared to leave, Zhonghai spoke up. Everyone wait, there is something else to discuss. Zhonghai raised his voice, casting a deep look at Zhang Jianshe, then revealing a kind smile. Little Jianshe, we've all heard about your parents' situation. People can't come back to life. Don't be too sad. Though your parents sacrificed for the country, they are also heroes from our courtyard. Their funeral should be decent, with a few tables set up and the neighbors can help send them off. You're still young and don't know how to handle these matters. How about I help you arrange it, with Shazhu in charge of the banquet? We can work together to give your parents a proper send-off. Zhonghai spoke sincerely, as if he genuinely wanted to help Zhang Jianshe handle his parents' affairs. But in reality, this was a trap that he and Shazhu had discussed earlier, specifically set for Zhang Jianshe. At first, he hesitated, thinking Zhang Jianshe was too young to be manipulated like this. But now, having lost face, Zhonghai thought it was time to teach him a lesson. Hearing this, the neighbors in the courtyard immediately began to murmur. Some said, as expected of Uncle he really considers everything. Others agreed, when the Zhang family is in trouble, everyone should help. Some had already started discussing how to handle the funeral. Yet everyone knew the real focus was the Zhang family was going to hold a funeral, and they would get a big meal. Over the years, every family had been living frugally, and it was rare to have an opportunity for a hearty meal. Contributing a dime or two while pretending to be sad would allow them to enjoy a lavish spread. This deal was indeed a bargain. Thus, no one at the scene objected. Old fox, isn't this obviously trying to trick me? Zhang Jianshe saw through Zhonghai's scheme in an instant. This old man, no matter how sweetly he spoke, was merely using the pretense of helping to arrange a respectable funeral for himself, while in fact setting a trap for him. In reality, the cost of the funeral and banquet would ultimately fall on Zhang Jianshe himself. It was easy to foresee that having Shazhu take charge of the banquet was undoubtedly looking for an opportunity to extort a hefty sum. From chicken, duck, and fish to other dishes, they would certainly choose the most expensive options. The person who dared to cut corners, even when cooking for the leaders, would likely seize the chance to profit greatly from Zhang Jianshe. As for the neighbors, they would take their meager contributions, bring their whole families, and leave nothing behind. In the end, everyone would only remember Zhonghai's kindness and praise him for arranging everything well and decently. Shazhu would profit from it, the neighbors would benefit, and Zhonghai would not only suffer no loss, but would also gain a good reputation. This plan of hitting 4 birds with 1 stone was truly clever. Thinking of this, Zhang Jianshe sneered. After pondering for a moment, he directly interrupted the discussion. "Uncle, about my parents' funeral, I think it's better not to trouble everyone." As soon as these words were spoken, the entire courtyard fell silent, and everyone turned to look at Zhang Jianshe. "Little Jianshe, you're still young. This kind of thing should be left to me." Zhonghai frowned, tried to adopt the senior's demeanor, but was cut off by Zhang Jianshe. "As for my parents' funeral, I never intended to make a big show of it. They sacrificed on the border, and, according to state regulations, they will be buried in the martyr cemetery nearby and will not be brought back. There is really no need for all these formalities like memorial services. It's completely unnecessary. Moreover, my parents valued simplicity in life and dedicated themselves to the country's cause. They just passed away, and to make a big fuss over their funeral would probably not meet their approval. Furthermore, the neighbors are not well off. Asking everyone to contribute money and delaying their work because of our affairs is inappropriate for both the deceased and myself." Chapter 9. Turning a blind eye. Moreover, the country is currently facing difficult times, calling on everyone to embody the spirit of hard work and advocate for frugality. Holding a grand funeral at this time clearly does not align with national policy. "Uncle, do you think I am making sense?" Zhang Jianshe's words left everyone speechless, and Zhonghai's expression grew increasingly awkward. With the mention of Guojia policies and the call from the leaders, who could say anything further? Zhang Jianshe that said, "Holding a funeral and inviting guests is also a tradition." Shazhu still wanted to struggle. However, Zhang Jianshe directly interrupted. "My parents sacrificed for the country. Just remembering them honorably is enough." He decided not to be extravagant, only setting up a memorial tablet, and if anyone had intentions, they could simply bow and mourn. This statement thwarted Zhonghai and Shazhu's plans. Neighbors nodded in agreement, and even the Jia and Zhang families could only silently complain about Zhang Jianshe's stinginess. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe proposed that all future marriage and funeral matters in his family would be simplified in response to the call. The people in the courtyard unanimously supported this, as no one wanted to waste money. Only Shazhu was dissatisfied. As a cook, he relied on these banquets for extra income, and now that income was gone. But he couldn't oppose Zhang Jianshe's reasoning. He was really asking for trouble. "Uncle, if there's nothing else, let's disperse." With Uncle's ugly expression announcing this, the crowd gradually dispersed, and this farce temporarily came to an end, but the impact was far from over. Third Uncle didn't get to eat Zhang Jianshe's rich chicken stew with mushrooms, and this meal was also lost. After Zhang Jianshe quickly tidied up, he returned to his room. Today, Zhang Jianshe really made a profit, a whole $120. Third N exclaimed, "Yeah, this guy is quite capable. He bought a bicycle with that money." Third Uncle continued, "But speaking of which, this is also thanks to the Jia family's contribution, turning such a good child into this. This makes me angry." Third Aunt said discontentedly, "That Shazhu has always been unreliable. We've turned a blind eye to his petty thefts, and now he doesn't even spare the oil and flour. Dad, Shazhu stole our peanuts last time, and you said I accidentally ate them." Yen Jiti pouted, displeased. "Is there such a thing?" Third Uncle immediately frowned. Why didn't you say so earlier? I could have gone to reason with the Jia family. They should at least compensate us $5. Third uncle's words made Yin Jitty mumble again. I told you before, but you didn't believe me. How could you be so foolish? They caught him red-handed. How can I not believe you? Third uncle scolded unhappily. That's $5. We can still get by, but if we don't account for it, we really will be poor. The money within reach flew away again. In the backyard, Shazhu, why did you go looking for trouble and provoke Zhang Jianshe? The deaf old lady sat on the Kong drinking cabbage soup, speaking to the angry Shazhu beside her. Despite her old age and rarely going out, she was fully aware of any commotion in the courtyard. Just like this time, the uproar in the middle courtyard was loud. But she didn't show up until Shazhu brought her food. She already knew what had happened. Old lady, I can't stand Zhang Jianshe bullying Sister Qin, Shazhu said angrily. What kind of man is Zhang Jianshe to bully two women and a child? Not a man. If he's not a man, how could he knock you down with one punch and leave you unable to say a word? The deaf old lady sneered. Hearing this, Shazhu's face turned red. One evening, Jia Sudong returned home after working overtime at the steel mill. As soon as he entered, he saw his wife and mother sitting there with gloomy faces, and his brother Shazhu crying beside them. After inquiring, he learned what had happened that day. Jia Sudong was so angry that he trembled all over, wishing he could immediately confront Zhang Jianshe. If it weren't for Qin Huairu desperately holding him back, he might have already rushed out. Don't be impulsive, Qin Huairu said earnestly. If you go to trouble him now, what if Zhang Jianshe bites back and escalates the matter? Shazhu might end up sent to a juvenile detention center. Mom, that Zhang Jianshe is too unreasonable, relying on his strength to bully others, Jia Sudong said indignantly. Jia Zhangshe looked at her son with concern. Son, don't act rashly. Zhang Jianshe is domineering, but you are thin. Confronting him head-on will only lead to loss. But I can't swallow this anger. Jia Sudong was rarely clear-headed and firmly held onto his resolve. After hearing the two of them, Jia Sudong immediately slumped back onto the Kong like a deflated balloon. That damned brat deserves his parents' suffering. It's just that he took his things. Does he really think he can call the police? It was indeed the son raised by Jia Zhangshe. Jia Sudong completely failed to notice how serious it was for his mother to incite him to steal. Instead, he resented Zhang Jianshe for not minimizing the situation. Zhang Jianshe doesn't lack this little money. What is the big deal if he lets his son steal? Forget it. Forget it. Even for my son, I'll endure for now, Qin Huairu said tearfully. As long as the child doesn't go to a juvenile detention center, there are plenty of ways. Little did she know, this remark brought trouble. Jia Sudong suddenly raised his hand and slapped Qin Huairu hard across the face. You still have the face to say that. It's all because of your cursed fate. You, this useless wife, I married you, provided for your clothing and food, and even entrusted you with managing the money. And now, you let your mother and child go hungry, forcing them to steal, and you don't handle matters, allowing others to bully my family. What is the point of raising you? Jia Sudong pointed at Qin Huairu and cursed. The latter covered her face and cried, tears streaming down like pearls from a broken string. Jia Sudong's words pierced her heart like a sharp knife. Qin Huairu also hoped for her family to be well fed. However, the living expenses provided by Jia Sudong were indeed tight. Educating their son was even more out of the question. Jia Zhangshe and Jia Sudong held the dominant power. At the slightest dissatisfaction, Jia Zhangshe would protect her eldest grandson. This time was even worse. Shazhu's theft was indeed instigated by Jia Zhangshe. After returning home, Qin Huairu had already scolded Shazhu. As soon as she opened her mouth, Jia Zhangshe defended Shazhu. Not only did she protect him, but she also accused her of making a big deal out of nothing, saying she was incompetent. The more Qin Huairu thought about it, the more wrong she felt. But she didn't dare to retort. She was afraid that Jia Zhangshe and her son would team up against her. She could only lie on the Kong and cry silently. The Jia family was in disarray, and Jia Sudong's voice was particularly piercing. You just know how to cry all day. I'm not dead yet. What are you wailing about? The more he spoke, the angrier he became. Suddenly, a strong aroma wafted in from outside, instantly capturing everyone's attention. Even in the chaotic Jia family, everyone fell silent at this moment, greedily inhaling the scent. What's that smell? Who's stewing chicken? Jia Sudong frowned and asked. Who else could it be? That unlucky ghost next door. Jia Zhangshi gritted her teeth and cursed. I saw him carrying back a fat chicken with my own eyes. He should be struck by lightning. The more she cursed, the angrier she became, filled with resentment. Even if other families received a lot of compensation for their parents' deaths, their family contributed not a penny. Yet they still wanted to benefit. What a disaster. If I catch them, I will teach them a good lesson. Jia Sudong's gaze was cold, pointing in the direction of the Zhang family. However, all of this was completely unheard by Zhang Jianshe. He was fully concentrated on the clay pot in his hands, where young chicken and wild mushrooms were stewing. The seasonings were lacking, but these natural ingredients were already delicious enough. Especially this Sanwang chicken, fed with pure grain, was not easy to find in this era. Brother, is the chicken soup ready? It smells so good. Little Wan bounced over to Zhang Jianshe's side, her eyes sparkling as she looked at the soup in the pot. Little greedy cat, it's almost ready, just wait a bit longer. Zhang Jianshe gently patted her head. The moment he lifted the lid, a rich aroma accompanied by steaming hot air quickly filled the surroundings. Countless neighbors were tempted by this fragrance, their fingers itching to dig in. The ingredients in the pot were all enticing. Tender chicken and plump mushrooms rolling in the golden chicken broth. Just by looking at it, one could tell this was a rare delicacy. Chapter 10 complains, who can stand this? Zhang Jianshe sighed, unable to help but complain about the stick. If it weren't for the stick breaking our pot, having a bowl of white rice now would be a real treat. Before he finished speaking, there was a commotion outside the door. Zhang Jianshe turned around to see Su Damao walking in with 2 large bowls of food. What are you doing here? Zhang Jianshe asked. Su Damao smiled and replied, You guys are stewing chicken, so I came bring you some food. Your sister Lu is worried that you won't have enough to eat and didn't even take the time to eat herself. He handed over the bowls. One filled with half a bowl of cabbage and half a bowl of braised pork, and the other filled with white rice. In that era, such meals were quite rare. I'm really sorry, Zhang Jianshe said. No need to be polite between neighbors. Su Damao waved his hand and continued, but today is different. I understand Sister Xiaoyi's intentions. Zhang Jianshe felt warm inside. This meal felt especially precious. Su Damao, not bothering to eat himself, actively brought the food to Zhang Jianshe. You kid are impressive. How come I never noticed before? Su Damao said with a grin, sizing up Zhang Jianshe as if seeing him for the first time. What a pity. I was showing a movie in the countryside and came back late, missing such an exciting scene. As soon as he got home, he heard Lu Xiaoyi detailing the events of the afternoon, and Su Damao regretted it so much that he almost wanted to slap his own thigh. If he had known he could see such a thrilling scene, he would have faked an illness to stay in the courtyard and watch the fun. Especially when he heard Lu Xiaoyi mention that Zhang Jianshe not only taught Qin Huairu's family a lesson, but also dealt with Shazhu, even humiliating old Uncle Zhonghai. He couldn't help but shout good. Su Damao and Shazhu were sworn enemies, and Zhonghai always used his status to side with Shazhu. Su Damao knew he had suffered a lot at their hands. Now, hearing that Zhang Jianshe easily resolved the troubles of these two, how could he not be excited? Forget about just treating them to a meal. If it weren't for the fact that the Zhang family had just experienced a funeral, he would have wanted to buy a few hundred firecrackers to celebrate. What's there to say? Who told them to provoke me? Zhang Jianshe said calmly. I don't provoke others if they don't provoke me, but if someone challenges me, Zhang Jianshe's words were directed at those in the courtyard and subtly warned Su Damao, although he appeared polite to Lu Xiaoyi on the surface. If Su Damao dared to have any ulterior motives, he would not hold back. That's very reasonable. You will surely achieve great things in the future. Su Damao seemed to not fully understand Zhang Jianshe's warning and still smiled, giving a thumbs up. Brother, I'm hungry. The little girl Wan, unable to understand what the two were talking about, was focused entirely on the stewed chicken. Seeing her brother talking nonstop, she anxiously interrupted, Okay. Let's eat soon. Zhang Jianshe came back to his senses and looked at the excited Su Damao. After thinking for a moment, he said, Su Damao, you and Sister Lu haven't eaten yet, have you? If you don't mind, let's have dinner together tonight. Su Damao and his wife brought over a lot of food, including stewed chicken, and since Zhang Jianshe and his sister couldn't finish it all, he was happy to help. Great. I also want to chat with you. Su Damao was hoping for this and nodded vigorously. I'll have Sister Lu bring the food over and get a bottle of good wine. Let's have a good drink tonight. Su Damao turned to leave, and when Zhang Jianshe brought the stewed chicken to the table, he and Lu Xiaoyi were already coming over with the food, along with 2 bottles of Yonghadaku. At that time, a bottle of Yonghadaku cost 2 yuan, which was considered a premium liquor. Su Damao was in a good mood, and after some simple pleasantries, everyone started eating. After a few cups of wine, Su Damao, a bit tipsy, said, "Brother, you don't know, there aren't many good people in our courtyard. You should be more careful with your sister in the future." Zhang Jianshe didn't drink and wasn't interested in the Yonghadaku. Suddenly hearing this, he was taken aback. Just a few drinks, and you're talking nonsense. How can there be so many bad people in the courtyard? Lu Xiaoyi complained. Su Damao didn't think much of it. Shazhu, the 3 uncles from the Jia family. Who among them is a good person? Lu Xiaoyi shook her head, fully aware of the complexities in the courtyard. But Zhang Jianshe was still puzzled as to why Su Damao was bringing this up. Let's not talk about Shazhu and the Jia family for now. How come all 3 uncles have turned into bad people in your mouth? Lu Xiaoyi said, unconvinced. Don't believe me? Just because they look decent doesn't mean they aren't cunning. Su Damao said, smacking his lips. Take this uncle, for instance. He seems like a teacher on the surface, but in reality, he's stingy to the core, calculating more than anyone else. Just think about it. Which father asks his son for rent? Always saying you won't go hungry or cold if you don't calculate. But I see him calculating his whole life without achieving anything good. He still calls himself a scholar. It's a disgrace. And the second uncle, always putting on airs. Even a blind person can see he's an official wannabe. He's so crazy about wanting to be an official that he often beats and scolds his children. He even wants to be the head of our courtyard and can't even manage his own son. When he gets old, we'll see if any of his sons will take care of him, Su Damao said passionately. Zhang Jianshe was a bit surprised. He didn't expect that Su Damao, who seemed to harbor so much malice, could understand the situation in the courtyard so thoroughly. Speaking of which, the fates of the 3rd and 4th uncles were indeed predicted correctly by him. It seemed that Su Damao was not to be underestimated. What about the 1st uncle? He is the most respected in our courtyard, fair in his dealings, kind-hearted, and no one has ever spoken ill of him. Lu Xiaoyi asked, shocked. As soon as she spoke, even Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but laugh. Listen to you. You've made this kid laugh. Su Damao chuckled, pointing at Zhang Jianshe. And you say he's virtuous and respected, fair and just. In my opinion, the most hypocritical person in this courtyard is Zhonghai. Su Damao sneered, fair and just. When Shazhu and our family had a dispute, didn't Zhonghai side with Shazhu? That brat from the Jia family has been causing trouble for years. Which time didn't Zhonghai help smooth things over, making it all go away? And that's not even the most disgusting part. The most unacceptable thing is that he clearly favors Shazhu and the Jia family. Yet those families who were wronged all end up thinking Zhonghai is fair in his dealings, buying people off and still having others say good things about you. Hey, is this something a good person would do? Upon hearing Su Damao's words, Lu Xiaoyi was completely stunned. The more she thought about it, the more it felt wrong, and the more scared she became. Why would he do this? Lu Xiaoyi stammered. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but speak up. This Lu Xiaoyi is really a foolish moth. What else could it be for? It's just to seek a good reputation. He wants someone to take care of him in his old age. Zhang Jianshe shrugged and said, Jia Sudong is his apprentice, and he values Shazhu even more as a potential candidate to take care of him in the future. When something happens to other families in the courtyard, he might want to maintain his facade, so he may appear fairer. But once it involves the Jia family and Shazhu, he will definitely side with them fiercely to ensure he has support in the future. Zhang Jianshe said calmly. Su Damao nodded repeatedly, raising his glass to toast him. Brother sees it so clearly. Lu Xiaoyi was completely shocked. She had never thought that Zhonghai, usually respected and seemingly upright, was actually such a selfish hypocrite. What about the deaf old lady in the backyard? She must be a good person, right? Lu Xiaoyi still held on to a glimmer of hope and asked again. Her? Pretending to be deaf and mute. Who knows if she's a good person? Su Damao frowned. However, that old lady treats Shazhu like her own grandson, protecting him all day long. It's best if you have less interaction with her. Is it really that bad? Lu Xiaoyi said somewhat reluctantly. Not to mention, the old lady is quite nice to me. Yes, she's indeed nice to you. In the future, she might be the one who schemes to get both Lu Xiaoyi and Shazhu involved. Zhang Jianshe thought helplessly in his heart. Of course, he couldn't say this directly. Chapter 11 Consideration Currently. Lu Xiaoyi has a good relationship with her siblings, and Zhang Jianshe would never allow such things to happen. However, these are just side notes. The four of them continued eating until late at night. Shan Wanwan had already fallen asleep. Zhang Jianshe watched Lu Xiaoyi help the drunken Su Damao back into the house. The courtyard was silent, shrouded in darkness. The lights in the Jia family and Zhonghai's home were still on, indicating that it would undoubtedly be a sleepless night for them. Zhang Jianshe shook his head at this and turned to go back to his room to rest, not waking up until dawn. This damn weather is freezing. Zhang Jianshe wrapped himself tighter in the quilt, mumbling as he got up. Nowadays, in the 4-9 city, there are no modern heating facilities. In the cold winter, one can only rely on coal stoves for warmth. However, Zhang Jianshe was worried about the risk of suffocation it might cause, so mornings always left him feeling miserable. If conditions allow in the future, he must find some steel pipes to make a homemade heating system. Otherwise, winter would be truly hard to endure. While dressing Shan Wanwan, he muttered softly, "Brother, what is a homemade heating system?" Shan Wanwan asked curiously, struggling to stretch her arms out of her sleeves. A homemade heating system is something that can warm up a room, so you won't feel cold even in winter, Zhang Jianshe replied with a smile. Really? You're the best. Brother. Shan Wanwan's eyes lit up, filled with admiration. The method of making a homemade heating system came from Zhang Jianshe's experiences in a northern village in his previous life. Although it was not as professional as centralized heating, it was quite popular in rural areas due to its simplicity and practicality, and it worked very well. In the current context, it was undoubtedly a little-known novelty invention. If he could successfully build it, even if 4-9 city was extremely cold, he could pass winter comfortably, dressing himself and Shan Wanwan while braving the cold. He began his day, shivering. The weather was too cold, and Zhang Jianshe had no desire to prepare a complicated breakfast. So he simply mixed some batter and added the leftover chicken soup and braised pork from yesterday to make a big pot of steaming noodle dumplings. It was both convenient and delicious, and a few bites quickly dispelled the morning chill, warming him up completely. That feels good. Zhang Jianshe patted his stomach with satisfaction. As soon as it was light out, Zhang Jianshe took Xiao Wanwan to Su Damao's house. Sister Lu, you're up so early? He said with a smile. Lu Xiaoyi was busy cooking, while Su Damao was still sound asleep in bed, seemingly still under the influence of last night's alcohol. You're out this early? It's very cold today. Isn't it inconvenient for Wanwan to come along? Lu Xiaoyi took over the conversation. I plan to go to the neighborhood committee to inquire about work. I'll leave this child with you, Zhang Jianshe explained. Lu Xiaoyi readily agreed. No problem. I'm free too. I can play with the little one. Before he left, Lu Xiaoyi asked with concern, if you need help, just let me know. Zhang Jianshe smiled and shook his head. No need. I can go by myself. Director Wang said he would help me keep an eye out for job opportunities. Upon arriving at the health clinic, Zhang Jianshe heard that the physician qualification certificate would be ready today. Although his test scores from yesterday were excellent, the paperwork still needed to be completed. When he arrived at the health clinic, he quickly found the assessment results on the bulletin board at the entrance. His name was prominently at the top, with perfect scores in both the written and practical exams, leaving no room for doubt. For the first time in his life, Zhang Jianshe truly experienced the sense of accomplishment akin to that of a top scholar. Hello, I'm here to collect my attending physician qualification certificate. After paying the required 2 yuan fee at the front desk, he received the gilded certificate amidst the astonished and curious gazes of others. My God, did I hear that right? An attending physician qualification certificate? Not an intern, right? There's no mistake. The red book is for attending physicians, and the green book is for interns. It's rare to see someone so young with this certificate. Could it be forged? How could there be such a young attending physician? Don't talk nonsense. That was supervised by old Wang and old Su. People whispered among themselves. Fortunately, there weren't many women in the health clinic. Otherwise, seeing such a handsome and talented young man like Zhang Jianshe would likely leave them collectively enamored. Zhang Jianshe remained very calm, casually checking the certificate before putting it in his pocket. Now, he could be considered a legitimate certificate holder. After collecting the certificate, Zhang Jianshe initially intended to thank the 3 elderly men from yesterday, but he learned they were not at the health clinic. This was to be expected. Given their abilities and status, even if they were past retirement age, they remained invaluable figures in various hospitals. It was already a rare opportunity for them to help supervise exams or guide the younger generation. How could they linger here for long? If he has the chance to see them again another day, he can thank them in person. Zhang Jianshe gently shook his head. He then returned to the courtyard to retrieve the basket that Director Wang had sent in the day before and headed straight to the neighborhood committee. In this era, young people mostly relied on their own abilities to apply for jobs, but many were also arranged through the neighborhood committee. As a martyr's orphan, Zhang Jianshe's job would be prioritized by the street office. Director Wang had already explained this to him. Therefore, it was only fitting to bring some gifts to show sincerity when visiting. Passing by the department store, Zhang Jianshe deliberately went in to buy 2 pounds of peanuts. Although it was a small amount, worth only 1 yuan, it was not because he was stingy. If he brought a large pile of canned goods, candies, or malted milk to visit Director Wang, not only would it not be appreciated, but it could also lead to reprimands or even harsh criticism. That would not be a gift, but a bribe, which would definitely face warnings and penalties. Bringing 2 pounds of peanuts was not overly expensive, nor did it seem too shabby, striking a perfect balance between decency and modesty. Soon, Zhang Jianshe arrived at the neighborhood committee. Upon entering, he saw Director Wang sitting at a table, wearing a red armband and reviewing documents. Director Wang, Zhang Jianshe greeted softly. Director Wang looked up, surprised to see him, and immediately smiled as she stood up. "Oh, Zhang Jianshe, what brings you here? Please, have a seat. I'll get you some water." Director Wang warmly invited him to sit down and handed him a cup of hot water. As a martyr's relative, Zhang Jianshe had always been a focus of care for the neighborhood committee, so Director Wang was particularly polite to him. "Director Wang, this is the basket I left at your place last time. I'm returning it to you." Zhang Jianshe handed over the basket and then opened a paper bag. "I passed by the department store and saw freshly roasted peanuts for sale, so I thought I'd bring some back for everyone to try." "Oh, my Xiaofan, you shouldn't have," Director Wang exclaimed in surprise, trying to push the peanuts back. "We can't accept your things. Take them back for your sister." No, this little thing is nothing," Zhang Jianshe said sincerely. "After the incident at home, I was really helped by the colleagues of the street office. If you don't accept this small token of appreciation, I'll feel uneasy." "You child, why do you say that?" After some back and forth, seeing Zhang Jianshe's genuine sincerity, Director Wang smiled and agreed to share the bag of peanuts with everyone. As a result, Zhang Jianshe's image gained even more favor in her eyes, grateful, courteous, and articulate. This child was indeed very sensible and deserving of more attention. Though a bag of peanuts was only worth 2 yuan, it greatly increased Director Wang's goodwill towards Zhang Jianshe, making her feel that this gesture was very worthwhile. After exchanging a few pleasantries, Zhang Jianshe finally stated the purpose of his visit. "Director Wang, I'm here to ask for your help. I've just turned 17, and by the new year, I'll be 18. It's time for me to find a job and contribute to society. But you know the situation at home. My little sister is still young and needs me. So I'd like to ask for your help in finding a job that offers some flexibility." Zhang Jianshe's request was reasonable, and Director Wang nodded repeatedly. Not to mention that his little sister needed care. Just the fact that they were martyrs' family should compel the street office to do their best to meet his request. "Zhang Jianshe, we will seriously consider your request," Director Wang said, taking out a document from the cabinet. "Actually, I've already been keeping an eye on your work situation. However," he sighed, flipped through the documents, which listed many units and positions, most of which were crossed out with a black pen, indicating they were occupied. The remaining ones were unassigned positions. A few were marked in red, clearly indicating they were popular positions, usually prioritized for families or individuals like Zhang Jianshe who had made special contributions. And there might also be cases of internal favoritism. Chapter 12, Smooth Sailing Zhang Jianshe. "Do you have any special thoughts about your future work?" Director Wang asked while looking at the list. "I remember you came before to ask for a recommendation letter, saying you wanted to become a doctor. Do you want to study medicine?" "Yes, I do have that plan," Zhang Jianshe replied confidently. I passed the attending physician qualification exam yesterday and hope to find a job related to being a doctor. Oh, you passed the exam. Wait, what did you just say? Director Wang initially responded casually to Zhang Jianshe, but then realized something was off, and the documents in her hand started to tremble. She quickly looked up, staring incredulously at Zhang Jianshe. You mean the attending physician exam? You actually passed? Don't tell me this is a joke. As a street director who has assisted many people in arranging positions, Director Wang, though not a medical professional, understands the importance of a doctor's certificate. Even just obtaining an internship qualification counts as a technical talent. And the attending physician qualification that Zhang Jianshe mentioned is known to be a high-level exam presided over by top physicians, which many health center directors or medical room supervisors in large factories may not pass. Who would have thought that Zhang Jianshe would claim to have obtained this certificate? Yes, I really passed, and I have the certificate in hand. Zhang Jianshe had long anticipated her reaction and calmly took out the certificate he had just received. The last time I came to seek your help was to participate in this exam. Director Wang was completely stunned. She had thought Zhang Jianshe only wanted to study medicine or take a junior certificate, but she never expected it to be for such a high-level qualification. Looking at the bright red certificate, all her doubts vanished. This certificate not only had a prominent steel seal, but also carried a high risk of forgery at present. No one would be foolish enough to attempt it. My God, it's actually real. Zhang Jianshe, you really have impressed me. Director Wang was amazed. Passing the attending physician qualification at such a young age was simply genius. How did you do it? Where did you learn these medical skills? All self-taught. Zhang Jianshe replied calmly, but most of the knowledge comes from my mother's teachings. It should be considered hereditary. So that is how it is, no wonder. Hearing about his mother, Director Wang fell into silence. Zhang Jianshe's mother was a well-known, excellent military doctor, and his medical skills were personally taught by her, which reasonably explained his professional ability. Director Wang found this tricky. Zhang Jianshe, this really is a dilemma. Director Wang said helplessly, you are a top technical talent. Casually assigning you work would indeed be a waste of resources. But entering a large hospital is beyond our street's capability, according to regulations. Since Zhang Jianshe holds the attending physician qualification certificate and is a martyr's family member, he should receive special attention. However, although the street is willing to help, it also faces practical limitations. It might still assist in recommending ordinary doctor or apprentice positions, but with Zhang Jianshe's qualifications, such arrangements are clearly beneath his abilities. Assigning a descendant of a martyr with an attending physician qualification to be an apprentice is not only a tremendous waste of resources, but can even be seen as unfair to the martyr's family. If he were directly assigned to a large hospital, even if the street had the ability to do so, it would still be uncertain whether the hospital would accept him. Furthermore, Zhang Jianshe's age itself is a problem. In the medical field, being young is not an advantage. Rather, it is a clear disadvantage. No one is willing to see a newly adult doctor for treatment. This is a common psychological perception. Director Wang said awkwardly, logically, with your qualifications, it would be no problem to be a formal doctor in a large hospital, but our street really doesn't have the capacity to help you. Zhang Jianshe understood this situation, but he had never intended to go to a large hospital from the start. This would not only be unfavorable for taking care of his daughter Wan, but also would not allow him to protect himself in a complex situation. Therefore, he politely declined Director Wang's good intentions. When I was at the health center, several seniors from the Siheyuan City Hospital and the municipal hospital invited me to work there. But considering how far those hospitals are from home and how busy the work is, I had to decline their invitations to take care of Wan. Zhang Jianshe hoped the street could help him find a job that was closer and relatively easier. This way, I can serve the community, take good care of Wan, and accumulate more experience and knowledge. Zhang Jianshe's words made Director Wang's eyes widen. Director Wang felt both surprised and gratified, while also feeling a bit frustrated. She was surprised by Zhang Jianshe's abilities. Not only did he know important figures from the Siheyuan City Hospital and the municipal hospital, but he also received their invitations. But she was frustrated because this kid had unhesitatingly refused such enviable opportunities and chose to look for work at the street office instead. Even for his sister, this was too not worth it. You child, that's the Siheyuan City Hospital and the Municipal Hospital. How many people can't even get through the door? And you just say you don't want it? Director Wong expressed some dissatisfaction. By giving up their invitation, do you know how precious an opportunity you missed? Don't worry, Director Wong. This is a decision I made after careful consideration. Zhang Jianshe said sincerely. I'm still young, and it wouldn't be appropriate for me to go directly to a large hospital to see patients. I need to accumulate experience first. Moreover, those seniors at the hospitals also said that as long as I want to transfer over, I am always welcome. So right now, I could take care of Wan while interning at the unit. In 3 or 4 years, when Wan starts school and I have accumulated enough experience, it would be good for both sides for me to go to a large hospital then. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Director Wong was momentarily speechless. She thought to herself that this child really considered things thoroughly. This also gave her a deeper understanding of Zhang Jianshe's medical skills. The fact that seniors from large hospitals actively invited him and left a way out for him showed that Zhang Jianshe's abilities were beyond doubt. He could even be considered a genius. All right, since you decided this, it seems you've thought it through. Let me think about it carefully. Director Wong took a deep breath and began to ponder seriously. Although Zhang Jianshe hoped to find a suitable job, she also couldn't just make any arrangements. Suddenly, her eyes lit up. Got it, Director Wong said with a smile. The Red Star Steel Plant reported a position a few days ago, saying that their medical room needs a resident doctor. Nowadays, it's not easy to find a good doctor, but there's an opportunity for you to join them. Director Wong added, don't underestimate being a resident doctor in a medical room. The Red Star Steel Plant is among the top factories in the country. Their medical room is well equipped, and the workload isn't too heavy, allowing you to learn while also taking care of family matters. The factory offers generous benefits, and I will do my best to help you secure it. If you work hard, becoming the supervisor of the medical room in the future is not impossible, and you can even transition to a formal position, Director Wong said enthusiastically. After hearing this, a faint smile appeared on Zhang Jianshe's lips. The medical room of the steel plant is indeed one of his ideal choices. Easy, good benefits, and it can help him avoid the upcoming troubles. Simply impeccable. The medical room of the steel plant is indeed a good place. Zhang Jianshe replied calmly, but I'm still young. I'm afraid they might not think highly of me. Nonsense. You have the attending physician qualification, which large hospital wouldn't be eager to have you as a talent. How could the steel plant refuse you? Director Wong shook her head, dismissing his concerns. Leave this to me. I will talk to the leaders this afternoon, and you can start work tomorrow. By the way, many people from your hospital work at the steel plant, like Zhonghai and Huairu. You are both neighbors and colleagues, and it will be good for you to help each other in the future. Zhang Jianshe smiled at this, but internally he did not agree. The so-called help, in his view, was merely empty promises without substance. It must be admitted that the efficiency of the street office is very high. After discussing in the morning, they finalized this matter with the steel plant in the afternoon. This is not only due to Zhang Jian's special background and Director Wong's strong support, but also because of the bag of peanuts he provided, which played a significant role. After all, people are more inclined to help those who have offered them food, and the staff who ate the peanuts naturally took extra care of this proactive young person, ensuring that all procedures went smoothly without any obstacles. Chapter 13. This person is extraordinary. It is worth mentioning that the steel mill was delighted to learn that Zhang Jianshe had the qualifications of a chief physician and came from a reputable background. The street leaders quickly made a decision to hire Zhang Jianshe, and a colleague from the street office was tasked with conveying this decision, allowing Zhang Jianshe to start work the next day. Finally, the efforts of this young man were not in vain. Director Wong smiled with satisfaction upon hearing the news. As it was just after work, Director Wong headed straight to the courtyard, intending to personally inform Zhang Jianshe of this good news. Better to tell him directly, to avoid any delays from others. Even as the top leader of the street, Director Wong would not have been so invested if it were someone else. It was only Zhang Jianshe who was an exception. Though they had only interacted a few times, Director Wong was confident, based on years of experience, that this person was extraordinary. He was a young man whose potential had yet to be fully revealed, and as long as he was given the opportunity, he would surely make a difference. Establishing a good relationship with such a person would be beneficial in every way. Not to mention, Zhang Jianshe was also a highly skilled doctor. Being close to him would ensure that in the future, even if she had health issues or needed medical care, she could receive preferential treatment. Thinking of this, Director Wang felt even more cheerful and walked with a light step. However, she was unaware that on her hurried way to the courtyard, a spectacular scene was unfolding inside, just waiting for her involvement. The core figures of this scene were Zhang Fan and Jia Zhangshi. After returning from a street committee, Zhang Jianshe went to the store and the market. He could no longer tolerate using the damaged seasonings at home, so he decided to completely replace them and also bought new bowls and chopsticks. Additionally, he purchased a large carp and 2 pounds of ribs, planning to make braised fish and sweet and sour ribs to celebrate Xiao and Wan's successful work. Life should be like this. Occasionally, finding reasons to celebrate makes one feel happier. Imagine when Zhang Jianshe returned home with his arms full. The courtyard would surely stir with excitement. People would cast envious glances, and someone would exclaim, "Old Zhang, look at the big carp in Fan's hands. It must weigh at least 3 or 4 pounds." 3 ants were sitting inside the house, their eyes fixed on the fish and meat in Zhang Jianshe's hands, filled with envy. Such a big carp would surely require 2 pieces, and with these side dishes, it would amount to at least 7 or 8 pieces. Uncle San swallowed hard, his tone revealing envy. If it weren't for his position as a teacher, still holding onto some pride of a literati, he probably would have rushed over to ask for some. Lu Haizhong also looked envious. As a level 7 fitter at the steel mill, Uncle Air's income was second only to old uncle in the courtyard, but with many family members, life was not easy. Isn't this kid being too wasteful? Yesterday, the smell of stewed chicken wafted throughout the courtyard, and today he's buying so much delicious food. Uncle Air complained, his surface criticism hiding a desire to benefit. He had just taken 2 steps to argue, but was pulled back by Aunt Air. "What do you care? It's not your money he's spending. Why meddle?" Aunt Air glared at him. This kid isn't the little brat he used to be. Just the other day, he fooled Zhang's mother and son. What are you trying to do? Am I not allowed to remind him a couple of times? Uncle Air frowned and stopped. Does he dare to be rude to me? Don't stir up trouble. Ante audit. He easily makes a few $100, enough to buy a bicycle. What is a meal of meat to him? I heard even Uncle Zhonghai was badly taken advantage of. Thinking of this, Lu Haizhong glanced at old uncle's house and saw the door tightly shut, seemingly uninterested in the happenings outside. This eased his mind a bit, as old uncle's position was a long-desired target for him, while Uncle Zhonghai's presence had always been an obstacle. Until yesterday, Zhang Jianshe's sudden situation had disrupted the existing order, causing old uncle to lose face and also dragging down the Jia family and Shazhu, who had long supported him, suffering heavy losses. Lu Haizhong felt very excited about this. He hoped Zhang Jianshe would continue to clash with Zhonghai, and it would be best if Zhonghai lost his status as old uncle. Then he might have the chance to take his place and become the highest authority in the courtyard. Thinking of this possibility, Lu Haizhong's previous resentment turned into anticipation, and he couldn't help but hum a little tune. I stand on the city tower, admiring the scenery. On the other side, Uncle Air was humming a little tune, imagining the scene of Zhang Jianshe having a fierce conflict with old uncle and him reaping the benefits. Meanwhile, Jia Zhangshi was furious at the sight of Zhang Jianshe returning with a bounty, especially seeing him smiling and carrying big fish and meat. She was even more enraged and cursed loudly. That despicable thing, he scammed our family out of more than $100 yesterday and stayed home eating rich chicken, the aroma wafting through the courtyard. Today he's buying fish and meat again. Why didn't he send some to our family? Not even a bit of filial piety. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. This should have been our family's, all because of that ungrateful little beast. The more Jia Zhangshi spoke, the more agitated she became, her face full of indignation. Even though the compensation money from yesterday was all borne by Zhonghai and Shazhu, she still felt her family had suffered a great loss. In her mind, that money had become her property after passing through Huairu's hands. But now it was squandered by Zhang Jianshe. How could she tolerate it? "Mom, please calm down." Jia Sudong sat on the Kong with a gloomy expression, not saying a word. The baby in the cradle, Huaihua, was also awakened by the noise and began to cry loudly. Huairu was trying to soothe the child while complaining to her mother-in-law. "Shut up. How dare you say anything? Jianshe retorted angrily. If it weren't for you, this wasteful woman, always favoring outsiders and talking to that girl, that over $100 could have been used to buy more useful things. Mom, you are being unreasonable. Clearly, you instigated my son. Upon hearing this, Huairu felt a surge of anger and was about to defend herself. Suddenly, Jia Sudong slammed the table hard, pointing at her and scolding loudly. Shut up. What kind of manner is that talking to my mom? You don't understand any rules. If you keep this up, don't blame me for teaching you a lesson, you shameless woman. Jia Sudong was typically a mama's boy, obedient to his mother. No matter how his mother insulted Huairu, he would pretend not to hear. But if Huairu expressed any dissatisfaction, right or wrong, he would immediately side with his mother. Thus, in this family, Huairu had no standing whatsoever. Huairu was severely reprimanded by Jia Sudong. Feeling wronged, her eyes instantly turning red. What do you have to say? All you do is cry and act all seductive. Who are you trying to attract? With her son's support, Jianshe became even more arrogant, pointing outside and ordering. Since you have free time, why not go find that unlucky guy and let him bring the fish and meat over? What? You wanted to go ask him for ingredients? How is that possible? Huairu was shocked. Even with her thick skin, she was taken aback by Jianshe's outrageous words. He should provide. Not only is it our family's money, but as a gesture of filial piety towards me as an elder, it is also his obligation. Jianshe said without reservation. His family only has one useless burden. How can they consume so much fish and meat? It would be better for him to send some over. My son and grandson need the nourishment. I won't go. Huairu refused without thinking. We just had a falling out yesterday. Why would he give me anything? Waste. How did our family produce someone as useless as you? Son, why don't you go? Jianshe cursed angrily, wanting Jia Sudong to help. However, her precious son acted like a mute old lady in the backyard, pretending he hadn't heard anything and looking elsewhere. Jianshe was furious but unwilling to give up, grumbling as she stood up and walked towards the door. If you won't go, I will. Today, I must let that kid know the consequences. In the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe, carrying a large bag of items, did not go home but first went to Su Damao's house. As soon as he entered, he saw Su Damao and his wife playing with Xiao. Brother, you're back. As soon as Zhang Jianshe stepped into the house, Xiao excitedly called out, Hey, you finally came back. Su Damao looked up and, upon seeing Zhang Jianshe, widened his eyes in surprise. Oh, are you planning to come and wish us a happy new year? Bringing so many things. Zhang Jianshe retorted. What nonsense. Am I here specifically to bring you gifts for the new year? Dream on. Chapter 14. No free lunch. Su Damao's words almost made Zhang Jianshe roll his eyes. He replied with annoyance. I just got back from the department store with my purchases, and before I even put them down, I came over to see if I could take little Wan home. Did you really think I would bring you anything? Hey, how can you talk like that? We've been taking care of your child, and this is how you treat the people helping you? Su Damao looked somewhat displeased. That was Sister Ao helping out. If anyone should be thanked, it's her, not you. Zhang Jianshe rolled his eyes at him again. Su Damao was about to argue when Lu Xiaoyi unceremoniously gave his arm a slap. All right, stop bickering. Lu Xiaoyi handed little Nuan to Zhang Jianshe and asked curiously, Did you spend a lot today with all those purchases? My kitchen appliances were all broken, so I went to the department store to buy new ones. As for the chicken and ribs, something good happened today, so it's worth celebrating. Sister Ao, you don't need to cook tonight. Just come to our house for dinner.
Hey, then I'll eat a lot. No free lunch, right? Upon hearing this, Su Damao's eyes brightened. Isn't that a bit inappropriate?
Lu Xiaoyi shot Su Damao a glare and then froze. Wait, what good thing? Do you know what it is? You helped me with the kids. And you didn't even say thank you. How outrageous. Could it be? Did you find a job? Lu Xiaoyi asked in surprise. Oh, really? Did you find a job? Su Damao was also quite taken aback. Yeah, I just found it this afternoon. Zhang Jianshe nodded. What job? Where? Who helped you? How much is the salary? Su Damao immediately perked up, firing off questions like a machine gun, his eyes darting around. Hee, I won't tell you for now. Zhang Jianshe dismissed him. We'll talk more when we eat. As soon as he finished speaking, he nodded at Lu Xiaoyi, holding little Nuan as he prepared to leave. Excellent. Look at you. So pleased with yourself. Su Mao couldn't help but curse, but he couldn't help but speculate about what job Zhang Jianshe had found. As a martyr's family member, the neighborhood committee would definitely arrange a good position for him. It might even be better than his job as a projectionist at the steel mill. Brother, here is some candy. Once outside, little Wan pulled a milk candy from her pocket and proudly handed it to her brother. White rabbit candy. Did Sister Ao give this to you? Zhang Jianshe asked with a smile, his words a bit vague. Such high-end candy is usually something ordinary people wouldn't splurge on. Only someone from a wealthy family like Lu Xiaoyi would generously give it away. Yes, Sister Ao gave it to me, but I didn't want to eat it. I saved it for you, the little one said in her sweet voice. This made Zhang Jianshe feel both warm and a bit heartbroken. He affectionately ruffled the little one's hair. Wan is so good. Brother will make you fish. He then walked toward his room. Just as he was about to enter, a short, chubby figure suddenly blocked his way. If Zhang Jianshe hadn't reacted quickly, they might have collided. Yo, living quite well, huh? Buying fish and meat? In the courtyard, besides the lazy Jiazhong family, who else could be so plump? Why buy is my own business. What does it have to do with you? Being stopped by this annoying old woman, Zhang Jianshe's mood immediately plummeted. Without thinking much, he shot back. Someone gives me money. No free lunch. Don't take it for granted. You. This sentence nearly made Jiazhong faint with anger. She instinctively wanted to retort, but the next moment she saw a pair of blood-red eyes, terrifying like a hellish demon. If you dare to speak rudely to my family, I will sue you for insulting a military family member, making you spend the rest of your life in prison. So your ungrateful descendants 1T have to take care of you. Zhang Jianshe's tone was calm, but his words were full of threats. Little Wan's ears were covered by him, so only he and Jiazhong could hear. However, Jiazhong heard it clearly, and the voice was like thunder on a clear day, shaking her to her core. Jiazhong trembled as she pointed at Zhang Jianshe. You dare to threaten me. What are you? A good dog doesn't block the way. Get out of my way. Zhang Jianshe impatiently scolded, his voice thunderous. Jiazhong was so scared that she staggered back, but she quickly regained her composure, mustering the courage to open her arms, her face full of indignation. No. On what grounds do you threaten me? Put down the fish and meat, and pay me $10, and this matter will be over. TSK. Your Jia family is becoming increasingly shameless. Zhang Jianshe shook his head in disbelief. ISNT, your grandson, the one who stole things last time? Now you personally come to block my way? You're spouting nonsense. You're the one. Jiazhong instinctively retorted, but seeing Zhang Jianshe clench his fists, she immediately changed her tone. You scoundrel. You attacked yesterday, and today you threaten me. Do you have no respect for the elderly, no sense of shame? Put down the things and pay up or... Jiazhong said with righteous indignation, even showing a confident expression at the end. Zhang Jianshe, hearing this, twitched his lips, his face growing even darker. Ha ha ha, how interesting. I've lived this long, and today I've finally seen what it means to be shameless. There really are people in this world with such thick skin. His laughter was earth-shattering, even startling the other residents in the courtyard. In an instant, many neighbors gathered, discussing the commotion. Hey, ISNT that the old lady from the Jia family and Zhang Jianshe, they're arguing again. I heard the old lady from the Jia family approach him first. I'm not sure what she said, but it got Zhang Jianshe angry. They just had a fight yesterday, and now they're at it again? What is Jiazhong trying to do? Look at how creepy Zhang Jianshe's smile is. This ISNT right. We need to hurry and get the 3 old men over here, lest it really turns into a fight. The timid neighbors hurried to report the situation. As more and more people gathered, Jiazhong began to feel nervous. Before she could speak, Zhang Jianshe across from her suddenly dropped the mocking expression and said coldly, Jiazhong, are you trying to accumulate blessings for your son? Jiazhong was momentarily stunned. What did you say? Zhang Jianshe continued mercilessly. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Before he finished speaking, someone nearby couldn't help but laugh. But seeing Zhang Jianshe's grim face, everyone quickly restrained their laughter, fearing to provoke him. You dare to be so brazen. You have no respect for your elders. Jiazhong's face turned red with anger, trembling as she pointed at him. Zhang Jianshe did not back down, retorting, What are you? Just an old woman who relies on taking advantage of others to get by. Not doing good yourself, and here to lecture others? As he spoke, he covered the child's ears, saying that respect for the elderly is for those with noble character and outstanding virtue. You shameless person, parading around all day, not even teaching your descendants, only stealing and scheming, relying on your age to bully others. Do you deserve respect from others? Even if it kills you, it would be a contribution to the country. Just yesterday, you stole from my house, and today you have the audacity to block my way and cheat? How can there be such shameless people in the world? You are a disaster, consuming resources while alive and taking up land when dead. It's utterly baffling. You wander around every day. It's truly hard to understand. Zhang Jianshe was genuinely furious this time. The day before, he had already been seething with anger, but out of respect for Lu Shaoyi, he had barely managed to suppress it. Today, the Jiazhong family still shamelessly came to provoke. If we tolerate this again, won't it make her mistakenly believe that she can bully us? Anger erupted like lava, transforming into sharp scolding that charged straight at the Jiazhong family. The onlookers were all shocked. Once Zhang Jianshe erupted, everyone was nearly left speechless. The residents of the courtyard had seen angry people curse before, and many of the older women were quite skilled in this regard. However, after hearing Zhang Jianshe reprimand the Jiazhong family today, they all sighed, having never witnessed such intensity. As soon as Zhang Jianshe began to speak, he was unstoppable, his momentum pouring forth like a river, strikingly fierce, leaving the Jiazhong family with no opportunity to interject. Chapter 15. Turning the tables. What is even more astonishing is that although Zhang Jianshe is eloquent, he does not mix in vulgar words, attacking with elegant phrases, idioms, and proverbs that pierce the hearts of the Jia and Zhang families, leaving them nowhere to hide. You, despicable thing, how dare you humiliate me like this? Jia Zhangshe, who is usually articulate in the courtyard, is rendered speechless today by Zhang Jianshe's literary brilliance. After waiting for a moment of respite, he is already trembling with rage, sits down heavily, and begins to pound the ground and cry. Where is the justice? Why must I endure this humiliation? Mom! With this cry from Jia Zhangshe, the previously quiet crowd suddenly erupts. A furious roar comes from the crowd. And soon Jia Sudong, with a face full of anger, pushes through the crowd with 3 grim-faced elders and Shazhu. You little bastard! How dare you insult my mother? I will break your legs today. Seeing Jia Zhangshe sitting on the ground wailing, Jia Sudong's eyebrows shoot up in anger. He clenches his fists and charges at Zhang Jianshe, his strength seemingly capable of smashing the other into pieces. Stop! Be careful! Xiaofan, don't move. This scene frightens Qin Huairu, Zhonghai, and Lu Shaoyi, who panic. Qin Huairu and Zhonghai shout to stop Jia Sudong's impulsive actions, as attacking the family of a martyr in front of so many people could lead to unimaginable consequences. Meanwhile, Lu Shaoyi is worried about Zhang Jianshe's safety because of the child in her arms. Looking for death, Zhang Jianshe sneers, his gaze icy. He quickly protects the child to the side, then suddenly exerts force, his right leg striking out like a venomous snake. Bang! Everyone feels a flash in front of their eyes, as Zhang Jianshe's leg strikes Jia Sudong's abdomen hard. Jia Sudong has no time to react before being hit by the tremendous force, feeling as if his body has been struck by a speeding train. The powerful impact causes his internal organs to jolt violently, and he uncontrollably flies into the air, landing several feet away with a heavy thud, kicking up a cloud of dust. Zhang Jianshe had merely held back. Otherwise, that kick could have been fatal. Even so, Jia Sudong has had enough to endure. The entire process is so fast, it takes one's breath away, and everyone is dumbfounded, even doubting whether they are hallucinating. Sudamao, seeing Zhang Jianshe make his move for the first time, can't help but mutter in fear. This is too exaggerated. Sudong, my child. Jia Zhangshe is the first to react. Seeing her son lying on the ground, struggling to get up but unable to, she immediately screams and rushes over. Then, she cries out in a voice more piercing than a broken gong. It's over. It's over. Why is this little one like this? Who will take care of this? Zhang Jianshe, what exactly do you want to do? The old man next to her also regains his senses and sternly scolds, in broad daylight. How can you lay hands on someone? And to hit so hard, don't you have any decency? The old man's words imply that Zhang Jianshe is violent, without mentioning the improper behavior of the Jia family. However, Zhang Jianshe is unfazed. He coldly replies, Zhonghai, you better reconsider your words. What do you mean I hit someone? Anyone with eyes can see clearly that Jia Sudong attacked first, and I was forced to retaliate. This is self-defense. You. Zhonghai did not expect Zhang Jianshe to show him no respect, not only addressing him by name, but also being merciless. In this situation, he cannot refute that Jia Sudong provoked the incident, and Zhang Jianshe was acting in self-defense, leaving him no room for maneuver. Nonsense. You say my son attacked first? Clearly, you kicked him away. Jia Zhongshe stubbornly entangles herself in the argument. Neighbors, elders, please uphold justice for me. This scoundrel insulted me, an old woman, and even hit my son. He must compensate us, or we cannot go on living. Jia Zhongshe feels she has seized on a weakness of Zhang Jianshe, and with her son, daughter-in-law, and the old man's support, her courage swells. She has already started calculating how much Zhang Jianshe should pay. 100? 150? Zhang Jianshe stares at Jia Zhongshe and coldly says, Compensation? You must be dreaming. Just now I was standing there holding my sister, and your son came charging at us like a mad dog, trying to seriously injure us. Had I not fought back, who knows what would have happened? And now you want me to pay you? How about I report your son for attempted intentional injury? This is the family of a martyr, not someone you can bully at will. Jia Zhongshe and her son turn pale upon hearing this, and even Huairu beside them is shocked into silence. Zhonghai is so angry he trembles, being called by name and having his vision questioned. He wishes to rush up and argue. But considering his age and physical condition, he ultimately grits his teeth and holds back. The Jia family feels heavy-hearted, and Zhonghai attempts to mediate. What intentional injury? It was just a small friction. Why must we be so calculative among neighbors? Unexpectedly, Su Damao immediately counters. Everyone saw it with their own eyes. It was clearly Jia Sudong who attacked first, and he did so brutally. If it weren't for little Jianshe's quick reaction, the consequences would have been unimaginable. If this gets out, how will we face the spirits of their deceased parents in this courtyard? In the current situation, although Zhonghai and Zhang Jianshe are in the same camp, their relationship is delicate. Su Daomao's intervention obviously touches a nerve on all sides. Su Daomao, who gave you the right to butt in? Stop waving your hands here. Shazhu is the first to take a stand, his tone unmistakably assertive. The facts are right in front of us. Do I not even have the right to state my case? Su Daomao retorts sharply, not backing down at all. What do you think you are? Meddling in other people's business. Shazhu, agitated, directly retorts, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. Elder Second and Elder Third immediately intervene. Enough. Everyone calm down and don't make it worse. Their shouts finally make both sides restrain themselves a bit, but the undercurrents still run strong. The rights and wrongs of this matter will be determined by us. There is no need for outsiders to make noise. Elder Second reaffirms his authority, but internally hopes to see the conflict between Zhang Jianshe and Zhonghai escalate. Thus, he deliberately stirs the pot. Old E, you should listen carefully to what everyone is saying. You shouldn't be too hasty in your words. As soon as this is said, Zhonghai, already red-faced, can hardly bear it and retorts back with sarcasm. If it weren't for Zhang Jianshe insulting Jia Zhongshe first, Jia Sudong wouldn't have lost control and attacked. Doesn't this indicate both sides have responsibility? Zhonghai steadily advances, cleverly shifting the focus. As soon as he finishes speaking, a witness immediately agrees. That's true. We all heard Zhang Jianshe insult Jia Zhongshe just now. This maneuver not only solidifies his position, but also shifts Jia Zhongshe and her son from perpetrators to victims, winning them more sympathy. The courtyard has always advocated mutual assistance and respect for the elderly. As a younger generation, Zhang Jianshe should not violate this tradition. His parents sacrificed for the country, becoming revered martyrs, yet he disrespects the elders, which is truly disappointing. Zhonghai criticizes him with deep sorrow. Jiasu then regains his composure and agrees. It was Zhang Jianshe who insulted my mother first, which is why I acted impulsively. The neighbors around them begin to murmur. Having initially been drawn to the dispute between Zhang Jianshe and Jia Zhangshi, but now, after hearing Zhonghai's words, they also feel that Zhang Jianshe has indeed acted improperly. The courtyard has always promoted mutual assistance and respect for the elderly. Although Jia Zhangshi has a poor reputation, her age and status cannot be ignored. And Zhang Jianshe should not be so disrespectful. Jia Sudong's protective instincts for his mother are understandable. Still, the elder sees clearly. Some people are not upright themselves and still turn the tables. Shazhu sneers from the side, but before he can finish, a flying porcelain bowl interrupts him, startling him into silence. Zhang Jianshe gives a cold warning. If you have no good words to say, it's better to keep your mouth shut. If you mention my parents again, you will pay the price. His gaze sent a chill through everyone, including Zhonghai, who couldn't help but feel tense. He didn't dare to breathe, fully aware that if he was even slightly careless with his words, that stack of blue and white porcelain bowls from the Qianhua porcelain factory would come rushing at him like a storm, shattering all his teeth. Chapter 16. Everyone is stunned. Xiaofan, calm down, don't be impulsive. Thankfully, Lu Shaoyi noticed something was wrong and urgently advised. Yes, Xiaofan, put down the bowl first. Let's talk slowly. The old third also anxiously persuaded. Jianshi, one should be magnanimous. As neighbors, can't we discuss things? Zhang Jian, she snorted coldly and slowly lowered his arm. Didn't you say I couldn't scold Jia Zhangshi? But have you ever thought about why I would scold her? As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Indeed, Zhang Jian, she was usually gentle and polite, never easily getting into disputes, let alone getting angry and arguing. What happened today? Everyone's gaze turned to Jia Zhangshi, wondering if she had done something to provoke Zhang Jianshe's anger. No, don't believe his nonsense. He clearly insulted me first. Jia Zhangshi's face turned pale. Oh no. Qin Huairu and Jia Sudong were shocked at this scene. Outsiders didn't know why Jia Zhangshi approached Zhang Jianshe, but they were clear about it. At this moment, Qin Huairu showed remarkable quick-wittedness. As a blooming white lotus, she instantly came up with a countermeasure. Bang! Before anyone could react, Qin Huairu had already knelt in front of Zhang Jianshe. Jianshe, I know my son took your things yesterday. We were wrong. However, we have already admitted our mistake and made compensation. Please let our family go. Don't pursue this matter any further, and don't make things difficult for my mother-in-law. We are neighbors. Just pity us a little. Saying this, Qin Huairu even bowed her head in tears before waiting for a response. Her demeanor was that of a strong and enduring good daughter-in-law. It seems the trouble stemmed from yesterday's incident. Witnessing this scene, the previously confused neighbors suddenly understood, their faces showing realization. They began to consider the subsequent developments of this situation. The Jia family had violated the rules and received appropriate punishment. However, Zhang Jian, she was clearly still not satisfied. He believed the Jia family must be thoroughly suppressed, which led to his earlier dispute with Jia Zhangshi. In an instant, the surrounding people looked at the Jia family with sympathy. One must admit that as the top schemer in the courtyard, Qin Huairu's adaptability and manipulation skills were chilling. With just one act of kneeling and a few impromptu words, she guided everyone's attitude towards a direction favorable to her. She skillfully resolved the crowd's doubts and portrayed Zhang Jian, she, as an aggressive villain, trying to force the Jia family into a corner. What's more, the reason she provided was merely an event that had occurred the day before. Clearly, the Jia family was in the wrong, yet she pretended to be the victim, appearing sincere and remorseful. What was even more detestable was that everyone present accepted this narrative. Not only did they actively attribute today's conflict to yesterday's incident, but some even began to waver internally, feeling that Zhang Jian, she's actions were excessive. After all, the Jia family had already expressed their apology and made compensation. They shouldn't hold on to it any longer. Among them, the devoted follower Shazhu, seeing his goddess Qin Huairu pleading pitifully on her knees, had tears welling up in his eyes. He really wanted to rush up and teach Zhang Jianshi a lesson, to seek justice for Qin Huairu. Impressive. A few words turn a crisis into. Zhang Jian, she coldly observed everything, secretly laughing in his heart. If it were someone else, they might be at a loss when faced with Qin Huairu's sudden assault. Even if they were in the right, they could turn unreasonable and suffer great losses. Who is Zhang Jianshe? How could he be restrained by Qin Huairu? Qin Huairu, there's no need to put on this pitiful act to disgust people. The incident yesterday was entirely your fault. I am the victim. If it weren't for considering the feelings of Third Master and Sister E, I would have pursued it long ago. Zhang Jian, she said coldly. This matter had already been settled, but now your mother-in-law came to me, pushing the blame onto me. What does that mean? Qin Huairu never expected Zhang Jian, she to be so sharp, instantly rebutting her plea for mercy and turning the focus onto her mother-in-law. You say I am causing trouble for your mother-in-law because of yesterday's incident. Yet you don't know that today it was your mother-in-law who blocked me first, demanding fish and meat, claiming you shouldn't hit her, and wanted 10 yuan compensation. Zhang Jian, she said coldly. At that time, I didn't want to get involved, but she kept pestering me, throwing a tantrum. How could someone like her, who undermines morals, be easily let off? Zhang Jian, she detailed the events, his words unchanged, and everyone could hear the anger and disdain in his tone. This Jianshe is truly excessive. The crowd was shocked upon hearing this. I witnessed yesterday's incident. Zhang Jian, she was already lenient, yet Jianshe dared to demand things. It's truly outrageous. Zhang Jian, she indeed slapped Jianshe yesterday, but that was because she insulted a martyr first. Zhang Jian, she's decision not to call the police was already very forgiving. She actually turned the tables and demanded compensation. Is there any justice left in the world? I remember now. Zhang Jianshe's kitchen was damaged yesterday. No wonder he bought so many items today. What a downright wicked woman, daring to extort others. This isn't extortion. It's plainly blatant robbery. The neighbors, who had initially felt some sympathy for the Jia family, now completely turned to support Zhang Jianshe. Like reeds in the wind, they all sided with Zhang Jianshe. This was a disaster that Jianshe brought upon herself. For many years, relying on her age, shamelessly committing wrongs in the courtyard, she had almost made enemies with everyone. Therefore, when Zhang Jianshe's words came out, no one questioned their authenticity. After all, these things are precisely what a person like Jianshe would do. Nonsense. How could I block the road and rob? Jianshe could no longer bear it, stammering and trying to argue. But before her words could come out, Lu Shaoyi stood up indignantly to testify. I can testify. Just now, when Zhang Jian, she came to pick up Wan, I saw Jianshe suddenly jump out to block him. Not only Lu Shaoyi, but also little Wan in her arms couldn't hold back, pointing at Jianshe and saying, Brother is right. Just now, Granny wanted to grab Brother's fish, and Brother got angry and said a few words. Could a 4-year-old child lie? Absolutely impossible. With her testimony, no one doubted that Zhang Jian, she was lying. On the side, Su Damao was so agitated that he stood up. Even a child's things you want to grab. How shameless. Jianshe at this point. What else do you want to argue about? Su Damao. The 3 managing elders present were very dissatisfied with Su Damao's interruption to question Jianshe and shouted in unison to stop him. The 2nd and 3rd elders were unhappy that Su Damao had stolen their lines. The 1st elder was not only angry at Zhang Jianshe and Su Damao's actions, but also felt displeased with Jianshe. What a foolish teammate. When the incident happened, he hurriedly stood up to speak for Jianshe. Fortunately, he put his face on the line yesterday and worked hard to suppress the issue, preventing it from causing a city-wide uproar. Who would have thought that in the end, Jianshe would create such a scene, not only blocking the road to extort, but also framing Zhang Jianshe. Now that the matter has escalated, it's irreparable. Even he, who initially spoke for Jianshe, has lost all face. He vaguely felt that the gazes of the neighbors were somewhat unusual, as if they were all mocking him. Watching Zhonghai's face change from red to green, unpredictable. Lu Hai felt much lighter in comparison. Hey, Zhonghai, you have today too? In front of so many people, blatantly siding with that guy. If you can't explain yourself later, let's see how you maintain your authority and sit in the elder's position. Jianshe, who would have thought you could be so shameless? Simply bringing disgrace to our entire courtyard. Although Lu Hai spoke with satisfaction, there wasn't a trace of joy on his face. Instead, he looked deeply pained. I thought you had learned your lesson yesterday and would turn over a new leaf, but to my surprise, You still harbor resentment and engage in such acts of robbery and extortion, framing others. This is truly outrageous. Yes, it's too outrageous. Zhonghai followed closely behind, appearing regretful. And it turns out even the three of us old men were deceived by you, almost wronging an innocent person. Chapter 17, Open Defiance. The old fox is shameless. Lu Haizhong heard Zhonghai's words and couldn't help but curse inwardly. Indeed, he was cunning and treacherous. Seeing the situation turning unfavorably, he immediately distanced himself, pretending to be deceived, clearing himself of any involvement, and not forgetting to drag an Uncle Air and Uncle San as scapegoats. I am not. Jia Zhangshe's face flushed red, and she noticed that even her uncle, who had always supported her, had fallen silent. She decided to go all out and directly resorted to her tactics, throwing a tantrum. Oh no, you're bullying me. This is so unfair. Why are you all bullying this old lady? I just asked this child for something, and you all can pick a fight. Old man, why did you leave so early, leaving me all alone and miserable? What a fool. If Jia Zhangshe hadn't cried, it would have been fine, but as soon as she did, it sent a jolt through Qin Huairu, Jia Sudong, and Zhonghai. Everyone collectively thought, what an unreliable teammate. Go ahead and throw your tantrum, but why bring up the issue of asking for things? Now it's good. She basically admitted that everything Zhang Jianshe said was true. Huh, did everyone hear that? This old lady admitted it herself. She shamelessly took my things first. With Zhang Jianshe's loud shout, the gazes of everyone present shifted towards Jia Zhangshe, their eyes as if looking at a pile of garbage. Goodness, she actually admitted it herself. So shameless. At her age, still doing such things. Xiao Fan is right. Jia Zhangshe really hasn't lived like a decent person these years. Her grandson steals, and the grandmother blocks the way to rob. What kind of family is the Jia family? It's a shame to be their neighbor. Everyone was criticizing. Everyone was blaming Jia Zhangshe. Qin Huairu and Jia Sudong's faces turned pale. It's over. The Jia family is finished. In this society, reputation is the most important. People with good reputations will be respected wherever they go, while those with bad reputations are like rats crossing the street. Everyone shouts to beat them. The Jia family already had a bad reputation. Last time the kid was caught stealing, they could still say it was because he was young and didn't he know better. Now Jia Zhangshe has been added to the charges of blocking and robbing, extortion and blackmail. How will they hold their heads up in the courtyard in the future? Others will definitely point and gossip behind their backs. Jia Zhangshe, how long do you want to be embarrassed? Seeing Jia Zhangshe still rolling on the ground, completely unaware of the seriousness of the problem, Zhonghai shouted loudly. He held back the strange looks from the neighbors around him and said angrily, "If it weren't for your age, based solely on your actions, you should have been sent to the inspection department long ago. Now hurry up and apologize to Xiao Fan. This old lady still wants to settle things quietly." He specifically emphasized Jia Zhangshe's age, trying to use moral superiority to pressure her. He wanted to calm the matter down in the courtyard with a simple apology. Jia Zhangshe originally wanted to continue arguing, but upon hearing Zhonghai mention the inspection bureau, she immediately fell silent. However, it was absolutely impossible for her to admit her mistake to Zhang Jianshe. No matter what, she was unwilling to speak. Mom, just apologize quickly. Qin Huairu beside her was anxious. Just as she was about to persuade, Zhang Jianshe coldly said, "No need. I do not accept your apology." His tone was calm but firm. "I already gave you a chance yesterday. You didn't cherish it, and now you still think I will easily forgive you? Dream on. If an apology could solve the problem, what's the use of the law?" Before Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Qin Huairu, Jia Zhangshe, and even the three observing uncles were all shaken. "Shout, Jianshe, this is just a misunderstanding. My mother-in-law has realized her mistake. Qin Huairu stammered, trying to salvage the situation. Extortion, open robbery, defamation, and threatening the relatives of martyrs. Zhang Jianshe said expressionlessly, "Each of these is a serious crime. Which one is a small matter?" Wow. The faces of the Jia family instantly turned pale. The neighbors who originally planned to speak up for the Jia family also fell silent, not even daring to spit out the words they had swallowed. It wasn't that they were unwilling to help, But the charges listed by Zhang Jianshe were simply too serious. A slight misstep could lead to imprisonment, and no one in the courtyard would do something that would bring trouble upon themselves. Kid, what are you talking about? It's just a misunderstanding. Why exaggerate it like this? While everyone was silent, Shazhu stood up to support the Jia family. You're threatening people, bullying the relatives of martyrs. Do you know what crime that is? That old lady is so old, and you want to send her in to settle this? What she goes in? No one expected that as soon as Shazhu finished speaking, Zhang Jianshe coldly responded. I already forgave them once yesterday, and now this happens again. Do you think I will just let it go? Your old lady is indeed pitiful, but if she blocks my way, uses her age to threaten me, and robs my things, then she must bear the consequences. Mistakes must have consequences, no matter how old you are. Breaking the law should not be an excuse to escape punishment. Zhang Jianshe sternly reprimanded, instantly rendering Shazhu speechless and making Jia Zhongshe's face turn pale with fear. What nonsense are you talking about? I didn't commit a crime. You are slandering me. Why should I be punished? Whether or not you committed a crime, and whether you should be punished, I have no say, and you have even less right to decide. Zhang Jianshe's tone was icy. I am the victim, and what I need to do now is to hand this matter over to the inspection department. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's decisive shout, Su Damao, who usually loved to watch the excitement, immediately jumped out with a sinister smile on his face. All right, I'll go to the inspection bureau, help you file a case, and have them come over. Su Damao turned and left without hesitation. Don't move. Su Damao, stop right there. The Jia family was horrified, their faces pale. Uncle Da was frowning and preparing to scold, but Su Damao wouldn't listen to him. He not only didn't stop, but quickened his pace and rushed out of the courtyard. This is outrageous. Uncle Da was furious, stamping his feet, and then turned his anger towards Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe, we all live in the same courtyard. Even if Jia Zhongshe did something wrong, you shouldn't just go to the inspection bureau. The problems of a big family should be resolved internally. Do you really need to make things so unmanageable? Do you have any sense of collective honor? Do you care about neighborhood relationships? Do you respect us three responsible uncles? An elder uncle angrily accused, seemingly genuinely considering the overall honor of the courtyard. However, Zhang Jianshe mercilessly exposed his pretense. Old man, stop pretending. This matter has already exceeded what our courtyard can handle. His tone was icy. Jia Zhongshe has repeatedly caused me trouble and even violated the law. Do you think this is something you three can manage? The street office assigned you three to mediate neighborhood disputes. But now, her actions have seriously affected my life and brought terrible consequences. As the victim, I believe this is not something you three can resolve. It should be handled by the relevant authorities. By the way, as Jia Sudong's master, your relationship with the Jia family is too close and needs to be avoided. Zhang Jianshe's words gave no face to Zhonghai, even directly pointing out his identity, almost accusing him of favoritism. This is simply outrageous. Zhonghai was enraged. No one had treated him this way in years. It's over. It's over. This damn guy's going to ruin me. Bullying honest people isn't enough. He wants to send me to prison. Oh heaven, why don't you show mercy and strike down this heartless one? Hearing the possibility of imprisonment, even Zhonghai couldn't protect himself, and Jia Zhongshe completely broke down, rolling on the ground and throwing a tantrum. Jia Sudong looked helplessly at all this, while Huairu quietly sobbed, trying to gain sympathy. Zhang Jianshe, don't go too far. Do you have to create chaos in the courtyard before you feel satisfied? Zhonghai said sternly. Shut up. If anyone wants to cause disorder in the courtyard, I don't think it's Zhang Jianshe. Just then, a voice filled with anger suddenly erupted. Zhonghai, who is this? How dare they boldly confront the patriarch of the courtyard? Everyone turned around, wanting to see who had the audacity to speak to the courtyard's authority like that. However, when they saw the newcomer, they were all shocked. At the entrance of the central courtyard stood a middle-aged woman in her 40s or 50s, slightly plump, wearing a red armband, her eyes filled with anger as she stared directly at Zhonghai and the others. Chapter 18. Find she was the community committee director, Wang, who came to inform Zhang Jianshe. Who would have thought that on a whim she would come to the courtyard and witness such a jaw-dropping scene? Director Wang had already arrived at the courtyard. At that time, when Jia Sudong was kicked away by Zhang Jianshe and Shazhu and Zhonghai were accusing Zhang, she was already present. Initially, she had a very good impression of Zhang Jianshe, thinking he was cultured and refined. But upon entering the courtyard, she encountered an enraged Zhang Jianshe. She wanted to stand up and criticize Zhang Jianshe alongside the three elders. But years of mediation experience made her sense that something was off. So she suppressed her anger and hid behind the door to observe. Listening to Zhang Jianshe expose the Jia and Zhang family's bullying behavior and witnessing her forcing Zhang Jianshe to retaliate, Director Wang was furious. What made her even more outraged was learning that the Jia family had stolen Zhang Jianshe's belongings the day before. To bully the family of a martyr like this was simply unforgivable. No wonder the usually gentle Zhang Jianshe would lose control. If it were her, she would probably be even angrier. As Zhonghai was verbally attacking Zhang Jianshe, trying to side with the Jia family. Director Wang could no longer contain her anger and decisively stepped forward, determined to seek justice for Zhang Jianshe. Wang, Director Wang, how could you be here? Zhonghai was taken aback, completely unprepared for the street office leader's appearance in the courtyard at this moment, let alone for her to have witnessed everything. Why can't I come? Who could understand the farce unfolding in your courtyard, if not by witnessing it myself? Director Wang's cold words caused the three elders to change color, cold sweat pouring down, especially Zhonghai, who almost collapsed to the ground. He knew well the implications behind Director Wang's words. She had seen everything that happened today and couldn't accept it at all. Director Wang, regarding this matter, the second uncle was also stunned and hurriedly spoke, trying to defend himself. He feared that Director Wang, in her fury, would dismiss them from their positions, which would be a disaster for someone like him who craved power. Shut up. I have seen the whole process. No need for more words. Director Wang interrupted directly. Without mercy, the street office trusted the three of you, thinking you were virtuous enough to guide the neighbors and mediate conflicts. But look at the current situation. What have you done? Especially towards Zhonghai. Director Wang's tone was even harsher. You have let me down. The Jia and Zhang families maliciously accused the military family. How serious a crime is that? You not only failed to handle it seriously, but also attempted to settle it privately? Director Wang was getting angrier, her anger more evident on her face. The Jia and Zhang family were already terrified, trembling all over. In her mind, the position of the community committee director was almost unshakable, which made her feel desperate. Director Wang, my mother-in-law was just confused for a moment. Please be generous and don't hold it against her. Who gave you the power? Huairu still wanted to struggle a few words, but Director Wang completely ignored her. Huairu, I stand on Zhao Jianshe's side in this matter. Your mother-in-law is indeed at fault and must be handed over to the inspection for handling. Director Wang's tone was firm. Moreover, I just heard that your son seems to have stolen something from Zhang's family yesterday. That's not true. It was a misunderstanding. My son was just playing. Huairu panicked upon hearing this. We resolved the misunderstanding with Zhang Jianshe yesterday and compensated for the loss. Huairu looked pleadingly at Zhang Jianshe and Aunt Wang, fearing that the inspection would take her son away when they arrived. Oof. Director Wang coldly glanced at the Jia and Zhang family on the ground. Since Zhang Jianshe is not pursuing the matter, then it's fine. But today, as long as I am here, I will not allow anyone to cover up or condone this. This statement was obviously directed at the Jia family members, Zhonghai, and Zhang Jianshe himself. Director Wang, thank you for upholding justice for me. Zhang Jianshe said gratefully. I believe that under your leadership, the street office, the inspection, and the neighbors will treat me fairly. Zhang Jianshe's words were profound. They gave face to Director Wang and allowed the neighbors to save face, but did not mention the four managing elders at all. This mockery was evident. Zhonghai's face turned red, and the second and third elders lowered their heads, not daring to look directly at Zhang Jianshe. Good boy, you've really suffered a lot. Director Wang sighed. I was going to tell you the good news that you were accepted by the rolling mill, but I ran into someone bullying you. Fortunately, I came, otherwise, I don't know how messy this would have become. Director Wang shot a fierce glare at the three elders, her gaze sharp as a knife, making them instinctively shrink their necks. Everyone quickly caught the key point in Director Wang's words. Zhang Jianshe was really hired by the rolling mill. Instantly, various complex emotions were directed at Zhang Jianshe. Some are shocked, some are envious. In this era, being able to enter a state-owned enterprise as a worker was undoubtedly a stable job that everyone envied. Although there were many employees from the rolling mill in this small courtyard, others all longed to squeeze in, but opportunities were scarce. Zhang Jianshe had just graduated and was assigned to the rolling mill, which was truly enviable. How could this guy be so lucky? Jiasudong and Qin Huairu couldn't help but curse under their breath. Especially Qin Huairu, whose eyes were filled with jealousy. She hadn't found a job yet. If this position were hers, the family could have an extra source of income. Humph, the family of a martyr can actually enter the rolling mill? Zhonghai, though dismissive on the surface, had a hint of hidden malice in his eyes. He thought to himself, even if he got into the rolling mill, what good would it do? Without skills, he would at most be an apprentice. Once I find an opportunity, I will make you suffer. No one expected that Zhang Jianshe, relying on his true abilities, directly became a formal employee of the rolling mill's medical office. Meanwhile, the neighbors thought he entered the factory as an apprentice due to his status as a martyr's child. In Zhonghai's view, as one of the only 2 level 8 fitters in the factory, dealing with an apprentice was simply a piece of cake. Kid, I can't touch you in the courtyard, but once you're at the rolling mill, just wait and see how I teach you a lesson. Shazhu had similar thoughts. As the cafeteria chef was plotting how to deal with Zhang Jianshe just to vent for his goddess Qin Huairu. While everyone was scheming, Su Damao returned with the inspection personnel. It's her, one of the inspectors shouted, and 2 inspectors immediately controlled the Jia and Zhang family. On what grounds are you arresting me? Let go of me. Jia Zhangshe screamed in fear, but the inspectors paid no attention. Zhang Jianshe coldly responded, They are here to help me, Jia Zhangshe, and you threatened me. Everyone saw it. This statement cut off Jia Zhangshe's escape route. People around nodded to testify, and Director Wang also confirmed the situation was true. Director Wang, we understand. The inspectors saluted Director Wang and quickly took Jia Zhangshe away. Jiasudong, Qin Huairu, and the 3 elders were all required to assist in the investigation. Director Wang suggested that Zhang Jianshe stay at home while she took down the statement, making it convenient for him to take care of his family. This decision clearly indicated her dissatisfaction with the 3 elders. Taking this opportunity, I must teach them a lesson. Good. Well done. Seeing Director Wang and the inspectors leave the courtyard, the people present finally began to disperse slowly, feeling incredulous. Especially Su Damao, who excitedly rubbed his hands and said to Zhang Jianshe, Let us go. We must have a drink tonight. Congratulations on entering the rolling mill. Congratulations on getting rid of these rascals. That night, when the 3 elders and Qin Huairu returned from the inspection bureau looking disheveled, night had already fallen. The outcome for Jia Zhangshe had also been decided. 1 week of detention and a fine of 100 yuan. The punishment was not light. However, neither the 3 elders nor Qin Huairu dared to have any objections to this decision. After all, considering Jia Zhangshe's age, this was a lenient outcome. Otherwise, robbery and extortion were serious crimes that could lead to imprisonment. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe was a martyr's family member, just now in the inspection bureau. When Director Wang mentioned this identity, it nearly startled even the director of the inspection bureau. Sudong, hurry up and pay the fine. Otherwise your mother will have to suffer in the inspection bureau. Zhonghai's face darkened as he quietly advised Jia Sudong. Chapter 19. Trouble in the courtyard again. Uncle Air and Uncle San also looked grim. Just now, Director Wang had scolded them harshly at the inspection bureau. The 3 men, whose ages added up to nearly 200, were still reprimanded without any dignity. Fortunately, Director Wang mainly targeted Zhonghai, and Uncle Air and Uncle San were merely collateral damage. In the end, Director Wang angrily warned that if there was any more trouble in the courtyard or if anyone bullied Zhang Jianshe again, he would dismiss Zhonghai from his position as captain. I will definitely pay the fine as soon as possible. Jia Sudong glared fiercely in the direction of the Zhang family and replied in a low voice. Unexpectedly, Qin Huairu next to him subtly tugged at his sleeve and then said with a grievance, 3 uncles, we also hope to pay the fine quickly, but as you know, We just compensated Zhang Jianshe a significant amount yesterday, and today this money. Sudong's salary hasn't been issued yet, and our daily expenses are becoming a problem. That's right. We really can't come up with this money. In the eyes of the Jia family, money was life. Hearing Qin Huairu's words, Jia Sudong suddenly woke up, revealing a difficult expression on his face. Even if the money was for treating his mother, Jia Zhangshe, he was unwilling to spend his own money. 3 uncles. Could you? What? You caused the trouble and still want us to pay for you? Uncle Air's eyes widened, his tone tinged with anger. He was already upset from being scolded by Director Wang and would not easily lend money to the Jia family. As for Jia Zhangshe in the inspection bureau, whether to pay or not is up to you. After speaking, Uncle Air flicked his sleeve and left. The stingy Uncle San, seeing that the situation was not good, had already slipped away. Sudong, my family has many mouths to feed and no savings, so you all figure out. I'll leave first. This notorious miser in the courtyard always viewed lending money as a life-threatening act. Moreover, who didn't he know that lending money to the Jia family was like throwing it away? Uncle Air, Uncle San, don't leave so hurriedly. Seeing the two of them running away quickly, Jia Sudong and his wife shouted a few times, but no one responded, and their gazes turned toward Zhonghai in unison. Uncle Da, our family really cannot afford this payment. What do you think? Zhonghai sighed inwardly. The two seemed to think he would help them, which made him very unhappy. He had just advanced 50 yuan for the Jia family yesterday, and now they wanted him to help with the fine again? Enough was enough. You, fine. Zhonghai sighed helplessly. Come with me later to get money from Aunt Da. After all, Jia Sudong was one of his future retirement supports. He couldn't let small matters ruin their relationship. If Jia Sudong's investment went wrong, it would all be wasted. Thank you, Uncle Zhang. Upon hearing this, Jia Sudong and Qin Huairu's faces lit up with joy, and they hurriedly expressed their gratitude. Rest assured, as long as I have the time, I will go to the factory to work overtime in the next few days and will definitely return the money to you soon. Jia Sudong even patted his chest in assurance. As for whether he could really do it, that was uncertain. Just live well. After giving his advice, Zhonghai glanced meaningfully at the direction of Zhang Jianshe's house. Let's not stir things up for now. We can discuss it when Jia Zhangshe comes out. Zhonghai and the others were dejected. The atmosphere was gloomy, while the Zhang family was lively and cheerful, with laughter and joy echoing. The dining table was filled with sweet and sour carp, braised ribs, and roast chicken and stir-fried cabbage brought by Lu Shaoyi and Su Damao. The dishes were incredibly lavish, more elaborate than a typical family celebration. You are really impressive. Not only did you give Jia Zhangshe a good lesson, but you also took advantage of those 3 uncles. Su Damao raised his glass, laughing uncontrollably. You didn't see how bad their faces looked when Director Wang took them out. I bet the leadership in this courtyard will change again. If it were that simple, it would be great. Zhang Jianshe was much calmer than Su Damao, picking fish bones for Xiao Wan while saying, those 3 have managed this courtyard for so long. They won't be easily dismissed. They probably just received a scolding. Even so, that's enough for them to drink a jug. Su Damao took a sip of wine and then remembered something. But now you have made enemies with them. Those 3 uncles are one thing, but Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong are the technical backbones of the rolling mill. Now that you're in the factory, you need to be careful they don't cause you trouble. If it were anyone else, Su Damao would never reveal this. But he found Zhang Jianshe to be extraordinary, and getting closer was definitely a worthwhile investment. So he was willing to offer advice to Zhang Jianshe. Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, one was an 8th-level fitter, and the other was a 7th-level fitter. In the large rolling mill, they were undoubtedly top technical talents, especially Zhonghai, as one of the only 2 8th-level fitters, held a significant position in terms of both skills and prestige. Even the factory director and deputy director had to show him respect when they saw him. If Zhang Jianshe entered the rolling mill as an intern without support, it would be easy for Zhonghai to make things difficult for him. Don't underestimate me. I still have some weight in the factory. Deputy Director Li has a pretty good relationship with me, Su Damao said with a hint of pride. If you encounter any problems after entering the factory, just come to me, and I guarantee you'll get it resolved. This was somewhat exaggerated. Su Damao was just a projector operator in the rolling mill. although he was good at flattery and had some connections with the so-called deputy director Li. Their relationship was not deep. Moreover, Zhang Jianshe was well aware that Deputy Director Li was not an easy person to deal with, and he had no desire to curry favor with such a person. Rest assured, no matter how capable Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong are, they want to be able to trouble me. Zhang Jianshe shrugged nonchalantly. You don't need to worry. Hey, you seem pretty confident. Su Damao's tone was filled with dissatisfaction. Once you're in the workshop, it's Zhonghai's territory. Whether you can become a regular employee depends on him. But he has no say over that. Zhang Jianshe retorted disdainfully. In the workshop, my words count. Can he run to the infirmary to manage things? Besides, I'm already a regular employee now. Can he turn me back into an intern? Yes, not the factory director. This was reasonable. Wait, what did you say about the infirmary? Regular employee? Su Damao initially didn't react, casually responding, but then realized the seriousness of the issue. His hand gripping the wine glass, trembling slightly. Little Jianshe, what did you just say? Infirmary? Regular employee? Lu Shaoyi also felt confused and asked hesitantly. I said I'm working in the infirmary of the rolling mill, not in the workshop. Zhang Jianshe said calmly. In the early morning, when Director Wang spoke with me, he clearly stated that as long as I'm willing to work in the infirmary of the rolling mill, I can directly become a regular employee without going through the internship phase. Only the specific salary has yet to be determined. Zhang Jianshe's tone was flat, but the more Su Damao and Lu Shaoyi listened, the more confused they became. Little brother, are you joking? That's the infirmary of the rolling mill. Even ordinary barefoot doctors find it hard to reach. How could a kid like you? Su Damao stammered, but his words were interrupted by Zhang Jianshe's stern gaze. Su Damao, if you continue babbling nonsense, believe it or not, I'll teach you a lesson. Zhang Jianshe frowned and threatened, casually making a fist gesture, scaring Su Damao into retracting his head. Stop joking. Even Jia Sudong and Shazhu aren't his opponents, let alone your skinny figure. I'm afraid 2 clothes-drying poles tied together wouldn't be enough for him to kick down. Although Lu Shaoyi was much calmer, she still held some doubt. Little Jianshe, I know you are one of the shareholders in the factory, but the infirmary manages the health of thousands of people. How could you possibly become a doctor right away? Sister E, even Uncle Su doesn't believe me. Do you have to doubt me too? Zhang Jianshe shook his head helplessly, stood up, took out his chief physician's certificate from the cabinet, and placed it directly in front of the two. Take a look for yourself. Oh my God, it can't be fake, right? Su Damao and Lu Xiao widened their eyes, forgetting about eating and drinking, and carefully examined the certificate. To be honest, Zhang Jianshe doesn't usually like to show off, but seeing the surprised expressions on this couple's faces made him smile. Can you see any problems? This is a certificate I just received today. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's teasing words, the two of them became even more serious in their inspection. Chapter 20. Surprise again. Su Damao and Lu Xiao finally placed the certificate down gently. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe seemed like an anomaly in everyone's eyes. God, how did you get this? This is the attending physician's qualification certificate. Our steel mill's medical office chief doesn't even have this. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's lips curled slightly. Just as he was about to speak, Xian Wanwan chimed in first. Brother is the best. Yesterday, during the exam, he answered the questions the fastest, and all the grandpas praised him for being amazing. Little Tuan Tuan, in her baby voice, testified for her brother. Yesterday's exam answered the questions the fastest. Everyone said brother is impressive. Su Damao and Lu Xiao were once again astonished. Xian Wanwan would never lie. So, could be that Zhang Jianshe really is that capable? Now you should believe in my abilities, right? Zhang Jianshe affectionately pinched little Tuan Tuan's nose and cast a meaningful glance out the window. So, even if Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong dislike me, they can only endure it. Otherwise, who knows, one day they might be at my mercy. Then it will be a good show to watch. Su Damao was drunk again. It was just because the Jia family had suffered misfortune and the 3 elder setbacks made him happy, but also because of Zhang Jianshe's demonstrated capabilities. Being able to befriend such a promising genius was simply unbelievable for Su Damao. This drunkard, after drinking so much, would he still be able to work tomorrow? Watching Lu Xiao support the swaying Su Damao into the house, Zhang Jianshe could only shake his head helplessly. To be honest, before crossing over to this world, he had no good feelings towards Su Damao. Back then, Su Damao was a genuine bad person, selfish and with ill intentions. Later, he even caused Liu Xiaoyi's family to fall apart, forcing her to flee overseas. However, after coming to this world, Zhang Jianshe discovered that although Su Damao was bad, he still had a bottom line. It wasn't because of Liu Xiaoyi. Zhang Jianshe simply appreciated this kind of person. Although Su Damao had done many bad things, most of the time it was because others provoked or harmed his interests that he retaliated. He deliberately made things difficult for Shazhu simply because the two had never gotten along. He held resentment against the three elders because they either favored Shazhu or acted unfairly, harming his rights. Sometimes, Zhang Jianshe even thought to himself that if it weren't for Su Damao and Liu Xiaoyi having no children, and him always blaming Liu Xiaoyi for his problems, perhaps there wouldn't have been so many subsequent changes. Why not find an opportunity to win over Su Damao? Zhang Jianshe squinted and whispered, then shook his head. This matter cannot be rushed. There will be plenty of opportunities. Turning back into the house, he found Xiao Wan already fast asleep in bed. He chuckled softly, tucked her in, and just as he was about to wash up and rest, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed in his mind. Ding! The sign-in lottery system has been restored. Would you like to start this month's sign-in lottery? Another month has passed. Time for a lottery again. The familiar prompt made Zhang Jianshe pause for a moment, then smiled broadly, not even bothering to wash his feet. He directly closed his eyes and entered the system interface. His system was quite quiet, with monthly sign-ins and random rewards each time. When he first arrived in this world, he received a huge personal space, over 100 cubic meters, which he could manipulate at will, very convenient. During the second lottery, he obtained a top-level traditional Chinese medicine inheritance and medical skills. The third time, he gained mastery in the master-level Baji Quan. With these abilities, even when facing a physically strong opponent like Shazhu, he could easily handle it. The system had also gifted him food stamps, cash, and other practical items. Now that another month had passed, what would he draw this time? System, sign-in lottery. At the beginning of the new year, Zhang Jianshe had just had some expectations, and then a series of system prompt sounds rang in his mind. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained master-level Huairu cuisine skills. Ding! Congratulations. The host has obtained an opportunity for a significant promotion. Ding! Congratulations. The host has received 20 eggs, 10 live chickens, 20 pounds of pork. The ding-dong sounds continued, and Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but grin. Today's luck was really good, having received so many rewards. As his thoughts shifted, he noticed various supplies had quietly appeared in his personal space, along with a thick envelope containing cash and various tickets. 500 yuan in cash, and quite a few meat tickets, grain tickets, industrial tickets. It's a pity he didn't draw a bicycle ticket, otherwise he could buy a new bike. But that wasn't the key point. A milky white light swept overhead, and Zhang Jianshe suddenly felt a flood of new memories filling his mind. Just like when he received the top-level traditional Chinese medicine inheritance back then. Master-level Huairu cuisine skills. Now, compared to Shazhu, he was at a crushing level of difference. Although Shazhu had inherited Tan family cuisine and could barely be considered a master, he was on a completely different level from Master Zhang Jianshe of Huairu cuisine. Great! I'll learn a new skill. I must make crab meat lion's heads for Xiao Wan to try another day. Zhang Jianshe reviewed his gains, nodding with satisfaction, suddenly remembering there was another reward, an opportunity for a significant promotion. What is that? He carefully checked his storage space, but found nothing unusual. So he inquired with the system. The system simply repeated the notification and stated that the reward had been issued, and the specific form would be presented in a reasonable manner at the appropriate time, asking him to wait patiently. This was all quite unclear. Could it be that I will wake up tomorrow and become the chief of the medical office at the steel mill? Zhang Jianshe scratched his head and didn't think too much about it. Forget it. Since it's from the system, it shouldn't be wrong. A night of silence passed, and in the morning, Zhang Jianshe woke up early. He first prepared breakfast for Xiao Wan. Zhang Jianshe was no longer the same as before. His cooking skills had improved tremendously, and with the high-quality ingredients rewarded by the system. He made 3 or 4 exquisite dishes in a short time. Tender wontons, vibrant xiaomai, plump soup dumplings, and fragrant yanchun noodles. Each dish was mouth-watering. Wow, so much delicious food. Did you make all this, brother? It's amazing. Facing the tempting food on the table, Xiao Wanwan couldn't care less about her image and gobbled it down until her belly was round and full, still clutching a xiaomai, unwilling to let go. Brother, it's so delicious. Can you make it for me again in the future? The little one's face turned red, her words incoherent but still showing concern, causing Zhang Jianshe to pat her head helplessly. You little foodie, after eating so much you still want more? All right, there will be delicious food every day from now on. After breakfast, Zhang Jianshe entrusted Xiao Wanwan to Lu Xiao to take care of, while he went to the steel mill with the still hung-over Su Domao. Go in. This is the factory director's office. You explain clearly. Su Domao pushed the door open and hurriedly left. This person was usually eloquent, but shrank back at critical moments, completely untrustworthy. Useless. Zhang Jianshe shook his head and sighed, organizing his thoughts before pushing the door in. Please come in. A steady voice came from the office. Stepping into the room, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s sitting behind a large desk, wearing glasses and looking somewhat fatigued. He looked up at the unfamiliar young man in front of him, slightly puzzled. Who are you? Hello, Director Yang. I am Zhang Jianshe, a doctor recommended by the street committee to work in a medical office. Zhang Jianshe introduced himself succinctly, his words appropriate and composed, immediately leaving a good impression on Director Yang. However, although Director Yang was satisfied with the initial impression, he couldn't help but exclaim in surprise after hearing Zhang Jianshe's introduction. You were the doctor recommended by the street? So young? Yesterday, upon learning that a new doctor would be coming, Director Yang had been overjoyed. Now, finding a truly capable doctor willing to join the steel mill's medical office was as difficult as reaching the sky. What surprised him even more was that this time the arrangement was not for an ordinary doctor, but for a military doctor's family member. Not only did they have a clean background and superb medical skills, but they also held a chief physician qualification certificate, a prestigious honor that many doctors in large hospitals could hardly achieve. Thinking of this, Director Yang was even more looking forward to it and specifically discussed with several leaders to prepare generous treatment for this newcomer. However, reality turned out to be so far from his expectations. The doctor in front of him looked to be only in their early 20s, even a bit more immature than his own son, which was truly hard to believe. Was Director Wang from the street mistaken? Are you really the doctor who came with the chief physician certificate? Director Yang's tone was filled with doubt, even a hint of dissatisfaction. Chapter 21 Falsehood, in his view. True experts are all experienced, steady, and composed individuals. A young face like the one before him is indeed incompatible with the concept of a senior doctor. Director Yang, ability and age are not necessarily related. Why cling to the depth of experience? Zhang Jianshe replied lightly, his tone calm yet firm. However, he couldn't help but think. It seems that being young also comes with troubles. Every time he mentions his profession, he has to explain it repeatedly, which is indeed frustrating. The street community committee operates with rigor. If they hadn't confirmed your abilities, how could they easily recommend such an opportunity to you? Zhang Jianshe's tone was calm, yet there was an undercurrent of steadiness. Director Yang pondered for a moment, his gaze returning to Zhang Jianshe, as if trying to imprint his appearance deeply in his mind. He then slowly nodded. The recommendation letter from the street will never be wrong. Your profession as a doctor concerns people's lives and safety. It cannot tolerate any falsehood. This is my medical qualification certificate. You can verify it. Zhang Jianshe took out the document and handed it to Director Yang. After carefully checking, Director Yang nodded in satisfaction. A young man with such level is indeed rare. It was my fault for being blind and offending you earlier. I hope you can forgive me. His tone was sincere. And your willingness to join our steel rolling mill is our blessing. Director Yang, you flatter me. Zhang Jianshe responded humbly. It is also my honor to work at your mill. The two smiled at each other, and the atmosphere was harmonious. Director Yang warmly invited Zhang Jianshe to tour the factory area, and Zhang Jianshe gladly accepted, having served as a leader at the steel rolling mill for many years. Director Yang had seen countless people, but he had never met anyone like Zhang Jianshe. The way Zhang Jianshe handled matters at his age was admirable. It was clear that he was no ordinary person. Director Yang sighed inwardly, and the last trace of doubt about Zhang Jianshe also dissipated. Come on, Dr. Zhang. I'll personally take you to the medical office and introduce you to your colleagues. As the factory director, personally leading someone to their post showed his high regard for Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe naturally would not decline, smiling and nodding. Thank you, director. Meanwhile, in the workshop, Zhonghai was working with an unsettled mind, occasionally complaining to his apprentice, Jia Sudong. Why hasn't that kid arrived yet? It's already this time. Jia Sudong looked around with a dissatisfied expression. To give the newcomer Zhang Jianshe a hard time, he and T slept all night and had arrived at the factory early. However, at this time, there was still no sign of Zhang Jianshe. Maybe this kid has never worked before and is already late on his first day. Zhonghai appeared calm, but the wrench in his hand was frequently put down and picked up again, indicating his inner turmoil. The embarrassing incident that happened yesterday in the courtyard still lingered in his mind, but his identity made it inconvenient for him to vent. The young man has no sense of time. Being late on the first day must be properly disciplined. Zhonghai said coldly. I've already told the workshop director to let Zhang Jianshe learn as a machinist with me. What? Old man, are you really planning to take this guy as your apprentice? Jia Sudong was shocked, a trace of jealousy flashing in his eyes. After all, as the most skilled 8th-level machinist in the factory, Zhonghai's apprentice slots were always highly sought after. Jia Sudong had gone to great lengths to achieve this. Now that Zhonghai wanted to take Zhang Jianshe as an apprentice, how could he accept this? Zhonghai had no idea what Jia Sudong was thinking, and if he did, he would probably be furious. Entering the door is just the beginning. Progress depends on oneself. Whether he can learn anything is entirely up to fate. Zhonghai said somewhat smugly. That kid Zhang Jianshe is too rash. Learning the rules first is the right way. As the technical core of the steel rolling mill, he believed that as long as he opened his mouth to take on an apprentice, Zhang Jianshe would surely be grateful. In his imagination, he could easily command his apprentices, making tigers bow and dragons coil. As for teaching, when to graduate, and whether to become a full-time employee, everything would be decided by him. With this thought, Zhonghai felt much lighter in his work. Unfortunately, this was just his delusion. He never considered that Zhang Jianshe wouldn't even step into the workshop, let alone become his apprentice. Turning to the frowning Jia Sudong beside him, he instructed, go to the warehouse and bring some steel pipes over. Let us do more today and let Zhang Jianshe see some real strength. On the other side, in the cafeteria, Shazhu was busy leading the kitchen staff. Fatty, don't just stand there. Hurry up and wash the cabbage. And you, Ma Hua, cut the 80-pound potatoes into chunks, move faster. Everyone could clearly see that Shazhu was in a bad mood today, filled with anger. It was particularly evident when chopping meat, his face showing a fierce expression. Master, what is wrong? Who offended you? His apprentice Ma Hua bravely asked. Before he could finish speaking, Shazhu kicked him in the butt. Focus on your work and mind your own business. Shazhu reprimanded. He certainly wouldn't tell them that he had been beaten up the day before and made a fool of himself in front of his goddess. I have something for you to do. Shazhu glared at Ma Hua and said, during lunchtime, keep an eye out for that tall, skinny guy. As soon as he arrives, tell me immediately. He asked the new intern at the steel rolling mill. As the head chef of the steel rolling mill and also the #1 figure in the factory, Shazhu's position in the kitchen was unshakable. Who would dare not listen to his words? Moreover, Ma Hua was his apprentice and very loyal to him. Upon hearing this, Ma Hua nodded without hesitation. Master, don't worry, I'll keep an eye on him. As soon as he arrives, I'll tell you right away. Ma Hua nodded repeatedly, but still cautiously asked, Master, what did this kid do to offend you? Why do you care so much about him? Shazhu snorted coldly. This kid is my neighbor, a martyr's family member. A fierce look crossed his face. Now that he is working at the steel rolling mill, I'm known for being warm-hearted. When he comes to get his meal, I'll naturally use the cafeteria's secret skills to treat him well. Or maybe I'll add something special to his meal. Shazhu is quite willing to do that. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianshe, under Director Yang's guidance, arrived at the medical office. Although this steel rolling mill was enormous, with tens of thousands of workers, There were only 3 doctors in the medical office. What surprised Zhang Jianshe even more was that there was no department head here. After hearing Director Yang's explanation, Zhang Jianshe learned that the original head of the medical office was an expert who had been rehired after retiring from a large hospital. Under his management, there had never been a mistake in the medical office. Unfortunately, unforeseen circumstances arose. A month ago, this nearly 80-year-old expert suffered a heart attack. Luckily, he was in the medical office at the time and was promptly rescued by other on-duty doctors. Although his life was saved, he could no longer continue working. This incident occurred too suddenly, catching everyone off guard. Among the 3 newly added doctors, none were particularly competent in terms of qualifications or abilities. Moreover, the factory had yet to reinstate the position of head of the medical office. Because of this, the factory was in urgent need of finding a highly skilled physician through the Street Community Committee. However, Director Yang had not mentioned an important fact at that time. When the factory learned that the new doctor not only held a chief physician qualification certificate, but was also a genius, they had planned to directly appoint him as the head of the medical office. But unexpectedly, Zhang Jianshe was so young, far exceeding everyone's expectations. Therefore, the position of head of the office was temporarily vacant. It would not be too late to make a decision after further understanding and assessing Zhang Jianshe's true abilities. Dr. Zhang, let me introduce you to our medical office doctors, Dr. Wang, Dr. Zhao, and Dr. Su. Director Yang introduced to Zhang Jianshe. Dr. Wang and Dr. Zhao were around 40 to 50 years old. One was slightly plump, while the other was relatively thin, both exhibiting the unique kindness and amiability typical of doctors. Dr. Shazhu is a young man in his early 20s who previously served as the head of the medical office, but is now still an intern, mainly responsible for dispensing medication and giving injections. At this moment, the 3 doctors are staring at Zhang Jianshe in astonishment. Dr. Zhang, hello. Please take care of me in the future. Chapter 22, Accelerating Death Clearly. They were very surprised by Zhang Jianshe's youth. Although Zhang Jianshe felt helpless in his heart, he also understood that this might not be a bad thing. Everyone, don't have concerns about Dr. Zhang's age. He has passed the attending physician qualification exam and is a highly recommended talent by the Street Committee, Director Yang added in a timely manner. Unexpectedly, this introduction not only did not ease the atmosphere, but instead shocked the 3 doctors even more. As professional doctors, they understood better than Director Yang the importance of the attending physician qualification certificate. This was not only a professional qualification proof for senior doctors, but also an authoritative certificate personally set and supervised by authoritative figures in the medical field. Without a solid foundation and rich experience, it would be impossible to obtain this certificate, not to mention the 3 of them. Even a former head of the medical office had not received this honor. It was simply a miracle for someone as young as Dr. Zhang to possess such a qualification. Attending physician qualification certificate? Really? Dr. Zhang, you have already obtained the attending physician certificate? Dr. Shazhu, who was still young, asked excitedly with honorifics. Ha! It was just luck. I just got it. Zhang Jianshe replied modestly. Dr. Zhang is amazing. We can exchange and learn from each other more in the future. Dr. Wang and Dr. Zhao also chimed in with smiles. Indeed, every profession has its specialties, and Zhang Jianshe's ability to pass such a rigorous assessment at a young age should not be underestimated. Although their medical skills each had their strengths, learning a thing or 2 from Zhang Jianshe would be a great gain. Dr. Zhang, what is your specialty? Dr. Zhang, did you study traditional Chinese medicine or Western medicine? Let's have a discussion another day. Dr. Zhang, would you like me to introduce you to the medical office? Zhang Jianshe did not expect that with just a qualification certificate, he would quickly integrate into this team. Everyone is too polite. We can talk in detail another day. Zhang Jianshe responded gently with a smile. At this moment, Director Yang also spoke up. That's right. Everyone will have plenty of time to learn from each other in the future. I will arrange the work benefits for Dr. Zhang first. Just as Director Yang was about to explain in detail, a piercing alarm suddenly rang out. Oh no, that's the warehouse alarm. Something has happened. Hearing the urgent bell, everyone present instantly tensed up, except for Zhang Jianshe, who remained calm. Moments later, a worker covered in sweat stumbled into the medical office. Gasping for breath, not good. An accident happened in the warehouse. Someone was injured by a steel plate. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Director Yang was especially anxious and shouted, "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and grab the first aid supplies and rush over." Before he finished speaking, Zhang Jianshe had already taken the medical equipment and quickly headed towards the warehouse with the others. On the way, the informing worker continued to describe the details of the accident. Just now, a worker was moving steel plates at the steel rolling mill, and due to improper operation and failure to secure the steel cable, the steel plate fell unexpectedly and injured colleague. At the moment of the accident, the steel cable suddenly broke, and the hundreds of pounds heavy steel plate fell directly down. By the time the nearby workers reacted, the person was already pinned under the steel plate, and the ground was covered in blood. This is outrageous. Didn't the factory emphasize safety first multiple times? How could they operate like this? Director Yang was extremely anxious upon hearing this. The consequences of such a heavy steel plate pressing on a person could be imagined. With the end of the year approaching, everyone was hoping for a safe year. The higher-ups had also specifically requested to strengthen safety management to ensure everyone's safety and joy. Who would have thought that despite all precautions, an accident still occurred in the factory? If it were just minor injuries, that would be fine. But if someone were seriously injured, not only would the factory not be able to be rated as an advanced collective, but Director Yang would also face enormous pressure. He would even find it difficult to explain to the victim's family and the workers who had worked hard for a year. Everyone rushed to the warehouse and found that the accident scene had already been cordoned off. Zhang Jianshe immediately recognized Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong, both of whom looked pale and panicked, as if they had witnessed something extremely terrifying. "Please step aside. Please step aside," Director Yang shouted loudly, directing the crowd to make way and to save the person quickly. As everyone stepped back, Zhang Jianshe finally saw the injured person lying on the ground. Indeed, it was Jiasudong. His mouth was slightly twitching. When he saw Zhonghai standing still earlier, he had vaguely guessed that the person who had an accident might be Jiasudong. After all, according to the original plan, Jiasudong would unfortunately die in an accident, and Huairu would thus gain growth. However, Zhang Jianshe never expected that he would witness this scene on his first day at work. What bad luck! Jiasudong in front of him was in very poor condition, his face pale, with his lower body completely crushed by the steel plate, almost deformed. The ground was covered in blood, mixed with other filth, and the scene was unbearable to look at. The only consolation was that this guy was still breathing, just moaning in a confused state. "Oh my God, he's hurt so badly, can he still be saved?" Dr. Shazhu almost blurted out a complaint. "Even if we can't save him, we have to try." Zhang Jianshe frowned and then crouched down, placing his fingers on Jiasudong's wrist. This was not out of his medical compassion. After all, today was his first day on the job. If something major happened and he stood by, how could he establish himself in the factory in the future? "Zhang Jianshe, what are you doing here?" At this moment, Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong finally reacted. Seeing Zhang Jianshe probing Jiasudong, Zhonghai became anxious and instinctively reached out to grab Zhang Jianshe. "What are you doing? Do you want to kill him? Get out of the way." Zhang Jianshe ignored him, firmly pressing on Jiasudong's pulse with his right hand. He easily blocked Zhonghai's outstretched hand with his left hand, using force against force to effortlessly push him aside. "Master Yi, be careful." The surrounding workers hurriedly helped Zhonghai. Zhonghai held a high position in the factory, and now having been pushed aside, many workers felt dissatisfied and were ready to argue with Zhang Jianshe. "Who are you? How dare you be rude to Master Yi?" "Shut up." Director Yang, who had been seething with anger, scolded loudly from the side. His gaze was fierce as he shouted, "Are you blind? Whoever dares to obstruct Dr. Zhang from saving people, I will deal with them first." With Director Yang's roar, everyone dared not move. Zhonghai looked at him in shock. "Director, what did you say?" "Dr. Zhang?" The three doctors in the factory all recognized Zhonghai, and none of them had the surname Zhang. Could it be? "This is our factory's new Zhang Jianshe, Dr. Zhang. I didn't have time to notify everyone, but you should know he is very capable." Director Yang was in a state of confusion and had no time to explain in detail. "Master Yi, saving the person is urgent. Don't cause trouble." Zhang Jianshe, Dr. Zhang, very capable. Zhonghai was stunned, and Lu Haizhong was also taken aback. This Is this a joke? Zhang Jianshe is just a young man who has just come of age, and after joining the factory, he is just an apprentice. Who would have thought he has become the doctor of the factory? Wait, director, is there a misunderstanding? I know this young man. Zhonghai couldn't help but speak up. But at that moment, Dr. Zhao, who was treating Jia Sudong's wounds, suddenly exclaimed, "Not good. His blood vessels are severely damaged, bleeding quickly, and he is showing signs of shock. At this rate, he will die from excessive blood loss in less than 10 minutes." Upon hearing this, everyone present panicked. Then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and stop the bleeding. Director Yang was so anxious that he was stomping his feet and shouted angrily, "No matter what, we must save his life. We can't stop the bleeding. His blood vessel damage is too severe." Dr. Wang also looked pale and was sweating profusely. This kind of wound can only be controlled through surgery, but our medical conditions can't perform such surgery. Then send him to the hospital. Director Yang became even more anxious and immediately notified the security department to send a vehicle over. However, Dr. Zhao and Dr. Wang shook their heads at the same time. "We cannot move him now. Once he is moved, the blood flow will accelerate, which will hasten his death. This kind of surgery can only be performed at the city hospital, and it takes at least 20 to 30 minutes to drive there, which is simply not enough time." Seeing the helpless expressions on their faces, Director Yang slammed the table in anger. "Then what do you suggest we do? Are we just going to watch him die like this?" Chapter 23. Incomprehension. Everyone fell silent, and a glimmer of despair flashed in Zhonghai's eyes. Jia Sudong was one of the few he had carefully nurtured over the years. If he just stood by and watched him die, he would never forgive himself for the rest of his life. Just when everyone was at a loss, a calm and firm voice rang out. "Don't panic. He can still be saved." Zhang Jianshe released his grip on Jia Sudong's wrist and said with a steady expression, "Let him lie quietly. I will handle it. With me here, he won't have any problems in the short term." What? Hearing this, Dr. Wang and Dr. Zhao both showed surprised expressions. They couldn't understand why Zhang Jianshe was so confident in making such a statement. "Is it true? Dr. Zhang, are you serious?" Factory Director Yang hurriedly asked, as if grasping at a last straw. "Then hurry and save him. As long as you bring him back to life, I will immediately appoint you as the head of the medical office on behalf of the factory." Factory Director Yang, anxious and burning with urgency, made a generous promise without considering anything else. In normal circumstances, such a condition would make those around them envious, but now, who could spare the time to say anything more? At that moment, a sudden voice from the system echoed in Zhang Jianshe's mind. His expression instantly turned strange. What was going on? After all this was what they called a significant promotion opportunity. It was truly unexpected. However, despite feeling shocked, Zhang Jianshe did not hesitate at all. Since Factory Director Yang had already made his stance clear, Jia Sudong had to survive today. Otherwise, he would have no place in the steel mill. "Stop dawdling. Quickly contact the security department to bring the vehicle." Dr. Shazhu quickly organized people to fetch alcohol, medical cotton, bandages, and a stretcher from the medical room. "Dr. Wang, help me cut his clothes open." "Dr. Zhao, hold down his body and don't let him move." Zhang Jianshe issued commands without hesitation, leaving no room for doubt. His demeanor was like that of a seasoned general, calm and decisive. "Zhang Jianshe, don't be reckless. You don't understand medicine." Zhonghai instinctively wanted a reprimand, but before he could speak, he was interrupted by Zhang Jianshe's icy shout. "All bystanders, shut up. Don't interfere with my rescue." "You." Zhonghai's face turned red, but he dared not say more under Factory Director Yang's sharp gaze. Meanwhile, after arranging everything, Zhang Jianshe pretended to search his pockets, but actually took out a piece of blue cloth wrapped around something from his spatial storage. With a light shake, the cloth quickly unfurled, revealing a set of neatly arranged silver needles of varying thickness. Without any hesitation, Zhang Jianshe picked up a 3-inch-long thick needle and headed straight for the top of Jia Sudong's head. Dazed and making a weak sound, Jia Sudong suddenly trembled slightly before falling back into calmness. "What are you doing? Are you crazy?" Zhonghai finally couldn't hold back, thinking Zhang Jianshe was taking revenge on Jia Sudong, and shouted as he rushed over. "Shut up. Can't you understand human language?" Zhang Jianshe was also angry. He casually flicked out a silver needle, hitting Zhonghai. Zhonghai felt a wave of numbness through his body and immediately collapsed to the ground, powerless. This move shocked everyone present. Someone, drag him away and let me save him in peace. If anyone else causes trouble, don't blame me for being merciless. Zhonghai's repeated interruptions to the rescue were simply incomprehensible. If it weren't for factory director Yang and the other steel mill workers being nearby, Zhang Jianshe would have wanted to finish him off immediately. As Zhang Jianshe's cold words fell, several workers quickly dragged Zhonghai aside. After confirming that no one would disturb him, Zhang Jianshe took a deep breath and began to focus on the rescue. One hand held the needle pouch, while the other hand accurately administered the needles, his fingers moving swiftly like dancing petals. In the blink of an eye, Jia Sudong was covered in silver needles. Resembling a hedgehog, thanks to Zhang Jianshe's superb medical skills, otherwise, even if a deity descended, they wouldn't be able to save Jia Sudong. Look, the blood loss rate has obviously slowed down. Dr. Wang quickly noticed the change in Jia Sudong. The blood that had been gushing forth gradually slowed, and his expression also calmed down. Zhang Jianshe finally took out a silver needle slightly thicker than a toothpick and accurately and forcefully pierced it into Jia Sudong's chest. Remarkably, all the wounds on Jia Sudong's body instantly stopped bleeding. This almost miraculous technique left everyone present in shock, momentarily at a loss for words. It was Zhang Jianshe's loud reminder that snapped them back to reality. My needle technique can only temporarily stop the bleeding. He must be sent to the hospital as soon as possible, Zhang Jianshe said sternly. Dr. Wang, Dr. Zhao, and Dr. Xiao, who had just rushed back with emergency supplies, finally reacted and hurriedly began to bandage Jia Sudong. The workers also jumped in to help, some looking for a vehicle, others preparing a stretcher. Temporarily stopped the bleeding. Does that mean he has a chance of survival? Factory Director Yang seized the opportunity to ask Zhang Jianshe. Factory Director Yang was deeply impressed by Zhang Jianshe's medical skills and dared not have any doubts at this moment, even thinking of recommending this miracle doctor to Director Wang of the Neighborhood Committee. Factory Director Yang, don't be too optimistic. He may not survive yet. Zhang Jianshe shook his head and said, below the waist is basically ruined with muscles and bones in a complete mess. If it were a few centimeters higher, there would be no need for rescue. Zhang Jianshe spoke frankly. Even if the situation had improved now, whether he could survive would still depend on luck. Zhang Jianshe knew very well that Jia Sudong's lower body was severely damaged, and his legs and vital organs would likely need amputation. Even if he survived, he would become a bedridden invalid, worse than death. What? How is that possible? Then his whole life would be ruined. Zhonghai leaned weakly to the side, and upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, his vision suddenly darkened. Jia Sudong was his apprentice, and also someone he relied on in his old age. Now that he had become like this, the blow to him was too great. I've already said, it's a blessing that he can survive, Zhang Jianshe said coldly, raising his hand to insert another needle into his body. Before Zhonghai could understand what was happening, he felt his originally weak body gradually regain strength. Traditional Chinese medicine is profound. With the right application of medicine, it can even surpass the most extraordinary martial arts. I'm better again. Zhonghai was shocked as he felt the change in himself. Looking at Zhang Jianshe again, he could not hide his astonishment. He had always thought he understood this boy he had watched grow up thoroughly, even claiming to know everything about him. Unexpectedly, the abilities Zhang Jianshe displayed had overturned his understanding, whether it was becoming the doctor of the steel mill or his miraculous medical skills. It all left Zhonghai feeling incredulous. Is this still the Zhang Jianshe I know? It's like a monster. Sudong's family has had conflicts with you. You wouldn't take this opportunity to take revenge, would you? Zhonghai, perhaps due to his severe injuries, suddenly blurted out such a statement. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe sneered, Old man, why do you underestimate me so much? A doctor's heart is benevolent. I believe I have no regrets. This statement was straightforward. Originally, after hearing Zhonghai's words, the workers present felt he was being too excessive. They were unaware of the grievances between Jia Sudong and Zhang Jianshe. But it was clear that Zhang Jianshe understood. He had indeed done everything he could to save Jia Sudong. Zhonghai was also respected in the factory. How could he say such things? Oldie, I have to say a few words to you today. Lu Haizhong, who had always wanted to find an opportunity to suppress Zhonghai, immediately seized the chance to criticize him. Even if Xiao Jian and Sudong's family have some grievances, did you see it just now? When Xiao Jian acted, he didn't hold back at all. If it weren't for his timely rescue, Sudong would probably be dead. How can you be so narrow-minded and say such excessive things? Lu Haizhong's tone was quite severe. The surrounding workers echoed in agreement, all criticizing Zhonghai for his behavior. Even Director Yang's gaze became sharp. If it weren't for Zhonghai's deep qualifications and good skills, everyone might have already expressed their anger openly. This was an embarrassing situation that Zhonghai had never encountered in the factory. However, he knew he had misspoken and dared not say anything more. Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe also seemed unwilling to dwell on the matter any longer. At that moment, the security department finally brought the truck carrying goods into the factory area. Chapter 24. So important, everyone hurriedly lifted Jia Sudong into the car and sped away. Oh no! Seeing the vehicle that Zhang Jianshe and others were in gradually driving away, Lu Haizhong suddenly slapped his thigh. I need to quickly notify Sudong's family to go to the hospital. Old E. Lu Haizhong anxiously called out for Zhonghai, hoping he would return to inform Qin Huairu. As for why he didn't go himself, taking leave meant a pay cut, and this matter was really not worth it for him. It's better to let Zhonghai do it instead. However, after calling out several times, he received no response. A co-worker beside him reminded him, Master Lu, stop shouting. Master E just left with Director Yang and Dr. Zhang. They've already gone to the hospital. What? Hearing this, Lu Haizhong was instantly stunned. They've all left? Does that mean he really has to take leave and run back to the courtyard to deliver the message? Right, there's also Shazhu. Suddenly, Lu Haizhong slapped his head and turned to rush towards the canteen. At the same time, in a corner of the steel rolling mill canteen, Shazhu was holding a small packet of powder, preparing to mix it into the food. Master, something big has happened. Just as he was about to act, Mahua rushed into the canteen in a panic, startling Shazhu so much that he almost spilled the powder. He didn't have time to continue his operation and quickly put that thing away. In his flurry, he stuffed it into his pocket and then turned around in displeasure. What is going on? Why are you making such a fuss? Is the sky falling or the earth sinking, making you so nervous you've lost your wits? Mahua, being scolded by his master, was also flustered and hurriedly swallowed his saliva to respond. Something happened at the warehouse. It seems someone got crushed. What? Upon hearing this, Shazhu was equally shocked. But soon he calmed down, frowned, and said, If someone got crushed to death, so be it. It's none of our kitchen's business. Why are you so anxious? Shazhu felt quite displeased. He originally planned to add some extra seasoning to Zhang Jianshe's meal at noon to make him suffer a bit. However, now that such a big incident had occurred at the factory, even if he had 10 times the courage, he wouldn't dare to act rashly. Looks like that kid is lucky. Master, even though this matter has nothing to do with our kitchen, the person who got crushed. Ma Hua's expression twisted, wanting to say something but hesitating. Suddenly, Lu Haizhong's shouting was heard from outside the kitchen as he hurriedly rushed in. Shazhu, it's bad. Shazhu, it's bad. TSK, what is going on today? Just saying things that are hard to understand. Shazhu complained. Second uncle, you're also talking nonsense today. I'm still standing here. It's not me. Lu Haizhong said breathlessly. It's Sudong. Jia Sudong had an accident. He got crushed at the warehouse. What? Upon hearing this, Shazhu instantly panicked. Who did you say got crushed at the warehouse? Jia Sudong. For some reason, upon hearing this news, Shazhu's first thought was not to worry about his good friend, but rather to feel a vague sense of anticipation. After all, he had long coveted Qin Huairu, but she was married, and although he had ideas, he lacked the courage to act. Now, if Jia Sudong had an accident, would that not give him a chance? No, Jia Sudong isn't dead, but he might as well be. Before Shazhu could think more, Lu Haizhong shook his head, breaking this train of thought. It was Zhang Jianshe. He saved Jia Sudong and has already sent him to the hospital. Not dead. For a moment, Shazhu felt a wave of disappointment. But soon, he was shocked by another matter. Who? You say who saved Jia Sudong? Shazhu raised his voice. Zhang Jianshe. He is now the doctor at the factory's medical room. You don't know. He is quite capable, Lu Haizhong said with emotion. Shazhu was stunned after hearing this. Zhang Jianshe? A doctor? Second uncle, are you confused? That little brat can treat illnesses? I, Shazhu, would rather crawl on my knees than believe it. Shazhu shouted loudly. This joke is too big. Who Zhang Jianshe is, Shazhu knows all too well. He is a quiet bookworm who reads all day. He saved Jia Sudong. What a huge joke. Hey, you Shazhu, do you think I would lie to you? Lu Haizhong said discontentedly. You can go find anyone in the factory to ask, or wait for the oldest uncle to come back and ask him. See if what I said is true. Are you serious? Shazhu was completely dumbfounded, his mouth agape. I don't have time to explain. Lu Haizhong cursed, then said seriously, now is not the time to discuss this. You hurry back to the courtyard, tell Sudong's family, and let them go to the hospital quickly. Director Yang and the oldest uncle are with him. Also let Huairu go. Zhang Jianshe just said that Sudong is seriously injured. Don't delay her from seeing him one last time. Lu Haizhong spoke with a heavy tone, as if there was no hope left. All right, I need to hurry back. Sister Qin must be so heartbroken to know about this. Hearing Lu Haizhong mention Huairu, Shazhu finally reacted, slapping his head hard. Who cares about Zhang Jianshe? He immediately shouted. Ma Hua, the kitchen business is up to you. Help me take leave. I'm going back to tell Sister Qin right now. After saying that, Shazhu ran off quickly, leaving Ma Hua and Lu Haizhong, both confused and unsure of what to say. When Shazhu hurried back to the courtyard and found Huairu. Upon hearing that Jia Sudong had an accident at the factory, Huairu felt as if the sky was falling. Her body swayed, and if Shazhu hadn't quickly supported her, she might have collapsed to the ground. Oh my God, what has happened to our Jia family? Grandma is still helping at the inspection bureau. And now Sudong has such a big incident. Tears streamed down Huairu's face. This time, she was truly anxious. The Jia family had been restless for the past 2 days, first with compensation, then with Jia Zhang being detained. Now, Jia Sudong had an accident, and the situation was critical. Once Sudong was gone, the pillar of the Jia family would collapse. This sudden bad news left Huairu in a daze, unable to think of anything but crying. Grandma, you're still crying at a time like this. Quickly pack your things and come with me to the hospital. If we're late, we might not even get to see him one last time. Shazhu urged anxiously. Although he was hoping for Sudong to have an accident, he didn't dare to show it at this moment. Yes, let us hurry to the hospital. Huairu immediately stopped crying, quickly packed up, handed the child to a neighbor, and hurried to the hospital. By the time they arrived at the city hospital, more than an hour had passed. Oldest uncle, how is Sudong? When they found Zhonghai and Director Yang, the two were smoking outside the emergency room with solemn expressions. Seeing the scene, Huairu's heart leaped to her throat, trembling as she asked, how is Sudong? Little Qin, be prepared psychologically. Zhonghai looked tired, appearing much older than usual. Huairu felt her head buzzing and collapsed to the ground. Sister, hold on. Shazhu and Zhonghai hurriedly helped her up. Director Yang snapped back to reality, frowned at Zhonghai, and quickly turned to comfort Huairu. Family of Jia Sudong, don't panic. Sudong is still in surgery. Dr. Zhang Jianshe is inside helping. He will definitely pull through. Zhang Jianshe? Upon hearing this name, both Zhonghai and Shazhu showed uncomfortable expressions, while Huairu looked confused. Don't worry, family of Sudong. Dr. Zhang is very skilled, and is also familiar with the experts at the city hospital. He will definitely help Sudong turn the tide. Director Yang, unaware of the expressions of the others, continued to recount the events. Just now, Zhang Jianshe quickly brought the seriously injured Jia Sudong to the city hospital. At first, the hospital doctors were shocked to see him covered in blood, with multiple fractures below the waist, ruptured internal organs, and extremely low blood pressure. It was a miracle that he could hold on until he reached the hospital, despite not knowing the reasons. The hospital had already deemed it hopeless and suggested that the family prepare for the worst. Just when everyone was nearly in despair outside the emergency room, an unexpected person appeared. Hey, ISNT, that Xiao Zhang? What are you doing here? Zhang Jianshe was contemplating whether to give up on treatment when he suddenly heard a familiar voice. Looking up, he saw his former exam supervisor, Director Li. Now he was wearing a white coat, followed by several doctors. Director Li, it's been so many years. Zhang Jianshe quickly greeted him, recalling that Director Li had mentioned working at the city hospital and had invited him to join. Dr. Li, who is this? Seeing Zhang Jianshe talking to a chubby doctor, Factory Director Yang's hope reignited, and he hurriedly approached to ask, Director Yang, this is a senior of mine. Zhang Jianshe introduced the two. Director Li, this is Factory Director Yang. Hello, Director Yang. I am Director Li, responsible for the work at this hospital. Director Li smiled warmly and took the initiative to introduce himself. To everyone's surprise, as soon as he finished speaking, the entire place fell silent, and all eyes turned to Director Li. Factory Director Yang's eyes widened, and Zhonghai was so surprised that his jaw nearly dropped. In his eyes, the street office director and the factory section chief were already unattainable figures, and a leader of the level of deputy director of the city hospital was simply beyond reach. Director Li, you are actually the deputy director of the city hospital? Zhang Jianshe was also taken aback. Do you think I am not qualified for this position? Director Li smiled warmly. Or are you having second thoughts and want to join our hospital directly? I would be very welcome to that. As soon as this was said, the scene stirred again. Not only were Factory Director Yang and Zhonghai shocked, but even the doctors standing behind Director Li were staring at this young man with astonishment. As an authority in the medical field, Director Li had never valued any young person like this before. Director Li, you are too polite. Chapter 25, Double Trouble. Zhang Jianshe was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. He had only slightly showcased his abilities during the exam. Yet this medical authority had been thinking about him ever since. Dr. Zhang, saving lives is the priority, don't just talk. Director Yang beside him couldn't help but remind him. Right. I almost forgot the main issue. Zhang Jianshe suddenly came to his senses, remembering that Jia Sudong was still waiting. After all this commotion and delays at the hospital, Jia Sudong was now on the brink of death. Director Li, this is a steel mill worker who is seriously injured in an accident. Your hospital may not be able to treat him, Zhang Jianshe explained. What? Let me see. Director Li's expression changed drastically as he quickly walked to the bedside for a checkup. Upon seeing the situation, he couldn't help but gasp. Director Li, the head of the city hospital, was a long-tested medical authority. Throughout his long career, he had seen almost every kind of difficult and complicated illness. Yet he was still shocked when he saw Jia Sudong's injuries. This child was injured by a falling steel plate while improperly handling goods in the warehouse. Zhang Jianshe briefly recounted the incident. His injuries are extremely serious. If I hadn't used my ancestral secret technique to seal his blood vessels with silver needles, he might have already succumbed, Zhang Jianshe explained. It was then that Director Li noticed Jia Sudong's body was covered in silver needles, resembling a hedgehog. Remembering the miraculous acupuncture technique Zhang Jianshe had demonstrated during the exam, even as a Western medicine expert, he felt deeply impressed. Although he had limited knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine, he understood that a technique praised by two masters of traditional medicine was certainly extraordinary. After a careful examination, Director Li was even more shocked. The injuries were far more severe than he had imagined. If it weren't for your secret method suppressing it, he might have died from excessive blood loss by now. After pondering for a moment, Director Li quickly made a decision. Given the current situation, the chances of saving his lower body were slim. The priority now was to save his life. Immediately notify the emergency department, prepare the operating room, and arrange personnel for the amputation surgery. I will personally perform this surgery. Others may find it difficult to handle. As soon as Director Li finished speaking, several doctors behind him immediately began to prepare, moving swiftly and decisively. Soon, the medical staff wheeled Jia Sudong into the operating room. As the deputy director, Director Li usually wouldn't personally operate unless it was an important case. However, this time, he was clearly showing great respect for Zhang Jianshe by personally taking on the surgery. Xiao Zhang, although I will be in charge of the surgery, would you be willing to accompany me into the operating room? Just when everything was ready, Director Li suddenly smiled and said to Zhang Jianshe, First, I need someone to assist me during the operation. Second, the patient is currently relying on your special method to stop the bleeding. And if something goes wrong in your absence, it would be difficult to handle. Finally, several doctors in our hospital will observe this surgery, and you can take the opportunity to showcase your skills. Although Director Li's tone was serious, he had good intentions, considering both Jia Sudong's safety and providing a learning opportunity for other doctors. Zhang Jianshe was not a dull person and naturally understood Director Li's deeper meaning. However, he still humbly responded, "Director Li, I am not a doctor in your hospital, and I'm still young. I may not be suitable." However, Director Li did not leave him room to refuse. "It's okay. I have your back." No one dares to say anything. Besides, you have already obtained the attending physician qualification, which I personally evaluated. What is there to be afraid of? Seeing this, although Zhang Jianshe hesitated slightly, he eventually nodded and agreed. "In that case, I will follow Director Li's arrangements. If there are any oversights, I hope to be guided." Director Li nodded in satisfaction. "No need to worry. With me here, just do your best." Director Yang and Zhonghai were completely stunned on the side. In just a few sentences, everything was settled, and they didn't even have a chance to speak. They couldn't help but wonder, is this really happening? Or is it a dream? One must know that Director Li was the deputy director of the city hospital, an authoritative figure in the medical field, usually so dignified and serious that he would not easily participate in such matters. Why was he so easygoing with Zhang Jianshe today? Did Zhang Jianshe perform extraordinarily well in the exam? The situation seemed a bit complicated. "Director Yang, is this true?" After hearing Director Yang and Zhonghai recount the whole incident, Shazhu and Huairu found it hard to believe. "Shazhu, what time is it now? Can I joke with you?" Director Yang said sternly, somewhat irritated. Originally, Director Yang had a good impression of Shazhu, thinking he was honest and skilled, and intended to cultivate him. But at this moment, his evaluation of Shazhu took a sharp turn. "Director Yang, I didn't mean that." Shazhu stammered. "I meant Zhang Jianshe. Didn't he come to our factory as an apprentice? How did he suddenly become a doctor? He is still a child. Where did he learn medicine? Besides, how could he know the deputy director of the city hospital?" Director Yang's expression grew darker and darker, and finally, he could no longer tolerate it. "Enough. Shazhu, your thinking is problematic. Dr. Zhang's abilities are evident to all. If it weren't for him, Comrade Jia Sudong might have met with misfortune. As a neighbor, you should be happy about his abilities, yet you keep questioning. How inappropriate is that?" Director Yang continued, "Moreover, you should be more cautious with your words. Dr. Zhang is an important member of our factory's medical office and has made significant contributions. As far as I know, his family has also made sacrifices for the country, even giving their lives. They are heroes. You always speak hurtfully and casually give people unflattering nicknames. Such behavior is very inappropriate. If I hear similar words again, I will hold a meeting in the factory to publicly criticize you. Do you believe it?" Director Yang was very angry. Ever since Jia Sudong's incident occurred, Director Yang had been holding in a lot of anger with nowhere to vent. At this moment, provoked by Shazhu, he finally couldn't hold it anymore and released all his pent-up anger. One must know that in Director Yang's heart, Zhang Jianshe held a very high status, as precious as a treasure. He even wanted to find a place to properly enshrine him. Look, even the deputy director of the city hospital is trying hard to recruit Zhang Jianshe, and this Shazhu still dares to treat him like this. Isn't that courting death? Director Yang's sudden outburst frightened Shazhu and the others. Neither Shazhu nor Zhonghai had ever seen the steel mill director lose his temper like this, threatening to publicly criticize Shazhu in the factory. For Shazhu, this was more terrifying than being killed. No. Director, I really didn't mean that. Please don't let the factory criticize me." Shazhu trembled in fear, continually begging for mercy. Zhonghai, standing beside him, quickly pleaded for his good son. "Director, please calm down. This Shazhu is just a blockhead and doesn't know how to speak. He absolutely didn't mean that. He was just worried about Jia Sudong." At this moment, Director Yang was also somewhat dissatisfied with Zhonghai. Zhonghai, you were the same. When Zhang Jianshe was saving Jia Sudong, all you did was cause trouble. Seeing Zhonghai about to speak, Director Yang seized the opportunity to reprimand him. As an old employee of the factory and a senior in the courtyard, you should understand things better than others. But look at what you did today. It's really hard to comprehend. If it weren't for considering your position as a level 8 fitter, I would have said even harsher words. But even so, Zhonghai felt as if he wanted to find a hole to hide in, his old face almost turning red to the ears. Zhonghai was the one in charge of the courtyard, with high moral standards and always keeping his word. In the steel mill, he was a top technician who had trained many apprentices and was highly respected. However, now he was being scolded by Director Yang as if he were a grandson, and even so, he had no courage to retort. Perhaps some feared his status as the courtyard boss or a senior technician in the steel mill. But in front of Director Yang, he had no status whatsoever. Offending Director Yang could lead to criticism and punishment at best, or early retirement at worst. Zhonghai found that he didn't even have someone to confide in. Woo-woo, Director Yang, Shazhu, and I are also worried about my man. Why is my life so? Seeing this, Huairu also began to cry, trying to move Director Yang. The future of the Jia family relies on Zhonghai and Shazhu's help. If they suffer in the factory, the Jia family's life will be even harder. So she put on a pitiful look, trying to stop Director Yang and save the two. At this chaotic moment, the indicator light outside the operating room suddenly went out, and then Zhang Jianshe's somewhat dissatisfied voice came. What are you all shouting about? What are you crying for? This is the operating room. Don't disturb the doctor's work. Who will be responsible if something goes wrong? Upon hearing this, everyone immediately fell silent. Huairu quickly covered her mouth, fearing she would make a sound. Director Yang and the others also immediately shut up. Everyone's gaze focused on the tightly closed door. With a creak, the door opened and Zhang Jianshe, wearing a white coat from the city hospital, walked out. Although he was wearing a mask, his furrowed brow indicated he was in a bad mood. He and Oldly led the doctors to rescue Jia Sudong with all their might. But the commotion outside was truly frustrating. Dr. Zhang, you finally came out. Seeing Zhang Jianshe come out, Director Yang no longer had time to blame Zhonghai and Shazhu and hurriedly stepped forward to inquire. Huairu, with tears in her eyes, approached Zhang Jianshe first. Xiaojian, how's my son Sudong? Is he okay? Zhang Jianshe, seeing Huairu approach, flashed a hint of displeasure in his eyes, subtly avoiding her.
And frowned as he said, Sudong's life has been saved. We just need to avoid infection in the wound going forward. I have to admit,
this statement is indeed a profound truth. With the cooperation of Zhang Jianshe and Old Li, combining Chinese and Western medicine, they finally pulled Jia Sudong back from the brink of death. Chapter 26 Indifference. The doctors of the municipal hospital were able to witness the superb medical skills of the two masters and gained a lot from it. This scene was reminiscent of a duel between unparalleled masters in a martial arts novel, leaving people in awe. Zhang Jianshe's extraordinary medical skills earned the admiration of the doctors present, including the chief surgeon, Old Li. It can be said that this surgery made the municipal hospital remember this young, traditional Chinese medicine master. Thank goodness. Little Jianshe, thank you. Huairu sighed in relief after hearing this, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Zhonghai and Director Yang also breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. Thankfully, he survived. Finally, it's over. That is so great. Only Shazhu felt a bit disappointed. When he heard that Jia Sudong was in critical condition, he secretly rejoiced, thinking he might have a chance to get closer to his goddess. However, Zhang Jianshe's miraculous skills saved Sudong's life, completely ruining his plans. Although he felt dissatisfied, he still forced a smile and pretended to congratulate him. Zhang Jianshe observed the attitudes of everyone present and coldly watched, quickly seeing through the thoughts of each person. Especially Shazhu's hypocritical smile made Zhang Jianshe unable to suppress a secret laugh. He had no interest in this person, as such people only had covetous thoughts but lacked the drive to act. Zhang Jianshe cleared his throat and spoke calmly. Ahem, don't be too quick to celebrate. Huairu, you need to be mentally prepared. Mental preparation? What does that mean? Huairu's expression froze, and a sense of unease surged in her heart. Although Jia Sudong had survived, Zhang Jianshe's gaze held a hint of sympathy. He had already, before he could finish his sentence. The door to the rescue room was suddenly pushed open, and several medical staff wheeled out a person completely wrapped in bandages. The upper half of the person was tightly bandaged, with only a few gaps showing where instrument tubes were inserted. The lower half, below the navel, had been amputated, leaving a shocking emptiness. Sudong, oh my god! Qin Huairu let out a desperate scream and then collapsed to the ground. Everyone around was shocked, staring at Jia Sudong on the bed, unable to believe he had become this way. Zhonghai and Shazhu were also too stunned to help Qin Huairu, just staring blankly at everything. Alas, so pitiful. Director Yang sighed, feeling deeply moved even though he had anticipated this moment. Zhang Jianshe, however, appeared very calm. He knew that Jia Sudong would probably only be able to rely on a bed or wheelchair for the rest of his life, not to mention work. He might even lose the ability to take care of himself. This is retribution, Zhang Jianshe murmured, fully aware of the selfishness of the Jia family. Although he had saved Jia Sudong this time, it might not be a good thing for the Jia family and Qin Huairu. If Jia Sudong had unfortunately died at that time, the factory would not only have to pay a hefty compensation to the Jia family, but would also have to arrange for Qin Huairu to take his position and care for the whole family. But now, with Jia Sudong's narrow escape from death, he had become a person needing care, dragging down Qin Huairu and the Jia family. The factory would no longer provide compensation or allow Qin Huairu to take his place, and even compensation might be hard to obtain. After all this was caused by Jia Sudong's violation of regulations. He deserved it. At this moment, Qin Huairu felt as if her heart had turned to ashes. Even when she learned about Jia Sudong's accident, she had not felt this desperate. Seeing Jia Sudong's tragic condition, she instantly understood their predicament. Given Jia Sudong's current state, death might be easier for him. She even blamed Zhang Jianshe for saving him. Now he had become a burden, only dragging her down. Facing a nagging mother-in-law in the future and having to raise 3 underage children, Qin Huairu felt hopeless and just wanted to faint. Sister, you must hold on. Shazhu finally noticed Qin Huairu's condition. Seeing her collapsed on the ground, he hurriedly helped her up, taking the opportunity to take advantage, while softly comforting her. Now is not the time to make trouble. If you have another accident, the whole family will be in dire straits. Why is fate so cruel to me? In the past, when faced with Shazhu's frivolity, Qin Huairu would immediately resist. But now she had no time to care about these things and could only cry out loud. Watching this scene, Shazhu continued to comfort her. Don't be too sad. Things are already like this. Crying one tea help. ISNT there's still me, and the neighbors in the courtyard. If it really doesn't tea work, there's also old Wang, right? We are all willing to help. This lackey immediately ran to his goddess to pledge loyalty, not forgetting to throw oldie under the bus. This fool, why does he have to drag me into this? Old E cursed inwardly. Old Jia had now basically become useless. Relying on him for support was pure fantasy. It was already good enough not to cause him trouble. All the effort he had invested in old Jia over the years was in vain. Ahem, Sudong, since things are like this, don't be too sad. We neighbors support you. Although he complained inwardly, he still managed to squeeze out a sympathetic expression. Uncle Wang, Zhu from now on. Our family will rely on you. Qin Huairu took the opportunity to cry again. That scene, while not particularly moving, was still somewhat enviable. However, Zhang Jianshe, standing nearby and understanding the true thoughts of these 3, felt disgusted and got goosebumps. Fortunately, at that moment, a nurse walked over to break the awkwardness. Dr. Zhang, Director Li wants you to come to his office when you have time. Sure, I'll go right away. Zhang Jianshe sighed in relief. Director Yang, you see. Go. Dr. Zhang, thanks to you. Otherwise, not only would old Jia's life be lost, but our steel mill would also have to face criticism. Director Yang gratefully shook his hand. What he said was the truth. With the end of the year approaching, everyone was busy with production and safety. If something happened to the steel mill at this time, it would definitely be dealt with severely by the higher-ups. From the director to the ordinary employees, no one could escape. The year-end bonuses of tens of thousands of workers in the steel mill might be affected because of this. At this moment, he was full of gratitude towards Zhang Jianshe. Leader, you flatter me. This is just part of my duty, Zhang Jianshe humbly responded. That is incorrect. This is indeed your achievement, and you deserve this honor. Director Yang spoke seriously. Director Yang decisively stated that, after returning, he would hold a meeting to formally appoint Zhang Jianshe as the director of the medical office. Enjoying cadre treatment, with a monthly salary of 150 yuan. This treatment far exceeded the previous standards for the director of the medical office. Those present, including Shazhu and Huairu, were all surprised and stared wide-eyed, filled with envy. The director of the medical office actually had such generous benefits, not to mention additional rewards. This opportunity for promotion and financial gain made everyone envious, especially when they learned that even a senior technician like Zhonghai only earned 99 yuan a month. Zhang Jianshe's salary was nearly half higher. This rapid promotion was nothing short of a miracle. In addition, in light of today's performance, the factory also prepared additional rewards that would be distributed shortly. Director Yang added again. This sudden double surprise left everyone shocked. Director Yang had his considerations. The abilities Zhang Jianshe displayed exceeded expectations. Even the vice president of the municipal hospital had attempted to poach him. If he allowed him to leave, he would feel ashamed in front of the factory. Thus, without consulting the leadership team, he directly offered generous conditions to retain talent, to prevent old Li from taking advantage of the situation. Director Yang was indeed generous. This sincerity was truly rare. Zhang Jianshe felt a mix of emotions and was quite surprised by the current situation. Was this special opportunity provided by the system really that important? Zhang Jianshe pondered secretly. The system seemed to sense his doubts and, unusually, responded. The rewards from the system this time are just an opportunity. The outcome depends on your actual performance, and the system will not interfere. In simple terms, this is just a chance for promotion. Whether you can seize it depends entirely on the individual. If at that time Zhang Jianshe had chosen to stand by and watch as Jia Sudong encountered danger, it would have aroused Manager Yang's dissatisfaction. And even if he had that opportunity, he would not have been able to be promoted to section chief. However, he chose a different path and naturally gained Manager Yang's recognition and reward. After understanding this, Zhang Jianshe calmly accepted this trust and smiled, saying, "Thank you for your trust. Manager, I will definitely do my job well and live up to everyone's expectations." Then, under the gaze of everyone, he followed the nurse to see Mr. Li. At this moment, Shazhu couldn't help but complain, "Manager, aren't you being too lenient with Zhang Jianshe? Not only did you promote him to section chief, but you also gave him such a high salary." Manager Yang shot him a glare and said, "Do you want to teach me how to do my job? If you have the ability to reach even half of Dr. Zhang's level, I would also value you highly." After saying that, he left, leaving Shazhu and others in deep thought in the ward. Zhang Jianshe was unaware of the situation afterward and quickly followed the nurse to an office, where he saw Mr. Li intently reviewing medical records while gently rubbing his temples, looking extremely tired. Chapter 27. Boasting. Old Li is nearly 70 years old, even with Zhang Jianshe's full assistance. The highly challenging surgery just now has exhausted him, and he needs a short rest to avoid affecting his subsequent work. Oh, Xiao Zhang is here? Although Old Li feels tired, he becomes energized upon seeing Zhang Jianshe, smiling and asking, "Has that patient's family member calmed down? Do you want me to go explain the condition to them?" No, the factory director is already with them. It will be fine." Zhang Jianshe quickly waved his hand, his attitude very sincere. Thanks to Old Li's help, or the consequences would indeed be unimaginable. Zhang Jianshe is indifferent to Jia Sudong's life and death. But Old Li is going out of his way to arrange the surgery for his sake. This is a kind gesture, and he naturally should express his sincere gratitude. However, Old Li shook his head with a smile and said, "No need to thank me. Treating and saving people is the duty of a doctor. On the contrary, I should thank you on behalf of our hospital's doctors." Old Li continued with a smile, "You showcased your skills in the operating room without reservation just now, which was a rare learning opportunity for us bystanders. They should be grateful for your generous guidance." Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe felt a slight flush. What generous guidance? He merely thought about cooperating with Old Li to complete the surgery. "Old Li, please don't say that. My skills really don't deserve such praise from everyone," Zhang Jianshe said, feeling somewhat awkward. Old Li, however, shook his head firmly. "No, you completely deserve it." His tone was gentle yet serious. "You don't know. When Old Sun and Old Wang assessed you at the health station, they said your medical skills have reached a master level. To be honest, I studied Western medicine and was initially skeptical. You could call him a genius, but the evaluations from Old Sun and Old Wang seemed a bit too high. However, it was only after collaborating with him on this surgery today that I realized I was wrong. My assessment of his abilities was terrifyingly low. Whether it was his almost miraculous technique in acupuncture or his superb skills during the surgery, they made me believe that what Old Sun and Old Wang said was not false. His medical skills have already reached the level of a master or even a grandmaster. There was even a moment when I doubted whether he was really a 17-year-old boy rather than a hidden master who had spent decades studying. Old Li's tone was sincere, and his gaze was filled with admiration. However, when Zhang Jianshe heard this, he felt uncomfortable all over, goosebumps rising on his skin. This is bad. He was too busy showing off and couldn't hide his true abilities. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe could only laugh bitterly in his heart. When he was performing surgery on Jia Sudong just now, he was too focused on the operation, showcasing his master-level medical skills without reservation. But he forgot that he was just a 17-year-old boy. He completely overlooked the fact that even a genius like him could not possibly master such profound medical skills at the age of 17. What's worse is that Old Li is an authority in the medical field and knows all too well the difficulty of improving one's medical realm. This time, he is likely to expose himself. Fortunately, it seems that some factors helped him out. Perhaps he had already left a deep impression on Old Li during the assessment. Or maybe Old Wang and Old Sun had alerted each other in advance. It could also be that Old Li, as a materialist, never associated things with the mystical. Despite being astonished, Old Li did not pursue the matter further, merely expressing a few sentiments before changing the subject. Xiaozhang, with your abilities, it's really a pity to just be an ordinary doctor in the steel mill's medical room. Old Li sighed repeatedly. Why not consider working at our city hospital? It would be a better place for you to showcase your talents. As long as you agree, you can name your conditions. Old Li extended the olive branch again, his tone full of sincerity. Zhang Jianshe did not think twice and directly refused. Old Li, I think my current job is pretty good. What a joke. Just now, Zhang Jianshe almost thought his secret was about to be exposed, and his heart was in his throat. How could he possibly want to accept Old Li's invitation? If he continued to stay at the city hospital and faced Old Li every day, any slight mistake could lead to disastrous consequences. He was even afraid of being taken in for research. A firm refusal. Even if Old Li offered him the position of director, he would never agree. Old Li, I mentioned before that I won't consider working at a big hospital in the near future. I hope you understand, Zhang Jianshe said apologetically. Alas, I really don't know what to say to you. Although Old Li was mentally prepared, hearing Zhang Jianshe refuse so decisively still showed disappointment on his face. However, he quickly adjusted his emotions and tentatively asked, since you're not coming to work, can you occasionally come over to guide the interns or help with difficult cases? I won't let you help for free. The hospital can give you a title and a stipend every month. What? Zhang Jianshe was surprised. Is Old Li being too persistent? Unable to recruit him as a regular employee? Now he wants to push him into this position in this way? Old Li, you think too highly of me. I'm only 17. How can I have the ability to guide your doctors, let alone help? Zhang Jianshe smiled helplessly. Stop talking nonsense. I say you can, so you can. Old Li said impatiently. I helped you so much today. You should at least give me some face, right? At this point, how could Zhang Jianshe respond? After hesitating for a moment, he had no choice but to nod helplessly. Since you put it that way, I can only respectfully comply. If it's just a nominal position, occasionally visiting the city hospital to handle some affairs, he felt it would not be a big deal. As long as he paid a little attention and acted low-key, he would not cause trouble. This way, he could maintain Old Li's face and also receive a monthly stipend. Such a deal is certainly worth it. I must state in advance that my abilities are limited. If you encounter difficult problems in the future, don't expect me to solve them, Zhang Jianshe said with a wry smile. Ha, that's fine, that's fine. Seeing that Zhang Jianshe ultimately did not refuse again, Old Li felt relieved and said with a smile, I have confidence in you. You can definitely do it, but don't rely too much on me. This conversation lasted for a while. When Zhang Jianshe left the office to say goodbye, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. So much had happened that day. From reporting to the steel mill in the morning, to Jia Sudong's accident, to sending him to the hospital for emergency treatment. and finally discussing the nominal position. The series of events had made Zhang Jianshe too busy to even eat. He casually bought 2 bread rolls from the hospital's convenience store to stave off hunger. Then he went to check on Jia Sudong's condition, but found that Shazhu was dozing off, while Zhonghai, Huairu, and factory director Yang were all absent from the ward. Before Zhang Jianshe could wake Shazhu to inquire about the situation, the nurse who had previously conveyed messages for old Li had already explained the reason to him. It turned out that factory director Yang had returned to the steel mill with Zhonghai and Huairu to discuss Jia Sudong's medical expenses and compensation issues. Before leaving, factory director Yang specifically instructed the nurse to convey to Zhang Jianshe that he had been busy and tired today, and after communicating with old Li, there was no need to report back to the mill. He could go home directly and return to work as usual the next day. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe also didn't feel the need to be polite. He no longer had the thought of waking Shazhu and turned to head straight home. Not being proactive after work is a deviation in thought. Winter nights always come particularly early. In the evening, Zhang Jianshe returned to the courtyard. As the sky darkened, the residents in the courtyard gradually returned home. Today, the courtyard was especially lively because of the major incident at the steel mill, and everyone was gathered together discussing it. Xiao Jianxi is back. Third uncle shouted from the entrance. Seeing Zhang Jianxi slowly walking from the alley, he excitedly stood up, attracting the attention of those around him. Before Zhang Jianxi could speak, he was surrounded by a group of neighbors. I heard you became the doctor at the steel mill. How is Jia Sudong's condition? Everyone asked incessantly. Zhang Jianxi repeatedly waved his hands. Wait a minute. I just finished the surgery and haven't even caught my breath yet. Who would have thought that this statement would make everyone even more excited, especially Uncle San, who asked, Did you say you performed surgery? Wasn't he sent to the city hospital? Jia Sudong's injuries are too severe. Amputation is necessary, and the city hospital isn't confident either, Zhang Jianxi explained. Zhang Jianxi calmly replied, There's no other choice. To save a life, I have to step in. What? The crowd immediately erupted. Jia Sudong is going to have an amputation? Doesn't that mean he will be crippled? It's truly tragic. Just after the Jia Zhang family was taken away, now it's Jia Dongxiu. What will happen to the Jia family in the future? My goodness, even the city hospital wouldn't dare to perform this surgery. Yet Xiao Jian actually dares to do it? Is this true? The neighbors couldn't help but exclaim. At that moment, a harsh voice suddenly rang out. Ahem, Xiao Jian, as the second elder of the hospital. I feel it's necessary to criticize you a bit, Lu Haizhong said with a stern face, clearing his throat. I know you've worked hard to become a doctor at the steel mill, and you must be quite proud. But you shouldn't make up stories to deceive us neighbors. No matter how serious Jia Sudong's injuries are, it should be the doctors at the city hospital who handle it, not you. It's not that I don't have faith in you, but even Dr. Wang and Dr. Su from the factory, or even the former section chief, don't have this qualification. As soon as Lu Haizhong spoke, he sounded like a seasoned veteran, using a tone of a senior lecturing a junior. He wanted to take the opportunity to show off his status and deliberately suppress Zhang Jianxi. Unfortunately, Zhang Jianxi would not let this old man succeed. Seeing through his intentions, Zhang Jianxi sneered, Second elder, no investigation, no right to speak. You don't understand anything. How can you say I'm bragging? You. Zhang Jianxi's words were very firm, hitting Lu Haizhong where it hurt. Infuriated, he instinctively wanted to retort. Chapter 28 No opportunity. Zhang Jianxi gave him no chance at all. Everything I said is true. Shazhu, Uncle Da, Qin Huairu, and Director Yang can all testify. When I was saving Jia Sudong in the operating room at the city hospital, they were waiting outside. If you don't believe it, just ask them when they come back. When I first entered the factory, no one expected Zhang Jianxi to rise so quickly. But today he announced an astonishing piece of news. I just saved Jia Sudong, and Director Yang decided to make me the head of the medical room, with a salary equivalent to that of factory leaders. The announcement will be posted tomorrow, so everyone stay tuned. Zhang Jianxi's tone was calm, but his eyes were firm. He was not someone who liked to show off, and he despised those who climbed up by stepping on others. For example, Lu Haizhong, who always dreamed of getting promoted and making money. And now, Zhang Jianxi easily realized his dream. As soon as he said this, The crowd was in an uproar. The head of the medical room is one of the most important positions in the steel factory. No one in the courtyard has ever reached such a height. Some were shocked, some questioned, and others immediately changed their tune to praise Zhang Jianshe's bright future. Zhang Jianshe was well aware of the complexity of human nature. Once he lost power, these people would undoubtedly turn against him mercilessly. In contrast, Lu Haizhong's face turned ashen. He was filled with resentment, hating his own incompetence and envying Zhang Jianshe's luck. As a seasoned power seeker, he craved the prestige that power brought, but could only watch as others got ahead. For years, he had tried hard to please the leaders in the factory, attempting to curry favor and become the workshop director. In the courtyard, he openly and secretly fought with Zhonghai, refusing to give in, intent on pushing Zhonghai off his uncle position and taking his place. But after all these years, he remained stagnant, making no progress. In the factory, he was still an ordinary skilled worker. In the courtyard, he still held the title of second uncle. Other than managing his two useless sons every day, he had no opportunity to get close to the center of power. He once thought that he just wasn't working hard enough, that he hadn't made his superiors see his potential. But now, Zhang Jianshe's rapid rise dealt him a heavy blow. On his very first day in the steel factory, he had already achieved merit and was directly promoted by the factory director to a leadership position, controlling the fate of thousands of people. This made him even more resentful, and he finally returned to his room in silence. Seeing Lu Haizhong leave, Zhang Jianshe smiled slightly, then turned to the neighbors who were watching. "Everyone, don't be too excited. I'm tired too. Let's talk another day." After hearing this, the crowd gradually dispersed, and third uncle stepped forward to comfort them. "Everyone, go home. He just finished a busy day. Besides, Xiao Jianshe just got promoted and still lives here." After saying that, third uncle put on a smile and flatteringly invited, "Come to my house for dinner tonight." It was indeed surprising that the usually stingy third uncle suddenly offered a treat. Even Zhang Jianshe found it hard to believe. "Third uncle, are you really inviting me to your house for dinner?" "Of course. Would I lie to you?" From his gritted teeth, it was clear this was a difficult decision. Soon, Zhang Jianshe understood third uncle's good intentions. "Xiao Jianshe, your third aunt has been having back pain these past 2 days and can't spare time to go to the hospital right now. How about waiting until after dinner?" "Ah." Zhang Jianshe smiled slightly. "I wonder why this guy was so eager to invite me for dinner. It turns out he wants me to treat her. A meal is worth a couple of medicine fees. That's quite a clever calculation." The smile on his face didn't diminish, but inside he felt a wave of disdain. "Third uncle, I really can't take any more today. I'm too tired. When I have time another day, I will definitely take a good look at your third aunt." As shrewd as he was, how could he be fooled by a meal? No way. "Oh, I see." Hearing Zhang Jianshe say this, third uncle's plan was foiled. Being this exhausted and adding more trouble was indeed unreasonable. However, he thought again that Zhang Jianshe just didn't have time today. He would surely have time tomorrow or the day after. He believed there would be suitable opportunities for Zhang Jianshe to help out. "All right then, you should rest early. I won't keep you." Finally, escaping the crowd of neighbors in the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe breathed a sigh of relief and quickly walked into the courtyard. As soon as he reached the middle courtyard, he saw Lu Xiao waiting for him at the door, holding Xiao Nuanyuan. Brother, you're back." As soon as Xiao Nuanyuan saw her brother, she immediately shouted at the top of her lungs, "Hey, little brat, you finally came back. If you were any later, your sister would have torn my house apart." Hearing Xiao Nuanyuan shout, Su Damao also poked his head out from the house. Interestingly, this usually well-dressed guy was wearing an apron and holding a spatula at that moment. "Oh, Su Damao, what new trick are you playing? Not doing movie screenings anymore, but becoming a chef now?" Zhang Jianshe joked. "Sai, don't mention it. It's all because of your sister-s fuss. I couldn't even manage to cook, so I had to bite the bullet and step in." Su Damao said irritably, "Kid, not bad, creating such a big stir on your first day of work. All right, tonight's dinner is at my house. Then I will graciously accept the invitation. These days, there's always something going on. And Su Damao is the kind of guy who meddles in everything, dragging Zhang Jianshe out for drinks and meals every few days. The Zhang and Su families are closely related, almost like family. Nuanyuan, did you miss your brother? Let your brother hold you. Zhang Jianshe smiled and opened his arms, wanting to take Xiao Nuanyuan from Lu Xiao. However, the little one, who usually liked him the most, frowned for the first time and expressed her displeasure. No, brother stinks. Nuanyuan doesn't want to be held by brother. Stinks. Seeing the little one's disgusted look, Zhang Jianshe's expression instantly became complicated. Usually, Xiao Nuanyuan was particularly clingy to him and had never had this reaction before. What is going on? Confused, Zhang Jianshe looked down at his clothes and even bent down to check his shoes. Strange, I didn't step in dog poop. All right, no need to check. Nuanyuan is talking about the smell of disinfectant on you. Lu Xiao, holding Xiao Nuanyuan, couldn't help but add, disinfectant. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe finally understood. He had just come back from the hospital and had worked in the operating room for half a day, so it was natural that he was reeking of disinfectant. It might be fine for adults, but for a child with a sensitive sense of smell, it was indeed pungent. Realizing this, Zhang Jianshe felt a bit embarrassed. Little girl, how dare you say I stink? He pretended to lightly pat her head, but she giggled and avoided him. All right, go wash up. It's time to eat. And wash away the smell from the hospital so you don't bring it home. Sudamao in tazet impatin ti. Laozi often said that people from Jiuqing believe places like hospitals and crematoriums are unlucky. Moreover, today it seemed that the Jia family encountered quite a bit of trouble. Zhang Jianshe understood that he had to wash up well. Not to mention Su Damao's aversion. He himself felt that his luck today was not good. That night, the dining table at Su Damao's house was still lively, filled with laughter and voices amidst the clinking of plates and cups. It must be said that Su Damao's family could indeed be considered one of the wealthier families in the courtyard. Perhaps to curry favor with the newly appointed head of the medical room, Zhang Jianshe, or perhaps because Lu Xiao wanted to celebrate for Zhang Jianshe. Today's meal was particularly sumptuous. Stewed chicken, stir-fried meat slices, a large pot of shrimp stewed with cabbage. This kind of combination was something an average family could only enjoy during the new year. Come, Xiao Jianshe. No, Dr. Zhang. Director Zhang. We must have a good drink today. Su Damao flatteringly filled Zhang Jianshe's glass. Since the other party was smiling, Zhang Jianshe didn't refuse, just took a gentle sip. In your opinion, is Jia Sudong finished? Su Damao, munching on peanuts, casually asked. The lower half of his body was completely removed, along with parts of the gallbladder, liver, and large intestine. Zhang Jianshe shrugged, speaking in a calm tone. It's already lucky enough to save one's life. What more could he hope for? With the lower body amputated, Su Damao's focus was as uniquely peculiar as ever. Poor Qin Huairu, she would probably have to live as a widow for the rest of her life. Zhang Jianshe noticed a hint of barely perceptible greed flash in Su Damao's eyes, and he couldn't help but frown slightly. This person was known for his nature. When showing films in the countryside, he always liked to entangle himself with the young women in the village. According to descriptions in the book, he had taken advantage of Qin Huairu multiple times during her time at the steel mill after she became a widow. Zhang Jianshe was determined to help Lu Xiaoyi. He could not let Su Damao continue his reckless behavior. Su Damao, you should know when to stop. Don't spout nonsense in front of the child. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but scold. Isn't this child grown up now? He's already a section chief. He should be considering marriage. Su Damao still smiled maliciously. There's little Wan here. Lu Xiaoyi shot him a glare. Su Damao, stop pretending to be foolish. Don't think that everyone is as filthy as you. Zhang Jianshe also disapprovingly admonished. Su Damao mumbled and closed his mouth. Fine, let's not mention this anymore. Let's eat. The atmosphere gradually became a bit stiff, and Lu Xiaoyi hurriedly broke the silence, trying to ease the tension. Chapter 29, Purely Coincidental. Why do we always talk about others' misfortunes? It's so inauspicious, she said with a smile. I heard that today at the hospital. Xiao Jian, you really had a glorious moment. Even the vice president of the municipal hospital knows you, right? Lu Xiaoyi asked with a curious expression, and even Su Damao perked up his ears to listen. What glory is there? It's just that Jia Sudong was injured too severely, and the doctors at the municipal hospital didn't dare to take over, so I was invited to come. Zhang Jianshe shook his head, speaking humbly. As for Director Li, it was purely coincidental. He was the one supervising my attending physician exam back then, and he had a good impression of me. That's all. I see, Su Damao said, smacking his lips. That's the vice president of the municipal hospital. He must have seen countless people. If you weren't truly capable, how could he look at a newcomer like you with such respect? Although Su Damao was cunning, he wasn't a fool. If Zhang Jianshe didn't have exceptional qualities, how could the leaders of the municipal hospital remember him? Xiaojian, you really have made something of yourself. Your parents would be at peace if they knew. Lu Xiaoyi sighed, but her words carried a hint of complex emotions, a mix of longing and envy. Zhang Jianshe naturally understood her thoughts. After a moment of silence, he asked casually, Sister, you and Su Damao have been married for so many years. Why haven't you planned to have a child? Zhang Jianshe's words had a deeper meaning. He could sense the envy in Lu Xiaoyi's earlier words about having such an outstanding son. Lu Xiaoyi had always treated Zhang Jianshe and his sister with the care of a real sister, which contrasted sharply with the selfish people in the courtyard. Zhang Jianshe was always clear about grievances and favors. He would repay any kindness received. He had been looking for a suitable opportunity to help Lu Xiaoyi fulfill her wish. Sure enough, as soon as Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, Lu Xiaoyi immediately froze. The expressions of Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao turned serious. Lu Xiaoyi furrowed her brows, her face filled with worry. Su Damao put down his chopsticks, his face darkening. What are you talking about? Isn't that poking at our sore spot? Su Damao said with an unhappy tone. I just don't understand what you mean by 400, and we still haven't planned to have a child. For these years, my sister and I have dreamed of having a child. Zhang Jianshe's words almost made Su Damao lose his temper. The gossip from the neighbors was unbearable for them, especially from the likes of Shazhu and Jiazhong, who always mocked Su Damao for being unworthy of having descendants, saying Lu Xiaoyi was infertile. Lu Xiaoyi could only bear this grievance alone, not knowing how many tears she had secretly shed. Xiaojian, do you know? I wish so much to have my own child, but things haven't gone as planned. It's just fate. Lu Xiaoyi sighed. Zhang Jianshe had anticipated this reaction and calmly continued to question. Have you two been to the hospital for a checkup? Of course we have. Lu Xiaoyi said with a bitter face, feeling helpless. Over the years, we've been to every hospital, but we still couldn't find the cause. We've taken a lot of medicine, but there is still no news. If it weren't for the close relationship with Zhang Jianshe, she would never have mentioned these private matters. For many years, Lu Xiaoyi had buried these worries deep inside, almost making herself sick. You definitely won't find any problems. The issue is with Su Damao. Zhang Jianshe secretly murmured in his heart, but didn't dare to say it out loud. If he did, not only Su Damao, but Lu Xiaoyi would throw something at him. And you? Have you been to the hospital for a checkup? Zhang Jianshe asked casually. What'd I go check? Isn't it a woman's issue whether she can give birth or not? Su Damao replied directly with dissatisfaction, not even thinking about it. In his mind, if a couple couldn't have children, it was always the woman's fault. He believed his body was always healthy and couldn't possibly have any problems. Hey, Su Damao, what you're saying is really unreliable. Zhang Jianshe frowned and said, having children is the result of the joint effort of both spouses. If either side has issues, it can lead to this situation. Over the years, Sister has gone to the hospital countless times and hasn't found any problems. So it's very likely that the issue is with you. Hey, are you even capable of speaking? I'm in good health. How could it be my problem? Su Damao retorted unhappily. A man can't be said to be incapable. If such words came from someone else, Su Damao would have overturned the table long ago. Oh, Zhang Jianshe suddenly laughed, put down his bowl and chopsticks, and said seriously, give me your hand. What do you want to do? Su Damao looked confused, not understanding what Zhang Jianshe was up to. Even Lu Xiaoyi showed a puzzled expression. What else? I'm going to take your pulse. Zhang Jianshe said irritably. Let you see my medical skills. Upon hearing this, both Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi were stunned. It was because they doubted Zhang Jianshe's medical skills. After all, he had saved Jia Su from the brink of death when he was almost turned to mush. Zhang Jianshe's medical skills were undoubtedly unique. But the problem was, they were discussing fertility issues at this moment. Could this young guy really solve such a problem? Xiaojian, do you understand this too? Lu Xiaoyi asked with some doubt. Let us give it a try first. Zhang Jianshe replied casually. I study traditional Chinese medicine. Whether Su Damao has issues, I can always find some clues by taking his pulse. Zhang Jianshe didn't say it was absolute. Su Damao remained half convinced, but in the end, he was pushed by Zhang Jianshe to the point of impatience. You're dragging this out. Su Damao, are you scared? What am I scared of? Provoked. Su Damao felt a bit embarrassed, and he finally stretched out his hand. It was easy to stretch out his hand, but when Zhang Jianshe held his pulse, his heart leaped to his throat. Not only him, but Lu Xiaoyi beside him also stared anxiously at the result. Even the innocent Xiao Wan, seeing the adults in such a manner, stopped eating and looked at them with wide eyes, puzzled. During this time, Zhang Jianshe had already made some guesses about the reasons for Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi's years of infertility. Now, taking Su Damao's pulse was just to confirm it. Unknowingly, after a long while, Zhang Jianshe finished confirming with his eyes closed and finally released Su Damao's wrist. When he opened his eyes, there was a hint of sympathy in his gaze towards Su Damao. Old Su, do you really want a child? Of course. Who doesn't want to have children? Su Damao, though confused, instinctively withdrew his hand, his tone impatient. This strange look made him very uneasy. Over the years, sister, he has suffered a lot of grievances, all bearing it for you. Zhang Jianshe shook his head and sighed, exaggerating his tone. If you trust me, hurry and get checked, otherwise, you'll never have children in this lifetime. Are you cursing me? Su Damao didn't react at first and blurted out, but then he froze, his eyes widening. Beside him, Lu Xiaoyi also came to her senses, staring fixedly at Zhang Jianshe. She didn't even bother to pick up the bowl that had fallen on the ground. She forced out a sentence with all her strength. Xiaojian, don't joke around. Clarify what you mean. What I mean is, all the medicine, sister, he has taken over the years has been in vain. Zhang Jianshe said calmly. The reason you two can't have children isn't sister es issue. It's old Su's problem. Oh my God. Upon hearing this, Lu Xiaoyi lost control of her emotions, tears instantly streaming down her face. Su Damao, on the other hand, suddenly stood up from his chair. What nonsense are you talking? Can your medical skills be trusted? How could it possibly be my problem? Su Damao's voice trembled slightly. As a man, Zhang Jianshe's words undoubtedly struck a painful chord in Su Damao. Calm down. Sister treats me and my sister like family. How could I joke about such a thing? Zhang Jianshe said sternly. Although Su Damao was unwilling to accept it, he could only sit down and wait for an explanation. Actually, your body has not had any major issues. Zhang Jianshe continued. But in my examination, I found that it seems you have suffered a severe impact in the past, which has caused some blood flow obstruction, affecting your fertility function. Think about it. Maybe 2 or 3 years ago, did something similar happen? His tone was serious, without a hint of joking. Su Damao fell into deep thought, and after a long while, he suddenly slapped his thigh, his eyes instantly reddening. Yes, that did happen. It was that damn Shazhu. Memories flooded back to him, and he clearly recalled that 2 years ago, when he was engaged to Lu Xiaoyi, Shazhu had provoked him for no reason and physically assaulted him, particularly targeting his vital areas, leaving him bedridden for several days. At that time, due to the favoritism of the old man, Zhonghai toward Shazhu, the matter was left unresolved, with only Shazhu being punished to clean the toilets for a week, and he didn't even get his medical expenses covered. Over the years, this incident had almost been forgotten, but now, hearing Zhang Jianshe mention it, it resurfaced. It turned out that the root cause of their infertility as a couple over the years was actually that damn Shazhu. That damn Shazhu. He caused my family to be cut off from descendants. I must confront him. Su Damao suddenly stood up, shouting angrily and preparing to rush out. Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe was quick to react, grabbing his shoulder and forcing him back into his seat. If this reckless man really went out, who knows what trouble he would cause? Why are you stopping me? I have to find that guy. Su Damao struggled and shouted. Even Lu Xiaoyi was enraged, tears streaming down her face. That Shazhu has really harmed us. Over the years, how much gossip and hardship had she endured in the neighborhood regarding fertility issues? She should have had her own child by now, but all of that was ruined by Shazhu. Everyone calm down. Zhang Jianshe frowned and advised. Right now, Shazhu is with Jia Sudong at the city hospital. Who do you want to find? Besides, this is just my preliminary assessment. Is there not enough reason to cause trouble for Shazhu now? Chapter 30. Unfulfilled wishes. What if Shazhu bites back and says you framed him? Are you really going to hit him? Zhang Jianshe's words left Su Damao and Lu Xiao speechless. With Shazhu's stubborn temperament, it was indeed possible for him to do so. Also, do you think you can just blame Shazhu for not being able to have children? Zhang Jianshe sneered. Since you left, you haven't really taken care of yourself. You've been through quite a lot these years, haven't you? Zhang Jianshe spoke ambiguously. But how could Lu Xiao and Su Damao not understand? Lu Xiao's face instantly turned red with shame. However, Su Damao didn't care at all. We're all adults. Does talking about this help? Help or not? Heh, I think you've been using it too frequently. Zhang Jianshe mocked. Old injuries haven't healed, and you've added new ones. At this rate, you might not be able to hold on. What do you mean by not able to hold on? Su Damao stared wide-eyed. Zhang Jianshe made a scissor gesture. Su Damao suddenly felt a chill, almost scared out of his wits. As a man, how could he not understand the implication in Zhang Jianshe's words? He tensed up like a cat with its tail stepped on and shouted, "Shout, Jianshe, you can't say that casually. Are you trying to scare me? I'm a coward." Zhang Jianshe snorted coldly, his tone laced with disdain. "Do you think I'm joking with you? Do I have time to play around with you?" His words plunged Su Damao into deep fear. The injured area is filled with blood vessels and nerves. That's the most sensitive and vulnerable part for a man. Your previous injury wasn't treated properly, and now with overexertion, the blood vessels have begun to contract abnormally, leading to blockages. At first, it might just affect fertility, but over time, the congestion can form blood clots, block blood vessels, and even threaten your life. Zhang Jianshe's words were half true and half false. Su Damao had indeed worsened his condition due to excessive indulgence, but the severe consequences he mentioned were mere fabrications. In the original storyline, although Su Damao was childless, he lived to the end without any life-threatening issues. Zhang Jianshe was not bored and looking for trouble. He knew how deplorable Su Damao's behavior was and worried that if this guy were cured, he might become even more reckless and do more absurd things. If this matter were pursued, Zhang Jianshe's fault would not be small. Sister Yi would likely fall into great misfortune for the rest of her life. Thus, Zhang Jianshe carefully devised a plan, determined to discipline the unfaithful Su Damao. He didn't believe Su Damao's issues with seeking pleasure outside could not be fixed. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe felt like a wise man guiding a prodigal son, his bowl seeming to become a wooden fish. "Brother Jianshe, I beg you to help me. I don't want to die or suffer that kind of humiliation. You must help me." Zhang Jianshe's plan was very effective. After hearing this, Su Damao was terrified, his face pale, and he hurriedly begged him, almost kneeling. He did not doubt Zhang Jianshe's words. It was just that this matter concerned life and death, and he really didn't dare to take risks. If something went wrong, the consequences would be unimaginable, either death or a fate worse than death. Moreover, he knew his physical condition very well. He had been out and about for many years, and his body was increasingly weak, far from what it used to be. Initially, he thought it was just overexertion, but now he understood, as Zhang Jianshe said, that there was a serious problem with his body. He panicked, completely panicked. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe was like a deity in his heart, his only hope. Since Zhang Jianshe could see his symptoms at a glance, it meant he had a way to cure him, and even help him and Lu Xiao have their own children. "Brother Jianshe, I know your abilities are extraordinary. Please save your brother Damao, and let us have our own children." Lu Xiao beside him couldn't help, but also earnestly requested. By the end, she almost knelt down. "Brother Jianshe, please. Don't do that, sister. You're shortening my life." Zhang Jianshe would not let Lu Xiao kneel down. He quickly supported her and said, half amused and half annoyed, "There's no need to say more about our relationship. I'll naturally help where I can. Otherwise, I wouldn't have waited until today to bring this up with you. Although Damao is not upright, he is, after all, your man. If something happens, you would really become a widow." Zhang Jianshe teased with a smile, trying to ease the tense atmosphere. However, Su Damao and his wife had no mood to laugh at that moment and hurriedly asked, "Jianshe, what should we do now?" "Don't panic. Tomorrow you both go to the hospital for a detailed checkup on Damao. Is face more important or health? Think it through," Zhang Jianshe said sternly, emphasizing that they should clarify the illness first and treat it before discussing anything else. Zhang Jianshe did not directly promise anything. He needed to ensure everything Su Damao said was true before taking further action. He planned to gradually influence Su Damao, keeping him firmly in his grasp. After all, having children was their couple's matter. There was no need to rush. A new day began. The couple hadn't slept all night, and as soon as dawn broke, they washed up and hurried to the hospital, even neglecting to eat. On the other hand, as the instigator of the matter, Zhang Jianshe had a good sleep. After waking up in the morning and having breakfast, he took his daughter, Xiaowan, to the steel factory for work. Since his in-laws had gone to the hospital, there was no one to help look after the child, and he didn't feel comfortable entrusting her to someone else, so he simply brought his daughter along to the factory. When Director Wang arranged his job, he had already explained his family situation to the factory and specifically requested permission to bring his child to work. Indeed, the factory agreed. Zhang Jianshe brought Xiaowan to the steel factory for the first time. The first thing he did was to greet factory director Yang Zhangwo and check on his colleague, Jia Sudong's situation, which also counted as showing concern. Upon seeing Xiaowan, Director Yang asked a few simple questions and then told Zhang Jianshe that as long as Xiaowan didn't interfere with his work, it was fine. He also hinted that if needed, he could directly make a request to the factory. This was a form of care for the families of martyrs. Xiao Jianshe, you're not only a responsible doctor, but also a competent brother. Director Yang did not hide his admiration for Zhang Jianshe. At that moment, in Director Yang's eyes, Zhang Jianshe was undoubtedly a gem. As long as he was willing to stay in the medical room of the steel factory, Director Yang would do his best to meet any reasonable request he made. Director Yang, you're overpraising me. Sensing Director Yang's attitude, Zhang Jianshe responded with a smile and quickly changed the subject. By the way, how is Jia Sudong's current condition? I heard the situation is relatively stable. The injury hasn't worsened. When Jia Sudong was mentioned, Director Yang's tone was slightly stiff. Recently, Comrade, Huairu may need to take a few days off to help take care of him. Jia Sudong only has his wife at home and has to raise 3 children. He truly can't manage. He seemed to hesitate before continuing. His mother also seems to have some trouble being detained at the inspection bureau for some issues. Dr. Zhang, as a neighbor, you might know the specifics? Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's mouth twitched slightly. He certainly knew what was going on. He was the one who sent Jia Sudong's mother to the inspection bureau. However, Zhang Jianshe didn't want to mention this matter too much. He wanted to avoid causing trouble and didn't want Director Yang to misunderstand him as someone who enjoys stirring up trouble. So, he gave a brief response and quickly moved past the topic. What does the factory plan to do regarding Jia Sudong's situation? Out of curiosity, Zhang Jianshe asked casually. The specific plan hasn't been determined yet. It still needs to be discussed in a meeting with the leaders, Director Yang frowned and said. However, a general direction is already in place. Jia Sudong caused an accident due to unsafe operation, which not only left him disabled, but also caused significant losses to the factory. Therefore, the factory will not provide disability compensation. However, based on humanitarianism and concern for disabled employees, the factory has promised to cover all medical expenses during his hospitalization and additionally provide 3 months' salary as assistance. Furthermore, based on Zhonghai's suggestion, it has been decided that Jia Sudong will recommend someone to take over his position. But the new employee will have to start as an intern and will not inherit the original years of service. This decision was already quite humane. After all, the accident was caused by Jia Sudong's violation. The factory not only covered the medical expenses and paid extra wages, but also provided a replacement position, which can be considered as being very benevolent. Zhang Jianshe understood that this replacement position was definitely reserved for Huairu. The Zhang family was not only known for their bad reputation, but also lazy and greedy, relying on Huairu to work and support the family. However, this had nothing to do with Zhang Jianshe. As long as it didn't involve him, he didn't care about these matters at all. By the way, I almost forgot something. Director Yang suddenly remembered something, patted his forehead, and took something out of the drawer to hand to Zhang Jianshe. I once said you saved Jia Sudong and restored the factory's reputation. Now, on behalf of the factory, I reward you with this. This is... Zhang Jianshe didn't decline and took it, his eyes lighting up immediately. A bicycle ticket. This was a rare good item. At that time, bicycles were extremely rare, not only practical and convenient, but also better than luxury cars in later years. There were hardly any in the entire courtyard. Zhang Jianshe had long wanted to buy one to ride, but he had never had the chance. It wasn't that he lacked money, but buying a bicycle required not only money, but also a special ticket. Such tickets were only allocated to government units or large enterprises, with only 3 or 4 issued each year. Previously, during the system lottery, Zhang Jianshe had longed to get one, but unfortunately, he didn't succeed. Jia Sudong originally thought he would have to wait a long time to get a bicycle ticket, but unexpectedly, Director Yang quickly gave him one. This was like seeing hope in a desperate situation. After receiving the bicycle ticket, Jia Sudong chatted with Director Yang for a few more moments and then took Xianwan to the steel rolling mills medical office. As soon as he arrived at the medical office, he learned that he had been appointed as the head of the medical office. Chapter 31, Losing Sanity. The person announcing the appointment was a tall and thin middle-aged man, dressed neatly in a Zhongshan suit and wearing a blue cap. He appeared serious, but Zhang Jianshe could tell at a glance that this person behaved inappropriately and lived indulgently. Dr. Zhang, let me introduce you to our Deputy Factory Director Li, who is in charge of personnel appointments, Dr. Wang said with a smile. Zhang Jianshe then understood the other person's identity, but had no fondness for Deputy Director Li, who liked to form cliques and acted recklessly. However, since it was their first meeting, he still politely greeted him. Deputy Director Li praised Zhang Jianshe for being young and already a section chief, but his words carried a hint of disdain, as if he were lecturing a subordinate. Zhang Jianshe merely smiled and said nothing more. Fortunately, Deputy Director Li left after reading out the appointment. As soon as he left, the doctors in the clinic sighed in relief. Hey, you all seem to be quite afraid of Deputy Director Li, Zhang Jianshe asked curiously. Dr. Xiao Su mumbled. It's not that we're afraid. We just feel he's not a good person. Dr. Wang quickly stopped him, looking around to confirm that no one was listening before everyone felt at ease to continue their conversation. Be careful what you say. Just keep it to yourself and be cautious about your words, Dr. Wang advised. After saying this, he sighed deeply and turned to Zhang Jianshe, saying, Director Zhang, we're just trying to help because we're all on the same side. Your medical skills are absolutely commendable. However, regarding interpersonal relationships, the two of us old colleagues can offer you some suggestions. His tone was very humble, fearing Zhang Jianshe might misunderstand. In his view, although Zhang Jianshe had excellent medical skills, he was merely a 14 or 15-year-old boy and surely lacked social experience. As someone older, he wanted to give him some advice, which could also help build a closer relationship. Zhang Jianshe could naturally sense Dr. Wang's goodwill, so he nodded quietly and smiled, saying, Dr. Wang is overthinking it. I just arrived and don't understand much. I'll need your guidance. Seeing that Zhang Jianshe showed no signs of arrogance, Dr. Wang and the others felt a bit more at ease and developed a better impression of him. Director Zhang, you might not know this, but our factory has 5 directors, 1 head and 4 deputies. Among them, Deputy Director Li is the most troublesome, Dr. Wang said in a low voice. The other 3 deputy directors came up based on their abilities, but he relies on his wife's connections. Not only does he lack capability, but he often bullies employees using his position. He intended to elaborate on Deputy Director Li's behavior. But considering Zhang Jianshe was young and that little Wan was playing nearby, he swallowed his words. Isn't this too outrageous? Doesn't anyone manage him in the factory? Zhang Jianshe frowned and asked, who would dare to manage him? He asked the deputy director. Besides, his father-in-law is a big leader who directly oversees our factory. Doctor, Zhao chimed in helplessly. In the factory, apart from Director Yang, he holds the most power and is in charge of personnel. Who would dare to offend him? Director Zhang, you need to be careful. This guy seems to have taken a disliking to you. Dr. Wang suddenly warned with a frown. Zhang Jianshe was taken aback. I sensed it when I spoke to him, but I don't think I've had any dealings with him. Today is the first time I've met him. I didn't provoke him, did I? Zhang Jianshe wondered. Could it be Zhonghai or Shazhu's doing? But then he thought it was unlikely, as they were not the type to form alliances. Even Su Damao, who tried to curry favor with him, probably wasn't involved. It's not that you offended him. It's that Director Yang has crossed him, Dr. Wang stated directly. You might not know, but these two have never gotten along and have been fighting for years. It just so happens that you performed well yesterday, and Director Yang promoted you to section chief. This should have been Deputy Director Li's prerogative. So Director Yang overstepped his bounds. This guy holds grudges. While he may not openly oppose your appointment, he surely feels uncomfortable about it. He might have already categorized you as being on Director Yang's side. Dr. Wang's explanation was thorough, and Zhang Jianshe frowned, feeling conflicted. After all, it was just a power struggle between two minor leaders and a personnel adjustment, which was trivial in other places. Why did it feel like a palace intrigue here? He had merely been promoted to section chief based on merit, yet he was dragged into this mess and directly categorized as being on Director Yang's side. It felt too hasty. However, Zhang Jianshe did not show his feelings outwardly. He only smiled wryly and nodded. I see. Deputy Director Li is overthinking things. I really haven't involved myself in their matters. He shook his head. I just want to quietly work in the clinic. In a few days, I'll understand everything. Zhang Jianshe had no intention of getting involved in the power struggles among the leaders of the steel rolling mill. He knew that a nationwide upheaval was about to occur, and the conflicts between Director Yang and Deputy Director Li seemed insignificant in the face of this great change. His choice was to protect himself and act low-key, provided they did not provoke him first. If anyone dared to cross his bottom line, he would retaliate without mercy. Dr. Wang and Dr. Zhao nodded in understanding, but still kindly reminded him, "You also need to be careful," and Xiao Sushuti talked too much. After this, everyone fell into a mutual silence. The work in the clinic of the steel rolling mill was quite relaxed, mostly dealing with common colds and minor injuries. This situation made the 4 doctors in the clinic feel somewhat at ease, with most of the work handled by Xiao Su while the others focused on guidance or discussions. That day, only 2 patients came to the clinic, and they were treated for some minor wounds. If serious illnesses occurred, patients would usually be sent to larger hospitals rather than staying in the factory. Zhang Jianshe spent most of his time either taking care of little Wan or discussing medical issues with the other doctors. His handling of certain difficult cases left the 2 doctors feeling deeply impressed. The qualification of attending physician might not fully reflect a person's real level. To have such a skilled person guiding them was a rare opportunity for both of them. Zhang Jianshe generously shared his knowledge without reservation, answering their questions openly. He had never worried about the issue of teaching a disciple and starving the master. This was not because he looked down on the 3 doctors in the clinic, but because of their abilities. Even if they learned, it would be difficult for them to surpass him. After all, not everyone had the advantageous resources he did. Time flew by, and before they knew it, evening had arrived. The clear sound of the closing bell rang out over the steel rolling mill, and everyone finally returned to their senses from discussing Chinese herbal formulas. Time flies so fast. Zhang Jianshe looked out the window and smiled. It's already time to get off work. Thanks to your guidance, we gained a lot today, Dr. Wang remarked. Dr. Zhao nodded in agreement. We're all colleagues. No need to be polite. Zhang Jianshe waved his hand, tidied up his things, and picked up little Wan. That's it for today. We can talk more another day. There is plenty of time. After bidding farewell to everyone, he walked out of the factory. Little Wan, do you want to ride a bicycle? Zhang Jianshe asked the soft little one in his arms as he walked. The little one's eyes lit up. Yes. Then let us go to the department store tomorrow to pick one out. The next day happened to be the weekend, and the steel rolling mill was closed. Zhang Jianshe immediately went to buy a bicycle. While others might have to be frugal, he didn't care about economic issues. On the way home, the courtyard was particularly peaceful because Jia Zhang was detained, and Huairu often went to the hospital to accompany Jia Sudong. Life was much calmer without those troubles. After entering the house with little Wan in his arms, he let her sit on the Kong to play while he planned to go to the kitchen to think about what to make for dinner. Just as he turned around, he suddenly heard a sharp, angry shout from the yard. Shazhu, get out here. I'm going to settle this with you today. This shout startled Zhang Jianshe, causing the vegetable leaves in his hand to tremble. He frowned and thought for a moment, then realized that the voice sounded like Su Damao. Now, this is getting interesting, Zhang Jianshe chuckled as he walked toward the yard. At this moment, all the neighbors in the courtyard were drawn out by Su Damao's shouting. Everyone craned their necks to look outside, and once they did, they were all shocked. They saw Su Damao standing at Shazhu's door, his eyes bloodshot and his face full of anger, swinging a closed drying pole and banging on the door. The usually gentle Lu Xiaoyi was standing beside him, holding a small bag and gripping a rolling pin, looking fierce. What was going on? Had these two taken the wrong medicine? Why were they acting like they were crazy? It was easy to guess that this was all Shazhu's doing. Sai, what on earth had Shazhu done to make Su Damao and his wife so angry? The neighbors whispered among themselves, but no one dared to step forward to mediate. Nobody had the courage, seeing that both of them were holding weapons. No one wanted to get caught in the crossfire. Su Damao, are you out of your mind? Shazhu, wrapped in a cotton coat, opened the door and said groggily. It turned out that something had happened to the Jia family yesterday, and this guy wanted to show off in front of his goddess. Bustling about and working harder than anyone else. That night, he had stayed by Jia Sudong's bedside, more devoted than the most filial person. He hadn't slept all night and only returned to his place at noon today. After a quick tidy-up, he had just lain down when he heard Su Damao shouting frantically outside and banging on the door. How could he stand it? He rushed out wrapped in a quilt. I'm going to teach you a lesson today. Seeing Shazhu come out, Su Damao, furious beyond measure, had lost his rationality and swung the closed drying pole at Shazhu's head. With no reservations, the pole, as thick as an arm, came crashing down with a whoosh. If it hit, no matter how sturdy Shazhu was, his head would surely be split open. Stop! Su Damao, you really mean to hit me? Chapter 32. You made me suffer so much seeing Su Damao getting serious. Shazhu was taken aback and instinctively stepped aside. The thick closed drying pole nearly smashed down next to his ear. The howling wind made his face sting. But it wasn't over yet. Despite Shazhu's quick reaction, avoiding a severe blow to his head, he ultimately couldn't evade Su Damao's furious strike. The drying pole came crashing down heavily on his shoulder. The immense impact made him stagger. Fortunately, he had wrapped himself in a quilt before going out to avoid the cold, which somewhat cushioned the blow. Otherwise, that hit could have incapacitated his arm right then and there. Even so, the intense pain jolted Shazhu fully awake, and his eyes instantly turned bloodshot. Su Damao, you're asking for death. I'll fight you to the end. Well done, Shazhu, worthy of the title of the god of war in the courtyard. Enduring the excruciating pain in his shoulder, he suddenly threw off the quilt, rolled with all his might, and managed to knock the drying pole out of Su Damao's hands. He then raised his leg and kicked Su Damao in the abdomen. Su Damao was indeed no match for him, weakened by excessive drinking and indulgence. He was no opponent for Shazhu. The kick landed fiercely, sending him flying 3 or 4 meters away. He crashed heavily to the ground, his internal organs feeling as if they were in turmoil. The pain made him curl up, clutching his stomach. Even so, he didn't forget to curse Shazhu angrily. You bastard Shazhu, you've made me suffer so much. This debt, isn't settled. Not settled? I want let it end. Shazhu's eyes turned red. Hearing those words made his fury rise even more, and he lifted his foot again, ready to kick Su Damao hard. Shazhu, I'll fight you to the end. Seeing Su Damao in danger again, Lu Xiao finally couldn't stand it anymore. With an angry shout, she swung the rolling pin in her hand and charged at Shazhu. Unfortunately, she had been spoiled since childhood and had no real combat experience. How could this strike possibly harm a warrior like Shazhu? He simply raised his hand and snatched the rolling pin away, coldly saying, "Are you two itching for a beating?" At that moment, Shazhu was furious, and, seeing Lu Xiao's desperate appearance, he was instantly enraged. He raised his hand, ready to slap Lu Xiao mercilessly. If that slap landed, the delicate Lu Xiao would likely find it hard to maintain her beauty. The atmosphere was tense, everyone holding their breath, wanted to intervene, but realizing it was too late. Just when it seemed that disaster was imminent, 3 furious voices suddenly erupted. Shazhu, stop. The voices belonged to the 3 elders in the courtyard. The conflict between Shazhu and Su Damao was not a big deal, and even if it got serious, it wasn't the first time. But if he truly laid a hand on Lu Xiao, that would be too much. It must be stopped. The 3 elders reacted quickly, but one person was even faster than them. Just as they spoke, a tall figure quietly appeared beside Shazhu. He pulled Lu Xiao behind him with one hand and accurately blocked the deadly slap with the other. Before anyone could react, the person suddenly raised his leg and, like a flash of lightning, kicked Shazhu in the abdomen. Zhang Jianshe kicked with force, sending Shazhu crashing 4 or 5 meters away. Shazhu, what kind of ability do you think you have now? How dare you lay a hand on a woman? Zhang Jianshe slowly retracted his foot, a flash of murderous intent in his eyes, and spoke to the writhing Shazhu on the ground in a cold voice. Initially, Zhang Jianshe just wanted to watch the excitement, but he didn't expect Su Damao to be so incompetent, provoking Shazhu only to be beaten without a chance to fight back. Worse still, Lu Xiaoa was also caught in the middle, forced to confront Shazhu. As long as no one died, Zhang Jianshe and Ti have intervened, but Shazhu's attack on Lu Xiaoa was intolerable. Lu Xiaoa was his benefactor. How could he stand by and do nothing? Thus, he immediately stepped in to teach Shazhu a lesson. Shazhu, seeing Shazhu being kicked away, one of the elders was quite frightened. He knew Zhang Jianshe's methods and was worried that things would escalate. Zhang Jianshe, can you go easy on him? Almost instinctively, Zhonghai scolded, completely forgetting Su Damao, who was lying on the ground, gasping in pain. Oh, elder, do you only care about your precious godson Shazhu? Zhang Jianshe retorted sharply, sorry. I did this to save Sister Lu. Besides, look, Su Damao was also knocked down by Shazhu, wasn't he? As soon as Zhang Jianshe's words came out, Zhonghai was left speechless, and the surrounding neighbors threw him strange looks. Zhang Jianshe was right. He acted out of good intentions, kicking away the out-of-control Shazhu to save someone. Unexpectedly, Zhonghai indiscriminately blamed him, which was hard to accept. Then you could have just held him back, right? Zhonghai frowned, his tone noticeably softening. This isn't my fault. Who knew this mad dog would go crazy and bite someone? Zhang Jianshe shrugged, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness, causing the nearby neighbors to chuckle. Shazhu had indeed acted like a mad dog just now. Kid, you dare to insult me. Shazhu mumbled as he stood up, instinctively wanting to throw a punch again, but was harshly stopped by Zhonghai and the two elders. What time is it to still be throwing punches? Shazhu, stop making trouble. Although Shazhu usually rushed around recklessly, facing the fury of the three elders, he could only barely suppress his impulses. Little Jian, thank you, thank you. Lu Xiaoa was in tears, constantly thanking Zhang Jianshe. Others thought she was grateful for Zhang Jianshe stopping Shazhu, but Zhang Jianshe understood in his heart that she was thankful for uncovering Su Damao's hidden ailment, solving the mystery of their childlessness over the years. Sister no need to be polite. The most important thing now is to stay calm. Seeking justice is the right thing to do. Zhang Jianshe first comforted Lu Xiaoa, then squatted down to check on Su Damao. Fortunately, despite being kicked by Shazhu, Su Damao was not seriously hurt. Zhang Jianshe casually applied pressure on a few acupuncture points on his body, realigning his dislocated bones. Su Damao immediately stopped the pain and managed to stand up, albeit with difficulty. Even so, his eyes were still filled with resentment, glaring fiercely at Shazhu and Zhonghai. Shazhu, I will not let you go. Shazhu instinctively wanted to retaliate, but was interrupted by Zhonghai. Su Damao, are you running a fever today? Have you taken the wrong medicine? Lu Haizhong angrily chimed in. Exactly. Why are you two so angry today? Do you want to tear down the courtyard? As the person in charge of the courtyard, they had almost been scared to death. It was too dangerous. Shazhu, Su Damao, and even Lu Xiaoa all acted with murderous intent during the scuffle. If something really happened, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just a few days ago, Director Wang had scolded the three elders. If something happened again today, they would definitely be held accountable. Three elders, you need to uphold justice for us. At this moment, Shazhu also came to his senses, angrily questioning, I didn't provoke anyone today. I was just sleeping at home. This guy is really audacious. Not only starting trouble, but also coming in with heavy hands. That thick stick was aimed straight at my head. If I hadn't reacted quickly, I might not have survived. If I don't get an explanation today, I want let it go with him. As soon as Shazhu finished speaking, Su Damao couldn't help but roar angrily. How dare you say such things? This is simply nonsense. You've made me nearly lose my line. If I don't beat you to a pulp today, I want let go with you. Su Damao's voice trembled a bit as he spoke. as if he had exhausted all his strength, filled with sorrow and resentment. Upon hearing this, the surrounding elders and neighbors all looked puzzled. What's going on? How could Shazhu make Su Damao lose his line? Over the years, Su Damao and his wife had been unable to conceive, and they were already anxious about it. This matter was well known in the courtyard. Some even discussed it privately. But what does the couple's infertility have to do with Shazhu? Su Damao, I think you must be crazy. Shazhu never expected Su Damao to accuse him like this, and immediately retorted with a sarcastic tone. Your inability to have children is your own issue. What does it have to do with me? Are you expecting me to help with this? Shazhu's words were extremely harsh, even carrying a hint of frivolity. Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi's faces turned pale upon hearing this. You're talking nonsense. Su Damao exploded with rage. If it weren't for you plotting against me 2 years ago and injuring me, we would have had children by now. We are suffering because of you. Originally, the injury Su Damao suffered was very private. For a man, it was a huge humiliation. Normally, Su Damao would never mention this in front of outsiders. But in his anger, he couldn't care less. What kind of nonsensical words are these? The crowd was left bewildered. Finally, Lu Xiaoyi angrily took out a report from her small bag and held it up in front of everyone. Look, today, Su Damao and I went to the hospital for an examination. She said, the doctor told us that all these years of not having children is entirely because Su Damao was injured 2 years ago, which affected his fertility. That incident happened 2 years ago. That bastard, out of jealousy for me marrying Su Damao, not only injured him, but caused him irreparable harm. This is why we haven't had children all these years. Lu Xiaoyi started to cry as she spoke, her voice choked with emotion. Over the years, she had endured so much grievance regarding their inability to conceive. Now that the truth was out, how could she not be heartbroken? Suddenly, there was an uproar at the scene. No one could have anticipated that Lu Xiaoyi would reveal such shocking news, nor that the couple's plight stemmed from Shazhu's actions. In an instant, the crowd looked at Su Damao and his wife with a hint of sympathy. Chapter 33. A lesson unlearned. The couple was left without offspring, which almost made them extinct. It's no wonder they came looking for Shazhu to argue right after returning from the hospital. Anyone who encountered such a situation would be furious. What on earth is going on? The 3 elderly people took the report, confirmed it repeatedly, and were shocked. Even the usually protective Zhonghai felt sympathy for Su Damao and his wife this time. After all, he had faced a similar predicament before. However, Shazhu remained indifferent, still grinning. Hearing Lu Xiao's words, he was completely unaware that the expressions of those around him had become complicated, and he carelessly blurted out something embarrassing. Su Damao felt as if he had been struck hard, his anger flaring up. You bastard! I'm going to fight you. He suddenly stood up and lunged at Shazhu. Looks like you're asking for a lesson. Su Damao charged at Shazhu fiercely, who instinctively raised his leg and kicked out. Surprisingly, this kick hit Su Damao right in a sensitive spot. The intense pain made Su Damao scream, curling up on the ground and rolling around. The surrounding men felt a chill and collectively gasped. I didn't mean it. Do you believe me? Shazhu was also taken aback, forcing out a dry laugh and muttering to himself. What are you standing there for? Quickly help him inside. Third uncle reacted the fastest, urging everyone to spring into action. The crowd worked together to carry the seriously injured Su Damao into the house, and soon he fell into a coma. Jianshe, come help. Third uncle habitually sought help from Zhang Jianshe, the only one who understood medicine. Although Zhang Jianshe reluctantly intervened, he was displeased due to the awkward situation. But seeing Lu Xiao's earnest gaze, he sighed and took Su Damao's pulse. No one noticed that the grim-faced Zhonghai had quietly pulled Shazhu away to the backyard. Shazhu, you've really gotten yourself into big trouble this time. Hey, uncle, what is the big deal? Shazhu was unconcerned, even shivering in his thin clothes because he had gotten up late, only thinking about going back to bed to catch up on sleep. I really can't do anything with you. Zhonghai was so angry he stomped his feet. If Shazhu weren't his chosen support for old age, he would have already taught this fool a lesson. Su Damao is now unable to have children. You're not even worried about this big issue? Didn't you see how Su Damao was just now? He almost picked up a knife to fight you. Fortunately, You knocked him out. Otherwise, there would have been no way to settle this. Zhonghai said disappointedly. If he can't have children, what does that have to do with me? Besides, it's not my fault. Shazhu complained. In my opinion, Su Damao ended up like this because he brought it upon himself. Shazhu's words were heavy, but he forgot that Zhonghai also had no children. Saying this in front of him was like directly stabbing at his wound. Sure enough, Zhonghai's face immediately darkened. Do you want to kill me? Zhonghai glared at Shazhu in anger. Didn't you see? The hospital report for Su Damao and Lu Xiao is right here. Everyone in the courtyard saw you fight with Su Damao. Just this is enough to prove it's your fault. Do you know that as long as Su Damao regains consciousness and takes this evidence to the inspection bureau or the factory security department, even if it doesn't land you in jail, he can still accuse you of intentional injury causing disability, which is beyond doubt. Zhonghai, this old guy, usually muddles through other people's affairs, but when it comes to his own issues in Shazhu, he becomes particularly sharp. He immediately recognized the seriousness of the situation. No, it can't be. Shazhu had never seen Zhonghai so serious. After hearing this, he gulped in fear. For such a small matter, he can alarm the inspection? With you around, he can't go wild? Hearing Shazhu's words, Zhonghai was almost so angry he spat blood. Shazhu, I really don't know what to say. Zhonghai said disappointedly. What kind of person is Su Damao? Others might not know, but you should be clear. He is a thoroughly bad guy, always looking for trouble and making a mess in the courtyard. Now, he has suffered such a big loss and has a hold over you. Do you think he will easily let this go? Absolutely not. That bastard will definitely not let it rest and will cause a ruckus. Shazhu finally realized the gravity of the situation and panicked. Uncle, what should we do? If he wakes up and calls the police, Shazhu stuttered halfway and trembled all over. I'm worried too. This matter was originally your fault. Zhonghai looked troubled. The two caregivers he had carefully trained had consumed countless efforts, and he thought he could rely on them, but now, both had not only failed to succeed. One had become disabled, becoming a burden. The other was useless, not only failing to help, but also causing a lot of trouble. Uncle, can't even you do anything? Shazhu was completely bewildered. In his heart, Zhonghai was the most decisive person, now that even he was at a loss. Who else could deal with Su Damao? We can't just wait for him to wake up and call the police, right? It shouldn't be that bad. Zhonghai shook his head, a strange glint flashing in his eyes. Now there is still one person who can resolve this situation. Who? Shazhu hurriedly asked. The old lady in the backyard. On the other side, at Su Damao's home. As Shazhu and Zhonghai hurried to the backyard to find the deaf old lady, Zhang Jianshe was also examining Su Damao. Jianshe, is Damao all right? Lu Xiao asked anxiously. After finding the reason for infertility, she had finally seen a glimmer of hope in life. If Su Damao had another problem at this time, don't worry. Xiao, Su Damao isn't seriously injured, just fainted from the pain. Zhang Jianshe gently reassured Lu Xiao. The men present, however, couldn't help but shiver, a look of sympathy appearing on their faces. Good grief, if that kick had landed in that spot, it could probably make a person faint from the pain. Shazhu's kick was indeed no joke. Zhang Jianshe didn't waste any time and immediately directed someone to bring a set of acupuncture tools from his room. He casually inserted a few needles into Su Damao's body. Soon, the originally dazed and confused Su Damao gradually regained consciousness, slowly opening his eyes. After a moment's hesitation, he tried to struggle to sit up, shouting continuously. Damn Shazhu, I'm going to kill him. All right, stop making a scene. Seeing Su Damao about to lose control again, Zhang Jianshe frowned and stopped him. But Su Damao was still too agitated, wanting to get up and fight Shazhu. And even Zhang Jianshe couldn't watch anymore. He quickly acted, inserting a 5 or 6 inch long needle into Su Damao. The originally aggressive Su Damao immediately slumped down like a deflated balloon. Oh, this is like magic. Everyone witnessed this and was shocked. Second, Uncle Lu Hezhong. Although he had seen Zhang Jianshe use similar methods to control the irrational Zhonghai while treating Jia Sudong at the factory, still trembled in his heart at seeing such miraculous skills again, his expression tinged with fear. Others had never seen such a scene before and stared wide-eyed at the silver needle in Zhang Jianshe's hand. Third Uncle Yin Fugue even took off his glasses to wipe them carefully, fearing he had seen it wrong. A little Jianshi, what are you doing? Lu Xiao was also stunned. Looking at Su Damao's panicked yet immobile state, she forgot her sorrow and quickly asked with concern. Don't worry, Sister Lu. Yes, fine. I just use some little tricks that only doctors understand. Zhang Jianshe explained to Lu Xiaoyi in a relaxed tone. Then, he impatiently said to Su Damao, You're a grown man. How can you still act like a child? Just throwing tantrums? Have you ever thought about whether you can beat that blockhead Shazhu? Do you dare to act recklessly? Aren't you afraid of making a fool of yourself? What if you get hurt? Listening to Zhang Jianshe's stern reprimand, Su Damao, who had been angrily struggling, was suddenly taken aback. With old injuries and new wounds, do you still plan to have children? If this sentence came from someone else, Su Damao would definitely be even more agitated and might even confront the person to the end. However, it was Zhang Jianshe speaking. His fear of Zhang Jianshe far exceeded that of ordinary people. Even in his current emotional state, he didn't dare to show any dissatisfaction. After all, even the solution to his health issues and future fertility depended on Zhang Jianshe's help. Could this really affect fertility? Su Damao asked anxiously, as this was his greatest concern. Of course, that guy Shazhu never holds back when he strikes. Zhang Jianshe responded bluntly. If this continues, don't even talk about having children. Your health might be in trouble. Upon hearing this, Su Damao was completely panicked and dared not say another word. Shazhu is too ruthless, he thought. It's one thing to hit someone, but he even uses dirty tricks. Exactly. The last time I fought him, he used that kind of tactic on me, and I still don't know if it had any effects. With such vicious methods, no wonder he hasn't settled down yet. This is karma. The onlookers began to whisper among themselves. At this moment, second Uncle Lu Haizhong suddenly remembered something, quickly glanced around, and realized that Zhonghai and Shazhu had already left. A glint of brilliance flashed in his eyes. Good. Zhonghai, let's see how you handle this. I'll make sure you step down from your position as the eldest uncle. Chapter 34. Unexpectedly, Lu Haizhong was meticulous in his thoughts, recalling how back in the day, Zhonghai's favoritism towards Shazhu led to Su Damao being beaten without any result. Now that it had been exposed, Shazhu could hardly escape blame, and Zhonghai couldn't extricate himself either. As long as he stirred the pot behind the scenes, things would definitely turn to his advantage. Lu Haizhong thought to himself with satisfaction. Just then, the surrounding crowd also sensed that the atmosphere was off and began to chatter loudly. Where did Shazhu run off to? He injured someone. How could he just slip away without a sound? Right, he was just here. How could he disappear in the blink of an eye? Even old uncle is gone. Someone whispered. Could it be that Shazhu wants to evade responsibility? The crowd murmured, and Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi were in a panic. Please, everyone help us. This scoundrel has nearly destroyed our family. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes were red, tears streaming down her face. Despite her noble background, she was kind-hearted and had a good relationship with her neighbors. Seeing her pitiful appearance, everyone felt outraged. Xiaoyi, don't cry. We are reasonable people and will definitely seek justice for you. Shazhu has gone too far. He needs a proper lesson. Not only should he be taught a lesson, but he must also compensate the Su family. It's too cruel what he has done to the Su family. In the crowd, people were taking turns blaming Shazhu. Usually, Zhonghai would mediate in such situations, but today was different. Zhang Jianshe, who had been quietly observing, suddenly cleared his throat and raised his voice, saying, Gentlemen of our courtyard, such a big incident has happened. Shouldn't we convene a meeting to discuss countermeasures? His words were profound, and the crowd instantly understood his intent. That's right. This matter indeed needs to be discussed by the whole courtyard. Lu Haizhong reacted quickly, immediately stepping forward to echo, I support Jianshe's opinion. Let us hold a meeting. Let us hold a meeting. He had never felt so confident in proposing a meeting. As the second uncle, Zhonghai always took the lead, whether in resolving disputes or making decisions for the entire courtyard. He was always the one to make the final call. In the courtyard, he was always a supporting character behind Zhonghai. For someone who was keen on power, this situation was akin to torture. Now, fate had finally given him the opportunity to step into the spotlight. Zhonghai was silent due to his loss of power, while Shazhu had become the target of everyone's ire. At this moment, It was time for him to stand up and uphold justice. Su Damao, Lu Xiaowei. You can rest assured, I will seek justice for you. Lu Haizhong said solemnly, I will immediately convene a meeting of the entire courtyard, and everyone must attend. As for Shazhu, he must be brought back. In the back room of the deaf old lady, Shazhu and Zhonghai were still unaware that under Zhang Jianshe's leadership, Lu Haizhong had already begun preparing to convene a meeting aimed at interrogating Shazhu. The two were anxiously looking at the deaf old lady sitting on the Kong, waiting for her judgment. Old lady, I really messed up this time. You must help me, Shazhu said anxiously. Shazhu, the trouble you've caused is no small matter. The deaf old lady frowned after hearing the whole story. She was experienced and could tell at a glance that this matter was serious. Su Damao and his wife had been childless for many years and had long harbored resentment. Now that they learned it was your doing, they probably let you off easily. I didn't know Su Damao was so fragile. I just kicked him a few times, and he became unable to have children. Shazhu responded with a face full of regret. Shazhu, you've always been reckless, only knowing how to act rashly. The old lady reproached discontentedly. I warned you to be cautious, but you didn't listen. Now look, you've caused trouble. Haven't you? Old lady, I was wrong. Please stop talking about it. Seeing that the old lady was about to continue scolding, Shazhu hurriedly admitted his fault. Zhonghai, worried that the old lady would go on and on, quickly added, Old lady, don't rush to blame Shazhu. The most important thing now is to find a way to calm this matter down. Su Damao might have fainted and can be quiet for a while. But when he wakes up, who knows what kind of chaos will ensue. I just saw Zhang Jianshe saving him. He is quite capable, so he might be able to bring him back soon. We need to think of a way to appease Su Damao. I know you have a good relationship with Lu Xiaoyi and are a respected elder in the courtyard. Why don't you try to mediate? Zhonghai suggested in a low voice. Unexpectedly, after pondering for a moment, the deaf old lady shook her head directly. This matter isn't so easy to resolve. What? Hearing this, both Shazhu and Zhonghai were stunned. They regarded the old lady as their last hope, thinking that as long as she intervened, the problem could be easily resolved. Who knew she would refuse so decisively? Old ancestor, isn't this too unreasonable? Do you really want Su Damao to ride roughshod over me? Shazhu said anxiously, blurting it out. Nonsense. The deaf old lady impatiently slapped him on the head. It's not that I want to help you. The problem is that you want me to persuade Sha-Yi to reconcile. And that is simply impossible. I know Sha-Yi too well. She has been nearly driven mad by her longing for a child over the years. Now, even if she has a good relationship with me, as soon as I open my mouth, not only will she not agree, she might even hate me, not to mention their Su Damao. The old lady's words left Zhonghai and Shazhu speechless. To expect them to reconcile as if nothing had happened was simply impossible. Moreover, I've listened to the course of events you've described and feel that something is off. The deaf old lady suddenly had a strange expression, her murky eyes appearing particularly shrewd. In today's incident, you've overlooked an important person. Overlooked someone? Shazhu and Zhonghai exchanged glances, not understanding the old lady's meaning. Old ancestor, isn't today, as incident just the grudge between Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi and Shazhu? Zhonghai asked in confusion. Who else is involved? Is this matter not so simple? The deaf old lady said solemnly. Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi have been childless for many years and have always believed the problem lies with Lu Xiaoyi. But today, they suddenly decided to go to the hospital for a checkup, raising suspicions that there might be something else going on. Such a thing would be hard for the face-conscious Su Damao to admit. Hearing this, Zhonghai was taken aback. Su Damao valued his reputation so much that he would never voluntarily admit his faults. He continued, but he took Lu Xiaoyi to the hospital early this morning and even gave up work. This is indeed very unusual. Unless, Zhonghai suddenly realized, his expression changing as he stared intently at the deaf old lady. The deaf old lady nodded slightly and whispered, unless someone secretly guided them to believe that the problem lies with Su Damao. What? Someone is giving Su Damao advice? Shazhu's eyes widened. I knew it. How could Su Damao suddenly come to his senses? It turns out someone is helping behind the scenes. He angrily cursed. If someone is plotting against me, let me find out, and I spare them. Shazhu was unconcerned, but he didn't notice Zhonghai's expression had darkened. Don't you understand yet? The only person in the courtyard who has a good relationship, understands medicine, and can persuade them to believe it is Su Damao is Zhang Jianshe. Shazhu finally caught on to the implication and understood. The only person in the courtyard with excellent medical skills was him, and he had been particularly outstanding these past few days. Zhang Jianshe has a very good relationship with Liu Shaoyi. He has the ability to make the always self-important Su Damao doubt himself, even going so far as to take leave to get a checkup. When you weren't at the hospital yesterday, Zhang Jianshe and his sister actually had dinner with the Su family. The deaf old lady slowly revealed a clue. I heard that Su Damao seemed to be angry in the house last night, and I vaguely heard him scolding his good grandson. There's no need to say more. It must have been when Zhang Jianshe told Su Damao during dinner that there might be an issue with his health, which scared Su Damao and his wife into going to the hospital early this morning. Zhang Jianshe is skilled in traditional Chinese medicine, and diagnosing illness is not difficult for him. Moreover, his performance at the factory in the past few days has been quite remarkable. This little brat. I must deal with him today. Shazhu shouted that he wanted to confront Zhang Jianshe, but he forgot that he was not a match for him at all. Shazhu, don't be impulsive. Fortunately, Zhonghai reacted quickly and stopped him. That guy's been acting strangely lately, like a different person. If you go to confront him recklessly, you might end up in trouble. Speaking of Zhang Jianshe, Zhonghai also felt uncertain. In just a few days, Zhang Jianshe has shown too many unexpected skills. And even someone like him has suffered losses. Good grandson, calm down. The deaf old lady frowned and said, Zhang Jianshe is not simple now. Ever since his parents passed away, even I can't see through him anymore. What? Even you can't see through him? Zhonghai and Shazhu were shocked. The old lady has experienced countless storms. What kind of big waves hasn't she seen? It's hard to believe that a 17-year-old boy could make it difficult for others to read his thoughts. So what should we do next? Zhonghai was about to speak. At that moment, a rapid knock on the door suddenly interrupted their conversation. Immediately, an aunt brought in 3 uncles. Oh, Aunt Shazhu, what are you doing here? Uncle 3, seeing Zhonghai and Shazhu, was obviously a bit surprised and couldn't help but ask. I saw the situation was chaotic and was worried that Shazhu might get into trouble, so I went to Su Damao's place to pull him out. Zhonghai's old face flushed with a hint of embarrassment, but he quickly calmed down and casually made up an excuse. Chapter 35, Isn't Reputation Ruined? It was evident from the slight squint in third uncle's eyes that he did not buy into this poor excuse. You brought Shazhu here to the old lady? Why not take him straight back to your own home? Since you sought the old lady's help, why bother pretending? Third uncle was very clear about this in his heart, but he did not directly confront Zhonghai's words. Ahem, what a coincidence. I was planning to inform the old lady about this matter anyway. And since you all happen to be here, let's discuss it together. Third uncle cleared his throat and said. The courtyard decided to convene a meeting with all members to discuss the issue between Shazhu and the Su family. Shazhu, you better not hide. Who wants to hide? Oomph. Shazhu subconsciously retorted. That's best. You really went too far with this matter. Third uncle said with a cold smile. After saying this, he exchanged pleasantries with the old lady and then left, completely ignoring Zhonghai. As a number 1 figure in the courtyard, how had Zhonghai ever been treated so coldly? Even third uncle dared to show him disrespect? What was going on? Who proposed the meeting? Zhonghai asked the aunt with a gloomy face. After Su Damao woke up, he shouted to find Shazhu to settle scores. But he was stopped by Zhang Jianshe. The aunt looked worried. It was Zhang Jianshe who proposed the meeting, and everyone agreed. So third uncle just went along with it. Sure enough, it was Zhang Jianshe. Upon hearing the aunt's explanation, Zhonghai, Shazhu, and the deaf old lady's faces turned dark. It was not until this moment that they truly confirmed that everything happening today was being stirred up by Zhang Jianshe. Grandma, what should we do next? Zhonghai asked the deaf old lady in a low voice. Given the situation, the courtyard meeting must be held. We can't just stand by and watch Shazhu get bullied. Zhonghai's words were not finished, but his intentions were already very clear. Let's act accordingly. I want to see today's meeting and deal with Su Damao and that Zhang Jianshe, the deaf old lady said sternly. As long as I'm here, my grandson will never suffer. Half an hour later, the traditional event of the courtyard meeting officially began. The meeting was held in the middle courtyard. An old square table was placed in the yard, and the three uncles sat around the table, which served as the hosts. Although this square table was simple, it symbolized the highest authority of the courtyard. Only the three uncles of the courtyard could sit here. Other residents brought their own chairs and benches, gathering around the three uncles. Su Damao and his wife, along with Shazhu, as the key figures of this meeting, naturally sat at the front. At this moment, both sides were glaring at each other, their eyes blazing. If it weren't for the three uncles in between, they might have already started fighting. Zhang Jianshe had also arrived. He was holding Xiao Wan, sitting in a comfortable rattan chair, hiding among the crowd. The siblings had even brought a large bag of sunflower seeds, leisurely cracking them open, causing the nearby children to drool. Rather than saying they were here to attend the meeting, it was more accurate to say they were here to watch the fun. However, despite being there for entertainment, Zhang Jianshe noticed some abnormalities. First, there were the three uncles seated at the square table. In previous courtyard meetings, Zhonghai always sat in the middle, with Lu Haizhong on the left and Yin Bugui on the right, their positions never changing. But today, while Yin Bugui's position remained the same, Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong had swapped places, with Lu Haizhong now in the center and Zhonghai on the left. The main character of the meeting had quietly shifted from Zhonghai to Lu Haizhong. What was even more noteworthy was that the usually reclusive deaf old lady had also attended. As the highest-ranking person in the courtyard, she was now sitting at the front of the crowd, chatting with Lu Xiao Yi. Interesting, is she trying to stand up for her dry grandson? Trying to take action against Lu Xiao Yi? Zhang Jianshe observed this scene, a cold smile appearing on his lips. The slyest old fox in the courtyard was undoubtedly her. She appeared to be respected on the surface, but behind the scenes, she colluded with Zhonghai and Shazhu, using all means possible. Lu Xiao Yi treated her well, often sending food and supplies, yet she ended up being hurt the most by her. In the original text, when Lu Xiao Yi had just divorced Su Damao, she even schemed to make Lu Xiao Yi fall for Shazhu, causing Lu Xiao Yi to remain unmarried for life. How could such a person, who repays kindness with malice, not raise suspicions? Zhang Jianshe saw through it clearly. The deaf old lady was constantly getting closer to Lu Xiao Yi, clearly plotting something. But he was not anxious. Lu Xiao Yi was no longer the same as before. He and Su Damao had long warned Lu Xiao Yi to be wary of this duplicitous person, especially in such situations. Sure enough, the deaf old lady initiated a warm conversation, but Lu Xiao Yi responded indifferently, only giving a few perfunctory replies before ignoring her, leaving the old lady's face extremely ugly. Ahem, is everyone here? Second uncle knocked on the tea jug in his hand and said loudly, in that case, I announce that the courtyard meeting is now starting. Suddenly, the entire yard fell silent, and everyone was staring at the three elders. Second uncle enjoyed this feeling of being the center of attention. He glanced at the frowning first uncle and casually said, Uncle, although today's meeting was initiated by me, why don't you say a few words first? Second uncle was merely being polite, as this meeting was called by him, and Zhonghai had just lost face a few days ago, was not sitting in the main position, and was too close to Shazhu to have an opportunity to speak. However, he underestimated Zhonghai's capability. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai immediately nodded expressionlessly. All right, since second uncle says so, I will host this meeting. What's going on? Second uncle found it hard to believe. Was Zhonghai really this shameless? No. Second uncle instinctively wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Zhonghai directly took over the meeting's leadership. Today, everyone is gathered here because a serious fight broke out this afternoon. To bid farewell to the old and welcome the new, I wish everyone a happy new year. Shazhu, Su Damao, and Lu Xiao Yi fought fiercely in the courtyard due to personal grievances, especially Shazhu, who not only injured Su Damao, but also attempted to harm a weak woman like Lu Xiao Yi. This is something that has not happened in our courtyard for many years. The impact is extremely bad, and we must impose severe punishment. Zhonghai spoke citerni, clearly targeting Shazhu, showing no mercy. This left many present puzzled. What was wrong with Zhonghai today? Had he taken the wrong medicine? Wasn't he the one who always protected Shazhu? He usually helped smooth things over. Why was he blaming Shazhu right from the start? It sounded like he was siding with Su Damao. Did Zhonghai really not want to favor Shazhu today and wanted to make a fair judgment? Even Lu Haizhong, who was about to vie for speaking rights, was stunned. Everyone instinctively closed their mouths, looking at Zhonghai with puzzled expressions. Old fox, deep enough to play such a trick of avoiding the main issue? If there was anyone present who could see through Zhonghai's tricks, it was Zhang Jianshe. With Zhonghai's character, if he were really willing to give up his retirement plan in pursuit of fairness and justice, it would be as if a dreamer was talking nonsense. His earlier words, while seeming fair and impartial, actually concealed a trick. He was blaming Shazhu for hurting someone. But Zhang Jianshe immediately sensed something was off. Was the focus of today's meeting really Shazhu hitting someone? Or was it the conflict between Su Damao and Shazhu? Neither. The core of this meeting was that Su Damao was seriously injured by Shazhu 2 years ago, losing his ability to have children. And Su Damao was using this to demand an explanation. Such an important topic. And Zhonghai not only did not mention it, but even specifically referred to it as a personal grievance. What was this old fox trying to do? He just wanted to downplay the matter. First, he seized on Shazhu hitting someone to divert everyone's attention. Then he reduced Su Damao's injury to a personal grievance. Since it was a personal grievance, there was no need to discuss it at the courtyard meeting, and it could be resolved privately. Understanding this, a deeper mockery appeared on Zhang Jianshe's face. However, he did not speak up, nor did he intend to expose Zhonghai's ruse. Today, he is just a bystander, an outsider, and it's not his turn to speak yet. Moreover, Zhonghai thinks he has it all figured out, but Su Damao is not an easy target. How could he let him off so easily? Better to continue observing. Old man, today I indeed made a mistake. When Su Damao and his wife came to my house, I couldn't help it and ended up hitting Su Damao. Clearly, Shazhu had already colluded with Zhonghai, showing an unusual attitude of remorse. I admit my mistake. I accept the punishment. Is admitting a mistake enough to settle this? Today's matter 1T be brushed aside so easily. Shazhu's performance was as usual, evidently failing to quell Su Damao's anger. He immediately responded angrily. You've harmed me like this. If you don't give me an explanation, I'll fight you today. Quiet, quiet. Zhonghai sternly intervened. Su Damao, watch your tone. This is a meeting for the whole compound. You can't just threaten people like that. What kind of conduct is that? When issues arise, we have 3 responsible persons and neighbors to uphold justice for you. So why be so agitated? By saying that, you're also one of the instigators in today's incident. No matter how angry you are, you shouldn't resort to weapons, right? If word gets out, 1T our compound's reputation be ruined? What will others think of us? Will they say we are a place that harbors dirt and filth? Zhonghai spoke with a stern tone. As soon as these words were uttered, they indeed garnered some agreement from the neighbors. After all, disputes do occasionally happen in this compound, but situations involving weapons are indeed rare. Everyone knows that harmony among neighbors is being promoted now, and if it spreads that there is discord in the courtyard, the impact could be significant. Chapter 36. Speechless old Su, I admit hitting you was wrong, but you shouldn't ruin everyone's harmony. Shazhu chimed in with a silly grin. The grievances between you and me are personal matters, but damaging the atmosphere in the courtyard is a serious mistake. Damn you. Unexpectedly, Shazhu's words directly ignited Su Damao's emotions. How can you still have the face to say that? If it weren't for you, would I have fallen to this state? I can't stand you right now. You're just talking nonsense here, saying you were beaten like that. I think you brought this misfortune upon yourself. In my opinion, you've done so many bad things. You deserve to be punished. Shazhu, you've gone too far. Su Damao and Lu Shaoyi immediately stood up. Slap. Seeing the situation getting out of control, Zhonghai slammed the table hard, and the room fell silent instantly. Everyone calmed down. Just a moment ago, you were saying something else, and now you want to resort to violence? Do you still see us elders in your eyes? Zhonghai shot a stern look at Shazhu and said seriously, at a time like this, you still want to talk nonsense? Su Damao has health issues. Do you want to add to the chaos? Let's first resolve the matter at hand. He turned to Su Damao, his face full of smiles. The most important thing for you right now is to focus on getting better and taking care of your health. The matter with the child can be considered later. Once you recover, we can discuss other things. Seeing that the topic shift was ineffective, Zhonghai continued with his delaying tactics, suggesting that Su Damao focus on treatment and postpone dealing with Shazhu. Su Damao immediately saw through his intentions and angrily said, "I am the victim. Getting treatment doesn't prevent me from seeking justice against Shazhu. Back then, he beat me to such a state, and you only made him clean the toilets for a month, and now you want to favor him? Thinking that if someone had stood up for me back then, I wouldn't be in this situation now." Su Damao's resentment towards Zhonghai deepened. The onlooking neighbors also looked at him with strange eyes. Zhonghai's face turned red, momentarily speechless. Shazhu couldn't help but question, "What do you want?" Su Damao sneered. "Very simple." Su Damao's eyes were practically burning with fury. "You just lie there obediently. Otherwise, I'll make your lower body completely useless, and you'll never have descendants in this life. Let us call it even, and we'll be square." "Bullshit. Nonsense." Upon hearing Su Damao's words, Shazhu and Zhonghai immediately panicked. "Su Damao, are you crazy? You want to make me unable to have children? Do you believe I'll make you pay for this?" Shazhu shouted angrily. "This joke cannot be made. He hasn't even married yet, so what is the point of living if he really gets ruined?" "Su Damao, you're going too far. Is this your solution?" Zhonghai also questioned sternly. "If Shazhu ends up like that, who will take care of their family? Who will continue the family line?" "Exactly, Su Damao, this is too outrageous." Uncle Air and Uncle San also frowned and spoke up. "My conditions are excessive? Oof. He almost ruined me. I'm just returning the favor in kind. How is that excessive?" Su Damao sneered, his eyes revealing a hint of ruthlessness. "You don't want me to take action? Fine. I'll go to the inspection bureau right now and report him for intentional injury. If you don't want to be childless, then let him spend the rest of his life in prison." "No way. Impossible." As soon as Su Damao's words came out, Zhonghai, Shazhu, and the deaf old lady sitting in the corner all changed their expressions. The deaf old lady, who had remained calm and silent, suddenly looked grim. "Su Damao, we are neighbors in the same courtyard. Why go this far?" Zhonghai said with a dark face, clearly displeased. Shazhu didn't mean it either. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been hurt so badly. "Why escalate it to the inspection bureau?" "Yeah, Su Damao, we're all neighbors. Why make it so big?" Lu Haizhong couldn't hold back anymore. With the new year approaching, if the police get involved, things will get complicated. Not to mention Shazhu's matter. The positions of the three uncles might all have to change. Lu Haizhong couldn't accept this outcome. With the new year approaching, making a big fuss would be unlucky and detrimental to our courtyard's reputation. As the new year was nearing, Lu Haizhong, in a moment of desperation, even brought up this excuse. Compared to the panic of the two uncles, Shazhu, however, looked determined to achieve his goal. "You little thief. Don't scare me. If you want to go to the inspection bureau, go ahead. Am I supposed to be afraid of you?" Shazhu laughed in anger, directly scolding him. "Not being able to have children is your own problem. Don't blame it on me." At this moment, Shazhu was already desperate, completely disregarding the consequences. Starting to act shamelessly. "Do you think two pieces of paper can turn right and wrong upside down? After 2 years, who can clarify everything? You say I injured you, and that's why you can't have children. I say you fell yourself, and now you're a eunuch. You want to accuse me of intentional injury? Then I'll accuse you of defamation." The more Shazhu spoke, the more logical he became, and in the end, he even carried a hint of excitement. The inspection bureau couldn't investigate what happened back then. Even if Su Damao made a fuss, it wouldn't help. "Shazhu, what do you mean by that?" Lu Xiaoyi, hearing this, was so angry her face turned red, pointing at Shazhu and scolding him. "Everyone saw you beat Su Damao. Do you want to deny it now?" "That's right, I did hit Su Damao, but who can prove where I hurt him? Who in the courtyard can testify?" "You." Lu Xiaoyi weren't even his wife at that time. Shazhu looked smug. Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi were so furious they were trembling, but for a moment, they couldn't find the words. At that moment, a teasing voice broke the deadlock. "If needed, I can be a witness. On New Year's Eve, I wish everyone a prosperous new year, peace and joy, and family reunions." Upon hearing this voice, everyone present was stunned and turned to look at the speaker, and the courtyard instantly fell silent. Crack, crack. Two crisp sounds of cracking sunflower seeds echoed loudly in the quiet space. Are you all so idle? Zhang Jianshe, holding little Nuanyuan, innocently said while cracking sunflower seeds. Shazhu said he wants a witness. I can testify for Su Damao. Are you tired of living? The originally smug Shazhu, hearing this and seeing Zhang Jianshe's innocent expression, suddenly felt his stomach churn, feeling sick, like eating a green fly during a meal. He immediately got angry and almost instinctively glared and cursed. Do you want to fight? Zhang Jianshe wasn't afraid of him. You want to hit? He sat on a rattan chair, holding little Nuanyuan, not even standing up, just lazily squinting his eyes, looking at Shazhu with a hint of smile. Don't think you can talk big now. You're already under my pressure. Shazhu was suffocated by this invisible pressure, as if facing a ferocious tiger descending the mountain. He recalled the previous encounters with Zhang Jianshe, realizing that his proud strength was useless in front of him. At this moment, the deaf old lady coughed quietly and gave Zhonghai a look. Zhang Jianshe, don't get involved. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. Zhonghai quickly reacted, trying to help Shazhu out, hinting to exclude Zhang Jianshe. However, these small gestures didn't escape Zhang Jianshe's eyes, but he didn't care. After hearing Zhonghai's words, he first chuckled dryly. Then the fierce momentum he exuded instantly dissipated, as if it had quietly faded away like a spring rain. Oh man, today's matter is about the dispute between Su Damao's family and Shazhu. Indeed has nothing to do with me. But that doesn't prevent me from standing up to say a few fair words, right? What nonsense are you talking? You and Su Damao's family are in the same boat. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's momentum fade, Shazhu breathed a sigh of relief, thinking of the neighbors sitting around. No matter how bold Zhang Jianshe was, he wouldn't dare to act in public. With this thought, Shazhu straightened his back. That's right. My relationship with the Su family is good, but what does that have to do with me testifying for them? Zhang Jianshe snorted coldly and said flatly, Silly Zhu, haven't you always said that no one can prove you hit Su Damao 2 years ago, causing him to get injured? Now I can tell you. Everyone here can testify to that. Su Damao's injury has kept him from getting out of bed for at least half a month. For the past 2 years, he has been bettered for that one time he was beaten. Besides that, his health has been good. This is something not only the neighbors here can prove, but the attendance records at the factory can also clarify the issue. Zhang Jianshe's profound words directly cut off Silly Zhu's path for argument. Yes, over the years, I only took such a long leave due to that injury. Su Damao almost jumped up in excitement, nodding in response to Zhang Jianshe like he had found savior. And then he glared fiercely at Silly Zhu. Silly Zhu, what else do you have to say? You're the mute. Silly Zhu retorted stubbornly, filled with resentment. Zhang Jianshe said your injury needs half a month to recover. Then it is half a month. Silly Zhu still held his ground, saying with a bitter face. What is he? Just saying it doesn't count. Silly Zhu, I'm sorry, but what I say counts. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but laugh, then shook his head with a tone of disdain. I am a senior doctor, both the head of the clinic at the steel factory and a professional with a qualified physician certificate. What I say is just like a formal certificate issued by me as a doctor. Even if submitted to the inspection department, it can be used as legal testimony. His words left Silly Zhu speechless and at a loss for words. But you, Zhonghai instinctively wanted to retort. Chapter 37 Implicit Threats. Zhang Jianshe would not allow him to continue. Sir, I know what you want to say. It's nothing more than that my relationship with Su Damao's family is close, and that I might fabricate the facts. Rest assured, as a doctor, I have my own professional ethics. I would never sacrifice public interest for private gain. Besides, if you don't believe me, you can have Su Damao go to the hospital for a re-examination, whether it's the city hospital or the traditional Chinese medicine hospital. As long as there is a doctor's conclusion that differs from mine, I will resign immediately and never practice medicine again. Zhang Jianshe's words were resolute, his expression firm, as if he was determined to sacrifice everything for the truth. In fact, Zhang Jianshe had the confidence to say this. He had not only examined Su Damao, but was also very confident in his judgment. With his relationship with Old Li and his recent reputation established at the city hospital, Doctors from major hospitals were well aware of his abilities. Once other doctors knew this was his diagnostic conclusion, they would not question its accuracy. Moreover, he had not lied about this matter. He was simply stating the facts. Zhang Jianshe spoke candidly, while Su Dumao beside him was already moved to tears. If it weren't for the neighbors being present, he would have really wanted to hug Zhang Jianshe and kiss him. Fortunately, he didn't do that. Otherwise, Zhang Jianshe would definitely have beaten him up on the spot. At this moment, Shazhu and Zhonghai's faces were as red as pig livers. They instinctively wanted to refute, but didn't know how to start. Given Zhang Jianshe's stance, if they continued to entangle themselves in this matter, the neighbors in the courtyard would probably drown them with their spittle. Zhang Jianshe had not had it easy. He became a doctor at a young age and was even promoted to a section chief in the factory. To testify for Su Dumao, he risked his future, all to prove the truth. Who could criticize him? Furthermore, Zhang Jianshe's medical skills had already been recognized. Even the directors of major hospitals and the factory manager praised him. Such a professional could not possibly make mistakes. Cough, cough. Little Jianshe, it doesn't have to be like this. Everyone still trusts you. Seeing the atmosphere stiffening, third uncle quickly came out to mediate. He didn't want to offend Zhang Jianshe. After all, if he had a headache or a fever in the future, he could just find him to solve the problem, saving time and money. The old man didn't say you were fabricating anything, so don't be too nervous, and don't take the resignation seriously. Third uncle flattered Zhang Jianshe, saying, you are the top talent in the hospital with a bright future ahead. As soon as these words came out, the originally stunned neighbors all echoed in agreement. Little Jianshe, don't argue with Shazhu. He is just a fool. You are a professional doctor and a section chief. Everyone believes in your judgment. That's right. At that time, everyone saw that it was Shazhu who hurt Su Dumao, so there is no reason to doubt your diagnosis. The factory manager even said you were reliable. No one would question your professional ability anywhere. The residents of the courtyard were unwilling to anger Zhang Jianshe and all stood in support of him. In an instant, everyone turned their attention to Shazhu, catching him off guard. They never expected that everyone in the courtyard would stand on Zhang Jianshe's side, even giving Su Dumao a bit more support. When did Zhang Jianshe become so popular in the courtyard? Zhonghai's heart sank, realizing that the situation was beyond control. Just then, a series of knocks broke the silence. The deaf old lady, leaning on her cane, struggled to stand up, ignoring Zhang Jianshe and Su Dumao, and walked straight toward Shazhu, raising her cane to strike. She scolded Shazhu for being ungrateful and causing trouble for others, striking without mercy, each blow landing solidly. Although Shazhu was burly and strong, he was still beaten back repeatedly, crying out in pain. The onlookers, though not pleading for Shazhu, were worried about the old lady's health. After all, she was a 5-guarantee household on the street and a respected elder in the courtyard. If anything happened to her, the consequences would be unimaginable. The old lady was truly cunning. Zhang Jianshe watched coldly, his mind flashing back to Huairu's figure. Like her, the old lady was seeking sympathy because of her useless children. Huairu had once resorted to violence against the younger generation, claiming group numbers 980-2058-5-6, but it was merely for show, without any real effect. In contrast, the deaf old lady completely transformed her bluster into tangible action, showing no mercy. The same tactic was employed by both, yet the outcomes were worlds apart. Unfortunately, Huairu was currently at the hospital taking care of the disabled Jia Dongshu. Otherwise, witnessing this elder-esque performance would surely have taught her a lot. On the first day of a new year, I wish everyone a year of smoothness and health. It was unclear how much time had passed, but the deaf old lady gradually became fatigued, her breathing heavier. After being persuaded by the crowd, she finally put down her cane, using it to support her body, and reluctantly spared Shazhu. Looking at Shazhu, he was covered in bruises, with a swollen face, torn clothes, and his limbs full of contusions, even his nose bleeding profusely. All these injuries were caused by the deaf old lady's cane. Shazhu did not want to fight back, but was afraid of accidentally injuring her. Seeing his miserable state, the neighbors around him felt sympathy, but also refrained from saying much. Old lady, you are too ruthless. Shazhu complained in pain. What nonsense are you saying? I can't hear. The old lady, still furious, ordered him to kneel. Shazhu could not believe it. Pointing at his still bleeding nose and looking at Su Damao and his wife, who had dark expressions, he questioned, "You want me to kneel to this couple? Are you joking? Get down on your knees immediately." Seeing Shazhu still resisting, the old lady became extremely angry. The cane in her hand seemed to come alive, striking hard at the back of Shazhu's knee. Although Shazhu was tall and strong, he never expected the deaf old lady to suddenly use this move. After being hit in the knee, he immediately lost his balance. With a cry, he staggered forward, awkwardly kneeling down before Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao. In the courtyard, Shazhu was known as the foolish tyrant, often bullying his neighbors with brute strength and a dull personality. Now, everyone watched as the usually arrogant Shazhu was scolded by the deaf old lady as if she were teaching a lesson to a younger generation. Even forced to kneel like a dog. They couldn't help but want to laugh, but had to stifle their laughter, only their shoulders trembling slightly. "Old lady." Shazhu tried to get up, but saw the deaf old lady glaring at him, as if she was about to swing her cane again. "If you move again, I'll break your legs on the spot." The deaf old lady was serious, and this made Shazhu completely freeze, having no choice but to stay kneeling in place. "Xiaoyi, Damao, you have suffered a lot over the years. Today, let him kneel and apologize to you." The deaf old lady trembled as she turned to face the shocked Su Damao and his wife. "Shazhu has brought you too much misfortune, especially you, Xiaoyi. I know how hard it has been for you." The old lady's words deeply touched the two. Su Damao's expression softened slightly, letting out a cold laugh without saying much. Lu Xiaoyi's eyes turned red upon hearing this. Shazhu's actions indeed deserved severe punishment. It wouldn't be excessive even if he was crippled. The deaf old lady's tone was gentle. "However, I put aside my pride today to plead for his forgiveness. Let this matter end here, and do not alert the authorities," the deaf old lady said softly. Everyone present trembled at her words, as if a thunderclap had suddenly erupted in clear skies. Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi's expressions instantly became flustered, and even Zhang Jianshe, who was watching, couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. This old woman, for her foolish grandson Shazhu, was actually willing to go to such lengths to negotiate. As a martyr's widow, a 5-guarantee household, and a person of high seniority. Being the oldest in this courtyard, she was truly a grandmotherly figure. Her words held authority, and her status was transcendent. Even the 3 elders would bow their heads in her presence, like obedient children. For years, everyone had relied on her, and she had never bowed her head to anyone before. But now, in order to save Shazhu, she humbly pleaded with Su Damao and his wife. It was simply unbelievable. "Old lady, your words." Su Damao's heart surged with waves, unable to calm down. If he let Shazhu go without reporting him to the inspection bureau, he felt a deep sense of unwillingness. The old woman pressured him with her identity, seeming to plead, but actually forcing him to forgive Shazhu. He knew well the old woman's prestige in the courtyard. If he publicly refused, he would likely face the fate of being pointed at and whispered about by everyone in the courtyard. "This Shazhu has caused me significant losses. I must sue him. You favor him, but I won't. Damao, Shazhu has grown up under my watch. Old lady, I sincerely beg you, please give me this face." The old woman's tone was sincere. It was never appropriate for neighbors to escalate matters to the inspection bureau, especially since this case involved many complexities. Even if you sent Shazhu there, the outcome might not be what you wish. "Zhang Jianshe, do you think the old lady's words make sense? On the first day of the Lunar New Year, may you all have beautiful companions and good things happening one after another." The old woman's last sentence was specifically directed at Zhang Jianshe. At first, Zhang Jianshe did not grasp the deeper meaning, but soon he realized. This old fox. A glimmer of insight flashed in Zhang Jianshe's eyes. Ultimately, she was the most deeply hidden big shot in the courtyard. By saying this, she clearly had everything planned out. The mastermind behind today's events was Zhang Jianshe, and Su Damao was merely a pawn being used by him. Given the current situation, it would be difficult to make any moves without sufficient leverage. Her earlier words were not aimed at Su Damao, but directly pointed at Zhang Jianshe. Her words vaguely revealed a certain attitude, seemingly applying pressure on Zhang Jianshe. Even if Shazhu was handed over to the inspection bureau, it wouldn't necessarily lead to a conviction. This statement indicated that even if Shazhu was sent to the inspection bureau, she would not sit idly by and would definitely find a way to rescue him. As a military family member, with all her children having died in battle, the deaf old lady not only garnered respect and support from her neighbors, but perhaps also had connections with certain high-level figures. Over the years, she had acted low-key, and few knew her true capabilities. Who knows how many trump cards this seasoned elder truly holds? Zhang Jianshe firmly believed that she indeed had the ability to rescue Shazhu from the inspection bureau unscathed. Although the old lady's words contained a hint of threat, they were also a form of silent compromise. While she had guessed that Zhang Jianshe was the mastermind behind this incident, she did not expose him publicly or confront him directly. Instead, she expressed her stance through subtle hints, indicating that the other party still held some fear of her and did not intend to engage in a direct conflict. Chapter 38. Unable to escape Zhang, Jianshe quickly weighed the pros and cons and replied, "Old lady, your reprimand towards the Su Damao couple is too much for them to bear." His tone seemed to be teasing, but it was actually thought-provoking, causing both the deaf old lady and Zhonghai to frown, thinking he would insist on escalating the matter. However, his next words took a turn. "But since you have already expressed your stance, Su Damao should also know when to stop, right?" Zhang Jianshe was not afraid of the deaf old lady's threats. After all, both sides were families of martyrs, and with their experience, how could they be easily shaken? After careful consideration, he believed that continuing to entangle in this matter would not be meaningful. Even if he sent Shazhu to the inspection bureau and fought against the deaf old lady to a standstill, it would not be a wise move. There would be no benefit at all, and it was truly unnecessary. Moreover, the main characters today were clearly Su Damao and his wife. Standing up for them would reveal all his cards, which was not worth it. Little Jianshe was very practical in handling matters. As soon as Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, the deaf old lady's eyes lit up. She felt that as long as this unpredictable young man spoke, there would be a turning point in the situation. Is this going to be settled like this? After hearing the words of the two, Su Damao was extremely unwilling. He had always wanted to send Shazhu into the investigation team to ruin his future. The deaf old lady's emotional plea, combined with Zhang Jianshe's change of attitude, made him unwilling to give up. He still wanted to struggle. "The old lady has begged you. Just let Shazhu go." Zhonghai also stepped forward, dissatisfied. "We are all neighbors. Do you really want Shazhu to have a miserable life forever?" Su Damao still wanted to argue when he suddenly saw Zhang Jianshe subtly signaling him to calm down. "Since the deaf old lady has said this, don't bring up sending Shazhu to the investigation team anymore." With a hint of playfulness, Zhang Jianshe said, "At this stage, even if you lock up Shazhu, it wouldn't matter. Instead, why not think about how he can compensate you? You got injured, and in the future, you'll have to spend a lot on medical treatment." Su Damao's previously unwilling expression instantly changed, and he nodded repeatedly. Yes, little Jianshe is right. We won't send Shazhu in, but we need to discuss the compensation properly. This guy made it so we can't have children, and over the years, the medical expenses, treatment fees, and mental distress. All these miscellaneous expenses. Shazhu must compensate me. He must pay. He has to pay. Hearing Su Damao say this, Zhonghai and the deaf old lady's expressions changed. They had not considered the matter of compensation at all. For a moment, they didn't know what to say. After all, Shazhu had injured someone and caused disability. So Su Damao's request for compensation was reasonable. But they also knew that with Su Damao's character, he would definitely not let it go easily. "What? I knelt down for you, and you still want me to pay?" Shazhu could no longer hold back and shouted directly. "Don't go too far. If it weren't for you, I would have been a grandfather long ago. Who cares about your kneeling as a fake grandson?" Su Damao rarely took a tough stance this time. "You want compensation today, fine, but if not, I will send you to the inspection bureau. On the first day of the new year, I wish all readers good fortune and long-lasting health." Everyone couldn't help but laugh. The conflict between Shazhu and Su Damao had been ongoing for a long time, always subtly competing in the courtyard. Now, Shazhu not only knelt to Su Damao to admit his fault, but was also beaten to a pulp and had to compensate. Furthermore, He was now being indirectly mocked by Su Damao as a grandson. This was indeed a good show. Looking at Shazhu, after hearing Su Damao's words, his face turned red. Su Damao, say that again. What else do you want, monkey? Seeing Shazhu about to go wild again, the deaf old lady became anxious. She was afraid this reckless guy would cause trouble and ruin the situation that had finally stabilized. So, she struck her cane heavily and angrily warned, "If you dare to talk nonsense again, believe it or not, I will send you directly to the inspection bureau." Hearing this, Shazhu immediately shrank his neck. He knew the old lady was genuinely angry. If this continued, she might really not care about him anymore. Su Damao is right. Shazhu injuring you means he needs to compensate. After scolding Shazhu, the deaf old lady trembled as she turned around. With great effort, she forced a smile and said to Su Damao and his wife, "According to your meaning, how much should I compensate? In my opinion, at least 300. No, at least 600. Su Damao thought for a moment and then opened his mouth wide. Hiss! Everyone gasped at once. 600 yuan. This guy really dares to ask for it. Nowadays, it's not like the time when money was worthless. Many people's monthly salaries were only a few dozen yuan. After expenses, saving 40 or 50 yuan a year was already quite difficult. 600 yuan was a sum that many families would take years to save up, even if they pinched pennies. Although Su Damao was injured, he was clearly not beyond help. Asking for such a high compensation was truly excessive. Goodness, 600 yuan. Enough to buy a house, a car, and marry a wife in the courtyard. The thrifty Yin Bugue couldn't help but mumble. Su Damao was looking to empty Shazhu's savings. Shazhu was considered well off in the courtyard. He only had one younger sister and worked as a cook in a steel mill. With a monthly salary of over 40 yuan, he could also enjoy the good meals of the factory. Occasionally taking some private jobs for weddings and funerals brought in considerable extra income. Even with regular support for the Huairu family, he still had quite a bit left over. Over the years, he had saved up a considerable sum from marrying a wife, which no one knew about. Su Damao, are you crazy? 600 yuan. You might as well just rob me. Sure enough, as soon as Shazhu heard this, he became furious and cursed loudly. Is your injury really hopeless? Why do you want so much compensation? Nonsense. If it's hopeless, even the money won't be enough. My life could be at stake. Su Damao roared back, refusing to back down. Isn't 600 yuan not too much? Aren't you responsible for the medical fees? Over the years, we spent a lot of money for the child. After so many years without a child, don't we deserve compensation for our mental distress? I was beaten by you. Who knows if there will be any after effects in the future? Don't we need to check and treat that? Adding all these costs together, 600 yuan is already cheap. If you keep talking, I will raise the price. Su Damao spoke in one breath, as if firing off a barrage of cannonballs. This directly left Shazhu speechless, his face flushed, and he even wanted to make a move. But he was stopped by Zhonghai in time. Shazhu, calm down. What's more important, money or getting into legal trouble? Zhonghai's quiet advice made Shazhu instantly wilt. But this Su Damao was asking for a lion's share. 600 yuan, if I pay that, I will have nothing left for my wife. Shazhu couldn't help but blurt out, and as soon as he finished speaking, the expressions of everyone present changed. This guy's making quite a bit, huh? Zhonghai and the deaf old lady sighed in their hearts, extremely dissatisfied with Shazhu's performance. At such a time, not only was he not pretending to be poor, but he also exposed his savings, which was just giving Su Damao a chance to hit him hard. Shazhu, the deaf old lady quickly reacted, striking him with her cane and sternly saying, "You caused this trouble yourself, and now you still want to save money to marry a wife? Hurry up and compensate them." After saying that, she turned to Su Damao. "Damao, I will have him take out the money, but 600 is indeed a bit high. I plead for Shazhu. How about 500? Let's just let this matter go." Su Damao was still hesitating when Liu Shaoyi tugged at his sleeve, and he nodded in agreement. 500 it is, but please everyone be our witnesses. If Damao's health truly can't hold up in the future, we reserve the right to pursue Shazhu's responsibility. On the first day of the Lunar New Year, I wish everyone a rise in success and fulfillment in all endeavors. And may everyone become the protagonist of their own story. To everyone's surprise, when Liu Shaoyi said this, her tone was unusually calm, completely lacking the anger she had shown during the intense conflict with Shazhu just moments before. This shift left everyone puzzled. not understanding why Lu Xiaoyi's attitude had changed so dramatically. Only Zhang Jianshe and the deaf old lady displayed completely different emotions. Zhang Jianshe was first surprised, then relieved. The deaf old lady, on the other hand, looked dejected and sighed silently in her heart. Her relationship with Lu Xiaoyi would never return to the way it was before. The deaf old lady had always had a good impression of Lu Xiaoyi. She was not only approachable, but also very filial. There was a time when the old lady even lamented that such a good girl had married Su Damao. How nice it would have been if she had married her eldest grandson Shazhu instead. Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe intervened. Otherwise, the old lady might have facilitated their union long ago. But starting today, the deaf old lady understood that Lu Xiaoyi would never be as close to her as before. For many years, Lu Xiaoyi had endured grievances due to her inability to conceive, which no one knew about. Now that she had finally identified the problem, her once respected mother-in-law was actually shielding the perpetrator. No one could accept this fact, let alone forgive it. From the moment the deaf old lady protected Shazhu, her relationship with Lu Xiaoyi had completely shattered. From now on, they would each live their own lives without interference. Xiaoyi, the deaf old lady wanted to say something more. But Lu Xiaoyi coldly interrupted. Old lady, this is the last compromise my family is making for your sake. You decide. This. Sigh. At this point, the deaf old lady understood that everything was beyond redemption. If she said more, it would only add to the sorrow. She feared that Lu Xiaoyi might not only sever ties with her, but could also turn hostile. All right, let it be. In the end, the deaf old lady nodded, representing Shazhu's agreement to Lu Xiaoyi's terms. In fact, Lu Xiaoyi's request was not unreasonable. She merely wanted to retain the right to hold Shazhu accountable, not to demand anything excessive. If Su Damao had any mishap because of this matter, Shazhu would be unable to escape responsibility no matter what. What a pity! This silly girl would never come to my house to talk again. Chapter 39, finally letting out a sigh of relief, the deaf old lady felt a bit sad inside. But what she didn't expect was that Lu Xiaoyi would decisively cut ties this time, not only because her favoritism toward Shazhu had deeply hurt her, but also because not long ago, Zhang Jianshe and Su Damao had already exposed her hypocrisy to her face. At that time, Lu Xiaoyi still held a glimmer of hope, thinking that the deaf old lady was not like this. Who would have thought that reality would come so quickly, and in just a few days? Her last hope was shattered by the deaf old lady's own hands. It was good. At least it was worth it to see through a hypocritical person. Shazhu, quickly take out the money. Seeing that the deaf old lady and Lu Xiaoyi had agreed on the terms, Zhonghai immediately urged Shazhu to pay. Shazhu was extremely reluctant. This money was his savings over the years, and now it was going to go up in smoke. How could he be willing? But he knew that this was all the fruit of his own actions. The terms were proposed by the deaf old lady, and the neighbors and the three uncles were witnesses. If he didn't want to completely offend the old lady and the three uncles, or even be reported, he could only comply obediently. When Shazhu, with his head hanging low, took the money from the house and reluctantly handed it to Su Damao, Zhonghai and the deaf old lady finally let out a sigh of relief. Since the matter is settled, let's disperse. Zhonghai was just about to announce the end of the meeting when Zhang Jianshe suddenly interrupted. Wait, today's matter is not over yet. What? Shout Jianshe. Is there anything else? Seeing Zhang Jianshe suddenly go on the offensive, Zhonghai's heart tightened, sensing that the situation was not good. He instinctively wanted to end the meeting quickly. It's so late already, let's talk about it later. Don't delay everyone from cooking. This absolutely cannot be. Some matters cannot be resolved privately. Zhang Jianshe said coldly. The matter between Shazhu and Su Damao has already been taken over by 407. Uncle Li, oh no. Zhonghai, now it's time to talk about your problems, right? What? Hearing this, everyone present was stunned. Especially Lu Haizhong, who had been frowning, suddenly brightened up. Zhang Jianshe stood up, put down Xiao Nuanyuan, and faced the crowd, saying, Neighbors, Zhonghai's recent behavior is problematic. He often pretends to be deaf and dumb, only caring about himself. There have been many injustices in his previous work. I suggest a vote to revoke his status as the fourth uncle. Happy New Year! As soon as this was said, it was like a thunderclap in the clear sky, and the entire courtyard immediately boiled over. Zhang Jianshe, you really have the guts to propose to dismiss the fourth uncle? All the respect over the years, just like that, gone? But speaking of it, uncle, he has indeed been a bit abnormal recently. Everyone discussed in a flurry. Some opposed, some agreed, and some were indifferent. However, most were shocked by Zhang Jianshe's sudden heavy proposal. The entire courtyard was instantly filled with noise, various discussions intertwined. As the focus of the discussion, Zhonghai's face changed alternately, turning black and red. Zhang Jianshe, do you know what you're talking about? Zhonghai suppressed his anger and questioned. I certainly know. Zhang Jianshe responded calmly and evenly. This is a reasonable suggestion I propose as a resident for the future development of the courtyard. Ridiculous. You are slandering me. Zhonghai retorted angrily. When have I been unjust in my work? When have I acted selfishly? You must provide an explanation, otherwise, I will report you. Zhonghai was enraged and directly brought up the inspection bureau. This made the courtyard even more agitated. Everyone looked at the two in shock, not understanding why the topic had suddenly changed. Please be quiet. Lu Haizhong saw this and finally couldn't hold back, banging the tea jar to remind everyone. He initially wanted to use this meeting to showcase the authority of the second uncle, but the situation was completely out of control. First, Zhonghai took the initiative. Then Zhang Jianshe and the deaf old lady joined in, and the situation was thrown into chaos. The second uncle, who had wanted to assert himself, ended up not even getting a chance to speak. Throughout the meeting, he was like a decoration, sitting aside without any sense of presence. Just as the meeting was about to end, Zhang Jianshe suddenly stood up and directly named Zhonghai, the fourth uncle of the courtyard, for dismissal. Now this is good. Originally thinking today would be another futile effort, unexpectedly Zhang Jianshe was going to get serious. Cough, cough. Comrade Xiao Zhang, you can't just say that. If you want everyone to dismiss an uncle, you must give a reasonable explanation, right? Lu Haizhong said with a serious expression, trying to suppress his inner excitement. Of course I have reasons. Zhang Jianshe responded unceremoniously. A few days ago, some thieves came to my house to steal, then Jia Zhangshi came to rob, and Zhonghai not only did not uphold justice but instead favored them. Even Director Wang from the street office has criticized him. I thought he would correct himself after being criticized by Director Wang, but unexpectedly today, when Su Damao and Shazhu had a dispute as the uncle, he not only did not handle it fairly, but continued to muddle through, wanting to avoid conflict. Later, when Shazhu knocked Su Damao unconscious, he not only didn't check on the injured person in time, but also ran away with Shazhu, clearly covering for him. What else could this be but favoritism? Shazhu is like his own son. How can anyone believe he has no selfish motives? Moreover, there have indeed been injustices and inactions in his past work. This point goes without saying. When Su Damao was injured, there was a meeting, and it ended up unresolved because of him, leading to the current situation. Zhang Jianshe spoke loudly and seriously. The residents of the courtyard, who had initially been watching, grew increasingly grim as they listened. By the end, their attitude towards Zhonghai was not only dissatisfied but filled with doubt. Since Zhonghai became a figure in the courtyard who didn't respect him a bit, everyone thought he was a generous elder. But now, Zhang Jianshe had ruthlessly torn off his mask, exposing his hypocrisy completely. The neighbors were shocked to realize that this elder, who had been respected as the backbone of the courtyard for many years, was actually a petty person full of self-interest while preaching benevolence and morality. A chill ran through Zhonghai, unable to bear such a blow. The reputation he had carefully maintained over the years was now completely destroyed. Zhang Jianshe's actions were more painful than ending his life. It was only at this moment that he realized Zhang Jianshe's true goal was not to target Shazhu, but to completely destroy him. From beginning to end, Zhang Jianshe wanted to drive him out, to humiliate him, leaving him with no chance of redemption. Zhonghai trembled all over, unable to even speak. Meanwhile, the deaf old lady also had a frozen expression, looking at Zhang Jianshe with a mixed gaze. After a while, she slowly sighed. Good boy, good calculation. I am Zhonghai. I'm afraid we're going to fall here. Zhang Jianshe had no way out, directly striking at the heart of the matter. How could someone as wise as the deaf old lady not understand all this? She could only sigh inwardly. The deaf old lady did not make any reaction, neither moving nor speaking to defend Zhonghai. It wasn't that she was unwilling to help, but she simply couldn't get up and didn't dare to say anything more. Just a moment ago, she had put everything on the line, using every method to plead for leniency, barely saving Shazhu. If she stood up again now, not only would she be unable to save Zhonghai, but she would also make the neighbors in the courtyard resent her. More seriously, she might even lose her position in the courtyard, and her prestige would be greatly damaged. She couldn't bear such consequences. Therefore, she could only choose silence, give up on Zhonghai, protect her own position and dignity, and safeguard Shazhu. This was her only choice. In summary, as a member of the courtyard, Zhonghai, may I propose that everyone vote to decide whether to revoke your status as the first uncle? Zhang Jianshe was completely unconcerned. With his shout, this sentence hit Zhonghai like a heavy hammer. To be honest, Zhang Jianshe's sudden attack on Zhonghai was not premeditated as the old lady and Zhonghai thought. He simply had a whim and wanted to take this opportunity to bring Zhonghai down from his high position. In recent days, Zhonghai had offended Zhang Jianshe multiple times, so he felt it necessary to give him a warning. Sometimes, an unintentional action can have unexpected effects. Zhonghai was completely unaware of Zhang Jianshe's thoughts and was now in a state of panic. He had originally hoped that the deaf-mute old lady would come forward to help him, but to his surprise, she stood there like she hadn't heard anything, completely motionless and silent. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's aggressive attitude, Zhonghai couldn't care about anything else and shouted loudly, "Don't even think about it. I am a respected elder of the courtyard, not someone you can dismiss at will." Zhonghai, are you mistaken? Your status as an elder was elected by all of us in the courtyard. Zhang Jianshe sneered. At the beginning of the new year, the atmosphere was somewhat tense. Times have changed. Everyone trusted you enough to elect you as an elder. If you betray that trust now, everyone naturally has the right to dismiss you. Do you think that once you sit in this position, you can act arbitrarily and restore the old ways of society? Zhang Jianshe's words were sharp and hit the nail on the head. As soon as these words were spoken, the expressions of the neighbors around turned suddenly cold. Zhonghai showed embarrassment, and Lu Haizhong also frowned and said, "The new era does not allow for aggression, nor does it permit the resurgence of feudal remnants. The elder of the courtyard is decided by all, and both appointment and dismissal require public approval." Seeing everyone silent, Lu Haizhong emphasized, "Since a vote has been proposed, let us decide on the spot. Those in favor of dismissing Zhonghai from his elder position, please raise your hands." Chapter 40, where it was learned as soon as the words fell, Zhang Jianshe was the first to raise his hand, followed closely by Su Damao and Lu Shaoyi. Other neighbors gradually expressed their opinions, and in less than a moment, more than half of the hands were raised in unison. The final result was announced. Zhonghai stepped down. Lu Haizhong seamlessly took over as the first elder, and Yin Bugue was promoted to the second elder. As for the new third elder candidate, everyone tacitly refrained from mentioning a word. With the arrival of the new year, the courtyard welcomed a new structure. Under the current circumstances, it was temporarily difficult to find a suitable candidate in the courtyard. Logically speaking, Zhang Jianshe was the most suitable person for this position. He was capable, understood principles, and came from a solid family background. Moreover, he was also the section chief at the steel mill, a real leadership position. However, Zhang Jianshe was too young, not even married yet, making it indeed inappropriate for him to hold such an important post. Furthermore, he had no interest in this position, feeling that it not only offered no benefits, but also required handling a bunch of trivial matters, which was simply a constant hassle. What others viewed as a good opportunity appeared to him as a pile of troublesome issues, and any misstep could lead to trouble. He would rather stay home with Xiao Nuan than get involved in these matters. Zhonghai, take care of yourself in the future. Lu Haizhong gave Zhonghai a meaningful glance, picked up the tea jar, stood up, and announced that the meeting was over and everyone could disperse. The crowd got up one after another, taking their stools as they left, discussing among themselves. Nuan, come on, brother will cook lion's head for you. Zhang Jianshe held Xiao Nuanyuan and greeted Su Damao and his wife. Let's go, we're having dinner at my place today, and we can discuss what to do next. Su Damao and Lu Shaoyi naturally wouldn't refuse. Whether they could have a son in their later years depended entirely on Zhang Jianshe. The two quickly nodded in agreement, and Su Demao even volunteered to help move the chairs. This matter stirred up. As Zhang Jianshe was leaving, he glanced at Zhonghai with a faint smile and said nothing. Shazhu's face turned pale as he helped the deaf old lady with Idama. And when he saw Zhonghai standing still, he instinctively pulled him. The old man instantly collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. This scared Idama and Shazhu quite a bit, and the two hurriedly lifted him inside. I say, old Lu, it seems like something's wrong with old. Lu Haizhong was walking home with Yan Bugui. He vaguely heard Shazhu and Idama's exclamations behind him. Yan Bugui asked Lu Haizhong worriedly, what could have happened? Zhonghai has always been proud. Could it be that he has encountered a setback? Lu Haizhong, who is content and has successfully become the leader of the Siheyuan, is in a great mood at the moment. Hearing Yan Bugui's words, he curled his lip and said nonchalantly, now, Zhonghai has become someone everyone avoids. Even the neighbors don't want to pay him any attention. We just took office, so there is no need to bother with him. It's enough to take care of our own responsibilities. As a power enthusiast, Lu Haizhong, just after becoming the head of the family, began to act arrogantly. His smug demeanor was evident to everyone. Beside him, Yan Bugui frowned and seemed to want to say something, but in the end, he held back and didn't speak. Zhonghai was really infuriated. A lifetime of hard work and accumulated reputation and prestige was destroyed in an instant, and on top of that, he was kicked out of his leadership position by the younger generation, Zhang Jianshe, in front of all the neighbors in the courtyard. This is, for someone who has always held himself in high regard, even harder to accept than being killed. Not to mention, when Zhang Jianshe left, his smile seemed to be mixed with pity and disdain, as if he were pouring salt on his wounds. Furious to the extreme, Zhonghai was overwhelmed with anger and fainted on the spot, nearly suffering a stroke from a burst blood vessel. Fortunately, the principle that good people do not live long, and evil ones leave a legacy for 1,000 years has finally taken effect. Under the guidance of Grandma Deaf, Shazhu and Aunt E hurriedly helped Zhonghai onto the bed, pinching his acupoints, massaging pressure points, and putting a cold towel on his forehead. After all the fuss, Zhonghai slowly opened his eyes. Really, you scare me to death. Zhonghai, the situation is already settled. Even if you get angry and hurt your body, it won't change anything. Aunt E looked at her husband with tears in her eyes. Her tone tinged with sadness. Isn't he just an old guy? Not proper, don't be angry. What do you understand? I really can't swallow this anger in my heart. Zhonghai said in a low voice, his eyes red, staring at the ceiling. Even though Shazhu and the deaf old lady were standing right next to him. Since waking up, Zhonghai hadn't looked at them once or said a word. Shazhu didn't notice anything unusual. The deaf old lady secretly sighed. How could she not know the reason? Zhonghai was filled with rage, not only toward Zhang Jianshe and Lu Haizhong, but also towards the deaf old lady and the silly Zhu. He was angry because at the recent general meeting, the deaf old lady and the foolish Zhu did not speak up for him. Everyone chose to remain silent, leaving him to lose face alone in front of the crowd. Thinking of this, the deaf old lady sighed again. Zhonghai, let's cool down. It's not that I don't want to speak for you, but the situation just now exceeded our capabilities. Zhang Jianshe has now become a significant figure. Wishing everyone a happy new year. The deaf old lady spoke in a somewhat suppressed voice. Beside her, the foolish Zhu immediately frowned upon hearing this, instinctively wanting to complain a few words. However, upon seeing the agonized Zhonghai on the bed and remembering the money taken away by Su Demao, he was momentarily speechless. Zhang Jianshe didn't seem so formidable before. He was simply a... Aunt E wiped her tears and said with some dissatisfaction, I really don't know what part of Zhonghai offended this kid to be so vicious towards him. Aunt E has a relatively kind heart, but her experience is limited. Until now, she still doesn't understand why Zhang Jianshe seems to have changed into a different person these past few days. This kind of targeting is hard for Zhonghai to accept. What else could it be for? It's still because of favoritism towards Shazhu and the Jiazhong family that he got into trouble. The deaf old lady sighed helplessly. But she didn't say this out loud, worried about Zhonghai. The way he treated me today, I must take revenge. Zhonghai shouted angrily. Zhonghai, just calm down for a moment. The deaf old lady tapped her cane hard and sighed. There will be plenty of opportunities to deal with him. Don't let it ruin your health. She knows Zhonghai's temperament well, having watched him grow up. At this moment, she gritted her teeth as if she had made a decision. First, focus on recovering from the illness, and after a while, I will find a way to help you reclaim your position. As for Zhang Jianshe, I'll handle him. I need to make him understand who the real master is here. The atmosphere at Zhonghai's house was oppressive and lifeless, while Zhang Jianshe's side was bustling with excitement. Today was a day of joy for him. Not only had he driven Zhonghai down from his position of authority, but he had also made him lose face in the courtyard. Even better, the factory had just issued him a bicycle ticket, with good fortune coming one after another. He was in an excellent mood and thought he would show off his skills. Having learned the art of Huairu cuisine since childhood, he had filled the table with delicacies in just over an hour. Braised lion's head, boiled dried tofu, Wincy tofu, stir-fried pork slices. Though simple, each dish was made with care, showcasing excellent color, aroma, and flavor. Come and taste my cooking. Zhang Jianshe served the last dish of Wincy tofu soup and smiled, inviting everyone to dine. The meal is served. Xiao Wan shouted excitedly, enjoying the meal immensely. Meanwhile, Su Damiao and Lu Xiao stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Zhang Jianshe, did you really cook these dishes? Lu Xiao pointed at the delicious food on the table, her tone filled with doubt. How did your cooking suddenly become so amazing? Zhang Jianshe laughed and said, just casually made some home-cooked dishes. I'm happy today, so I made them a bit more exquisite. Zhang Jianshe just smiled faintly and said, do you think these are nothing? Take a closer look. You say this is just ordinary home-cooked food? It's just a bit more refined. Look, which place can cut tofu this finely? Su Damiao obviously doesn't believe it. Su Damiao casually scooped up a spoonful of tofu soup. The pure white tofu strands as fine as hair caught his eye, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was just a bowl of tofu soup. Was it really that surprising? Zhang Jianshe said this, but there was a hint of smugness in his eyes. Hearing this, Lu Xiao and Su Damiao came to their senses and picked up their chopsticks to savor it. After tasting it, they immediately felt the extraordinary flavor, almost swallowing their tongues in delight. Oh my God, little Jianshe, your culinary skills are simply unbelievable. Lu Xiao picked up a piece of the clear braised lion's head, plump and juicy, melting in her mouth, as if it were a feast for the taste buds. Lu Xiao came from a wealthy family. Her father was a steel mill director, and she had never lacked good food, but this lion's head completely overturned her perception. It's really delicious. Your skills are top-notch. In contrast, Su Damiao's eating manner seemed a bit clumsy, as he kept picking at the dishes, constantly praising them. Over the years, I've dined at many banquets with factory leaders, and I thought I was well experienced, but now I realize I was wrong. Compared to your dishes, everything I had before is simply not worth mentioning. Su Damiao sighed sincerely. Little Jianshe, your culinary skills are truly unparalleled. Where did you learn this? Hee. Zhang Jianshe sneered lightly, then spoke with a touch of pride. Silly Zhu. On the surface, he's a chef, but when it comes to cooking skills compared to us, he is just useless. Wishing everyone a happy new year. This meal left Su Damiao and Lu Xiao with round bellies. It wasn't because they didn't know how to exercise restraint, but rather because Zhang Jianshe's cooking was so excellent that every dish made it hard to put down their chopsticks. If they hadn't been so stuffed in the end, they probably could have continued eating. Chapter 41, Don't worry if it weren't for Zhang Jianshe's affluent background and support. The host would have probably lost their patience with this kind of eating style long ago. Ahem. Little Jianshe, your cooking skills are truly top-notch. We just couldn't help but eat more. After putting down her chopsticks and seeing the empty bowls and plates on the table, Lu Xiao blushed and apologized while hiccuping. The awkwardness was so intense it felt like it could squeeze out a house. It's fine, just some ordinary home-cooked dishes, as long as you all enjoyed it. Zhang Jianshe shrugged casually. The less he cared, the more uncomfortable Lu Xiao felt. Little Jianshe, your cooking is simply amazing. If you became a chef, you'd definitely make a fortune. Su Damiao's thick skin was back in action. Although he felt a bit embarrassed, he maintained his composure and praised Zhang Jianshe to the heavens. Ahem, Su Daomao, are you thinking too much? Why would I, the head of the medical office, quit to become a chef? Are you out of your mind? Zhang Jianshe rolled his eyes and said irritably. As if he thought of something, he added, besides, if I really became a chef, who would treat your infertility problem? Slap. Upon hearing this, Su Daomao and Lu Xiao dropped their chopsticks on the floor. Su Daomao was even more shocked, as if he had been electrocuted. He quickly said, yes, you mustn't become a chef. Being a doctor suits you better. Su Daomao excitedly added, and then cautiously asked, Little Jianshe, can you really cure my illness? Hearing this, not only Su Daomao, but even Lu Xiao, who was standing beside him, felt their hearts leap to their throats. She stared at Zhang Jianshe, worried he would refuse. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but smile. Being a doctor is the best choice. He didn't continue to tease the two. Since I can find the cause of your illness, I will definitely find a way to completely cure you, Zhang Jianshe said confidently. Or don't you believe in my abilities? He asked with a smile. No, I absolutely didn't mean that. Su Daomao stammered, excited and flustered. Brother Jianshe, no. Brother Jianshe, I have no doubt about your medical skills. Oh, come on. Can you stop being so cheesy? Zhang Jianshe felt uncomfortable being praised so much. My whole life depends on you, Su Daomao said seriously. Zhang Jianshe rolled his eyes at him, saying, Stop talking like that. Just speak properly. Also, I can help you treat your illness and give you a chance to have children, but this comes with conditions. Upon hearing this, both Su Daomao and Lu Xiao were a bit surprised. Su Daomao quickly reacted, gritted his teeth, glanced at Lu Xiao beside him, and took out a stack of brand new bills from his pocket, neatly placing them on the dining table. All 10 yuan bills, a thick stack. At least 40 or 50 pieces, which was the 500 yuan they had just won from Shazhu. That was Shazhu's savings accumulated over many years. Brother Jianshe, I won't say much. Just take this 500 yuan as your medical fee. As long as it helps me conceive a child, I will be doubly grateful. Su Daomao said almost through clenched teeth. Although Su Daomao's family was considered wealthy in the courtyard, and Lu Xiao's father was a well-known capitalist in the city, it wasn't easy to take out all 500 yuan. Just as Zhang Jianshe was cooking, the couple had already prepared mentally. It was evident that due to the infertility issue, Su Daomao and Lu Xiao had become extremely anxious. Why are you thinking so much? Seeing this scene, Zhang Jianshe was not only surprised by Su Daomao and Lu Xiao's determination to have children, but also found it a bit amusing. Who told you I was going to ask about the medical fees? Zhang Jianshe said calmly. Objectively speaking, from the beginning, Zhang Jianshe had made his stance clear and promised to resolve Su Daomao's issue. He wasn't doing this for money. It was purely to repay Lu Xiao for her years of care for them. If it weren't for Lu Xiao's constant kindness, even if Su Daomao were to become childless, Zhang Jianshe wouldn't spare him a glance. What I mean is, treating your illness comes with conditions, and if those conditions aren't met, I can't help you. Zhang Jianshe said helplessly. Upon hearing this, Su Daomao's expression instantly became complicated. So it wasn't about the consultation fee? Su Daomao subconsciously wanted to take back that stack of money, but Zhang Jianshe was quicker and directly took the money. Since you insist so much, I won't be polite. This money will stay with me for now. It will help with your treatment. Money that comes to your door shouldn't be returned, right? Although Zhang Jianshe didn't lack this little money, who wouldn't want more money? Seeing Zhang Jianshe so decisively take the money, Su Daomao felt his heart had been emptied. Although his wife came from a wealthy family, that wasn't truly his. With his meager income as a projectionist at the steel mill, he didn't know how long it would take to save up this amount. Zhang Jianshe took the money without even a polite word. How could he not feel heartbroken? Fortunately, Lu Xiao noticed Su Daomao's thoughts and gently tugged at his sleeve, giving him a glare. Su Daomao suddenly realized and reined in his reluctant expression. Right, money is important, but there will always be opportunities to earn it again. What could be more important than a healthy child? All right, let's not care about the money. You think I'm someone who loves money that much? Zhang Jianshe immediately saw the couple's little actions and couldn't help but tease. I absolutely didn't mean that. Su Daomao was frightened and hurriedly denied it, afraid of offending this powerful figure. Your illness can't be cured in a short time. It needs to be treated with acupuncture and various precious herbs to improve. Zhang Jianshe interrupted him and continued. Acupuncture is my specialty, and considering Sister Yi's situation, I won't charge you for the treatment this time. However, the cost of the medicine shouldn't be something I pay for out of my own pocket, right? Ginseng, cordyceps, deer antler, chuanwu, saffron. These are all valuable herbs. Zhang Jianshe said seriously, listing off names that sounded expensive. Su Daomao and Lu Xiao were left dumbfounded. In fact, Zhang Jianshe's words were half true and half false. Su Daomao, indeed, needed acupuncture and herbal treatment, and those precious herbs were necessary. But the focus of treatment was on acupuncture, with herbs being supplementary. The actual cost was far less than what he claimed. Jianshe, we trust you, just take this money. Lu Xiao quickly stated, as long as it can cure the illness. Money is not a problem. If it's not enough, I can borrow from my parents. Su Daomao not that VP then. Well, that's good. Zhang Jianshe cleared his throat and changed the subject. Next, I'll discuss the follow-up treatment plan with you. To be clear, if you want me to help treat the illness, you must agree to these conditions. Zhang Jianshe said seriously. Su Daomao and Lu Xiao nervously swallowed their saliva. Firstly, Su Daomao's illness requires continuous acupuncture for 10 sessions, once every 5 days, and the medication cannot be interrupted during this time. Zhang Jianshe continued. All right, no problem. The two almost immediately agreed without hesitation. Secondly, during the treatment period, you must avoid intimate contact. This sentence made Lu Xiao's face flush red, while Su Daomao frowned. 2 months without. Isn't that too difficult? Although Su Daomao complained a bit, he still reluctantly accepted. It must be followed. Zhang Jianshe said coldly. During the treatment, his body would be very sensitive, and if there was any carelessness, the consequences could be severe. Su Daomao immediately expressed his understanding, repeatedly assuring that he would not make the same mistake again. The last point is, I can do my best to help you conceive, but the gender is determined by heaven, and I cannot guarantee it. Zhang Jianshe solemnly reminded. Gender equality is the right principle. He added, I don't want to go through all this effort only to find out it's a daughter. This statement made the couple think seriously. Due to gender, unexpected situations arose. This is simply a sin. Absolutely not. As long as it's my child, I will definitely take good care of them. Lu Xiao immediately responded loudly. Su Daomao also patted his chest and promised. As long as it's my child, whether it's a boy or a girl, I'm willing to accept. Great. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe's expression eased slightly, and he continued with a smile. The last condition I ask of you is that once it's confirmed that Sister Yi is pregnant, you must buy 1,000 firecrackers and set them off at my door. He added, this can also serve as a promotion for my medical skills. Happy New Year! The condition proposed by Zhang Jianshe was just a joke to lighten the tense atmosphere. But for Su Daomao and Lu Xiao, this statement had a completely different meaning. They believed that if Zhang Jianshe mentioned setting off firecrackers for celebration so confidently, he must be very certain. It's important to know that in the city of Beijing, cases of tarnishing reputations happen frequently. If a doctor takes money and fails to cure a patient, it's possible for the patient to cause a scene. Since Zhang Jianshe confidently mentioned celebrating with firecrackers, he must be well prepared. It must be done, even if it's 10,000 or 100,000 firecrackers. I will set them off. Su Daomao said excitedly. As long as you can cure my illness and help me have a son, you will be my reborn parents. And I will definitely promote your medical skills everywhere. I will not go back on my word. After saying this, things went much smoother. After everyone finished eating, Zhang Jianshe wrote a prescription and asked Lu Xiao to take the child to buy medicine. Although it was late, the pharmacy was still open, so there was no need to worry about not being able to buy medicine. Zhang Jianshe stayed behind to give Su Daomao acupuncture. Chapter 42. The courtyard becomes lively again. Zhang Jianshe, now that your sister Yi is not here, I have some questions to ask you. Just as Zhang Jianshe finished getting his injection and was about to rest, Su Daomao suddenly spoke up. Speak plainly, don't beat around the bush, Zhang Jianshe replied casually. What do you think of me? Su Daomao suddenly asked, catching Zhang Jianshe off guard. Oh, you become so self-aware? Finally realized you're not exactly a good person? Zhang Jianshe teased without mercy. From start to finish, You never thought I was a good person, cowardly, lecherous, greedy, bad-tempered, and always flattering others. Zhang Jianshe fired off a barrage of criticisms. Take it easy, everything about you is wrong. Su Damao's face instantly turned red, angered by Zhang Jianshe's words. What are you moving for? If you keep acting up, don't blame me for the consequences. Zhang Jianshe warned coldly. Since you look down on me so much, why do you still care about my matters? Su Damao asked, holding back his pain. Don't overthink it. I'm not doing this to help you. I'm doing it for Sister E. Zhang Jianshe smiled. To be honest, your character is not great, but you married a good wife. Sister Lu treats us siblings well. I can't let her down. So you plan on reforming me? Su Damao's eyes widened. Exactly. Not only curing your illness, but also changing your character. Zhang Jianshe said firmly, starting today, you must correct all your bad habits, no matter what wrongs you've done to others in the past. You must make amends. His attitude was tough, with no room for retreat. Are you joking? Why should I listen to you? Su Damao instinctively wanted to resist. Zhang Jianshe didn't allow him to retort. There's no chance for you to choose. As long as you want to have descendants and want to be a man, there's no reason to refuse. Zhang Jianshe spoke bluntly, with no concealment. There are some things I can't say in front of Lu Shaoyi. But now that we're alone, I might as well lay it all out. Hearing this, Su Damao's body shook slightly, and after a long while, he managed to say, Aren't you afraid I'll bite back once I recover? Su Damao spoke defiantly. You know you're not a good person. There are ways to deal with bad people. Since I've decided to save you, I naturally have a way to keep you in check. Zhang Jianshe's expression was calm. Don't forget, I'm a doctor. What exactly did you do to me? Su Damao felt extremely anxious, instinctively wanting to pull out the silver needles from his body. But as soon as he moved his hand, he withdrew it. Don't move. I didn't provoke you. Why do you want to harm me? Zhang Jianshe impatiently waved his hand. Just a reminder, if you provoke me in the future, don't blame me for not warning you in advance. I'm a doctor. I can help you regain your health and have children, but I can also make you unable to have descendants, making your life worse than death. These words sent a chill down Su Damao's spine. Offend anyone but Zhang Jianshe. Who would have thought that this seemingly gentle young man was such a ruthless character? I give up. After a moment, Su Damao trembled and said, I will never go against your wishes again, and I will never let Lu Shaoyi down. As the new year approached, the courtyard gradually returned to calm. Jia Sudong's family fell into difficulties and had no time to cause trouble. Zhang Zhuzi lost his wife, living in poverty, and wore a frown all day long, unwilling even to talk to others. Zhonghai lost face, and, aside from work, he spent all his time at home avoiding people. Lu Shaoyi and her husband were busy with medical consultations and childbirth, and their home was always filled with the sight of them concocting prescriptions. The troublemakers in the courtyards had quieted down, and others had no significant actions. The whole courtyard was unusually quiet. This situation made Lu Sanxiang, who had just become a big shot, feel inexplicably frustrated. He wandered around all day, holding a porcelain teacup, looking for an opportunity to show off his authority. Days passed peacefully, and soon it was nearly the new year. Each household began preparing for the New Year's goods, hanging red lanterns. Although resources were scarce, people still tried their best to make it lively during the festival. Zhang Jianshe was busy too. He felt that even for the sake of the new year, he should prepare seriously. On the 26th of the 12th month, the steel mill went on holiday. After only a week of work, Zhang Jianshe received a big red envelope for his contributions to the factory, which made him a bit embarrassed. He tried to refuse it from the factory director Yang Guodong, but was stopped by a single sentence. If you have a lot of things to hide, what will happen to the factory? Just accept it. After taking the red envelope, Zhang Jianshe immediately took his daughter Xianwan to the department store to buy New Year goods. Comrade, please help me weigh 10 gene of peanuts, 10 gene of sunflower seeds, 2 gene of fruit candy, and 1 gene of white rabbit milk candy. Zhang Jianshe said while holding the child, and as soon as he finished speaking, he immediately attracted everyone's attention. People curiously looked at this young man, as if the items he bought could fill half the store. In those days, buying things required tickets, and supplies were limited, so people had seen big spenders before, but they couldn't imagine a purchase of this scale. Every household saved up some money and tickets throughout the year, calculating carefully for the New Year's goods. Being able to buy a few jean of sunflower seeds or half a jean of fruit candy was already considered good. Who had ever seen a rich young man like Zhang Jianshe who would ask for 10 jean of sunflower seeds and peanuts right off the bat? Even the most expensive white rabbit milk candy, he wanted a jean, which was over 5 yuan per jean, nearly the price of gold. Typical families would buy at most 4 or 5 pieces, saving them for children as New Year gifts. Comrade, are you sure you want to buy so much? The salesperson was startled and cautiously asked. He estimated that these items would cost at least 30 or 40 yuan and would require a lot of tickets. Worried it wouldn't be enough. It wasn't that he looked down on Zhang Jianshe, but he seemed too young to be able to take out so much money in tickets. Absolutely. Zhang Jianshe was calm, and it seemed like he was pulling money and tickets from his pocket, but in fact, he took out a thick stack of cash and tickets from his spatial storage. Just the 500 yuan left by Shazhu was enough for him to splurge. As for the tickets, some were left from his previous life, and some were obtained from system lottery draws. Not to mention buying New Year goods. He could easily afford such purchases every month. Oh my God, so much money in tickets. Bystanders exclaimed. They looked at Zhang Jianshe with envious eyes. A young man with such financial power. Absolutely extraordinary. Could he be the son of some big leader? Seeing this, the salesperson breathed a sigh of relief and quickly helped to pack the goods. Before long, the counter was piled high with large and small bags. Zhang Jianshe also bought new clothes for Xiaowan and himself. He specially chose a pair of little leather shoes and a pair of red hair flowers for Xiaowan as a New Year gift. Excuse me, do you have any ready-made Phoenix brand bicycles? After buying so many items, Zhang Jianshe inquired again. As soon as he said this, it immediately attracted everyone's attention. What is wrong with this person? Buying so many things isn't enough, and he wants to add a bicycle. Yes, we do, but it's not at this counter. The salesperson replied, slightly surprised. Comrade, are you really going to buy a bicycle? That requires a bicycle ticket and an industrial coupon. That's right. Our factory gave me a ticket. Since I'm here, I might as well buy one. Zhang Jianshe said in a calm tone. Unexpectedly, he unintentionally became the focus of everyone's attention again. Hearing this, the customers, who already had envious gazes, found it even harder to believe. Oh my God, what a lucky star. Not only did he purchase a large quantity of goods at once, but he also casually bought a bicycle. This is a Phoenix brand bicycle. Is this the epitome of a wealthy life? Extremely enviable. On the eve of the new year, about half an hour later, under the jealous gazes of surrounding customers, Zhang Jianshe pushed a brand new Phoenix bicycle out of the department store door. He spent over 200 yuan in total at the department store. Unknowingly, he left his legendary story in this mall. After securing the New Year goods on the back seat, he carefully placed Xiaowan on the front bar. Zhang Jianshe rode his new bike through the streets, feeling immensely satisfied. Occasionally, he would ring the bicycle bell, and when the sound rang out, passers-by would step aside or throw curious glances. However, upon seeing Zhang Jianshe, everyone's eyes sparkled with amazement and envy. After all, it was a pleasing sight to see a young, handsome guy riding a brand new bicycle. It must be said that this Phoenix bicycle, with its 28-inch frame, looked more impressive than luxury cars of later generations. After buying the bicycle, Zhang Jianshe didn't rush home. Instead, he went to the inspection bureau to register his new bike and get it stamped. Only after completing these steps could the bicycle truly belong to Zhang Jianshe. Otherwise, even if he had paid for it, the bike would be considered unregistered, and he could be stopped or even detained by street patrols or traffic police while riding it. Similarly, once the bicycle was registered and stamped, the inspection bureau would keep a record. If it were lost, the bureau could trace it back. If luck was on his side, they might even catch the thief on the spot. After spending an extra 2 yuan in fees, Zhang Jianshe finally rode his new bike back to the courtyard after completing the registration and stamping at the inspection bureau. Dingling. As he pushed the bike through the door, the courtyard instantly became lively. Everyone gathered around, astonished. Hey, where did Xiao Fan get a bike? Uncle Yin Bugue excitedly stared at the brand new bicycle, his eyes filled with desire. His thick glasses barely concealed his greed. He had long wanted to buy a bicycle, but he couldn't get a ticket, and the high price of 120 yuan had made him hesitate until now. If he could have such a bicycle, It would make commuting convenient and allow him to wander around in his spare time. How wonderful it would be. Uncle, you're wrong. Look closely, Su Damao chimed in, noticing the stamp on the bike. It must be a new bike that Zhang Jianshe just bought. Chapter 43. Discontent with everyone since Zhang Jianshe warned Su Damao last time. The latter has completely submitted to him and occasionally flatters him. My goodness, little Jianshe, is this for real? The neighbors are buzzing with discussions. Lu Haizhong, in particular, widened his eyes in disbelief. Where did you get the ticket? Did you do something illegal? Or did you acquire it through speculation? Recently, the newly appointed Lu Haizhong has been looking for opportunities to flaunt his power, finding fault with everyone. Now that he sees Zhang Jianshe suddenly buy a new car, he naturally has more doubts, suddenly realizing that this might be a chance, even though the car was not used for wrongdoing. He is determined to take this opportunity to show off in front of the elders in the courtyard. Unfortunately, he is not wise. Daring to show off his authority to Zhang Jianshe is undoubtedly hitting a brick wall. Hearing the hidden sting in Lu Haizhong's words, Zhang Jianshe responded mercilessly. Uncle, you're not that old, but your eyesight seems poor. Can't you see the obvious steel stamp on my car? Zhang Jianshe pointed at his car and said, This is a stamp from the Inspection Bureau. If my car had issues, would the Inspection Bureau stamp it? Are you getting old and confused? His words were exceptionally firm, like a resounding slap on Lu Haizhong's face, making him flush with anger. Zhang Jianshe, how can you speak like that? Is this the attitude you should have towards the elders in the courtyard? Lu Haizhong was somewhat furious, even if your car has a steel stamp. How could you buy a car without a bicycle ticket? As an elder in the courtyard, I have the right to question the legality of this car. The more Lu Haizhong thought, the angrier he became, intent on establishing his authority in the courtyard, yet unaware that he had offended Zhang Jianshe, who not only suffered losses, but also spoke arrogantly. Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but chuckle and coldly said, Lu Haizhong, you actually doubt that there's something wrong with my car? It seems you really are getting old and confused. How could I do such a thing? His tone was icy. Let me tell you. This bicycle ticket was a reward from the leader of the steel mill because I saved Jia Sudong, preventing losses to the factory. And the money for the car was also the same reason. If you don't believe it, you can verify with the leader of the steel mill or Director Yang. Let them tell you if this car is legal. Zhang Jianshe's words were powerful, hitting Lu Haizhong squarely in the center. What? The bicycle ticket and the car money were actually a reward from the steel mill leader? Do I really need to ask Director Yang? Was there even need to ask? Everyone in the factory knows that Zhang Jianshe has become the apple of the leader's eyes. If Lu Haizhong dares to inquire with Director Yang about this, he might not even get a chance to explain and would be directly scolded, possibly even losing his job. At the beginning of the new year, Lu Haizhong was left speechless by Zhang Jianshe's words, his face flushed red with embarrassment. Everyone's eyes were on him, waiting for his response, but he had nothing to say at that moment. Uncle, you don't really not know where Director Yang is, do you? That's why you're afraid to ask? Su Damao chimed in from the side. If not, I can point you in the right direction. The people in the courtyard suppressed their laughter, but it was uncomfortable for them to hold it in, considering Lu Haizhong's face. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong's body trembled involuntarily. No need to trouble the director. I believe you. Lu Haizhong hurriedly waved his hand, fearing Su Damao would really blow this up and let Director Yang know. If that happened, he would never have a chance to rise again in his life. Xiao Fan, today's matter is my fault. I was talking nonsense. Please don't take it to heart, and don't spread it around. Lu Haizhong thick-skinnedly apologized to Zhang Jianshe. Uncle, do you now think there is something wrong with my car? Zhang Jianshe asked with a smile, but said nothing more. No, your car is fine, very legitimate. Although Lu Haizhong felt resentment inside, he could only endure it, regretting that he shouldn't have picked a fight with Zhang Jianshe, resulting in public humiliation and being taught a lesson by Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe saw through Lu Haizhong's thoughts, but didn't care at all. Compared to Zhonghai and the deaf old lady, Lu Haizhong's little schemes were truly insignificant. Huairu's style of conduct far surpassed others. Even the usually seen as honest Shazhu could easily outdo this bureaucratic fool. How could Zhang Jianshe see him as a formidable opponent? This is great, so that there won't be any idle gossip in the courtyard in the future, adding to the trouble. Zhang Jianshe responded with a cold smile. Zhang Jianshe's words slapped Lu Haizhong's face, causing him to lose all face. As the manager of the courtyard, your management skills do need improvement. His tone was high and mighty, like an elder lecturing a younger one. Lu Haizhong was filled with shame and anger, hurriedly responding before leaving in a rush, his face full of embarrassment. No one noticed that at the moment he turned, a trace of elusive resentment flashed across his plump face. Damn Zhang Jianshe, you made me lose face in front of everyone today. I will definitely settle this score. Lu Haizhong silently vowed. The onlooking neighbors were keenly interested in Zhang Jianshe's gains, crowding around to inquire. Peanuts, melon seeds, new clothes, and so many milk candies. This must be worth 50 or 60 bucks. Yin Bugui quickly took a glance, unable to help but gasp. Is he planning to clear out the entire department store? Hearing the words milk candy, the children in the courtyard lit up, all drooling. Among them, the one with the most fervent gaze was the recognized thief of the Bongan courtyard. Having been doted on since childhood, Bongan would not miss out on this delicious treat. He believed that all the world's delicacies should belong to him, especially as the eldest grandson of the Jia family. He should enjoy preferential treatment. Zhang Jianshe, I want milk candy. Give me milk candy, Bongan shouted, prompting the other children to echo him in unison. If it were someone else, they might choose to smooth things over, distributing some candy to appease the children, but Zhang Jianshe would never indulge them. He immediately recognized that the ringleader was Bongan. In an instant, Zhang Jianshe felt both angry and amused, a cold smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Bongan, you want candy? Do I have to give you candy? Get lost. Zhang Jianshe coldly rejected him without mercy. Why should I give you candy? Am I your disabled old dad? Or that foolish stepdad Shazhu? Did I owe you for my past life? His words were straightforward and unrelenting. These people from the Jia family truly do not know how to be grateful and are not worth a good attitude. Otherwise, they would be proud and forget themselves with just a little sunshine. You're talking nonsense. You're bullying children. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Bongan jumped up in anger, immediately retorting loudly. Although he spoke defiantly, Bongan's heart was beginning to waver. Zhang Jianshe's insult about Bongan's biological father Jia Sudong being disabled struck a chord with him, but he felt no reaction. After all, he knew that his father indeed had limited mobility and lacked ability. However, Zhang Jianshe also said that Shazhu was a stepfather. That was unacceptable. That big fool had no right to be his father. This was absolutely intolerable. Zhang Jianshe did not expect that an unintentional remark would plant the seeds of resistance in Bongan's heart. This outcome was both amusing and frustrating. Seeing Bongan's face turn red, Zhang Jianshe added a warning. If you want candy, go ask your mom for it, and keep your hands and feet to yourself. If you dare to set your sights on my family, don't blame me for being rude. The new year brings good fortune. The news that Zhang Jianshe bought a new bicycle and prepared many New Year goods quickly spread throughout the courtyard. Most people who heard the news were envious and jealous, but some are also furious. Shazhu, upon hearing the news, downed a bottle of strong liquor without eating anything. He was already grieving from the death of his wife and the depletion of his savings, and now that Zhang Jianshe had bought something, it stabbed at his heart even more. Zhonghai, upon hearing the news, was so angry that he smashed a few bowls, making Idama feel extremely pained. Days passed, and soon the 28th of the 12th month approached. The courtyard gradually filled with a strong festive atmosphere. Every household was busy preparing for the new year. On this day, Jia Zhangshe returned to the courtyard. She was the most boisterous person in the courtyard. Due to Zhang Jianshe's incident, Jia Zhangshe was sent to a detention center. Initially, she was sentenced to a week of detention, but due to Jia Shufa's condition, Huairu took care of him wholeheartedly and forgot about visiting and paying the fine. As a result, Jia Zhangshe's detention was extended to half a month. When it comes to her experience in the detention center, it is truly hard to describe. The conditions in the detention center were already harsh, with poor food, inadequate living conditions, and labor reform. For Jia Zhangshe, who was used to a life of comfort, it was almost unbearable torture. Once her emotions got out of control, she would act out in the detention center. Not only did she insult others, but she also loved to stir up trouble, which made her unpopular among the inmates. In the following days, she was bullied. In just half a month, The once plump and white Jia Zhangshi, who resembled a fat sow, had become gaunt, with sunken eyes and a sharp chin, making her look much older. During her time in the detention center, she harbored deep resentment towards Zhang Jianshe and Qin Huairu. There is no need to say much about Zhang Jianshe, but Qin Huairu, as a daughter-in-law, knew her mother-in-law was suffering yet offered no help, not even visiting, which truly broke her heart. However, Jia Zhangshi was unaware of the changes happening outside. It wasn't until she returned home that she learned about her son's incident. When she heard that her son had become disabled, it was like a bolt from the blue. "My son, how did you end up like this?" She was devastated. Jia Dongshu lay on the hospital bed, pale, with only half of his body remaining, and his condition was extremely critical. Upon seeing this scene, Jia Zhangshi's emotions instantly collapsed, and she sat on the ground, crying out in anguish. Her cries were sharp and piercing, quickly drawing the attention of those around her. Chapter 44 today. I won't let it go easily. Zhonghai and Shazhu happened to be visiting Jia Dongshu in the hospital and witnessed this scene. They tried to comfort Jia Zhangshi, but her grief seemed unquenchable. Instead, she became more agitated due to everyone's attempts to console her, her cries growing louder. "My life is so bitter. After going through so much, now my son has turned out like this." Jia Zhangshi cried and blamed others, her voice escalating until Qin Huairu could no longer sit idly by. She attempted to pull Jia Zhangshi up, only to be slapped heavily across the face. "You are a jinx. How can my son end up with a daughter-in-law like you, causing my son to—" Jia Zhangshi continued her tirade. Qin Huairu had already bottled up many grievances inside her, as she never expected her mother-in-law to return and not offer comfort, but instead to blame her. After being slapped, she burst into tears, feeling desperate and helpless. "What should I do?" Zhonghai and Shazhu watched helplessly. Seeing Qin Huairu being hit and her tearful face was heartbreaking. Shazhu, standing aside, felt immense pain and immediately stepped forward to support his beloved. He angrily looked at Jia Zhangshi. "Annie, what you are doing is too much. Qin Jia has worked day and night for Dongshu's sake. How much suffering has she endured? You come back and start crying and making a scene, and even hitting people. Isn't that unreasonable? If you really have grievances, why not go find Zhang Jianshe to reason with? If it weren't for him, you wouldn't be stuck in this situation, not knowing anything about the family." "Shut up." Jia Zhangshi not only did not restrain herself, but became even more agitated. Pointing at Shazhu and berating him, "What does it matter to you how I discipline my daughter-in-law? Don't think I don't know what you're after. You just want to take advantage of my son being disabled." Shazhu repeatedly denied, but Jia Zhangshi Wu Ti let up. "You are not a good person at all. Better give up on that idea." The more she spoke, the more agitated she became, and even Jia Sudong on the bed darkened his expression, filled with hostility towards Shazhu and Qin Huairu. Since being rescued, Jia Sudong knew he had become a useless person, filled with resentment. Hearing his mother's words only fueled his anger. Seeing Shazhu and Qin Huairu close, his suspicion grew. "Shazhu, you dare to touch my wife, thinking I'm not around?" Jia Sudong, not knowing where he got the strength, grabbed a pillow and threw it hard. "Are you both crazy?" Shazhu didn't expect to be misunderstood by Jia Zhangshi and her son, angrily catching the pillow. "I was just concerned, and you treat me like this. It's too unfair." Shazhu muttered a few complaints. Seeing the situation might escalate, Zhonghai couldn't stand it anymore and quickly stepped in to mediate. "Shazhu, just stop talking." Zhonghai first reprimanded Shazhu, then turned to comfort the Jia family. "Sister-in-law, Sudong, don't be too agitated. Shazhu is also acting out of goodwill. During this time, Sudong's family has indeed had a hard time. Ever since Zhang Jianshe saved Sudong, she has been managing the household, which is quite exhausting. This old fox, worried about the situation escalating, directly mentioned Zhang Jianshe's name, hoping to divert their attention. "Wait, who did you say?" Sure enough, upon hearing Zhonghai's words, Jia Zhangshi immediately seized upon the key point. A flash of anger crossed her eyes. "Who did you just say saved my son? Zhang Jianshe? That damn guy has nothing to do with my Sudong." Jia Zhangshi could not tolerate the mention of Zhang Jianshe's name. Because of this person, she had suffered a lot and endured many hardships in the detention center. Not to mention that she hadn't been able to learn about her son's disability in time. Does Grandma Zhang not know? Zhang Jianshe is now the head of the medical room at our steel mill. Mentioning this piqued Shazhu's interest, and he began to embellish. It was indeed Zhang Jianshe who saved Sudong, and he was the one who performed the amputation surgery. Shazhu was not an easy person either, subtly fanning the flames to shift Jia Zhangshe's anger onto Zhang Jianshe. That's nonsense. Upon hearing Shazhu's words, Jia Zhangshe instantly exploded with rage. My son was harmed by that wicked guy and had to have an amputation. Is there any justice in this? Jia Zhangshe completely ignored Shazhu's earlier words, her mind filled with the thought of Zhang Jianshe amputating Sudong's limb. That damn guy. Not only did he harm me, but he also harmed my Sudong. Jia Zhangshe was furious. Zhang Jianshe doesn't know any medical skills. How dare he perform surgery on Sudong, let alone an amputation? This must be revenge. He hurt her eldest son so severely that he became disabled. Cough, 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 sister-in-law, you can't speak carelessly. Seeing Jia Zhangshe on the verge of losing control, Zhonghai added more fuel to the fire. You might not know, but Zhang Jianshe is quite impressive now. I don't know where he learned his medical skills, but at the steel mill's medical room, the leaders treat him like a treasure. When Sudong had his accident, it was Zhang Jianshe who saved his life. Because of this, the factory leaders valued him greatly. They not only promoted him to head of the medical room, but also made him a factory leader, rewarding him with a lot of money and a bicycle ticket. Now he has really made something of himself. Just a few days ago, when he bought a car, he even bought a lot of New Year's goods. Truly glorious. Zhonghai was not a good person. It seemed he was speaking for Zhang Jianshe, but in reality, he was adding fuel to the fire. But after hearing this, Jia Zhangshe felt more pain than if someone had stabbed her in the heart. She pitied herself for being framed by Zhang Jianshe and ending up in detention. Not only was her son severely injured, but he also became disabled. And that culprit Zhang Jianshe, not only was he unharmed, but he also thrived on her son's injury. He bought a car and became a factory leader. Is there any justice in this? She absolutely cannot let this go. She must make that culprit give an explanation. What kind of person is Jia Zhangshe? The kind that can find trouble even when there is none. Now that her son is disabled and her enemy is rising step by step, how can she endure? She immediately jumped up. My heavens! You must seek justice for us. Jia Zhangshe's first thought was to seek help from an elder. Zhang Jianshe is clearly taking revenge. My son was perfectly fine, and he made him unrecognizable. Our family's future is ruined because of him. As an elder and Sudong's mentor, how can you sit back and do nothing? You must stand up for us. This truly touched Zhonghai's sore spot. He was most afraid of anyone mentioning matters related to his elders. Hearing Jia Zhangshe suddenly speak up, Zhonghai could hardly contain his anger, but ultimately managed to suppress his emotions with reason. His face darkened as he muttered, Cough, sister-in-law. I'm no longer the big uncle of the courtyard. Zhonghai resentfully said, That guy Zhang Jianshe took advantage of being a neighbor in the courtyard and forced me. The big uncle out. After hearing this, Jia Sudong and Qin Huairu both looked displeased, especially Qin Huairu, who felt immense regret. When Sudamao was arguing with Shazhu, she had been in the hospital taking care of Jia Sudong with the children. If she had been there, she would have stopped the courtyard meeting from happening, at least to preserve Zhonghai's position. After all, as the big uncle of the courtyard, his help to their family was immeasurable. Now all of that has turned into nothing. What made Qin Huairu even more unbearable was that Shazhu had given all the 500 yuan he had saved to Sudamao. After learning this, she felt as if her heart had been cut open. Shazhu was always so cautious when borrowing money from her, only a few or a dozen yuan at a time. If she had known he had hidden so much money, she would have done everything possible to claim it for herself. But now, all that money had fallen into Sudamao's hands. And thinking of this made Qin Huairu feel immense heartache. What? That unfortunate guy actually dared to treat you this way? Jia Zhangshe was also shocked, unable to believe it, and exclaimed, Is there no rule at all? Zhonghai coughed and replied ambiguously, Ahem, you don't know Zhang Jianshe's been on a roll lately, and he has money and power. Naturally, he couldn't say that it was because he favored Shazhu that he was schemed against by Zhang Jianshe and lost his position. Fortunately, Jia Zhangshe seemed uninterested in probing further. After listening, her eyes quickly darted around, and then she slapped her knee forcefully. Absolutely not. This child has brought too much misfortune to our family. We cannot let him off so easily, Jianshe said firmly. I'm going to find him right now. If I don't get proper compensation for my son's injuries today, I'll let this go. Before she finished speaking, Jianshe was already striding outside. Mom, please don't go. Huairu instinctively wanted to stop her, but how could she hold her back? Sister Qin, don't worry. Your mother-in-law will definitely get justice. Shazhu softly comforted Huairu, then hurriedly left with Zhonghai. Along the way, Shazhu silently prayed, hoping things would turn out well. Evil people have their own way of dealing with evil. Zhang Jianshe, oh Zhang Jianshe, this old lady has come to your door. Even if you can't pay the price today, you will definitely suffer. Jianshe, Zhonghai, and Shazhu rushed back to the courtyard. As soon as they reached the door, Jianshe shouted loudly, Zhang Jianshe, you scoundrel, come out here right now. Today, I let this go with you. Jianshe stood angrily at the door of Zhang Jianshe's house, her voice shockingly loud. Chapter 45. Complete submission soon. The neighbors in the courtyard were stirred up, peeking out to see what was going on. Who was making such a racket outside? Oh, isn't that Jianshe? Wasn't she just taken away? She was just released today. Impressive. Just released and already causing trouble again? Doesn't this old lady fear being taken back? Look, Jianshe seems to be targeting Zhang Jianshe. Did she come out just to find trouble with him? This courtyard was quiet for a few days, and now it's in chaos again. The neighbors in the courtyard displayed curious expressions, but upon seeing that Jianshe was causing trouble for Zhang Jianshe, they tacitly retreated back inside, hiding by the windows or behind doors to watch. It wasn't that they didn't want to help Zhang Jianshe, but when Jianshe threw a tantrum, no one could do anything about it. During the new year, no one wanted to get involved with such bad luck. If she entangled them, it would truly be bothersome. Zhang Jianshe, open the door. I know you're inside. With no one to stop her, Jianshe grew even more arrogant. Happy New Year. Jianshe stood in front of Zhang Jianshe's door, cursing loudly. You wicked person, you've harmed my son to this extent. My heart has been taken away by a dog. Suddenly, with a loud bang, the door to Zhang Jianshe's house swung open. Immediately, a tall figure rushed out of the house, fast as lightning, and swung a hand towards Jianshe's face. Slap! The crisp sound echoed throughout the courtyard. Jianshe's vision went black, her ears buzzed, and her whole body flew out like a thrown bag, flipping in the air before crashing heavily to the ground. She looked up to see her right cheek numb and swollen, with a new bump forming. Before she could collect herself, a mouthful of bloody spit and 2 broken teeth had already sprayed out. Where did this crazy woman come from, making such a fuss during the new year? Zhang Jianshe's cold voice followed. At that moment, Zhang Jianshe was inside playing with Xiaonuanyuan, not wanting to go out as the spring festival approached. He had heard the news that Jianshe was released, but he didn't want to deal with this harmless group of people. But unexpectedly, Jianshe came knocking, and as soon as she entered, she started rambling. Zhang Jianshe initially intended to pretend he couldn't hear her, but as she cursed more and more, he finally couldn't take it anymore and taught her a lesson. You, how can you hit me? Jianshe was stunned, covering her swollen face, the pain in her teeth leaving her momentarily speechless. Just a rude mad dog, so what if I hit you? Zhang Jianshe's tone was icy, speaking without mercy. During the new year, at least have some sense of proportion. Stop making a fuss all the time. If you keep this up, I might really send you to the inspection bureau. There was a hint of coldness in his words. Hearing this, Jianshe trembled all over. She had just come from the inspection bureau, and if she were caught again, it would be worse than death. Jianshe was not an easy person to deal with. Facing Zhang Jianshe's pressure, though she didn't dare to confront him directly, she immediately resorted to her usual tactics of throwing a fit and playing the victim. She sat down on the ground, slapped her thighs, and began to wail. Why is my life so bitter? This scoundrel hit me. Oh my God, I'm an old lady going crazy. This wicked person not only hit me, but also turned my dongshu into a cripple, and now he wants to hit me again. Someone, please, who can help this lonely old lady seek justice. Throwing a fit was Jianshe's specialty, and every time she did, it would throw the courtyard into chaos. Usually, someone would soften and advise her, and she would then act pitiful and play the victim. Strangely, today, no matter how much she cried and made a fuss, no one came out to mediate, not even spectators. In the front yard, second aunt was about to go out to join in the fun when second uncle Yin Bugue grabbed her. "Where are you going? Don't get involved in this." Yin Bugue scolded sternly. "I'm going to see what's going on. Didn't you hear how noisy it is over there?" Second aunt asked in confusion. "No. Do you know what kind of person Jia Zhangshe is? What good could come from her making a fuss at Zhang Jianshe's door? If you go out now, she'll definitely latch on to you. And how will you get along with Zhang Jianshe in the future? We've worked hard to maintain our relationship with their family over the years. It would be a huge loss to ruin it just to watch the excitement." In the backyard, Lu Haizhong was still holding his big tea jar, peering through the window at the situation in the courtyard. Let them make a fuss, the louder the better. Lu Haizhong had a smile on his face, looking particularly excited. His wife Shamaglaire, "What's wrong with you today? It's so chaotic in the courtyard. Aren't you going to go take a look? What I have to do with this? I can't control that Jia Zhangshe, nor can I suppress Zhang Jianshe." Lu Haizhong replied lazily. "Going out now would only be embarrassing. It's better to wait for them to both suffer. Then I can play the peacemaker." In the courtyard, Lu Shaoyi watched Jia Zhangshe throwing a fit on the ground, feeling a bit anxious, wanting to step forward to help. But she was stopped by Su Damao. "Don't worry. With Zhang Jianshe around, it's fine." Su Damao comforted her with a smile. "Look how calm he is right now. Just stay at ease." Although Lu Shaoyi hesitated, she still listened to her husband and stayed put. Jia Zhangshe made a scene for a while, but when she saw no one was paying attention, she could only give up. Meanwhile, Zhang Jianshe remained calm and composed, appearing confident. The surrounding neighbors watched coldly, clearly already accustomed to Jia Zhangshe's behavior. They didn't want to get involved in this muddy water and stain themselves with bad luck. It was not only annoying, but also would offend Zhang Jianshe, which was truly not worth it. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe actually hoped that a neighbor would come out to advise Jia Zhangshe. These people are really heartless. They all hide at home pretending not to see, watching this villain bully this old lady. Seeing that no one was paying attention, Jia Zhangshe became even angrier and started complaining loudly. "Fool, if you shout like that, won't it make people ignore you even more?" Nearby, Shazhu and Zhonghai shook their heads at her. Before they could speak, Zhang Jianshe coldly clapped his hands. "Jia Zhangshe, if you weren't begging on the street, it would be a waste of your talent." Zhang Jianshe's tone was sarcastic. "Jia Sudong isn't dead. Why are you howling at my door?" Hearing this, Jia Zhangshe immediately stopped making a fuss. She stood up, covering her swollen face, and angrily scolded. "That's right. It's because of this. You caused my Dongshu to become a cripple. Shouldn't you pay me? Hurry up and compensate. Otherwise, I'll report you. During the new year, don't make it hard for the inspection comrades." Zhang Jianshe was both amused and exasperated by Jia Zhangshe's ridiculous logic. "What does your unfortunate son becoming a cripple have to do with me? How is it unrelated? You caused my son to have his limb amputated." Jia Zhangshe cried loudly. "My good son, such a fine person, has been turned into this by you. Jia Zhangshe, are you crazy?" Zhang Jianshe laughed in anger. "Do you know how your son got hurt? He was operating illegally and got crushed by a steel plate. A fine person, when he was injured, his lower body was turned into a meat pie. If it weren't for me helping, your son would have died long ago. How could he still be alive now?" Seeing Jia Zhangshe's bewildered expression, Zhang Jianshe coldly remarked. Zhonghai and Shazhu pretended to be indifferent, but Zhang Jianshe was clear in his heart. He sneered, his tone carrying reproach. "Haven't you two always looked down on the Jia family? Now that the situation is clear, why don't you tell her?" Zhang Jianshe's words were filled with dissatisfaction, as if an elder was scolding a younger generation. Shazhu lowered his head, no longer speaking, while Zhonghai merely snorted coldly, a hint of embarrassment creeping onto his face. After hearing the news, Jia Zhangshe was momentarily stunned, but then regained her composure. "I know it was you who caused my son to be amputated." She stared at Zhang Jianshe, raising her voice. "You heartless one. There are so many doctors in the factory. Why did you have to let you operate on him? My son was fine. It's just you taking personal revenge." Seeing her getting more and more agitated, Zhang Jianshe suddenly raised his fist, scaring Jia Zhangshe into retreating repeatedly, crying out for help. Zhang Jianshe lowered his fist and extended only one finger. First, I am the doctor in the factory. My professional ability is not something you can evaluate. He raised a second finger. Secondly, it was the factory leadership's concern about their son's incident affecting the factory's reputation that prompted my intervention. Finally, he raised a third finger. Moreover, his leg injury was too severe and no one could save him. Only by amputating could I save his life. Happy New Year! Zhang Jianshe stepped closer to Jia Zhangshi, each step bringing him nearer. The pressure emanating from him made Jia Zhangshi retreat in fear until she collapsed on the ground, trembling all over, as if she would be devoured by the demon before her at any moment. Shazhu and Zhonghai were about to step forward to speak for Jia Zhangshi, but were locked in by Zhang Jianshe's piercing gaze. His voice was low and filled with threat. Is there anything you don't understand? Do you want me to explain in detail? The strength of a grandmaster of Baji Quan was beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. Even ordinary soldiers would feel intimidated by such a presence. Shazhu and Zhonghai were even more overwhelmed. Shazhu, though robust, appeared helpless, while Zhonghai shrank back. And no, you are right. Shazhu struggled to speak, lowering his head in apology. Even though he usually feared nothing, at this moment he completely succumbed to Zhang Jianshe's might. He understood that in front of him, he was as fragile as paper. Even if what you said is true, you still couldn't save my son. Jia Zhangshi remained defiant. Chapter 46, It's all your fault this year. Zhang Jianshe truly exhibited a terrifying power. Faced with Zhang Jianshe's pressure, Jia Zhangshi was briefly flustered but quickly regained her composure. Even though she was still trembling, she remained defiant and even wanted to retort. No matter how skilled you are in medicine, my son's leg is still gone. You're a quack. The factory asked you to treat him, and you should have restored him to his original state, but instead, you went and amputated his leg. The leaders at the factory must be blind to employ someone like you and even give you bonuses and train tickets. It's all because of you that my son has ended up like this. You must bear this loss. You have to compensate. Jia Zhangshi's gaze became aggressive, as if all the responsibility should fall on Zhang Jianshe. My son's leg cannot just disappear like this. You must pay. It's all your fault. The bonus and bicycle the factory gave you, along with your parents' compensation, must be given to my son. The more she thought about it, the more it seemed justified. Jia Zhangshi no longer feared Zhang Jianshe's might, as if she could see countless amounts of money floating toward her. Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe couldn't see her inner thoughts. Otherwise, he really couldn't help but slap her to make her wake up. Jia Zhangshi, it seems you have gone mad. Zhang Jianshe responded with a cold laugh. I already told you that your son's leg is ruined. Who can make it whole again? Enough. I'll go find a piece of iron and crush your leg to be the same as your son's. Go find a doctor to treat it. As long as it can be restored to its original state. No, as long as your leg doesn't deform. Don't even mention compensation. I'd agree to let you use your head as a ball to kick me. Zhang Jianshe shouted angrily, making a move as if to strike. Don't do that. I don't want to become disabled. Jia Zhangshi was terrified and quickly begged for mercy, no longer daring to retort. Zhang Jianshe, calm down. What do you want to do? Shazhu and Zhonghai were also frightened by this scene and hurriedly stepped forward to stop Zhang Jianshe. What do I want to do? I want to ask what you want to do. Zhang Jianshe said coldly, this crazy woman is inexplicable, and you not only do nothing but also stand by to watch the fun. It seems you're just bored. Since that's the case, I'll send you to the inspection bureau for the holiday. Shazhu and Zhonghai were taken aback. You, what do you want to do? Since you don't want to celebrate the new year properly, I'll send you to the inspection bureau to experience it. Zhang Jianshe's tone was icy, provoking trouble. Extortion, malicious slander. These charges are enough to keep you at the inspection bureau for the new year. Shazhu, Zhonghai, and Jia Zhangshi all turned pale with fright. Don't do this. It was all Jia Zhangshi's doing. It has nothing to do with us. Shazhu shouted eagerly. Nothing to do with you? No one can prove that. Zhang Jianshe stared at them coldly. Everyone in the alley knows you came together. Don't. Zhang Jianshe. We're all neighbors. Don't call the police. Shazhu and Zhonghai pleaded. An old man became flustered and almost begged with a tone of desperation. The thought of spending the new year in a detention center was something he didn't even want to imagine. Seeing the three of them in such a disheveled state. Zhang Jianshe simply dropped a sentence. If you dare to cause trouble on my door again, I'll count to 3 and immediately take this crazy woman away. Happy New Year! Let us go, let us go. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Shazhu and Zhonghai immediately felt relieved and hurriedly dragged Jianshe away. What a mess! Watching the 3 of them flee in embarrassment, Zhang Jianshe snorted coldly. It wasn't that he was soft-hearted that he let Jianshe and the others go. If given the chance, Zhang Jianshe would love to lock all of them up in the inspection bureau. However, he understood very well. What he just said was merely a bluff. Dealing with Shazhu and Zhonghai, who knew nothing about the law, posed no real threat. Even if he really disregarded everything and reported them to the inspection bureau, today's incident would at most be resolved through private mediation. If he were to do as he said and directly arrest them for detention, spending the new year in jail, that would be absolutely impossible. Nowadays, if people were arrested just for arguing, the detention center would have long been overcrowded. Therefore, Zhang Jianshe merely frightened them a bit and then let them go. If they trouble me again, even if the inspection bureau doesn't take care, I have my ways to deal with you. Zhang Jianshe muttered to himself as he turned and returned to the house. I told you, this little matter is nothing to Zhang Jianshe. Su Demao leaned against the door and said to the astonished Lu Xiao, it was easy. Just a few words settled these people. My goodness, this little Jianshe is too powerful. Lu Xiao exclaimed. Shazhu and old are one thing. But even Zhonghai was subdued by little Jianshe. She even got slapped. So what if she got slapped? Who told her to come looking for trouble? Su Demao said with a half-smile. In this courtyard, anyone could be provoked, but Zhang Jianshe cannot. If anyone in this courtyard knows the power of Zhang Jianshe, it must be Lu Xiao. Perhaps only Su Demao truly understood. Ever since that day when Zhang Jianshe threatened him with a silver needle, he had completely learned his methods. He knew that now, in this courtyard, no one could control this lurking dragon. Is that it? Is Zhonghai that weak? In the back courtyard, Lu Haizhong was dissatisfied, banging on the lid of the enamel tea jar, complaining angrily that over the years, she had caused unrest in the courtyard from time to time. How could she be scared into submission by Zhang Jianshe with just a few words? Lu Haizhong was burning with anger. He originally thought that Zhonghai would confront Zhang Jianshe, triggering a chaotic battle that would give him the chance to profit from the chaos. But the result was completely unexpected. Zhang Jianshe easily defeated the troublemaker Zhonghai, and even the external help from Shazhu and Zhonghai couldn't help. There was no mutual destruction at all. Instead, it was a one-sided situation. Lu Haizhong didn't even have a chance to intervene and could only vent his frustration by banging on the tea jar inside. Useless. Shazhu and Zhonghai struggled to drag Zhonghai, half pulling and half carrying back to their home. Although Zhonghai was old, she was usually well-fed and hefty. Even after starving for half a month in detention, she still weighed heavily. Plus, she was struggling desperately, leaving the two exhausted. At this moment, Huairu, who had been taking care of Jia Sudong in the hospital, learned about the situation and hurried back. As soon as she entered the house, she saw Zhonghai and Shazhu sweating profusely, their faces dark, while her mother-in-law was sitting on the Kong, crying and shouting, creating a very strange scene. Mom, old Shazhu, what is going on? Huairu asked, puzzled. Weren't they planning to cause trouble for Zhang Jianshe? Why do they now look like they've just been scolded and are sulking at home? You unlucky thing finally came back. Hearing Huairu's words, Zhonghai was both surprised and angry, finally finding a target for her venting. She scolded Huairu without mercy. That unfilial child almost drove me mad, and was even shouting to send me to the relevant authorities. Why didn't you come back earlier to help me? Are you hoping for my death to be happy? After being scolded by Zhonghai, Huairu felt extremely wronged. Tears almost fell from her eyes. Hadn't she been taking care of Jia Sudong all along? Wasn't she back now? Why was this old woman still blaming her? What sin had she committed? However, despite this, Huairu didn't dare to retort against Zhonghai and could only turn to Shazhu and Zhonghai with tears in her eyes. Shazhu, old, what exactly happened? Sister Jia, please don't get excited. Hearing Huairu's question, Shazhu's face turned red, unsure how to respond. Zhonghai let out a sigh, first calming down Zhonghai, and then slowly explaining the situation to Qin Huairu. What? Zhang Jianshe has become so powerful now. After hearing Zhonghai's account, Qin Huairu widened her eyes and couldn't help but exclaim. It was unclear whether she was amazed by Zhang Jianshe's strength or shocked by his improved methods, as he easily managed to calm her mother-in-law and the others. I really misjudged him. Zhonghai frowned and said, his tone heavy. Zhang Jianshe was always reticent when he was young, but now he seemed like a completely different person. Who would have thought that once his parents passed away, it was as if he had become a new person? Bah! In my opinion, this kid is wicked. He caused his parents' deaths. Jia Zhangshi shouted sharply. That damned thing harmed my son, didn't give a single cent in compensation, and even hit me. If you two hadn't desperately held me back just now, I would have fought him today. She's just a stubborn duck refusing to admit defeat. What Jia Zhangshi fears the most is losing her life. She could cry for half a day if a mosquito bites her. Fight with Zhang Jianshe? It's simply a joke. Just now, she was so frightened by Zhang Jianshe's imposing manner that she nearly knelt down on the spot. Shazhu and Zhonghai weren't stopping her from fighting. She was clearly so scared that her legs went weak, and they had to drag her away to escape. Jia family sister-in-law, can you calm down a bit? Shazhu said impatiently. Do you still want to fight him? Even I can't beat that brat. How can you be his match? Besides, didn't you hear what he just said? If you make a scene again, he'll call the police to have us arrested. On a festive day like this, do you really want to spend New Year's in jail? Shut up. Shazhu, are you cursing me? You go spend New Year's in a cell. Upon hearing Shazhu's merciless mockery, Jia Zhangshi immediately erupted in anger. However, despite her fury, her voice noticeably dropped in volume. Chapter 47. Can't we give some face? She was clearly terrified, thinking of the horrifying experiences she had gone through in the detention center a few days ago. She felt every hair on her body stand on end. I don't believe this nonsense. Is the inspection bureau run by his family that they can just lock people up whenever they want? Jia Zhangshi gritted her teeth defiantly. She was really tired of living and wanted to cause trouble, but don't drag us into it. Upon hearing Jia Zhangshi's words, Shazhu and Zhonghai silently cursed in their hearts at the same time, especially Zhonghai, who frowned and suppressed his dissatisfaction as he spoke. Sister Jia, please calm down. Zhang Jianshe is a martyr's family member and has always been treated with respect. If you continue to make a fuss, the inspection bureau might really arrest you. And even if they don't arrest you, if this escalates and reaches the ears of the factory leaders, it won't be good for your family. Zhonghai spoke seriously. However, Jia Zhangshi appeared confused. She was emotionally charged, solely focused on fighting for her son Jia Sudong's rights. She believed that her son's disability was due to the responsibility of the steel mill, thus asserting that the mill should be held accountable and provide compensation. Faced with Zhonghai's persuasion, she stubbornly held her ground. Zhonghai patiently explained that Jia Sudong's accident was an unfortunate event and that the factory was not at fault. He emphasized that the factory had already decided to provide some compensation and arrange for Qin Huairu to take over Jia Sudong's job. This proposal made Qin Huairu very happy, and Jia Zhangshi temporarily stopped her scolding. Zhonghai hoped that Jia Zhangshi could understand the current situation and not continue to pressure the factory to avoid causing unnecessary trouble. His words revealed his control over the situation and concern for the consequences, while also trying to calm things down by offering an alternative solution. For the Jia family, this was undoubtedly a way to secure a portion of stable income, which could be considered a stroke of luck amidst their misfortunes. Although Jia Zhangshi did not understand much, she grasped the key points. Qin Huairu was so moved that tears streamed down her face as she repeatedly thanked Zhonghai. Thank you, Uncle E. I will work even harder. Wishing you a prosperous new year. Seeing Qin Huairu so grateful, Zhonghai felt secretly pleased. All of this was merely something the factory had already decided, and he was just responsible for conveying it. Qin Huairu didn't need to be so thankful. This was precisely Zhonghai's cleverness in taking credit for something that wasn't his. It was only natural for Huairu to take over his son's position. Why wouldn't the factory be willing to give a little more in compensation? Jia Zhangshi harbored greedy thoughts. Even if her son had violated regulations and caused an accident, the responsibility should still lie with the factory. Losing both legs should at least warrant compensation of 1,000 or 2,000. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai and Shazhu could hardly suppress their laughter. Zhang Jianshe's parents were elite soldiers who sacrificed for the country. How much could the compensation be? Jia Dongshu violated regulations. It would be perfectly reasonable for the factory not to give a single cent. Now that there was already compensation, and they arranged for his daughter-in-law to take over, it was exceptionally generous. Sister Jia, don't say such things in the future to avoid attracting criticism, Zhonghai warned with a serious expression. If this reaches the leader's ears and they're dissatisfied, even the current benefits may be taken back. Although Jia Zhangshi was filled with grievances, she could only huff unhappily. Everyone understands what Uncle Li said. I will talk to my mother-in-law. Huairu looked at the situation before her, and her eyes turned slightly. Suddenly, her eyes reddened, and with a hint of grievance and a pitiful expression, she said, "My family suddenly encountered such a disaster. Not only have we lost our pillar, but we also have no hope of compensation." Huairu continued to lament the hardships of her family. Her intentions were crystal clear. Seeing the scene, Jia Zhangshi immediately became much more aware, as if a new thought had opened up. The family was now penniless. How would they live in the future? She immediately began to cooperate and perform. "Oh, why is our family's fate so bitter? We were already so poor we couldn't make ends meet. And now this has happened. That heartless thing doesn't even give us a penny in compensation. How are we supposed to live? Are we really going to starve to death?" Jia Zhangshi wailed with a hoarse voice. The skill of crying poor was something Jia Zhangshi and Huairu had mastered. Their current performance was entirely for Shazhu and Zhonghai to see. One was an unwavering follower, while the other was Jia Sudong's mentor, and both were financially well off. At this moment, as they cried like this, if they didn't take the opportunity to get the other party to hand over money, it would be truly unreasonable. "Oh dear, don't say such things. Aunt Zhang, Sister Qin, don't cry." Shazhu, who was called silly, was indeed not wronged at all. Seeing his goddess crying like a flower in the rain, his heart felt like it was being cut by a knife. He completely forgot that just earlier in the hospital, Jia Zhangshi and Jia Sudong had scolded them as scoundrels. Hearing this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law lament their poverty, Shazhu hurriedly rummaged through his pockets for change. He only found 5 or 6 yuan, and he suddenly felt very embarrassed, shoving the money into Huairu's hands. Sister Qin, this is all I have. Take it for now, and when I get my salary next month, you can ask me for more." Objectively speaking, in this era, 5 or 6 yuan was not a small amount. It was enough for an ordinary family to last for over 10 days. Only someone like Shazhu, who was wholly dedicated to others, would unhesitatingly pull out this money. After Huairu took the money, however, although her face showed no expression, her heart was filled with disdain, secretly cursing. This little bit of money, is it meant to appease a beggar? Huairu felt indignant. In the past, if she could get 5 yuan from Shazhu, she would have been happy. But since learning that Shazhu had been saving money for his wife, her mindset had completely changed. Now that Jia Sudong was disabled, she not only had to take care of him, but also had to look after Jia Zhangshi and her son. With the heavy burden of life pressing down on her, relying solely on the meager income from the steel mill could not support her family's expenses. She urgently needed to find a dependent who could be manipulated and also fill the huge gap in family expenses. Shazhu was undoubtedly the most suitable candidate. A mere 5 yuan could no longer meet her needs. She was determined to squeeze Shazhu dry. With this thought, Huairu couldn't stop her tears from falling. She gently pushed away the money Shazhu had handed her, using a tactic of feigned rejection to test him. "Shazhu, I appreciate your intentions, but I can't accept this money. My family's situation is really bad. This amount is far from enough. Uncle, what do you think we should do?" Sure enough, Shazhu fell for the trick, but he was momentarily at a loss and could only cast a pleading look at Zhonghai. This matter can't just be solved by the few of us. Zhonghai pondered for a moment, a glint of cleverness flashing in his eyes. "Perhaps we can call for donations from the whole compound? Happy New Year! Donations from the whole compound." Upon hearing this, everyone's eyes lit up. This idea is excellent. Donations from the whole compound. Uncle Yi is truly clever. Jia Zhangshi's previously gloomy face instantly brightened. Our family is having a hard time. How can the neighbors in the compound not lend a helping hand? Many hands make light work. This guy has deep scheming. Hearing this, even the usually composed Shazhu and Zhonghai couldn't help but shake their heads repeatedly and even coughed involuntarily. This old lady's thoughts are too naive, right? There are dozens of households in the compound, and she actually thinks everyone will agree to donate 10 or 8 yuan each. Isn't this clearly trying to squeeze everyone dry? Old sister, you're thinking too simply. With so many households in the compound, do you really think everyone will agree to donate so much? How do those already struggling families survive? Shazhu, with a straightforward personality, directly countered without holding back. What do you mean by difficult? Our family is truly in difficulty right now. What is wrong with them donating a little money? Zhang Jianshe retorted indignantly. Zhonghai, Froning, shot a displeased glance at Zhang Jianshe. Huairu quickly stepped in to smooth things over. Everyone, please don't rush. The situation isn't settled yet. Jia Zhang's family was lost in thought, calculating how much they could raise, when suddenly hearing Huairu's words. She was about to get angry, but seeing the other party constantly giving her looks, she finally held back and just snorted coldly. Uncle Lee, your idea is good, but there's a small issue. Shazhu suddenly thought of a key point, his expression becoming complicated. You've already been removed from the position of big uncle. So you no longer have the authority to convene a meeting for the entire courtyard to propose a fundraising. Shazhu's words hit Zhonghai right in the sore spot, nearly making him slam the table. Ahem, it's fine, I know about this. Zhonghai forcibly suppressed his anger, took a deep breath, and said, although I am no longer big uncle, there are still 2 other uncles in the courtyard who can completely handle this. As Zhonghai spoke, a hint of gloominess appeared in his gaze. Do you mean we should ask the other 2 uncles to help organize the fundraising? Huairu asked, puzzled. Why not? The 2 sides exchanged words, and the atmosphere gradually became tense. Zhonghai squinted slightly, his tone somewhat heavy. Everyone in the courtyard knows about Sudong's incident. Your family situation is also clear to everyone, and it's only natural for neighbors to help each other. What reason is there to oppose discussing this with them? Zhonghai spoke calmly and firmly. Huairu thought for a moment, felt he had a point, and said nothing further. So who should we consult? Shazhu asked, rubbing his hands together, his tone carrying a hint of expectation. How about we ask Yanbugue? He teaches, is knowledgeable, and Bonging is his student. Surely he won't refuse to help. Chapter 48. The habit of being calculative. All right, let's do it this way. Let's go and find him now. Huairu nodded in agreement, preparing to get up, but was stopped by Zhonghai. What's the rush? This matter needs to be thought through carefully, Zhonghai said discontentedly. Besides, looking for Yanbugue is not a good idea. Why not? Can't we find him? Shazhu and Huairu looked puzzled. Among the 3 elderly men, Yanbugue was the easiest to deal with. Why would it be inappropriate to find him? You don't understand? Zhonghai frowned. Although Yanbugue is soft-hearted and easy to talk to, don't forget about his habit of being calculative. I've known him for so long, I know his temperament best. As long as it involves money, he can turn his back on you. Do you think he would be willing to lead the fundraising efforts and shell out money? By then, not only would he not help organize the donation, he might even find an excuse to mess it up. So don't get your hopes up about this. Zhonghai spoke bluntly, showing no mercy to Yanbugue. In fact, there was no need for him to be polite when talking to people like Shazhu and Huairu. It seems like that's the case. Shazhu scratched his head, deep in thought. Yanbugue's personality could indeed lead him to act this way to save money for himself. Then do you want us to find Lu Haizhong? Huairu tentatively asked. Will he help us? Exactly. Lu Haizhong, don't forget, he was the one who used Zhang Jianshe's influence to vote you out of the position of big uncle. Shazhu said candidly. Now if we go to him again, regardless of whether he is willing to agree, it would be a matter of face. It doesn't matter about face. I can't afford to lose face anymore. Why are you still worried about these things? Zhonghai's expression was somewhat complex as he spoke lightly. He has no reason to refuse. He has been longing to regain power and show off the prestige of being big uncle. Isn't this a good opportunity? He would never let it slip. They decided to approach Lu Haizhong to discuss organizing a fundraising meeting for the entire courtyard. The group was worried that delaying too long would lead to complications, so they went to find Lu Haizhong the next day. As for why the next day, the previous night, there had been a ruckus with Zhang Jianshe in the yard, so it obviously wouldn't be appropriate to turn around and seek out Lu Haizhong immediately. "You're looking for me to organize a meeting for the entire courtyard to ask everyone to donate to the Jia family?" Lu Haizhong's expression was quite strange. He was unsure if he had heard correctly and confirmed it repeatedly before slowly asking this. Might not be very appropriate, right? Just a little while ago, Zhonghai brought Shazhu and Huairu to him. They didn't bring Jia Zhang and the others to avoid causing trouble. Upon entering, they stated that they had something to ask. Lu Haizhong found it hard to accept at first, stunned for a moment, then looked out the window, wondering why the sun hadn't come out from the west. "So even Zhonghai has a day when he needs my help?" Lu Haizhong, half convinced, exchanged a few pleasantries with Zhonghai. After Zhonghai finished explaining with a beaming smile, Lu Haizhong felt somewhat relieved. Indeed, nothing prompted a visit like a good reason. It turned out to be about the Jia family's issues. Once he understood this, Lu Haizhong felt more secure. So he began with some polite words. "Oh, Lao Lu, what you said is not correct. This is originally a matter of mutual assistance in the courtyard. How could there be anything inappropriate about it?" Zhonghai said with a smile. "I am no longer big uncle and cannot help the Jia family, but you are the current head. If you don't help the Jia family, who else can they rely on?" Zhonghai had seen through Lu Haizhong's thoughts. A string of flattery went straight to Lu Haizhong's heart. "Cough, cough. What you said is indeed true. But, Lao Yi, you are a senior comrade. I have just been promoted to the head of the courtyard. How can my words compare to yours?" Lu Haizhong looked at Zhonghai with a half-smile. His meaning was clear. He wanted Zhonghai to openly acknowledge his position as the head of the courtyard. Zhonghai felt like cursing him out in his heart, but he still wore a smile. "Lao Lu, you are mistaken. I made a mistake before and have been dismissed by the neighbors. The current head of the courtyard is you, so my words don't hold weight like yours." As Zhonghai said this, it felt like a knife was cutting through his heart. But for the sake of the Jia family, he could only endure the pain and speak insincerely. "Oh, Lao Yi, you're being too modest." Seeing Zhonghai, who once overshadowed him, now treating him so politely, Lu Haizhong felt very pleased. "Head of the courtyard, you must help us. We really can't go on like this." Seeing Lu Haizhong clinging to Zhonghai, Huairu hurriedly interjected, bringing the topic back to the point. She wiped her tears like a weeping willow. "If you don't help us, our family of 6 might starve to death." "Oh, what are you saying?" Watching Huairu cry, Lu Haizhong frowned and quickly comforted her. "We are not in the old society. How could we just watch a family starve to death? Since you sincerely came to me, the head of the courtyard, for help, I can't just stand by and do nothing. I will help you." Lu Haizhong's eyes turned, and after a moment's contemplation, he said, "Let's hold a meeting on the morning of New Year's Eve to discuss donations for you." Discussing donations after the New Year is not very appropriate. Just as Zhonghai had predicted, Lu Haizhong was indeed looking for an opportunity to showcase the authority of being the head of the courtyard. Huairu and the others coming to him to organize the fundraising was exactly what he wanted. The head of the courtyard is wise. With you here, we don't have to worry about the neighborhood being praised for unity and friendship. Shazhu hurriedly flattered him a few times. Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong felt as if his spirits had floated to the clouds. "Dear neighbors, the wealthiest in our courtyard is undoubtedly Zhang Jianshe. This time, everyone donates. He should be generous." Shazhu suddenly revealed a sly smile. "He can even afford to buy a bicycle. I heard his monthly salary is nearly 150. When neighbors are in trouble, he can't contribute less, right?" This was clearly an open scheme. Lu Haizhong immediately understood what Shazhu was trying to do. He wanted to use the opportunity of everyone's donations to pressure Zhang Jianshe to contribute more. However, Lu Haizhong did not expose Shazhu's little scheme, but instead praised his suggestion with great interest. "Well, the Jia family is indeed going through a hard time. As the wealthy household in the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe should contribute more." Lu Haizhong had long wanted to find an opportunity to give Zhang Jianshe a lesson. Previously, when Zhang Jianshe sold his bike, he lost face in front of everyone, and he had held a grudge ever since. Since Zhang Jianshe had money to buy a bike, he should take care of the poor families in the courtyard. If he refused to contribute, Lu Haizhong could take the opportunity to ridicule him in front of everyone, which would relieve his resentment and also put him in a morally superior position. Why not? Cough, cough. Let us forget about this money. But there's one thing I think we could discuss with Zhang Jianshe, Zhonghai suddenly interjected. His tone had a hint of something strange. What is it? Lu Haizhong was not very pleased with Zhonghai's remark about not donating money, thinking he was going to mediate between him and Zhang Jianshe, and frowned while asking. Unexpectedly, Zhonghai smiled and proposed an extremely insidious suggestion. Let's put the money aside for now. We need to solve the housing issue for the Jia family. Dongshu is now disabled, and their place is small with too many people. It's very inconvenient. While we're at it for this donation, how about we talk to Zhang Jianshe? Doesn't he have 3 rooms? He and his siblings can't occupy all of them. Why not let him vacate 1 room temporarily for the Jia family to live in? Lu Haizhong's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. What? Zhang Jianshe's house? Qin Huairu's eyes shone brightly like a lit lamp. Jia Sudong's home has only 2 rooms, yet it has to accommodate 6 people, making their past hardships evident. Now, with Jia Sudong bedridden due to injury, the situation has become even more difficult. Qin Huairu is deeply worried, while Zhonghai's suggestion brings her unexpected joy. Zhang Jianshe's family has 3 rooms, 1 large and 2 small, with good lighting and cleanliness, making the entire alley envious. Can this brother and sister really fit in? If they could lend 1 room to them, it would not only solve the urgent needs of the Jia family, but in the long run, they could decide whether to return the house or not. This proposal from the uncle is great. Shazhu excitedly agreed, as he had always hoped for Zhang Jianshe's setback. And if he could secure a room from him for his goddess's family, it would be ideal. The Zhang siblings are still young, yet they occupy 3 spacious rooms. Isn't that a waste of resources? It would be better to let them contribute 1 to Qin Jia's family. Shazhu suggested, but Zhang Jianshe might not be willing, right? Lu Hai frowned in thought. Although he also wanted to scheme against Zhang Jianshe, he knew the other party wouldn't easily compromise. However, Zhonghai disregarded this and began to flatter Lu Hai, trying to win him over. The Jia family is indeed in difficulty, and Zhang Jianshe should help if he can. The neighbors in the courtyard are donating money and items. It shouldn't be too much trouble for him to lend out the house for a few years, right? You are the elder in the courtyard. Such a small matter. A junior like Zhang Jianshe shouldn't dare to refuse you, right? It must be said that Zhonghai truly understood Lu Hai's thoughts, and every word hit home, especially the last sentence, which made Lu Hai feel almost elated. Of course, I am the elder in charge of the courtyard. If he doesn't listen to me, what kind of rules are there left? Lu Hai said sullenly, speaking with the tone of someone with seniority. Chapter 49, Observing the Neighbor's Movements. Actually, Lu Haizhong was eager to take this opportunity to teach Zhang Jianshe a good lesson. Whether it could make Zhang Jianshe suffer or help the Jia family was secondary. The most important thing was to severely damage Zhang Jianshe's face, allowing him to establish authority in the courtyard and consolidate his position. Therefore, when Zhonghai suggested that he could persuade Zhang Jianshe, Lu Haizhong had already tacitly agreed in his heart, but still maintained a calm exterior. After all, he couldn't bear all of this alone. He needed someone to share the burden. However, it's not very reliable for me to say this alone. Lu Haizhong pretended to think. Lao Yi, why don't you bring it up first? I'll discuss it with Lao Yin and fully support you in persuading Zhang Jianshe. How about that? This old fox. Upon hearing Lu Haizhong's words, Zhonghai's eyelids twitched, and he cursed inwardly. He had lowered himself to this extent, and Lu Haizhong actually wanted to drag him down to be a tool. Had this guy been pretending all along? Now that he had become the big boss, he was finally showing his true colors? I've already stepped back. What more can I say? Zhonghai instinctively wanted to decline. This matter is much more suitable for you and Lao Yin to handle than for me alone. It's not that simple. Even though you step back, you're still experienced and can still have a say. Lu Haizhong didn't give Zhonghai a chance to refuse at all. He decisively made the decision. No need to say more. It's settled. We'll have a meeting on New Year's Eve. Zhonghai, Qin Huairu, and others were discussing how to donate money in Lu Haizhong's room. But in reality, they were plotting how to scheme against Zhang Jianshe. And Zhang Jianshe was completely unaware of this. Even if Zhang Jianshe were to learn of their plan, he wouldn't care too much, let alone take it to heart. In his view, these people were nothing but clowns and not worth the effort. If they really wanted to scheme against him, they should first assess their own weight. At this moment, Zhang Jianshe was sitting on the ground with Xiao Wan, cracking sunflower seeds, while directing Su Damao to organize a pile of steel pipe fittings. I say, Zhang Jianshe, why do you want me to find so many people to cut and weld these steel pipes and plates? What exactly are we doing? Su Damao, drenched in sweat, couldn't help but ask. Looking at you, do you want to install a chimney in the house? But it doesn't look like it. Su Damao was puzzled. You fool, stop babbling. Zhang Jianshe rolled his eyes at him and impatiently explained, this is the heating system I want to install. People like you wouldn't understand this. Happy New Year. What? This is heating? Lu Xiaoyi, having nothing to do, saw the two busy and started playing with Xiao Wan. Suddenly hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, she showed a surprised expression. I heard my dad say that some high officials or rich families would install something called heating. I heard that once it's installed, even the coldest places will become warm. I've only heard about it, but I've never seen it. Is this that thing? Lu Xiaoyi's father was a capitalist, well-informed, but due to his low-key personality, although Lu Xiaoyi knew about heating, she had never seen it before. Sister Yi's knowledge is much better than some useless men. Zhang Jianshe smiled and nodded, not forgetting to tease Su Damao. Su Damao rolled his eyes in anger. All right, stop bragging. My wife said that kind of heating is only available in big figures or rich families. Su Damao said with a hint of disdain. With the broken copper and iron you've found, can you create something that only leaders have? You're really joking. Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but laugh. What he had Su Damao make couldn't be considered real heating. At most, it was a makeshift heating system. He had seen this thing at a rural household during a business trip in his previous life. At that time, he had never seen it and found it very novel. So he carefully inquired about its structure and even searched for related drawings online. He had only thought it was interesting, never expecting that one day it could come in handy. Although this so-called makeshift heating system was called makeshift in his original era compared to more advanced centralized heating, it was simply a unique existence. Even the heating systems that the leaders and rich families had, compared to this, were probably not much better, if not worse. In fact, this thing wasn't complicated. It was just a matter of making a hot water tank, customizing some steel pipes, and measuring the dimensions. But in this era of material scarcity, everything had to be supplied with tickets. Even if you had money, you might not be able to buy the materials you needed. At first, Zhang Jianshe was worried that even if he had money, he wouldn't have a place to customize these materials. Later, during a casual chat with Su Damao casually said, "Aren't you silly? What does our factory do?" This woke him up. He had been working at the steel rolling mill, right? There were plenty of steel pipes and materials in the mill. So Zhang Jianshe immediately took action, asking Su Damao to help find friends in the workshop to get the steel pipes and materials needed for the heating system. Taking advantage of the factory's downtime, they completed the processing. Although he was asking for help, he didn't want to leave any handles for others to grab. Therefore, he specifically approached Factory Director Yang to make it clear that he was willing to pay at the market price and would never take advantage of the factory. With the words laid out so clearly, along with Zhang Jianshe's reputation, the matter was settled. Factory Director Yang, of course, couldn't refuse and immediately stated that as long as Zhang Jianshe could make up the arrears, how it was done didn't matter. Zhang Jianshe and Su Damao worked hard and finally completed all the preliminary work. Today was the official installation day, and by the time the new year arrived, they wouldn't have to suffer from the cold anymore. Shout, Jianshe, is this thing reliable? Su Damao was full of doubts. With just these few broken steel pipes, can it compare with the heating in those rich people's or leaders' homes? Su Damao didn't doubt Zhang Jianshe's ability. He just found this matter unbelievable. A few pipes can make a cold house warm and cozy. Impossible. Don't talk too much, focus on your work, and when the time comes, I'll let you see. Zhang Jianshe clicked his tongue and scolded Su Damao. Install that pipe on the roof. While talking, the task was already done. Now Zhang Jianshe directing Su Damao was quite adept. Perhaps it was the confrontation that night that intimidated him. Or maybe it was because Zhang Jianshe had been managing him well these days. Su Damao was now obedient. As long as Zhang Jianshe instructed, he would execute unconditionally. Aside from not being able to hold his tongue and often retorting, he was quite useful. The neighbors in the courtyard were astonished at this scene. This Su Damao, who used to cause trouble, actually had a day of submission. Zhang Jianshe was directing on the side, while Su Damao was sweating profusely working. After a busy afternoon, as dusk approached, they finally finished installing the heating. Under the expectant gazes of Xian Wanwan and Lu Xiaoyi, Zhang Jianshe lit the coal ball stove. In less than half an hour, the temperature in the room began to rise noticeably. After more than an hour, everyone in the room felt a bit hot. Wrapped like a zongzi, Xian Wanwan shouted for her brother to help her take off her outer cotton coat. Xiao Jianshi, this heating is really a good thing. Lu Xiaoyi and Su Damao both looked amazed, and Su Damao's forehead was also sweating. Zhang Jianshe's newly installed heating quickly became a hot topic in the courtyard. Everyone was curious about this warmth in winter. Jianshe, this heating is really well installed. It's much better than I imagined. Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but praise. Yes, with this, we won't have to rely on burning coal stoves for warmth in winter anymore. Su Damao nodded in agreement. Neighbors came to visit one after another, all wanting to experience the warm feeling for themselves. In comparison, the traditional coal stove heating was both troublesome and dangerous. A careless moment could lead to the risk of carbon monoxide poisoning. Brother Jianshe, how did you install this heating? Can you teach us? Someone asked tentatively. This matter is easy to say in simple terms, but the specifics still require some experience. However, since everyone has a good relationship, if they really want to install it, I can help guide them. Zhang Jianshe responded with a smile. Gradually, more and more people hoped to install such heating in their homes. Although Zhang Jianshe did not refuse, he made it clear that it was not an easy task and required certain resources and conditions. Despite this, many people remained persistent, continuously inquiring about the details. This left Zhang Jianshe feeling helpless, yet he could not refuse. After all, the friendship between neighbors was there. The installation of heating for Su Damao's family was entirely done out of consideration for Lu Xiaoyi. It was an exception. The other residents of the courtyard also wanted to install it, but expected to do so without spending a penny. That was simply a daydream. Therefore, in the face of these unreasonable demands, Zhang Jianshe had only one thing to say. Everyone, this earthen heating is not easy to deal with. Not only is the production troublesome, but it also requires a lot of steel. It would be lucky for me to manage to make one. I really can help everyone. This single statement completely dashed everyone's hopes. As for how those neighbors cursed Zhang Jianshe behind his back, he pretended not to hear. Jia Zhangshi stood by the door, muttering complaints. This jinx knows everything. Even heating can be fiddled with. While cursing, she observed the activity next door. Huairu also looked over enviously, thinking how comfortable it must be to live in a warm house during the cold weather. Chapter 50. Picking up Jia Sudong from the hospital. What is wrong with me scolding him? Can he come to my door to cause trouble? Jia Zhangshi said fiercely in a low voice. Suddenly, her eyes brightened as she excitedly said, Didn't they say at the last meeting that Zhang Jianshe should vacate the house? She turned to Qin Huairu and instructed, Make sure to leave the room with the heating for us when he moves out. In the backyard, the deaf old lady was lying on the kong, tightly wrapped in a quilt, and asked Shazhu in confusion, I heard that Zhang Jianshe installed heating in his house, making it feel like summer inside. Is that true? Shazhu replied with a bitter smile. It seems to be true, that's what Anair said. The old lady nodded thoughtfully, realizing that this heating really is a good thing. As winter approached, the elderly deaf lady became particularly sensitive to the cold. Usually, she liked to stay on a warm kong, trying to avoid getting out of bed. Recently, the temperature had dropped sharply, and even so, she still felt cold, coughing incessantly for several days. Just as she was troubled by this, she heard that her neighbor Zhang Jianshe had developed a device called heating, which could make the indoors warm like spring. This news filled her with yearning, and she even imagined how happy she would be if she could install something like that in her own home. Perhaps this is what people often call paradise on earth. I wonder if I can ask Zhang Jianshe to help me install one? She murmured with great anticipation. But before she could finish her thought, Shazhu mercilessly interrupted her fantasy. Don't get your hopes up, Shazhu bluntly said. It's impossible to expect that young man to make a heating device just for you. It turned out that when the elderly people had inquired about heating from Zhang Jianshe earlier, he had clearly stated that he could not provide the same convenience to other residents. The several elderly men and women had been so angry that they stomped their feet. Shazhu added. Then he started mocking. This guy not only has he installed it for others, but he also ignores you, an old resident of the courtyard. He pretends to be benevolent, but in reality, he doesn't even show basic respect for the elders. Hearing these words, the deaf lady's expression gradually darkened. After a long silence, she slowly said, "Forget it. If it doesn't install it, then so be it. After all, he doesn't owe me anything." With the new year approaching, the deaf lady suddenly realized that perhaps she shouldn't have fallen out with Zhang Jianshe because of Shazhu. Over the years, she had not noticed that Zhang Jianshe was the one in the entire courtyard who was truly unassuming, talented, and had a bright future ahead. From his displayed superb medical skills, powerful combat abilities, to his insight into human nature and wisdom in handling complex situations. Today, he had learned how to warm up a house from somewhere. Any one of these skills would be hard to believe, but Zhang Jianshe had mastered them all, not only proficiently, but had also kept them hidden for so many years. If not for his parents passing away and his unfortunate experiences, the deaf lady thought he might still be hiding these extraordinary skills without showing them to the outside world. The deaf lady felt that in her lifetime, she had only seen one such deeply concealed person, and he had grown up right under her nose. Compared to Zhang Jianshe, Shazhu was simply world apart. Even Zhonghai, if he hadn't lived a few more years than Zhang Jianshe, wouldn't have had the chance to compete with him. If I had given up on Shazhu back then and instead nurtured Zhang Jianshe, a thought flashed through the deaf lady's mind. If she had treated Zhang Jianshe a little better when his parents had just passed away, or helped him when Zhonghai and Shazhu were plotting against him, she even thought that Zhang Jianshe might have been grateful and would have been very filial to her. People as bad as Su Damao could be moved by Lu Xiaoye's goodwill and had a close relationship with their family. The deaf lady couldn't believe that she was worse than Su Damao and Shazhu. But this was ultimately a regret. The deaf lady shook her head, not wanting to think any further, and turned her attention back to Shazhu. Forget it. Zhang Jianshe is too complicated and hard to manage. Shazhu is better, honest and simple, making him the most suitable as my good grandson. Old lady, why are you staring at me like that? Shazhu felt uncomfortable under her gaze and asked in confusion. No, nothing. The deaf lady came back to her senses and after pondering for a moment, said, "Good grandson, on New Year's Eve, ISNT Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong supposed to help the Jia family find Zhang Jianshe to borrow a house to live in? Old lady, how do you know everything?" Shazhu's eyes widened. This matter was only known to Lu Haizhong, Shazhu, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law Qin Huairu, and Zhonghai. How could this deaf lady be aware of it? You don't even know how I found out. I have my ways. I just want to remind you of one thing. The deaf lady said seriously. This matter is handled by old Lu Haizhong, and the Jia family, and has nothing to do with you. During the courtyard meeting, you must remain silent and not interfere with matters concerning Zhang Jianshe. Why? Old lady, are you confused? Shazhu asked incredulously. He had already planned to team up with Zhonghai at the meeting to deal with Zhang Jianshe, to vent his anger and also to show himself to the goddess. Yet the deaf lady wanted him to stay out of it and not even say a word. How could he accept that? I have my considerations for doing this. The deaf lady said sternly. If you obey, you will still be my good grandson. If you disobey or talk too much, I will hit you with my cane. The deaf lady didn't tell Shazhu that she wanted to leave him a way out to avoid completely offending Zhang Jianshe. She simply couldn't bring herself to say it. Why should I? You're not even going to let me speak up for my sister Qin's family? Shazhu muttered discontentedly. But for some reason, the deaf lady's ears became deaf again. What did you say? I can't hear. The deaf lady waved her hand impatiently. It's settled then. If you don't listen, I'll take care of you. On the other side, in the backyard of Lu Haizhong's house, Lu Haizhong was still unaware that he had lost an important ally and was eagerly waiting for his wife to return. How is it? What did little Jianshe say? When will he install heating for our family? As soon as his wife entered, Lu Haizhong asked anxiously. I've lowered myself to ask him. He can't possibly not help us first, right? You're thinking too beautifully. He didn't pay any attention to me at all. His wife said dejectedly. He said that heating is hard to install, and even his own installation is tough. He simply doesn't have the ability to help our neighbors. What? He dared to say that? That's too much, utterly lacking organization and discipline, completely ignoring the needs of the community. Lu Haizhong immediately cursed upon hearing this. We're all neighbors. What is the big deal in lending a hand? Besides, I'm an elder here. An elder asks him for help, and he refuses? Is there no sense of propriety? Lu Haizhong was very angry. He completely forgot that not long ago, he had plotted with the Zhonghai and others to frame Zhang Jianshe. Forget it. Don't be so agitated. An elderly woman said discontentedly, suddenly thinking of something, and said mysteriously, Old man, I think the heating at Zhang Jianshe's house is just some steel pipes and materials put together. Aren't you a level 7 fitter? Why not make a set based on that? Happy New Year. Make heating yourself? Upon hearing this, Lu Haizhong's brows furrowed slightly. I don't know the specific situation of that thing. How can I make it? You can find an excuse to go to Zhang Jianshe's house and take a look. His wife said with anticipation, I don't understand technology, but those are just steel plates and pipes. You've worked as a fitter for so many years. You should be able to get the gist of it, right? Just observe carefully and come back to make a set. Won't that do? This way, we won't have to rely on Zhang Jianshe, and maybe we can find an opportunity to make money. Who needs heating? You just help them install it and charge 10 or $8 from each family. Isn't that a way to get rich? The more his wife spoke, the more excited she became, her eyes shining brightly. Charging 10 or $8 from each family. There are so many families in the courtyard, and there are also plenty in the alley. For a moment, she felt that her family was about to become the richest in the courtyard. Lu Haizhong listened to his wife's words. If I say I'm not moved, that would be a lie. Upon careful thought, Zhang Jianshe is just an ordinary doctor. Yet he can create heating out of thin air. As a level 7 fitter, how could he not do it by just copying and following? For a moment, he felt full of confidence. What you said does make some sense. Lu Haizhong stroked his chin in contemplation. This material is really hard to get. Where can I find so many steel pipes and plates now? Are you out of your mind? Isn't your factory just doing this? A middle-aged woman rolled her eyes and said, You could find an opportunity. Are you crazy? That is public property. Lu Haizhong was startled and hurriedly interrupted. If the security department finds out, you could go to jail. You're making a big deal out of nothing. It's just some unwanted steel pipes. Who would notice? The woman said discontentedly. Besides, didn't Zhang Jianshe also take the heating pipes from the factory? The security department didn't come looking for trouble. Just be a little careful. The woman encouraged confidently. She only saw Zhang Jianshe transporting some steel pipes home from the factory, but didn't know that it was a legal act approved by the factory leadership and paid for. She mistakenly thought Zhang Jianshe was stealing. If a department head in a medical office could openly transport steel back home, Lu Haizhong, as a senior level 8 fitter, should not be restricted either. Is that how Zhang Jianshe did it too? Lu Haizhong hesitated for a moment, then finally slapped his thigh. When the factory started working after the new year, I'll give it a try too. He ultimately couldn't resist the temptation of sudden wealth. He did not anticipate that this decision would bring great trouble. Time flew by, and soon it was New Year's Eve. In the morning, Jia Sudong was picked up by Qin Huairu, Shazhu, Zhonghai, and others to return home. First, Zhang Jianshe used a flatbed cart to take Jia Sudong from the hospital to the courtyard. Nearly a month of treatment had stabilized Jia Sudong's amputation wound, allowing him to return home for recuperation. Secondly, the Jia family felt it was inauspicious to spend the new year in the hospital. So they asked Zhonghai and Shazhu for help in picking up Jia Sudong for discharge. Chapter 51. Borrowing money to get through the tough times after a chaotic morning. It was almost noon when Lu Haizhong suddenly announced a meeting for everyone in the courtyard. As soon as the news spread, it was met with widespread discontent. On New Year's Eve, when every household was busy, holding a meeting was simply a headache. Lu Haizhong was always stirring up trouble. Su Demao grumbled as he took a stool outside. It's New Year's, and everyone is busy. Why hold a meeting? He must be having a government itch. Looking up, he saw Zhang Jianshe carrying a child and bringing a chair over. He immediately went up to flatter him. Brother Jianshe, it's New Year's Eve today. Let's have a reunion dinner together. I brought some wild game from the countryside. It's all rare good ingredients. New Year's Eve dinner. Zhang Jianshe hesitated for a moment. He had planned to have a simple meal with Xianwan this year. Thinking about it, it did seem a bit lonely So he nodded in agreement. All right, just bring the stuff to my house later. I'll take care of the cooking today. And don't forget to give my sister a red envelope. Of course. Hearing Zhang Jianshe say this, Su Damao's face broke into a smile. Make sure sister, he gives out more. By the way, why isn't your sister, he coming to join the fun? Zhang Jianshe casually asked. Fun? In this cold weather? Going out to blow the cold wind? I can represent you guys. Su Damao zipli gutli. What is Lu Haizhong thinking? Calling everyone for a meeting on New Year's Eve. What could it be about? Zhang Jianshe sneered, nodding towards the Jia family direction. The Jia family's cripple is back, and Lu Haizhong is taking the opportunity to hold a meeting just to show off his power. This old official is finally in charge. Of course, he wants to show off a bit. If we don't let him stir things up now, he might have to wait until next year, right, Xianwan? Zhang Jianshe's words were humorous, and Xianwan giggled in his arms. But Su Damao wore a puzzled expression. Lu Haizhong helping the Jia family hold a meeting? When did they get involved together? What exactly does he want? Happy New Year. There's no involvement. Just a simple exchange of interests. Zhang Jianshe smacked his lips, as if he had already seen through the situation. The Jia family is in trouble. Things are very difficult for them. Lu Haizhong just took office and is eager to make a splash. Both sides are thinking of causing trouble. One side is hesitant to speak, while the other lacks the opportunity. Coming together to collude is only natural. Hearing this, Su Damao nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's exactly it. Su Damao furrowed his brows and asked, so let us think about what they really want to do today. One is after money. The other is after fame. Is there anything else? Zhang Jianshe lowered his voice and said, keep your eyes open. They're probably after our wallets. That can't be true. It's New Year's. How could they do that? Su Damao didn't believe it at first, thinking Zhang Jianshe was joking. But soon, he realized Zhang Jianshe was serious and became nervous. Could it really be so? It seems I have to be cautious. Zhang Jianshe didn't say much. He chose to keep some things to himself. He always felt that today's matter was not simple and vaguely sensed that there was something behind it. He even felt that this incident might be directed at him personally, and perhaps there was some hidden agenda. But he didn't worry too much. Worrying now would be pointless. He would just wait to respond as things unfolded. Before long, the neighbors in the courtyard gradually brought their stools into the yard. The old square table was also brought out. Unlike the last meeting, there was now a plate of sunflower seeds on the table. Only Lu Dage wore a proud expression, while Yin Dage frowned in thought. As for Zhonghai, having lost his position, he naturally had no right to sit at this sacred table. He sat coldly at the front of the crowd. Knock, knock, knock. Seeing that the time was almost up, Lu Dage forcefully tapped his enamel teacup. He cleared his throat twice, trying to appear serious. Ahem. Neighbors, please listen to me. I am Lu Haizhong from our courtyard, and I've called everyone here for a brief meeting. After saying this, he looked at everyone with anticipation. The response was only a few scattered applause, with most showing impatience. Dage, just get to the point. Don't mess around with these formalities. We're all busy. An auntie couldn't help but complain, which immediately caused laughter. In the past, when Zhonghai was in charge, this wouldn't have happened. Sure enough, the noise made Lu Haizhong's face turn dark. He was momentarily at a loss for words, standing there confused. At this moment, Yin Bugue stepped up and said, all right, everyone quiet down. Let us finish this quickly so we can all go home to eat. Then he turned to Lu Haizhong. Since you organized this meeting, you should tell us what it's about. Although Yin Bugue felt displeased, he didn't show it. Normally, the three of them would discuss beforehand. But this time Lu Haizhong had called the meeting without notifying him, which caught him off guard. Lu Haizhong cleared his throat, trying to maintain seriousness. That's right. Today is New Year's Eve. I gathered everyone here, mainly to wish everyone a happy new year and hope that under our leadership, the courtyard can be more harmonious and progressive. As soon as he finished speaking, he was interrupted. Dage, it's not even New Year's Day yet. Isn't it too early to wish us a happy new year? Let us keep it simple and wrap up so we can eat. Su Damao Saudet Lao Li, prompting agreement from everyone. Everyone instantly burst into laughter, nodding in agreement. Su Damao, stop messing around. Can't you see I'm speaking? Is there no organizational discipline? Lu Haizhong's emotions were abruptly interrupted, and he became very angry, immediately reprimanding loudly, seeing that the situation was about to spiral out of control. Zhonghai quickly cleared his throat. Lu Haizhong realized something was off and forcibly suppressed his anger. Interesting, it's that old fox again, causing trouble. This scene did not escape Zhang Jianshe's observant eyes. His heart skipped a beat. Interesting, Zhonghai was originally pushed out by Lu Haizhong. But now the two seem to be on the same side, with Zhonghai becoming Lu Haizhong's behind-the-scenes supporter. At this rate, Lu Haizhong should mention the Jia family soon, right? Zhang Jianshe narrowed his eyes, having seen through everything. As expected, after regaining his composure, Lu Haizhong glared at Su Damao and said, "Neighbors, I called everyone here not only to wish you a happy new year, but also to promote our courtyard's tradition of mutual help. You all know the Jia family, right? In this gathering, I hope everyone can help the Jia family get through this tough time. Wishing everyone a prosperous new year." As soon as he finished, the entire courtyard suddenly buzzed with excitement. People whispered among themselves, their expressions varied. Some showed pity, others sympathy for the Jia family, while a few wore complex expressions. Anyone familiar with the courtyard knew the implication of Lu Haizhong's words. It was almost certain he was hinting for everyone to donate to the Jia family. Ahem, please be quiet and listen to me. Seeing the reactions below, Lu Haizhong was quite satisfied, as everything was going according to his expectations. Everyone was aware of the situation with Jia Sudong's family. He had an accident at work, was paralyzed from the waist down, and lost his job and ability to live. The Jia family of 6 had no source of income, making it very difficult to afford medical care and food. As neighbors, if we can help, we should lend a hand. At a previous courtyard meeting, the elder Dage had proposed, "Let us donate together for the Jia family." He turned to Huairu. "You can share your thoughts too." Huairu slowly stood up. Her attire was extremely simple. An old dress that had been mended multiple times and appeared slightly faded, paired with a sorrowful expression that made her look particularly pitiful. Although she had not yet spoken, many already felt a sense of pity. Su Damao, however, was unconvinced. "I saw her buying new clothes for her son yesterday. And today she dresses like this for whom?" He quietly complained to Zhang Jianshe, his tone filled with disdain. "Still pretending to be poor on New Year's Eve." Zhang Jianshe replied with a smile, "Just watch the show. Don't be so talkative." Huairu wiped her tears and choked out, "If it weren't for being truly desperate, I wouldn't trouble everyone." She paused, her voice becoming even more somber. "My husband had an accident at the factory, and our family has already exhausted everything for his treatment." She took a breath, her voice low. "Our family of 6 relies solely on Sudong to support us, and now that he's in trouble, we can hardly maintain our basic living." Before she could finish, she was already in tears, unable to speak as tears streamed down her face. This time, her tears were not entirely feigned. Thinking about the heavy burden of the Jia family falling entirely on her shoulders, she could hardly contain her emotions. Seeing this, Lu Haizhong quickly comforted her, "Don't cry. Our courtyard has always been united, and we will never stand by and do nothing." He first gently reassured Huairu, then raised his voice to address the crowd. "What does everyone think?" A few scattered responses came back. The neighbors were already dissatisfied with Lu Haizhong's proposal. Life was hard for everyone now. Who could save up much money, especially at this moment when money was needed the most? Even if they felt sympathy for the Jia family, very few were willing to actually pull out their wallets. Moreover, if it were someone else, it would be one thing. But this time it was the Jia family asking for help. Why do they always come to them? Because this was not the first time the courtyard had organized a fundraiser for the Jia family. Last time, when Jia's father passed away and Jia Sudong was not yet working, Zhonghai had already helped organize a donation. Later, when Huairu gave birth, the Jiazhong family had to borrow money everywhere to get through the difficulties. Yet now, barely any time had passed since the child was born, and the Jia family was asking Lu Haizhong to gather everyone for donations again. Chapter 52. Reluctantly spending money. How many people in the courtyard don't feel resentful? Who doesn't have difficulties? Who doesn't occasionally need help? But which family complains every day and frequently stirs up trouble like the Huairu family? Despite everyone's murmurs of discontent, no one spoke up. After all, they all cared about face, considering themselves the good people of the courtyard, and couldn't bring themselves to refuse. Moreover, Lu Haizhong was sitting there, Who dare to say more? Since everyone had no objections, let's get started. Lu Haizhong looked at the scene before him with satisfaction and announced loudly, I'll take the lead in donating 20 yuan. At this statement, everyone present was shocked. 20 yuan was not a small amount at that time. Lu Haizhong clearly wanted to establish his authority, willing to spend money. By donating such a large sum right away, how could the others follow suit? Initially, everyone only intended to donate 50 cents or 1 yuan, but now, after his provocation, they felt embarrassed to contribute. With many family members and a low income, they thought, let us just donate 5 yuan. The intention is what matters. Yin Buguwei frowned as he spoke, his expression as if he was enduring immense pain. For him, known for being stingy, 5 yuan felt like cutting off a piece of his flesh. Just as the atmosphere became a bit awkward, Zhonghai, who had remained silent, suddenly stood up. Let me do it. Although I'm no longer the person in charge, I can't just sit by while a neighbor is in trouble. Happy New Year to everyone. I'll donate 40 yuan. At this statement, the entire room was astonished. 40 yuan was equivalent to more than half a year's income for many ordinary workers, and he casually donated it. My God, Old E actually donated 40 yuan. Did I hear that wrong? Someone whispered. Old E has always been enthusiastic. He helped a lot with the Li family's issue last time. That's right. He also lent a lot of support when the Wang family was in trouble. Everyone nodded in agreement. Seeing all this, Huairu timely displayed a touched expression and bowed to Zhonghai in gratitude. Old E, you are truly our benefactor. Our whole family will remember your kindness. However, the fact was that this donation amount had been meticulously arranged in advance. This performance was merely a formality. Don't say that. It's only natural for neighbors to help each other. Zhonghai put on a humble demeanor. Once the emotions began to rise, he turned to Zhang Jianshe to continue the next step of the plan. Zhang Jianshe, as the head of the medical office in this courtyard, has the highest salary. What do you think about donating to the Jia family? Shouldn't you set an example? This was pressure. Zhonghai specifically emphasized Zhang Jianshe's position and high salary, reminding everyone of his special status while putting the question to him, leaving him nowhere to escape. As the highest-earning resident in the courtyard, if Zhang Jianshe refused to donate, he would surely incur the wrath of the crowd. You want me to express my opinion? Fine, I'll just wait to see the show. To everyone's astonishment, Zhang Jianshe not only didn't comply, but instead showed a contemptuous smile. The Jia family is poor? That's the most ridiculous joke I've ever heard. The room fell into dead silence. Everyone, including Zhonghai, stared at him in shock, unable to believe it. Is the Jia family really so poor that they need to ask for help? Zhang Jianshe's words clearly touched everyone's bottom line. Little Jianshe, I know you have grievances against us because of your mother-in-law. Huairu saw this and immediately wiped her tears, trying to change the topic. Other neighbors also reacted, starting to criticize Zhang Jianshe. Lu Haizhong directly confronted him. You casually slander others, affecting neighborly relations. Your attitude is completely wrong. This out was very heavy. Just as Zhang Jianshe was about to label him as stingy and unwilling to help, he was attacked by the crowd. This heartless guy is definitely no good. Jia Zhongshi could no longer hold back, rushing out to point at Zhang Jianshe and cursing. Not only did you harm Dongshu, but now you refuse to compensate and even slander our family. My family is already unlucky enough, and you actually, what else can I do? Zhang Jianshe's eyes flashed coldly, and he replied in a chilling tone. I'll say it again, if I hadn't saved the life of your disabled family member, would you even have the chance to speak now? If you keep saying I harmed you, do you believe I can take care of your son? You. Jia Zhongshi was so frightened that she couldn't speak, not daring to say more. Zhang Jianshe, how can you say such things in front of the neighbors in the courtyard? Lu Haizhong slammed the table in anger. Huairu was even more teary-eyed. Everyone, please help our family. Putting aside Dongshu's matter, everyone should know our situation. Zhang Jianshe actually said we're not in trouble. It's simply, stop. Zhang Jianshe interrupted Huairu, raising his hand to signal, his face displaying sarcasm. Huairu, you say everyone understands your family's situation. Are you sure? This, of course. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, Qin Huairu felt inexplicably uneasy but still answered stiffly. Of course. I think not. Zhang Jianshe suddenly raised his voice. You didn't tell everyone that Dongshu's hospitalization costs were all reimbursed by the factory, did you? And you didn't mention that the factory sympathized with us and gave 3 months' salary, over 100 yuan, did you? You also didn't say that the factory arranged for me to take over Dongshu's position, providing a stable income every month, did you? Do you want me to list everything one by one? When Zhang Jianshe spoke, his tone was calm, as if chatting casually. But these words were more shocking to Qin Huairu and Zhonghai than thunder. They were so frightened their faces turned pale. Zhang Jianshe's words were hard for them to believe. How despicable! How did Zhang Jianshe know all this? The neighbors in the courtyard had previously sympathized with the Jia family's plight and were prepared to donate some money to show support. But after hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, their expressions instantly changed. What? The factory covered all of Jia Sudong's medical expenses? So he doesn't have to spend his own money for treatment? And over 150 yuan in compensation? My God, even if he died on the spot, the condolence money would probably only be 500 or 600. The factory is treating the Jia family quite well and even allowed Qin Huairu to take his position. He got into trouble because of a violation of regulations. Considering this, apart from Jia Sudong being disabled and Qin Huairu taking over the job, the Jia family didn't suffer much loss at all. Yeah, over 100 yuan in compensation. Why should we donate more money? Everyone has their selfishness. Even those who are usually very generous will be displeased to dig into their pockets. Not to mention those people in the courtyard, especially after realizing that the Jia family wasn't as miserable as they thought and actually didn't need help. They were certainly unhappy. They even started to look at the Jia family and Lu Haizhong, who proposed a donation, with suspicion and dissatisfaction. How do you know all this? Qin Huairu looked at Zhang Jianshe in panic and instinctively asked, What? Do you still want to deny it? Zhang Jianshe said with a hint of disdain. I'm the head of the medical office at the Zhang Steel Factory. It's normal for me to know this. Isn't it? The day after Jia Dongshu's incident, Director Yang told me. With such benefits, you're still complaining? Are you trying to hide this? Enjoying the factory's preferential policies while pretending to be poor? Honestly, this is simply damaging the factory's image. Aren't you afraid I'll report this to the higher-ups? Let us see how the leaders will react. Zhang Jianshe said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhonghai and Qin Huairu's expressions immediately changed. No, Zhang Jianshe firmly refused. Little Jianshe absolutely cannot do this. This is simply a huge joke. According to Zhang Jianshe's meaning, if this matter were reported to the factory leaders, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would they be severely criticized and left with a bad record, but the factory might even think it was maliciously tarnishing the factory's image. In a fit of anger, they might cancel all the promised benefits and support. At that time, wouldn't they be just drawing water with a bamboo basket for nothing? Shout, Jianshe, we are neighbors. Why be so ruthless? Lu Haizhong was also frightened and speechless. The Jia family might still be unclear about the situation. This is just a misunderstanding. He hurriedly echoed. That's right, it's a misunderstanding. Qin Huairu immediately took over, nodding repeatedly, struggling to explain through her pain. The factory never mentioned these things to me. We truly had no idea and panicked for a moment. I'm sorry for the trouble we caused you. Qin Huairu casually fabricated a story in a moment. But would Zhang Jianshe believe it? The current predicament forced him to doubt. How could Qin Huairu not know that the factory had already advanced the medical expenses for Jia Su's hospitalization? Before the end of the year, the factory would also distribute condolence money, which is common knowledge. As an 8th-level fitter, Zhonghai is well aware of the factory's affairs. Could he be unaware of Jia Su's situation? Zhang Jianshe couldn't be bothered to listen to this nonsense. Fine, go ahead and say what you want. I don't know about those things and won't argue with you. He sneered. But if you say you can't get by without money now, don't make such jokes. Qin Huairu's face instantly turned pale, wanting to argue. Zhang Jianshe ruthlessly interrupted. Not to mention Jia Su's salary. Even if there are no savings, every time your family faced difficulties over the years, Zhonghai would organize everyone to donate. Who doesn't know this? Since your father-in-law passed away until now. This kind of donation has happened more than 3 or 4 times. each time around 200 or 300 yuan. In just a few years, has your family spent it all? Furthermore, you say your family is poor, but don't you still have a sewing machine and a clock at home? Those were purchased when you got married. Chapter 53. Decisive action. If life really becomes unsustainable, why not sell these two valuable items for emergency funds? Clearly, one can shamelessly ask neighbors for donations, yet is unwilling to lower their head for money. How can this logic be explained? Moreover, you often say life is hard. But who in the yard doesn't know that you ask your daughter-in-law for so-called maintenance money every month? Over the years, you must have accumulated at least 300 or 400, right? At this point, Aunt Zhang, don't you plan to use this money for emergencies? Do you really want to keep it just to earn interest? The previous donations went missing. You refuse to liquidate valuable items, and you guard the maintenance money like a treasure. Under such circumstances, what right do you have to complain? Not to mention coming to seek help from neighbors again. Do you really think we are? Do you believe money just falls from the sky? After saying this, Zhang Jianshe became increasingly angry and even spat on the ground. Suddenly, the whole place fell silent, and everyone exchanged glances. The neighbors in the courtyard were not unaware of these matters. They just refrained from calling them out due to face. During the fundraising for Huairu's childbirth surgery, everyone in the yard indeed participated, donating over 100 in total. Only after Zhang Jianshe exposed it did everyone realize that the Jia family, who had been constantly complaining and seeking help over the years, did not seem to be as destitute as they described. In that incident, the Jia family chose to let Huairu give birth naturally because they felt the surgical costs were too high, ultimately resulting in the birth of little Huaihua. Although the donations were not used, they were not returned to everyone. That's right, I donated over $10. Someone echoed. And that sewing machine and clock look at least 80 new. They must be worth at least 100 or 80 bucks, right? Selling them for cash is much better than asking everyone for help. Su damao sautet lao li. There are many families with sewing machines and clocks that still claim to be unable to survive. Does everyone have to rely on begging to live? The crowd began to discuss, growing increasingly dissatisfied with the Jia family. As a result, the Jia family could not be considered poor. Instead, they became a relatively well-off family in the courtyard. Just as Zhang Jianshe said, the neighbors' money did not fall from the sky. When problems arose in the past, the Jia family was reluctant to spend money, but now they pretend to be poor and ask everyone for donations. What kind of logic is that? Does everyone owe them? Huairu, your family Dongshu got into trouble, and you didn't contribute a penny. How can you suddenly say your family is so poor you can't even afford food? Second aunt, who is just as calculating as her husband Yan Bugue, publicly questioned Huairu, leaving her speechless. Huairu instinctively looked at Zhonghai, hoping for support. But Zhonghai remained silent, pretending not to hear. Huairu could only hope that silly Zhu would stand up to help. Usually, when silly Zhu saw Huairu in trouble, he would actively step in to help. But for some reason today, since the meeting started, he had been as silent as a gourd without a mouth. Even now, when Huairu looked at him with a pleading gaze, he only lowered his head, too afraid to look her in the eye. It was that silly Zhu didn't want to help, but the deaf old lady had warned him that he couldn't speak today, no matter what. At that moment, he was as anxious as a monkey inside, while the deaf old lady pretended not to hear anything, leisurely resting her eyes. The cane in her hand firmly pressed against silly Zhu's foot, warning him not to make any rash moves. Jianshe, you always asked others to help speak for you, saying you wanted your son and daughter-in-law to give you maintenance money. Why aren't you mentioning it now? Huairu didn't respond. So second aunt turned to Jianshe to ask about the pension money. But this question stirred up trouble. Jianshe immediately started yelling. What pension money? I don't have any pension money. Oh heavens, my family is already miserable enough. Why are there still people who can't stand us and want to wrong us? You say we wronged your family? Ha! Jianshe, save your breath. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe also laughed. He immediately said with a big laugh, not to mention anything else, just your size, you're one of the fattest in the whole courtyard. How can you still say you're poor? Who would believe that? As soon as he finished speaking, everyone couldn't help but laugh. Jianshe was indeed chubby, just like a fat pig. Although everyone was laughing, after the laughter subsided, The looks directed at the Jia family turned cold. In this era, ordinary people consider themselves lucky if they can have enough to eat. Most are thin as sticks. But the Jia family looked plump. Not only her, but Jia Dongshu and Bangung were also chubby. Even Xiao Dang and Qin Huairu were not thin. Is this reasonable? Clearly not. Thinking back on Zhang Jianshe's words, and looking at the donations they previously gave the Jia family, everyone understood that the Jia family was living well, still relying on sucking their blood. This was too much. The crowd was furious, all accusing the Jia family. Qin Huairu, we always thought your family was having a hard time. We didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Exactly, our family is barely making ends meet. Not enough to eat, and yet you all are well-fed and asking us for donations. Has your conscience been eaten by a dog? Jia Jianshe, you are so inhumane. Last month, you even borrowed money from us. No, you must pay it back today. Everyone was accusing the Jia family, not to mention donations. Some even shouted for them to return money. Qin Huairu and Jia Jianshe were sweating profusely and at a loss. Even the elderly Yin Bugue, sitting in the front, became furious and slammed the table. This is too much. What kind of trick is Lu Haizhong playing? Is this the person we are supposed to donate to? Yin Bugue said sternly. I think they are not short of money at all. Quickly return the money, just donate it to me. Yin Bugue was burning with anger. He had always been resistant to donations, and hadn't discussed the fundraising for the Jia family with him. He only reluctantly donated $5 for the sake of his second uncle. Now that Zhang Jianshe and Qin Huairu had exposed the Jia family's disguise, the people in the courtyard were all agitated. How could Yin Bugue hold back? He immediately stood up to accuse the Jia family, not only wanting his $5 back, but also directing his anger at Lu Haizhong. Lu Haizhong turned pale. He originally thought it was a good opportunity to show off, but it unexpectedly turned into this. The neighbors in the entire courtyard were dissatisfied, and even Yin Bugue, the peacemaker, began to blame him. This money is already ours. You can't take it back. Seeing Yin Bugue wanting to reclaim the donation, Jia Jianshe shouted in panic. To her, this money was Jia family property and couldn't be returned. You all agreed to donate. How can you go back on your word? Our family is in such difficulty. Don't you have any compassion? Jia Jianshe kept shouting. As soon as she said this, everyone present felt enraged. Jia Jianshe, what do you mean by this? Helping you is a favor, not helping you is a duty. Why should we donate to your family? Second aunt questioned sternly. Everyone has seen your family's situation. Do you still want to scheme for donations from everyone? That is simply wishful thinking. What is wrong? Jia Jianshe, since the second uncle doesn't plan to donate to your family anymore, do you still want to forcefully take it? Be careful not to be sent to the relevant departments. Su Damao suddenly had a bright idea and said loudly, how about this? You say your family is so poor you can't even afford food, so the $5 from the second uncle's family can be lent to you. However, you must pawn your sewing machine to the second uncle's family. When you have money, redeem the sewing machine back. How about that? Su Damao secretly felt pleased. He knew once the second uncle's money went to the Jia family, they wouldn't be able to get it back. Therefore, he deliberately proposed this pawn of the sewing machine scheme. He wasn't genuinely helping Yin Bugue. He just wanted to irritate Jia Jianshe. Hearing Su Damao's words, Yin Bugue's eyes immediately brightened. The sewing machine was a good item, although the sewing machine in the Jia family is only about 70 to 80% new. It is still worth 50 to 60 yuan. By using it as collateral to exchange for 5 yuan, Yin Bugue not only won't lose out, but will actually make a considerable profit. Even if the Jia family redeems the sewing machine in the future, before that, second aunt can use it to make some clothes and earn a little extra as interest. It's a guaranteed profit. Naturally, Yin Bugue wouldn't refuse. I won't agree. Who dares to touch my family's sewing machine? That's our property. Jia Jianshe shouted sharply, her face turning pale. You think you can steal my family's sewing machine for just 5 yuan? This is robbery. Jia Jianshe was anxious. The sewing machine was a wedding gift for Jia Sudong and Qin Huairu. But in reality, it was her lifeline. For so many years, she had not allowed Qin Huairu to come near it. She relied on it to do some sewing and mending, cutting clothes for extra income for her old age. This sewing machine was for her like a money tree, a treasure trove, and it could never be mortgaged for just 5 yuan. 5 yuan is too little. It should at least be 50. As soon as Jia Zhangshe finished speaking, Su Damao revealed a sinister smile. A few years ago, didn't your Qin Huairu often borrow money from my wife? The total adds up to far more than 50 yuan, yet you haven't repaid a single cent. Su Damao's second uncle is willing to buy this sewing machine for 5 yuan, but your family isn't even willing to pay that much. That's true, but your family owes us more money, and it seems you won't be able to pay it back anytime soon. I'll lend you that 5 yuan, totaling 55 yuan, and this sewing machine will belong to me, Su Damao said decisively. Chapter 54. A sudden clarity as soon as the words were spoken. Qin Huairu and Jia Zhangshe were dumbfounded, and even Zhang Jianshe, who was standing by, stared at Su Damao in shock. This guy, although of dubious character, certainly had a clever mind. First, he used Yin Buki as a pawn to confuse the opponent, and then delivered a fatal blow, attempting to claim the Jia family's sewing machine for himself. Seeing everyone speechless, Su Damao immediately took action, threatening, if no one steps up to resolve this, I will start moving things. As Su Damao walked towards the Jia family, Qin Huairu hurriedly stepped forward to stop him. You can't do this. Oh no, this script is wrong. Previously, it was agreed that everyone would help donate to the Jia family. So how did it turn into Su Damao coming to collect debts and even trying to forcibly take away the sewing machine? No way. The Jia family has always taken advantage of others. They cannot allow others to take advantage of them. Robbery. Help. Su Damao wants to steal my family's things. As Qin Huairu shouted, she tried to block him. Jia Zhangshe suddenly realized what was happening and, disregarding her plump figure, rushed towards Su Damao with surprising speed, grabbing his leg and crying out, Where's the justice? Where's the law? This black-hearted man dares to bully our family. Usually, in such situations, neighbors in the courtyard would step in to mediate. But this time, no one spoke up. Everyone watched coldly, their eyes devoid of sympathy for Jia Zhangshe. After understanding the true nature of the Jia family, they couldn't even muster pity. If it weren't for their own faces, they might have acted like Su Damao and rushed into the Jia family to demand back what they considered losses. This bastard, sitting among the crowd, Shazhu witnessed his goddess's family being bullied by Su Damao and felt furious. Just as he was about to stand up to help, he suddenly received a heavy blow to the top of his foot, the pain almost unbearable. Old lady, are you trying to break my leg? The pain nearly made him cry out, and he leaned closer to the nearby deaf old lady to complain, only to find her stubbornly pressing her cane against him, not loosening her grip at all. No one around noticed this scene. Everyone's attention was focused on the two conflicting parties. Be quiet. Whoever dares to speak for the Jia family, I will break their leg. The deaf old lady's face was dark, staring intently at Su Damao and the leisurely watching Zhang Jianshe. What? Old lady, look at how Qin Huairu's family is being bullied. Shazhu tried to explain, but before he could finish, the pressure from the cane increased, forcing him into silence. This seemingly frail old lady had such incredible strength, able to suppress the strong in the courtyard with just a cane. Listen to me and shut up. Old lady, I'm doing this for your own good. The deaf old lady scolded in a flat tone. The Jia family, Zhonghai, and Lu Haizhong were all completely defeated. If you jump out now, it will only lead to your demise. Rather than sacrifice yourself in vain, it's better to watch the changes quietly and preserve your strength, the deaf old lady said softly. Although Shazhu was dissatisfied, he could only endure his emotions and choose silence. The deaf old lady was a shrewd person. She had already seen that in today's farce, neither Zhonghai nor the Jia family had won. They did not lose to the neighbors in the courtyard, nor to Su Damao, but were entirely defeated by Zhang Jianshe alone. With just a few words, Zhang Jianshe shattered their days of plotting. This person's methods and schemes were chilling. All the deaf old lady could do was protect Shazhu, ensuring that her foolish grandson would not be drawn into this hopeless conflict. Jia Zhangshe, stop being unreasonable. In the face of Jia Zhangshe's unreasonable behavior, Su Damao appeared much calmer. He snorted coldly and gently pushed Jia Zhangshe aside. It's only right to pay back debts. Your family is this poor. What use is keeping the sewing machine? You might as well sell it to me directly and get an extra $5 for emergencies. Su Damao was determined to take the Jia family's sewing machine today. Luo Xiaoyi was kind-hearted and had sympathized with the Jia family when she first married into the courtyard. But Qin Huairu had borrowed a lot of money from her, which had yet to be repaid. Su Damao had long intended to seek justice for the Jia family. Now that he had this opportunity and stood on a moral high ground, how could he let it pass easily? You black-hearted man, if you dare touch my family's sewing machine, I'll crash it into you. Jia Zhangshe madly resisted, trying to threaten Su Damao. But Su Damao was not afraid. He didn't buy into this. Jia Zhangshe, if you want to crash it, go ahead. This sewing machine is mine today. In the chaos, the argument escalated. Zhonghai stood in the corner with a gloomy face, finally unable to contain his emotions. He quickly walked to a small table and slammed the surface, causing the teacups to jump. We're all neighbors. It's just $50. Su Damao, you're being too ruthless, aren't you? To push the Jia family to the brink over such a small amount? Zhonghai glared, pointing directly at Su Damao. Whoever doesn't know the details might think you're bullying the weak. I stand up to uphold justice. How can others distort the facts? A sharp voice rang out from the crowd. Oh, $50? Zhonghai, you sure have a big mouth. The speaker was Zhang Jianshe. He had been observing the situation from the side, and, seeing Zhonghai about to stir trouble again, sneered repeatedly. I don't know how much silver you have at home, but most people in our courtyard rely on this little money to live. Nonsense. Who said I have money? $50 really isn't much in my eyes. But why do you all think the struggles of the poor are so light? Zhonghai retorted, his face turning red. Now this is interesting. We have a rich person in our courtyard. No wonder you're so generous usually. It turns out to be like this. Zhang Jianshe said sarcastically. You're talking nonsense. Who says I'm wealthy? You're clearly slandering me. Zhonghai's face turned red as he defended himself. The crowd was confused, looking at each other in bewilderment. Zhonghai's expression changed slightly. Then he loudly defended himself. Who said I looked down on that $50? Zhang Jianshe sneered. Are you still pretending? Didn't you just say $50 is nothing? The Jia family owes Su Damao money. Shouldn't Su Damao collect it? As for the richest person in the courtyard, I didn't wrong you. Do you want me to calculate the accounts for everyone? Upon hearing this, Zhonghai's face turned even uglier. Alarm bells rang in his heart. He wanted to stop Zhang Jianshe, but it was already too late. Zhang Jianshe continued, do you know? You are the only level 8 fitter in the courtyard, with a monthly salary of $99.50. This statement shocked everyone present. Qin Huairu, Jia Zhangshe, and others all looked at Zhonghai in unison. Oldie, you earn so much a month? That is almost 3 times what I make. Yin Buki exclaimed in surprise, his mouth agape. You've been a level 8 fitter for nearly 10 years, right? 120 a year for 10 years. Wow. You've long been a 10,000 yuan household. Yin Buki's words made Zhonghai's heart race. The term 10,000 yuan household was virtually unattainable in the current courtyard. And no such thing. Don't believe the rumors. I'm not a 10,000 yuan household. Zhonghai hurriedly denied it. Although he had indeed saved some money, it was far from the level of a 10,000 yuan household. But could he say that out loud? Are you talking nonsense? Do you want to go to the factory to clarify? Is your salary as a level 8 fitter really that much? Zhang Jianshe mocked. Moreover, as a level 8 fitter, you also receive technical subsidies from the factory every month and there's a year-end bonus. Just that alone is over 1,002 and probably more. Zhang Jianshe directly exposed Zhonghai's salary secret. In fact, Zhang Jianshe was not particularly concerned about Zhonghai's salary. As the head of the medical department, his salary was significantly higher than Zhonghai's. If calculated carefully, he was the highest earner in the courtyard. However, Zhang Jianshe had only recently started working, while Zhonghai was nearing retirement age. As soon as Zhang Jianshe brought up the matter, no matter how Zhonghai rebutted, he could not shake off the title of the richest in the courtyard. Everyone has a sense of jealousy, and once the news of Zhonghai's wealth spread, the neighbors in the courtyard would surely have various thoughts. You can't do this. Zhonghai was caught off guard by Zhang Jianshe's sudden attack, and he began to stutter. He understood very well how his neighbors would view him once his financial situation was exposed. Yes, my salary is indeed considerable, but the family's expenses are high. My wife is in poor health, and with medical expenses plus daily living costs, there is hardly anything left at the end of the month. Zhonghai tried to use his wife's health issues as a shield. However, this played right into Zhang Jianshe's hands. Zhonghai, are you joking? I'm a doctor. Your mother-in-law is just physically weak. A little Chinese medicine for conditioning will do. How much can that cost? And about daily expenses, do you eat delicacies every day, consuming your salary on bird's nest supplements? Time after time, his lies were exposed. And Zhonghai finally couldn't take it anymore. He angrily questioned, so what if I have money? I haven't stolen or robbed. I earned it through my own labor. What's wrong with saving some money for retirement? What does it have to do with you? Zhonghai was anxious. Zhang Jianshe was right. His salary was indeed $99.50, just as Yin Laokas said. Zhonghai had saved a considerable amount for retirement. A fact he had never mentioned to his neighbors, simply not wanting to show off, that was all. What did this have to do with Zhang Jianshe? What relevance did it have to the others in the courtyard? Thinking of this, Zhonghai suddenly understood and sternly questioned Zhang Jianshe. What does my wealth have to do with you? Chapter 55. Almost unacceptable. Zhang Jianshe responded half-mockingly. That's right, in today's society, having money is a skill. Even if you just pile it all up in your bed, it really has nothing to do with the neighbors. He then changed his tone. But since you are so wealthy, why does it always seem like you are struggling every time you initiate a donation for the Jia family? You always call on others to be generous, yet you only symbolically contribute 10 or 20 bucks. Not only that, every time you donate to the Jia family, you hustle around tirelessly, but you turn a blind eye to other families in urgent need of help. Ask yourself, how many households in the courtyard are in worse situations than the Jia family? Besides being a bit generous to your disciples' family, isn't your usual donation of over 10 bucks extremely rare? You say donations are for neighborly mutual assistance, but in my view, you're just an extremely stingy old miser. Zhang Jianshe's words were sharp. It was the first time in many years that someone openly accused Zhonghai of favoritism towards his disciple and lacking compassion. The residents of the courtyard did not find Zhang's words too extreme. Instead, they increasingly felt they were true. In the past, most donation activities were led by Zhonghai, and the Jia family always held an important position in these activities. Whenever other families needed assistance, he appeared indifferent and detached, donating only a few yuan at most. The gossip in the courtyard always left people feeling emotional. A dispute arose between Zhang Jianshe and Zhonghai over the Jia family's matters. According to Zhang Jianshe, Zhonghai treated different people with completely different attitudes. When it came to helping other families, he was extremely cold, never donating more than 10 bucks. But when it involved the Jia family, he immediately acted like a different person, rushing around to encourage neighbors to be generous. Not only did he donate generously himself, but he also urged others to contribute more, talking about neighborly mutual assistance, and only recently did everyone see through his true colors. In the eyes of the courtyard residents, Zhonghai seemed fairly decent on a daily basis, but now it appeared he was just putting on a facade. Not only was he lacking in empathy, but he also favored his own disciple, making it utterly unacceptable. Naturally, Zhonghai was unwilling to let such accusations go. How can I be rich and unkind? I'm not favoring anyone. The last time I donated to the Jia family, wasn't it nearly 10 bucks? He flushed red, trying to defend himself. Zhang Jianshe scoffed, oh, Comrade Zhonghai, are you trying to hold out until the end? I remember clearly that when you donated to your own disciple, you gave out 20 or 30 bucks. Zhonghai's face instantly turned ashen. What's wrong with that? Shouldn't I help my own disciple more? At this moment, Yin Bugue, who had been quietly listening, finally couldn't hold back and spoke up. Zhonghai, your words are too much. No matter how much you donate, it can't compare to my sincerity. Zhonghai was stunned. You old miser, when did you start talking like this? Zhang Jianshe smiled and played peacemaker. Uncle, please calm down. Why bother arguing with someone like him? He then addressed all 420 households in the courtyard. Although Zhonghai donates 10 or 8 bucks each time, how much is his monthly income? It's nearly 100 bucks. Even if he donates 10 bucks each time, it's just 1/10 of his salary, which is really negligible. And as for Uncle Yin Bugue, although he donates less, what is a teacher's monthly income? Just over 30 bucks, right? I make 32 bucks and 50 cents a month. Yin Bugue added with a hint of a smile. After Zhang Jianshe's words, his sense of pride was completely unmasked. Earning just over $30 a month, yet donating $5, that's at least 1/6 of his salary. You are nearly $100 a month, supporting only 2 people, yet you only donate 1/10 of your salary. Uncle Yin earns just over $30, yet has to support a family of 6 or 7, and he donates 1/6 of his salary. You tell me, can your level of awareness compare? Wow. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, everyone at the scene started discussing among themselves. This calculation could actually be made this way? Everyone fell into deep thought. Zhonghai's monthly income was close to $100, only needing to support 2 people, yet he only donated 1/10 of his salary. Yin Bugue's monthly income was around 40, supporting a family of 6 or 7, yet donating 1/6 of his salary. The comparison was stark. Previously, everyone thought Zhonghai was a generous person. Now it seemed it was all a facade. Just as Zhang Jianshe said, Zhonghai was just a petty miser hiding behind a mask. Yin Bugue opened his mouth wide, instinctively touching his chin. After a moment, hearing Zhang Jianshe's explanation, even he was moved. It turned out he was so noble, even surpassing Zhonghai. Zhonghai was so enraged that he couldn't speak, pointing at Zhang Jianshe. Ultimately, his face changed, and he spat out a mouthful of blood, collapsing straight to the ground. Old man, sir, Zhonghai, enraged to the point of vomiting blood, fainted on the spot, shocking everyone. Shazhu, Huairu, and others screamed and rushed forward to support him. What's going on? What is this situation? Zhang Jianshe, what exactly did you do? Lu Haizhong, who had not dared to speak, couldn't help but jump up and point at Zhang Jianshe, cursing loudly, trying to suppress the matter. But unexpectedly, he was hitting the blade. What happened to me, big brother? I just spoke my mind and expressed my stance. Zhang Jianshe said with a disdainful tone. Since when does an ordinary citizen not have the right to speak? What are you trying to pull? You are being unreasonable. Lu Haizhong was so frightened by these words that he trembled all over. This label was too big for him to bear. Look at you. You've made him so angry. Can you bear the consequences if something happens? This isn't the first time he's fainted. What's the big deal? Zhang Jianshe sneered. It's just a spasm-induced fainting from blood rushing up. He doesn't even need medication. Just go home and apply a cool towel. Just because I said a few words, he couldn't take it? At his age, how pathetic. You, Aunt Shazhu, and Huairu were even angrier after hearing this. But Zhang Jianshe was a doctor, and they didn't dare delay, quickly carrying Zhonghai back home. Zhang Jianshe, you went too far today. If something happens, you will be held responsible. Lu Haizhong still wanted to threaten him with the status. But Zhang Jianshe couldn't be bothered to care. Fine, if something really happens, come find me. I'm not the kind of person who shirks responsibility when something happens. After saying that, he impatiently turned to look at the neighbors with complex expressions, revealing a disdainful look to Lu Haizhong. As Zhang Jianshe's words fell, it was like a storm crashing down on Lu Haizhong. In the middle of winter, who wants to freeze here? If I had known it would be like this, I might as well have gone home to sleep. The neighbors began to chatter, their emotions heightened. Lu Haizhong sat stiffly in place, his face ashen and his chest heaving. He knew that his carefully planned meeting had been easily disrupted. Disperse. What a hassle. Zhang Jianshe raised his arm and shouted, and the courtyard instantly erupted. Yes. Hurry back. Don't delay serious matters. The neighbors dispersed in 2s and 3s, leaving a scene of chaos. This was an unprecedented sight since the establishment of the courtyard. Lu Haizhong clenched his fists, his expression dark. He understood that from today on, his status among the neighbors had plummeted. Those who had once respected him now looked at him with disdain and mockery. Let's go, it's time to eat. Su Damao shouted, and the crowd gradually dispersed, leaving only silence. Just as he was about to invite Zhang Jianshe to his home to get New Year goods and prepare for the New Year's Eve dinner, he suddenly slapped his forehead and shouted, "Oh no, I almost forgot the big deal. Quick, help me move the sewing machine out. During the New Year, I can't let death disturb my mood." Although the meeting of the entire courtyard has ended, the waves that stirred in the courtyard are far from calming down. In the past, the Jia family was seen as poor but pitiable. But now their hypocritical facade has been exposed, making them the target of everyone's disdain. Zhonghai, who has always been respected and rumored to be a low-key person willing to help others, has now been found to be the richest in the courtyard, yet extremely stingy. As for Lu Haizhong, he intended to use this opportunity to establish authority in the courtyard, but ended up losing face and can no longer hold his head up high. One incident after another is like a heavy blow, enough to keep the neighbors in the courtyard talking from New Year's Eve to the Lantern Festival. Of course, the neighbors are mostly discussing Zhang Jianshe. This recently outstanding young man has evoked both gratitude and surprise. Gratitude because, without his keen insight and courage to expose the true nature of the Jia family and Zhonghai, everyone might still be in the dark. The surprise comes from the fact that Zhang Jianshe had previously kept a low profile, but now he has shown extraordinary wisdom and courage. Unfortunately, no matter how the neighbors speculate, they cannot understand this transformation. Little Jianshe, I always thought you were a steady person, but I didn't expect such a big change in you, Su Damao asked during the New Year's dinner, fueled by alcohol. Why have you changed so much since your parents passed away? I actually wanted to live a quiet life, not to quarrel with anyone, just to take good care of my sister, Zhang Jianshe replied calmly. But the world is unpredictable, and there's always someone looking for trouble, so I had to change. Zhang Jianshe naturally would not reveal this to anyone. Chapter 56. Can you handle it? The past Zhang Jianshe is no more. The current him is Zhang Jianshe from another world. If this statement were made, probably no one would believe it. The culture way of speaking is indeed different. Even boasting carries an air of literary sophistication. Su Damao laughed and praised, giving a thumbs up. This sounds a bit self-praising, but I can't find anything wrong with it. This skill is truly not something an ordinary person can possess. Su Damao was in a great mood. He finally fulfilled his promise and brought back the sewing machine, which the Jia family treasured, to his own home. Despite Jia Zhangshi, Qin Huairu, and the barely alive Jia Sudong cursing and trying to stop him, they could not keep this machine. Zhonghai was so angry he spat blood and fainted, while Shazhu was being watched over by the deaf old lady. Lu Haizhong, feeling embarrassed, was unwilling to see anyone. The neighbors in the courtyard were also gloating over the Jia family's misfortune. Who else could speak up for the Jia family? Once Su Damao moved the sewing machine inside and closed the door, no amount of shouting from the Jia family could change the fact. Su Damao regarded their curses as mere barking. Why should he care? The sewing machine, worth $50 in debt, was simply a great deal. Su Damao sat on the Kong eating and drinking, looking at the sewing machine beside him, filled with joy. After the 5th day of the new year, I will go buy 2 pieces of good fabric, and you buy a few as well, so that our wives can use this sewing machine to make us each a new outfit, Su Damao said excitedly. This was the 7th time he had mentioned the sewing machine that night, and even Xiao Wan couldn't help but roll her eyes. I know you brought back a sewing machine today. Quite a skill you have. Lu Xiaoyi also rolled her eyes. If it weren't for Xiao Jianshe exposing the Jia family's hypocrisy first, how could you have gotten this sewing machine? You still have the nerve to brag here. Let your son buy the fabric himself. You are really shameless. Honey, don't listen to him. There's no need to buy the fabric. I'll go to my mom's house later and have her take out a few good pieces of fabric to make you and Xiao Wan each a new outfit. It's also a way to thank you for helping to secure this sewing machine. Truly worthy of a family from a wealthy background, speaking and acting so generously. Upon hearing Lu Xiaoyi say this, Zhang Jianshe was not polite at all, directly ignoring Su Damao's slightly pained expression. He smiled and said, "Thank you. Both Xiao Wan and I appreciate you. TSK, 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 this spendthrift woman." Su Damao couldn't help but mutter, just knows how to throw money around. Think about it. That kid is the backbone of the factory's medical office. How could he lack a few bucks for fabric? But this complaint was just a joke. Zhang Jianshe and Lu Xiaoyi exchanged glances and rolled their eyes, not responding. "You're the most stingy," Zhang Jianshe replied irritably. Suddenly thinking of something, he spoke with a hint of amusement. "But speaking of which, although the sewing machine has been moved back with the Jia family's temperament, they probably won't easily let it go. What are you afraid of?" Su Damao responded gruffly without thinking. "It's only right to pay back debts. Who told them to be deadbeats? Besides, since the item is now in my home, dreaming of taking it back is simply ridiculous." Just as his words fell, there was a loud bang. The sudden noise startled everyone. What happened? Zhang Jianshe quickly shielded Xiao his arms, frowning as he asked. Su Damao reacted quickly, jumping up from his chair. Which scoundrel did this? He rushed to the front room and, upon seeing the scene before him, was instantly furious and began to curse loudly. Hearing the commotion, Zhang Jianshe and Lu Xiaoyi could no longer sit still, holding Xiao as they went outside to take a look. The front half of Su Damao's kitchen window had been smashed to pieces by someone, with glass shards and half a brick scattered all over the ground. Zhang Jianshe quickly placed Xiao in the inner room, instructing her not to come out to avoid injury, and then went outside to investigate. At this moment, Su Damao had rushed out of the house, but the person who broke the window had long since disappeared. Su Damao stood in the yard, cursing loudly. On New Year's Eve, when families should be reunited, the sound of the broken window and curses drew neighbors out to watch. Zhonghai's family was furious, while others gathered to watch the spectacle. Shazhu, already in a bad mood, was even more gleeful now, being mistakenly thought of as the culprit by Su Damao, and the two immediately began to argue. Zhang Jianshe, however, felt something was fishy and thought this did not seem like something Shazhu would do. Who would smash someone else's glass and then not run away, but instead jump out to argue with the victim? So this definitely was not Shazhu's doing. Zhang Jianshe scanned the surroundings and immediately understood the situation. He watched the two arguing with cold eyes. Su Damao, don't you slander me. Do you think I'm that kind of person? Doing bad things on New Year's Day? Sure enough, as soon as Su Damao finished speaking, Shazhu retorted, I was just at Old Yi's house having New Year's Eve dinner. Old Yi's wife can testify. Who would be so bored as to smash your window? Don't think you can clear your name like that. This must be the wicked deed you did today, and now you're getting your comeuppance. The one who smashed your window is making sure you won't have a good year, and maybe you won't have peace next year either. Shazhu's words were crisp and decisive, and the Jia family applauded nearby, especially Jia Zhangshi, who loudly agreed. Right? Su Damao, you ungrateful guy, you deserve to be unlucky. Hurry up and return the sewing machine to them. Nonsense. The sewing machine now belongs to us. If you had returned the money earlier, this wouldn't have happened. Old lady, shut up. Su Damao was so angry he stomped his feet, first cursing back at Jia Zhangshi, then turning to Shazhu, shouting angrily, Shazhu, stop talking nonsense here. Just because you say there are witnesses, does that make it true? I think you all are colluding together to frame me. As soon as he said this, even Zhang Jianshe frowned. This guy was so flustered, he couldn't even speak clearly. Wasn't this just asking for trouble with that hard-to-deal-with old lady? Sure enough, before Shazhu could speak, the deaf old lady was helped out. Upon hearing this, the old lady immediately exploded. You Su Damao, on New Year's Day, you dare to call me a bad person. Just watch me, you little brat. The old lady had been holding in a belly full of anger all afternoon, and now provoked by Su Damao, she waved her cane and started hitting Su Damao. Su Damao acted recklessly, but when facing an elder in the yard, he was at a loss. Whether it was scolding or persuading, nothing worked, let alone resisting. If he hurt this elder, everyone in the yard would not let him off lightly. He could only keep begging for mercy and fleeing, and this scene made Shazhu and Jia Zhangshi watch with glee, cheering for the deaf old lady. Just as the situation grew more chaotic, Zhang Jianshe stepped forward. He quickly moved in, firmly grabbing the deaf old lady's cane with one hand, his tone gentle but carrying an undeniable warning. Old lady, during the new year, it's best for everyone to be harmonious. Let's not make everyone unhappy. The deaf old lady instinctively wanted to snatch back the cane to teach Zhang Jianshe a lesson, as revenge for Shazhu and Zhonghai's oppression. However, she found that her cane seemed to be firmly held by some kind of force, unable to budge, even a little no matter how much strength she used. Sensing something was off, the deaf old lady carefully examined Zhang Jianshe's calm eyes, realizing this person was no good. If angered, the consequences would be unimaginable. So she quietly relaxed her grip, snorting coldly. Fine, I'm not insistent on making a move. It's all Su Damao's fault for being unreasonable. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe also stopped entangling, quietly releasing the cane, and respectfully said, the old lady is wise and knowledgeable. She is certainly a person of reason. On the surface, Zhang Jianshe was being polite, but in reality, he was sarcastically exchanging pleasantries with the deaf old lady. The old lady seemed about to explode again, and he immediately changed the subject. This matter. It was Su Damao who said some inappropriate words in a moment of excitement, because the glass was broken, offending you. You are magnanimous. Don't argue with such people. Today is New Year's Eve. Making noise is not auspicious. Let's celebrate the new year peacefully and talk about it after the holiday. Upon hearing this, the deaf old lady, the silly pillar, and the silent Jia family members did not say much. Only Su Damao eagerly retorted, no, the glass smashing incident is still. All right, stop making a fuss. Zhang Jianshe signaled for silence and added, it's New Year's. If the glass is broken, just take it as peace year after year. We'll find the person who smashed the glass tomorrow. Seeing Zhang Jianshe giving him a look, Su Damao, though dissatisfied, could only suppress his anger and huff softly. Not saying more. Everyone go back. Zhang Jianshe urged everyone to leave with an indifferent expression. After the crowd dispersed, the silly pillar helped the deaf old lady back to Zhonghai's house. Su Damao then pulled Zhang Jianshe into the house to question him. Shout, Jianshe, why did you stop me just now? The glass was smashed. Just let it go like this? If I didn't stop you, would you want to embarrass yourself? While helping Lu Xiaoyi clean up the broken glass on the ground, Zhang Jianshe complained, are you out of your mind? In a moment of impulse, you forgot about the hardest person to deal with in the yard. If I hadn't stopped you, you would have been. That old lady doesn't have that much strength. If it weren't for her age, I would have. Su Damao awkwardly defended himself. Zhang Jianshe sighed helplessly, all right, you're looking for trouble. If you dare to touch that old lady even a finger, not to mention the neighbors won't let you off. The police could put you in prison for a long time. She's a martyr's widow with 3 generations of martyrs, and she's a 5 guarantees household. Can you afford to provoke her? Su Damao shrank his neck, reluctantly mumbling, is my family's glass incident just going to be settled like this? Chapter 57. Clarifying the matter, Lu Xiaoyi couldn't help but roll her eyes. Looking at Zhang Jianshe, he clearly already knew who was responsible. What? He knows? Su Damao's eyes widened. Zhang Jianshe shook his head. There are so many people in the yard, and the one who loves to cause trouble the most is missing. Who do you think it could be? Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi exchanged glances and said in unison, Bang Gong. That's right, the yard was so lively just now, and everyone had rushed to watch, except for the Jia family. Jia Sudong couldn't go out due to his paralysis, but Bang Gong usually loved to stir up trouble. The fact that he wasn't present this time surely meant something was up. It's over. It's definitely him holding a grudge over my family's sewing machine and deliberately seeking revenge. I'm going to find him and settle the score. Su Damao said angrily. Stop. Zhang Jianshe pulled him back. Don't be impulsive. Let's first clarify the matter. Seeing Su Damao's furious expression as he was about to storm out to confront the Jia family, Zhang Jianshe grabbed the collar of his shirt and pulled him back into the house, tossing him back with force. You're such a grown man. How can you still be so rash? Su Damao was about to head out when he was suddenly yanked back, his body stopping abruptly. He looked at Zhang Jianshe with confusion and then reacted, angrily speaking up. What? On New Year's Eve, someone smashed my window, and I'm just supposed to let it go? I want to teach that troublemaker a lesson and make Huairu pay for it. Su Damao was narrow-minded and would never let such a small matter go. He was convinced it was Bang Gong's doing, so he naturally wanted to go confront him immediately. You really are stubborn. Zhang Jianshe sighed and shook his head. If things were as simple as you think, why would I need to step in to mediate? I could just expose Bang Gong publicly and let them pay or send him to a juvenile detention center. Wouldn't that be easier? Hearing this, Su Damao was stunned for a moment and then questioned. Are you saying I don't have the right to pursue this? If it weren't for knowing that Zhang Jianshe was on his side, Su Damao might have flipped out on the spot. Unwilling, he pressed on. What evidence do you have to prove that it was Bang Gong who broke my family's glass? Zhang Jianshe sneered. Who saw Bang Gong throwing something at your window? Or did you catch him in the act? No, Su Damao admitted. This is just our speculation. With the fiery tempers of Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu, plus Qin Huairu's knack for dramatizing things, even if you went to confront them, you would probably end up worse off. Can't you let the yard be quiet for just one New Year's Eve? Zhang Jianshe's words left Su Damao speechless. Yes, Zhang Jianshe suspected Bang Geng broke the window. But that was just his speculation. There was no solid evidence. Given the personalities of Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu, forget about seeking justice. If he went to confront them, they might throw a fit, crying and cursing in the yard on New Year's Eve. How could they celebrate the new year like that? Are we just supposed to let this go? The new year's ruined without a good mood, Su Damao said angrily. The joy of Jia Zhangshi's family moving back the sewing machine had completely vanished. Of course not. Zhang Jianshe suddenly shook his head mysteriously. Upon hearing this, Su Damao quickly looked up, filled with anticipation. Little Jianshe, brother Jianshe, tell me how I can get my revenge. From what I know about this kid, he must be as wicked as Shazhu. Zhang Jianshe sneered. You've made their family suffer so much today. He must hate you to the core. Do you think just breaking a window will settle it? You underestimate this little rascal. You should know that Bang Geng is one of the 3 nuisances of the Jia family. Thief saint, green tea, old hypocrite, the most troublesome one. Every time he causes trouble in the yard, it leads to chaos. Just breaking a window to end it would be too simple. Suddenly, Zhang Jianshe thought of tomorrow being the first day of the new year. A classic scene from the original story of the Courtyard was about to unfold. Zhang Jianshe didn't believe that those 2 fools would miss this classic moment. Too many facts had happened today. It was likely that tomorrow they would not only not hold back, but would escalate things even further. Su Damao, it seems Bang Geng 1T be coming out tonight. Zhang Jianshe squinted, sneering. But tomorrow is the first day of the new year. According to the rules, adults don't hit children. Bang Geng should know this rule, do you think? Su Damao's eyes lit up, and he instinctively asked, you mean, that kid will still cause trouble tomorrow morning? He'll come looking for you again? We can catch him red-handed. Su Damao said, already excitedly rubbing his hands together. Not hitting children on the first day of the new year? Nonsense. A mischievous child will tear the house down if not punished for 3 days. And besides, Bang Geng ISN to your child. Since he has brought trouble upon you, when you catch him in the act, you must teach him a harsh lesson. No. It's not us catching him. It's me acting alone. Zhang Jianshe sneered. A light lesson 1T, make him remember. Your methods are not enough. He will definitely not only seek revenge against you, but possibly against me too. When the time comes, if he comes looking for trouble with you, just act nonchalant and let him think he has succeeded. This way, he will become complacent and his target will shift to me. By then, I will teach him a good lesson about being a person. Zhang Jianshe's mouth curled into a strange smile. This scene sent a chill down the spines of Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi, who were nearby. Xiao Fan, after all, Bang Geng is still a child. Be gentle. Liu Xiaoyi advised softly. Zhang Jianshe shrugged indifferently. Bang Geng may be a child, but if not strictly disciplined, he will grow into a disaster. Since Qin Huairu is unwilling to discipline him, I will take the responsibility of teaching her son. Lu Xiaoyi wanted to remind him to go easy, but the words that came out were, just take it easy. Everyone knows how strong Zhang Jianshe is. Even Shazhu can be sent flying with 1 punch. If this happened to Bang Geng, Lu Xiaoyi hesitated for a long time and ultimately sighed. Forget it, little Jianshe has his own ideas. Let him have some room. Sister Lu, please rest assured, I will be mindful of the limits. What? At this moment, Zhang Jianshe, Lu Xiaoyi, and Su Damao were discussing how to deal with Bang Geng tomorrow. Outside the courtyard, a small, sneaky figure quietly approached, peeking in from the door. He cautiously scanned the yard, confirming that there was no major dispute before quietly heading toward Zhang Jianshe's house. Needless to say, this person was Bang Geng. Zhang Jianshe's speculation was correct. He was the one who smashed Su Damao's door today. This kid hated Zhang Jianshe and Su Damao to the core. New Year's Eve was supposed to be a day for good food, good drinks, and good fun, plus receiving red envelopes. But Su Damao had snatched the sewing machine from the Jia family, leaving Jia Zhangshi crying nonstop at home, causing chaos. Qin Huairu and Jia Sudong also argued all day long. The family couldn't even prepare the New Year's Eve dinner or distribute red envelopes, hastily putting together a meal instead. For Bang Geng, who had been looking forward to the new year, this was simply unbearable. He cried incessantly, but Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu were completely too busy to care, and they even unusually disciplined him. This left Bang Geng with all his resentment directed at Su Damao. And not only did he hate Su Damao, but he also began to resent Zhang Jianshe. This reasoning sounded a bit odd. Zhonghai had originally planned with Zhang Jianshe and Huairu to not only have Zhang Jianshe donate money at the upcoming assembly, but also to have his family vacate a room for the Jia family. Zhang Jianshe thought they could easily get the room and even planned to convert it into 2 small rooms, one for herself to retire in, and the other for Bang Geng. She even told Bang Geng, who was filled with anticipation. Little did they know, the assembly turned into a farce. On New Year's Eve, the plan to occupy Zhang Jianshe's property died on the vine after Zhonghai collapsed due to emotional agitation. The fantasies of Zhang Jianshe and Bang Geng were instantly shattered. Not only did they miss out on the reunion dinner and moving into the new house, but they also received a beating. Bang Geng was furious with Su Damao and Zhang Jianshe, the instigators of this outcome. As soon as it got dark and the yard was empty, he picked up a brick and smashed it against Su Damao's window before running away. Fearing severe punishment if caught, he acted first, smashing the window and immediately fleeing the scene. After confirming that the surroundings had calmed down, he quietly returned, intending to do the same to Zhang Jianshe's house. Just as he bent down to pick up half a brick to carry out the second strike, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his head, as if being heavily slapped. "You little brat, I knew it was your doing." Bang Geng was instantly terrified, thinking Zhang Jianshe and Su Damao were waiting in the yard to catch him. He instinctively wanted to cry out and escape, but his mouth was firmly covered by a strong hand. "Don't make a sound. It's me." The deep, familiar voice gradually calmed him down. When he looked up and saw it was Shazhu, Bang Geng felt both ashamed and scared. "Let go of me. Are you trying to get me killed?" Shazhu still held his mouth tightly, cautiously observing the surroundings to ensure safety before dragging him into the house. At the moment the door closed, Shazhu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his palm. He quickly released Bang Geng's mouth, muttering in dissatisfaction. Looking down, he saw that this ungrateful little guy had bitten his palm, leaving teeth marks and drawing blood. Oh no, Shazhu. Are you trying to scare me to death?" Bang Geng shook off his hand and began to complain loudly, completely losing the respect he should have shown. Chapter 58. The fury reached its peak. Even though someone might want to scold the child for being rude, Shazhu seemed particularly tolerant of this attitude. While checking the wound, he gently patted Bang Geng and said, "Stop fooling around, you little troublemaker. You dare to smash other people's windows, and you think you'll be afraid of my lesson?" In the yard, the person who knew Bang Geng best was not his parents or grandmother, but rather Shazhu. Although he was an outsider, he loved Bang Geng like a real father, always shielding him from the troubles he caused. Even when Bang Geng stole something, Shazhu did not stop him. Instead, he thought it was Bang Geng's unique way of expressing his fondness. That night, when Su Damao was angrily scolding, Shazhu guessed it was Bang Geng's doing. Later, when he found that the Jia family ignored Bang Geng's absence, it further confirmed his suspicion. This was not merely a simple prank, but rather a result that the Jia family had tacitly accepted. Shazhu not only did not blame Bang Geng, but felt displeased because the Jia family failed to discipline him in time. He was furious that both Bang Geng and the Jia family had dared to lay hands on Su Damao and Zhang Jianshe without telling him. If he had known, he would have acted himself. Why would he need a child to take risks? "You little rascal. You have quite the guts to provoke someone like Su Damao and Zhang Jianshe," Shazhu said with a smile. "Aren't you afraid they'll catch you and beat you so badly you'll wish you were dead?" I'm not afraid of them," Bang Geng boasted, adding, "Besides, I run very fast. They can't catch up to me." "You're right. You are still a child," Shazhu rolled his eyes at him. "But you can run away, but your family can't. If they find out it was you, even if they can't catch you, they will never let your family off the hook." Mentioning this made Shazhu feel a bit uneasy. He still remembered the scene of being punched away by Zhang Jianshe back then. Those eyes that seemed to come from hell still haunted him. "You're a coward," Bang Geng said dismissively, a hint of fierceness in his eyes that did not match his age. "Su Damao and Zhang Jianshe are both bad people. They stole our sewing machine, making my grandmother and parents sad to the point of tears, causing me to go hungry and not get any New Year's money. What's worse, they not only ruined our donation plan, but also refused to let us live in a house. I will make them pay for it sooner or later and deal with them." If someone had heard Bang Geng's words, they would surely be shocked. Regardless of whether his viewpoint was correct, just the fact that he said such things at such a young age was hard to accept. Shazhu, however, was not angry. Instead, He nodded in agreement. You're right. Those two guys do need a lesson. They're not good people. But since you plan to confront those two unscrupulous people, you should at least let me know. With me around, dealing with those two is a piece of cake. What? You think of me as an outsider? Shazhu said, his face full of dissatisfaction. He didn't want to say these things, but as soon as he did, Bonging kicked Shazhu a few times in resentment. Oof. I won't tell you anything. You're not much better, Bonging said angrily. My grandmother and my mom both say you're an unreliable person who turns your elbow out. What? What's going on? As soon as Shazhu heard this, his face turned ashen. His idol actually said he was unreliable? How could Shazhu tolerate this? He hurriedly asked. My mom said that during the meeting just now, when everyone was asked to donate to the courtyard, Zhonghai was bullied by that bad guy Zhang Jianshe to the point of crying and even spitting blood. And you, Shazhu, actually backed down at that moment. Not only did you not help us speak up, but you didn't even dare to say a word. We always treated you as one of our own. But it turns out you're just a useless person, a fence-sitter. Bonging's words were extremely hurtful, although Huairu would not say such harsh things. Most of these words were concocted by Jia Zhang and, with Bonging's embellishment, turned into Huairu's original words. Shazhu was particularly afraid of this. Upon hearing Bonging's words, he became anxious, his face turning pale. No, did Sister Qin really say that? Shazhu rubbed his hands anxiously, worried that what he had done that morning had left a bad impression on her. It's a misunderstanding. When I saw your family being bullied at the meeting, I was very anxious too. It's not that I didn't want to help you. It was that the old lady in the back courtyard forced me not to help. Otherwise, how could I have restrained myself? I would have helped you deal with those two bad guys long ago. For the sake of the goddess, Shazhu, influenced by Bonging's words, actually revealed everything about the deaf old lady. One could only wonder how the deaf old lady would react when she found out in the future, and whether she would be so angry that she would spit blood on the spot and use her cane to teach this grandson a lesson. Shazhu, you really are a coward. Your guts are even smaller than mine. After listening to Shazhu, Bonging's disdain did not lessen, but rather intensified. A real man, actually being controlled by a deaf old lady like a grandson. Although he said this, Bonging had a deep impression of that deaf old lady in his heart. In his view, regardless of whether it was right or wrong, as long as the person did not help the Jia family do things, anyone who spoke was a bad person. The deaf old lady was old, childless, and usually quite fond of children. She was polite to Bonging. But after today's events, coupled with Shazhu's instigation, Bonging had begun to harbor resentment against her. This old woman deserves to die. Not only does she not help the Jia family speak or donate, but she also forces Zhang Jianshe to give the house to Bonging to live in, and even drags Shazhu to prevent him from helping. This is simply too hateful. If I have the chance in the future, I will definitely teach this bad old woman a lesson and let her know what it's like. Fortunately, the deaf old lady did not know Bonging's thoughts, or she would surely be so angry that she would have a stroke on the spot. What do children know? Shazhu shook his head helplessly and said, I have my own difficulties. Forget it. Even if I tell you, you won't understand. I'll find Sister Qin to explain later. Coward. Bonging rolled his eyes and reached out to push Shazhu away. Good dogs don't block the way. Don't get in my way. I'm going to smash Zhang Jianshe's window tonight. Forget it. With your little ability, Shazhu retorted disdainfully, even if you smash those two families' windows, what good will it do you? You won't gain anything. Those two families are very wealthy. They don't care about this little bit of glass money. Besides, you just smashed Su Damao's window. They must have been on guard already. If you go and smash the glass now, you might get caught red-handed. When it came to doing bad things and setting traps, Shazhu was an expert. A little brat like Bonging, no matter how hard he tried, couldn't compare to him. What do you suggest we do? After Shazhu analyzed it, Bonging immediately lost his idea. With me around. Shazhu perked up upon hearing this, smiling and saying, let's discuss it. You want me to talk to my mom and, over there, I'll teach you a trick, do as I say, and you will definitely let those two suffer in silence and earn more New Year's money. What do you think? This deal is quite a bargain, right? Upon hearing Shazhu's plan, Bonging felt a thrill in his heart. He knew Shazhu's methods. Hearing that this idea could not only cheat those two people without a place to complain, but also allow him to make a fortune, Bonging's eyes lit up with excitement. However, he still pretended to be tough. Humph. I don't believe you can come up with any good ideas first. Tell me, if it's feasible, I'll help. Shazhu's lips curled up as he whispered, I will definitely make you satisfied. Then, Shazhu told Banging his plan. It must be said that Shazhu's scheme was indeed ruthless. He instructed Banging to take his 2 younger sisters and go to Bao and ask for New Year's money from Zhang Jianshe and the people in the courtyard as soon as dawn broke. Even more outrageous, Shazhu had Banging quietly pry open the door and, while Zhang Jianshe and the others were still asleep, kneel down and knock their heads on the ground. If the other party didn't give money, they would cry and make a scene at the foot of the bed. Crying for money on the morning of the first day of the Lunar New Year could at least make those 2 families uncomfortable for a year. Shazhu, is this idea reliable? Banging said with a puzzled expression, frowning, if I kneel down for those 2 and they don't give money, wouldn't Tia be taking a huge loss? What do kids know? This is called you can't catch a wolf without letting go of the child. Do you want a red envelope money or not? Shazhu said with a sly smile. After much discussion, Shazhu and Banging ultimately decided that Banging would take his 2 younger sisters to try their luck. In the early hours of the first day of the Lunar New Year, they quietly arrived at the doors of a few older and easier-to-deal-with neighbors. Performing an improvised rhyme as planned, and indeed, they smoothly received their red envelope money as expected. The next morning, at dawn, Banging set off with his sisters. Their target was wealthier families, but for safety's sake, they started with smaller targets. After a few successful small trials, their confidence soared, and they headed directly to Su Damao's house to execute their plan. At this time, Su Damao was furious because of theft at home. He had discovered last night that the glass on the window was shattered. Although he and T caught the thief, he and T slept all night. Coupled with the sudden cold weather, it aggravated his irritability. When Banging and the others broke in, he was curled up in bed, trying to keep warm. And upon seeing the situation before him, his anger reached its peak. Early in the morning, a deafening knocking sound disturbed their sweet dreams. Chapter 59. Indifferent when they woke up and saw this sudden scene, it almost scared the souls out of the 2. The person they hated the most, Bangong, was there with his sister Xiao Dang, one holding an enamel basin and banging on it continuously, while the other was holding the crying baby Huaijia, kneeling at the foot of their bed. As the couple opened their eyes and saw this bizarre situation, anyone would be frightened. Ah! Lu Xiaoyi screamed in fright. Su Damao instantly sat up in bed, angrily asking, what do you want? How did you get in? Su Damao was furious, not even bothering to put on clothes, instinctively reaching out to grab Bang Gung by the collar. But Bang Gung had already prepared, quickly turning to avoid him. Before they could react, he pulled his sister and knocked his head on the ground 3 times with a loud thud. What are you doing? Su Damao was stunned. Uncle Damao, Aunt Xiaoyi, we are here to wish you a happy new year. Wishing you wealth. Where's the red envelope? Bang Gung immediately shouted. Then, he pushed the enamel basin in front of them, signaling them to quickly take out money after bowing. This is outrageous. Bang Gung, how can you wish someone a happy new year like this? Lu Xiaoyi understood their intentions and was very dissatisfied. Indeed, it was traditional for children to wish neighbors a happy new year on the first day of the Lunar New Year, and elders would give lucky money. But this behavior was too much. Bursting into someone else's home early in the morning and forcing them to bow for red envelopes was simply inappropriate. This was outright extortion and bullying. You little brat, do you believe I'll smack you? Su Damao was about to explode, suddenly recalling what happened yesterday when the glass was smashed and they were freezing. He was about to lash out, but suddenly remembered what Zhang Jianshe had said yesterday. That troublemaker would definitely come back tomorrow, and they could turn the tables. Just pretend to be fooled by him. Let him lower his guard, and then find a way to deal with him. Perhaps they could even make him pay for the glass. Su Damao immediately became alert and shouted at Bang Gung. Are you looking for trouble? Get lost. You want lucky money? Dream on. Unexpectedly, Bang Gung immediately retorted, Uncle Damao, we 3 have bowed to you if you don't give us lucky money. We'll cry at your bedside all day. Su Damao was so angry he nearly exploded. Lu Xiaoyi was equally furious, and just as she was about to speak, Bang Gung interrupted. Aunt Xiaoyi, today is New Year's Day. You're not allowed to curse, or we'll really cry. As he spoke, he pulled his companion to pose in a crying manner. Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi could no longer tolerate it and roared, Stop. Don't cry. Just give it to them. Wife, hand me my clothes quickly, and give each of them a dime to send them away. A dime to send them away? Hearing Su Damao's words, Bang Gung sneered inwardly. If I don't make you suffer today, I wouldn't deserve my name. Even if I'm Bang Gung, I'm still your Su Damao's son. At that moment, Bang Gung made up his mind, picked up the enamel bowl, and struck it forcefully while humming the jingle that Shazhu had made up for them yesterday. Uncle Damao, Aunt Xiaoyi, the new year has come. It's really lively. Bow to wish a happy new year. Receive lucky money. If it's too little, don't blame us for making a fuss. 3 or 5 yuan is too little. 10 or 8 yuan won't do either. If you don't give money, you'll have no descendants in this life. You'll never have children. What the hell is this? After Bang Gung finished singing, Su Damao was nearly furious enough to explode, wishing he could grab the stool at the head of the bed and smash it down. What do you mean if you don't give money? You want to have descendants? This is simply too immoral. Ever since he heard he might not be able to have children because of Shazhu's incident, Su Damao was most averse to others bringing it up. Not to mention this kid even dared to insult him. Lu Xiaoyi was also extremely angry, pointing at Bang Gung and cursing. Su Damao's face turned green, glaring at Bang Gung and questioning him word by word. Did Shazhu teach you these words? He.S. not a fool. A kid like Bang Gung couldn't he come up with such a bad idea of asking for red envelopes early in the morning. Nor could he come up with such a direct jingle that hit his sore spot. If it weren't for Shazhu leading the way, Su Damao would bet his head on it. What do you care where I got this jingle from? Uncle Damao, Aunt Xiaoyi, hurry up and give me the lucky money. Seeing Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi trembling with anger, Bang Gung felt extremely pleased. On New Year's Day, the troublemaker Bang Gung had come to Su Damao's house. In the past, he would have lost his temper, but this time was different because he felt he had a hold on the other party. Uncle Damao, Aunt Xiaoyi, you're glaring at me like that. It's really terrifying. Bang Gung grinned, provoking the two to the point where they nearly wanted to teach him a lesson right away. Hurry up and get the red envelope, or we'll cry during the new year. How unlucky. Bang Gung's words made the atmosphere even tenser. Su Damao took a deep breath, trying to control his emotions. Following old Zhang's advice, he decided to let this kid make a fuss for now and deal with him later. In the end, he took out $1 from his pocket and threw it into the enamel bowl. Get out. Bang Gung unceremoniously accepted the money and began to nitpick. Only $1? What about the 3 of us, each bowing 3 times? Isn't that too stingy? For just this trivial $1, Bang Gung had prepared a speech with Shazhu last night, specifically targeting Su Damao's sore spots. Not enough. You're too greedy. Su Damao was infuriated but could only suppress his anger due to some concerns. 50 or 80 cents was already considered very generous. Su Damao, unable to contain his anger, casually tossed out a 100 yuan bill. Such a thing was extremely rare in the history of the courtyard. If it weren't to cooperate with Zhang Jianshe's plan, he would never give out so much lucky money. Not enough. Come and wish me a happy new year so early. Bang Gung provocatively shouted at Su Damao. Just $1 and you think you can send me away? Is this how you treat beggars? Bang Gung grew even more audacious, the enamel basin clanging as he hummed his self-made song. 3 or 5 yuan is too little. 10 or 8 yuan won't do either. Su Damao was furious, shouting, Shut up. Are you done yet? What do you mean 3 or 5 yuan? 10 or 8 yuan is not enough. I think you're crazy. Just giving $1. I'm already 1,000 unwilling, and you want me to give more? No way. Hee, Uncle Damao, if you give lucky money, our lives will get better. Who knows, there might be good news this year. Bang Gung didn't finish his sentence. But Su Damao and Lu Xiaoyi knew his hint all too well. Shut up. Take the money and leave. Hurry up and get out. Su Damao finally couldn't hold back, taking out $5 or $6 from his pocket and throwing them into Bang Gung's enamel basin. Whatever. Zhang Jianshe said last night to make you pay double. Bang Gung looked at the suddenly increased amount, overjoyed, but still pretended to be dissatisfied. Now we're talking. His earlier jingle was actually improvised. The rules Shazhu taught him were not too much, just $1 or $2. But thinking of how Su Damao had made him miss the New Year's Eve dinner and not giving him lucky money, Bang Gung felt angry. He simply took the initiative to raise the amount. Originally, he just wanted to annoy Su Damao a bit, but who knew the man would actually give so much? $5 or $6. The most he had ever received in his life was only 50 or 60 cents. Today was a total windfall. Looking at Su Damao lying in bed, eyes red and veins bulging on his forehead from anger, Bang Gung felt incredibly pleased. Accompanied by Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua, he swaggered out of the Su family. Let you Jia family suffer today. I'll make you regret bullying us. You little brat. Let us see how long you can be so arrogant. Watching Bang Gung walk out the door, Su Damao, who was originally furious, suddenly relaxed, and the veins on his forehead disappeared. Though some anger remained, more was resentment and coldness. This kid was quite cute when he was young. How did he turn into this now? Lu Xiaoyi's expression softened slightly, but she was very dissatisfied, saying, how can he still act like a child like that? Such a total hoodlum. Luo Xiaoyi has no children of her own and used to have some affection for other people's kids. But now she feels nothing but disgust for Bang Gung. This is not only because Bang Gung recently cursed them with no descendants and used it to extort red envelopes, but also because he has lost his previous obedient demeanor and now appears frivolous. Who do you think raised such a child? Jia Sudong, the Jia family, Shazhu, even Qin Huairu. Which of them is a good person? Su Damao said bitterly. If a decent and sensible child could still be raised in this environment, it would be a miracle. Su Damao said indignantly, with Luo Xiaoyi nodding in agreement beside him. The living environment largely determines a child's growth trajectory. With such a group of shameless people around, it would be strange if Bang Gung didn't have problems. Looking at Bang Gung's current state, Luo Xiaoyi even thought that if she were to have a child in the future and raised him to be like Bang Gung, she would rather not be a mother and end it all before he grew up to prevent him from becoming a thorn in the side of the neighbors. I have already set everything in motion, and Bang Gung's ambitions have been provoked to the limit. Su Damao frowned as he looked in the direction Bang Gung had left, muttering to himself, next, it depends on Zhang Jianshe. I really don't know how he will deal with this kid. In my opinion, just break his legs. That way, he won't continue to harm the neighbors. Su Damao gritted his teeth and complained. Upon hearing this, Luo Xiaoyi couldn't help but retort. That's enough, after all. Bang Gung is still a child. It's not a good look for the three of us to gang up on one little kid, right? It's nothing serious. This uncultured brat needs to be taught a good lesson. Su Damao said dismissively, but we need to see how Zhang Jianshe handles Bang Gung. I spent a lot to lure him in. This time, it has to leave a deep impression. Chapter 60. Truly cowardly Lu Xiaoyi watched expectantly, hoping that Zhang Jianshe could win in one strike. On the other side, Bonging, carrying a large amount of lucky money, was swaggering out of Su Damao's house, followed by Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua, holding enamel bowls. Hidden in the shadows, Shazhu could no longer contain himself and rushed forward, whispering excitedly. How did it go? How did you handle it? Did Su Damao give you a hard time? Is he furious? Did he give you red envelopes? When I make a move, victory is assured. Having just gained a lot from Su Damao, Bonging was in a great mood. Upon hearing this, he immediately patted his chest and assured, dealing with someone like Su Damao is a piece of cake. He continued, you don't know that Su Damao is truly cowardly because of the New Year's customs. He wouldn't dare to argue with me, a kid. Besides, we already bowed and recited your couplet. So even if he is unwilling, he has no choice but to hand over the red envelope. Where should we go to pay New Year's visits next? Shazhu asked eagerly. I think the timing is just right. If we wait any longer, Zhang Jianshe might wake up. Bonging sneered. Let's act quickly while he is still asleep. The two quickly arrived at Zhang Jianshe's door. The room was dark and silent, and Bonging guessed that Zhang Jianshe was still in dreamland. Confident, he believed that a mere door could not stop him. He took out a bent wire and started fiddling with the lock. Shazhu, lend me a hand. This lock is tricky. Unbeknownst to them, everything was anticipated by Zhang Jianshe. Last night, he had already known that Bonging and Shazhu would come looking for trouble early in the morning. Once the children fell asleep, he quietly got up and waited on the Kong for this pair of troublemakers to arrive. As Bonging and Shazhu began to tamper with the door lock, Zhang Jianshe instantly became alert. Ha! These two dare to come. He chuckled inwardly, ready to teach them a good lesson. Silently, he hid in the shadow by the bed. He casually picked up the yellow beans he had prepared earlier and evenly scattered them on the floor near the head of the bed. Let me see how I deal with these two little thieves. Outside, Bongging and Shazhu were hurriedly working on the door lock. Shazhu, can you do it or not? Bongging complained anxiously. Don't rush. Keep it down. Don't wake Zhang Jianshe. Shazhu muttered quietly, cursing under his breath. This guy is really something. I want to be polite later. By the way, what is that saying? If you don't pay attention to me on New Year's Eve, I'll take you down on New Year's Day. With a soft click. Before Shazhu could finish his words, Zhang Jianshe's door lock was forcibly pried open. All right, even if we send him away, changing the lock will still cost money, Shazhu grinned. Stop babbling. Making money is the priority. Bongging impatiently pushed Shazhu aside and, along with Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua, quietly enter the house. This person is not trustworthy. Be careful, Shazhu warned quietly. Banging waved his hand impatiently. With me here, what'd go wrong? It's still dark out. The room was pitch black, with no lights on, and they could only vaguely make out the general outline of the furniture. Despite this, Bongging held his breath and cautiously ventured further inside. Speaking of which, Bongging had already visited several households that morning asking for red envelopes. Those houses were all very cold, especially Su Dumao's, which felt like an ice cellar. Only Zhang Jianshe's house was different. As soon as he entered, it felt particularly warm, as comfortable as the sunshine on a spring afternoon. Could this be the effect of heating? Thinking of this, Bongging's dissatisfaction with Zhang Jianshe grew even more. This Zhang Jianshe, living in such a nice house with heating while I have to squeeze with a whole family in that cold, small, broken house. This house clearly should belong to us. Banging truly was a good grandson of the Jia family, narrow-minded and malicious like his grandmother. Whenever he saw something good, he felt it should belong to him. If anyone didn't give it to him, they were committing a sin. After experiencing the comfort and warmth of Zhang Jianshe's house, how could Bongging still be satisfied with his own shabby home? It was all Zhang Jianshe's fault for being ungrateful and opposing the Jia family, ruining the entire courtyard meeting, and also sabotaging Zhonghai's plans. If it weren't for him, that spacious and bright house with heating should have been his. As he thought about this, Bongging became more and more furious and quickened his steps. Soon, he reached the inner room and vaguely saw the head of Zhang Jianshe's Khan. You villain. If I don't get 10 yuan in lucky money from you today, I'll make sure you have a miserable year. In his excitement, Bongging forgot about the two children behind him and rushed straight to the head of the bed. Suddenly, he stepped on a few smooth objects on the floor, and before he could react, he lost his balance and fell hard, landing in a heap. Bang! Bang! As Bongging fell, he knocked over tables and chairs, landing heavily on top of himself. He felt intense pain throughout his body, tears streaming down his face, and it felt like he had broken several teeth. This sudden turn of events stunned Xiao Dang, who was following behind, leaving her frozen in place and forgetting to help her brother. What was worse, when Xiao Dang saw Bongging fall, Zhang Jianshe, who was hiding in the dark, also stood up. He grabbed the broom that had been prepared at the head of the bed and swung it down hard at Bongging, who was on the ground. Quick and fierce, the broom made a loud cracking sound upon impact. While swinging the broom, he shouted angrily, "Good, you little thief, having the guts to steal on New Year's Day. Let me teach you a lesson." Zhang Jianshe knew that the person struggling in front of him was Bongging, but he still regarded him as a thief and showed no mercy. Although he didn't intend to seriously injure him, every strike was enough to leave a lasting pain. Stop. It hurts so much. Bongging rolled on the ground, wailing, but had no chance to escape. His mouth, now missing a few teeth, let out a painful scream. Xiao Dang and Xiao Huaihua were so frightened that they cried out loud. If it weren't for Zhang Jianshe's consideration for Xiao Wanwan's safety and having placed her in a quiet spot beforehand, she would also have been scared. Outside, Shazhu wanted to observe, but upon hearing the heart-wrenching cries from inside, he realized something was wrong and rushed in to try to stop it. In the dark, he not only failed to see the situation clearly, but also accidentally stepped on Bongging's ankle, causing a loud crack. Ouch! It's over. You broke my foot. Bongging cried out, almost jumping in pain. This sudden shout left Shazhu frozen in place, unsure what to do. Zhang Jianshe, hidden in the shadows, had long been accustomed to the dim light inside and clearly witnessed the scene in front of him. Shazhu, in a panic, was like a headless fly, groping around blindly without a clear direction. Seeing this, Zhang Jianshe snorted coldly, originally planning to deal with the fallen Bongging. He changed his mind and swung the broom directly at Shazhu's face. The broom, made of tightly bundled bamboo branches, left red marks on Shazhu's face upon impact. Zhang Jianshe, are you crazy? Stop it. It's me. Shazhu never expected to find himself in such a situation. Being beaten with a broom by Zhang Jianshe in the dark, with no chance to resist. He could only wave his arms blindly, dodging around while shouting for mercy. Zhang Jianshe paid no attention. He had no good feelings for the pair of kindred spirits, Bongging and Shazhu. Even if he injured them, he would feel no guilt. To him, this was simply ridding the world of evil. In an instant, the room was filled with the chaotic sounds of banging and crashing. Soon, this commotion attracted the neighbors in the courtyard. Zhonghai was bedridden, and Lu Haiyong felt ashamed of the noise caused by his own family and did not dare to show himself. In the end, it was Yin Bugui from the front yard who hurried over, dressed in his clothes, bringing a group of neighbors into Zhang Jianshe's house. What is going on? On the first day of the Lunar New Year, what happened? Someone quickly turn on the lights. Yin Bugui shouted as he rushed into the house, only to find the room engulfed in darkness. Yet he could hear the sounds of screams, wails, and furniture colliding, even Zhang Jianshe's angry shouts accusing someone of stealing. He was quite frightened and hurriedly asked others to turn on the lights. I'll go turn it on. Suda Mao, who lived next to Zhang Jianshe, immediately understood what had happened when he heard the loud commotion from Zhang's house. It must be that Bang Gung and Shazhu had been caught by Zhang Jianshe. Thinking of this, he excitedly rushed out first and turned on the lights in Zhang Jianshe's house. As the lights suddenly illuminated the room, everyone saw the scene inside. Zhang Jianshe was holding a large broom, vigorously striking at a figure that was frantically trying to escape. On the floor beside him lay a child with their back to the crowd, covered in dust, trembling and difficult to identify. The two children from Jia Dongshu's family were huddled in a corner, crying heart-wrenchingly. This scene was truly bizarre. What is going on? Yin Bugui was also stunned and blurted out. Uncle, you came just in time. These two are thieves trying to rob my house. Everyone help catch them. Zhang Jianshe said, exerting even more effort with the broom. Catch a thief. The neighbors in the courtyard were startled. Catching a thief was everyone's responsibility. Hearing this, the crowd immediately moved forward and pinned Shazhu down. Don't catch me. It's me. It's a misunderstanding. I'm not a thief. Shazhu finally regained his senses and shouted loudly. Shazhu, how could it be you? Everyone was surprised. It's a misunderstanding. Shazhu, beaten and in disarray, tried to explain. Suddenly, a piercing scream came from the crowd. Bang Gung. My grandson, what happened to you? Everyone trembled at the sharp voice. Then, a plump old woman pushed through the crowd and fell onto the dusty, unrecognizable child, crying in agony. In the courtyard, only the Jia family had such a physique and voice. The Jia family had risen early today. They had learned yesterday about the tradition of asking for red envelopes during New Year greetings. They not only saw nothing wrong with it, but actually considered it a good way to increase their income. After all, the New Year's money that Bang Gung received would ultimately flow into their hands. To this end, the Jia family had plotted all night for Bang Gung. The next morning, the whole family got up early, anxiously waiting indoors, hoping Bang Gung would bring back a hefty sum of New Year's money. Chapter 61. At first, everything went smoothly. Visiting each household to pay New Year-esque greetings and collect money was peaceful and uneventful. Occasionally, the proud laughter of Shazhu and Bongging could be heard in the courtyard, indicating a bountiful harvest. Then, an unexpected incident occurred. Jia Jianshe and Qin Huairu became alert upon hearing a commotion from the Zhang Jianshe household. As a crowd gathered in the courtyard, surrounding Zhang Jianshe's home, Shazhu and Bongging were nowhere to be seen. Unable to restrain themselves any longer, the two hurried to the scene. After squeezing through the crowd, they immediately spotted Bongging lying on the ground, covered in injuries, looking disheveled and alarming. Qin Huairu was extremely flustered and quickly asked, Child, what happened to you? Bongging, bruised and battered, had a swollen face, blood streaming from the corner of his mouth, 3 broken teeth, and his right ankle was broken due to Shazhu's kick, hanging limply and lifeless. The pain nearly made him lose consciousness, rendering him almost unable to speak. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu were worried about his condition. Unexpectedly, despite his ankle being broken by Shazhu, he still tried to stand up, which aggravated Bongging's injuries. The intense pain forced Bongging to let out a painful scream, shouting with all his might, "It hurts so much. My foot." It was broken by Shazhu. Though he spoke unclearly due to his missing teeth, his voice was loud enough for everyone to understand. What? Shazhu broke Bongging's foot? Everyone present was shocked. Even Zhang Jianshe displayed a look of surprise. Bongging was indeed remarkable, holding a grudge so strongly. Even at this point, he still remembered that it was Shazhu who broke his foot. How interesting that he didn't forget to frame someone. Seeing the scene, Zhang Jianshe felt a surge of joy. Bongging had done well this time, exposing Shazhu first and turning his teammate into an enemy before the fight even started. This was good, saving him the trouble of explaining to these people. "My child, how could this happen to you?" Qin Huairu reacted the quickest. Hearing Bongging's words, her heart sank. She realized that her son was speaking the truth. His foot had indeed been broken by Shazhu, but the problem was that Shazhu was one of their own. They couldn't hold him accountable at this moment. No matter what, they had to unite against the outside. All responsibility had to be pushed on Zhang Jianshe, even if her son's foot was truly an unintentional injury caused by Shazhu. "Zhang Jianshe, what is going on? How can my son end up like this?" Qin Huairu asked furiously, her eyes red. Jia Zhangshi immediately stood up, lunging at Zhang Jianshe with a fierce expression. "You damn beast! How dare you lay hands on my grandson and break his leg? I'll fight you to the death." Seeing Jia Zhangshi charge at him angrily, Zhang Jianshe's face instantly turned cold as frost. He lifted his leg and kicked the bulky, distorted Jia Zhangshi away like a soccer ball. Jia Zhangshi let out a scream before crashing heavily to the ground, curling up and clutching her stomach. "Mom." Qin Huairu turned pale at the sight. She wanted to stand up to check on her mother-in-law, but the child in her arms was crying in pain, making it impossible for her to attend to both. In a dilemma, she shot an angry glare at Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe paid no heed to her gaze, coldly saying, "Qin Huairu, is your whole family out of your minds? Your son just said he was stomped on by Shazhu. What are you and your crazy mother-in-law looking for?" His tone was firm, tinged with anger. Though Qin Huairu's expression was somewhat out of control, she was also frightened. Jia Zhangshi clutched her stomach, her face dark as she glared fiercely at Zhang Jianshe, not daring to speak. Ever since Zhang Jianshe sent Jia Zhangshi to the detention center half a month ago, she had hated him to the bone, longing for a chance to make him pay. However, she understood Zhang Jianshe's ruthlessness. She knew that her usual method of crying and begging for mercy was completely ineffective when he was angry, and could even backfire. In Jia Zhangshi's eyes, Zhang Jianshe was like a madman. Once provoked, he could do anything. Although she was heartbroken for her grandson and anxious at this moment, she was more concerned about her own life. It was Zhang Jianshe. Shazhu, hearing this, panicked as well, though firmly held back by neighbors. He struggled to explain, "I did step on Bongging's foot, but I heard Zhang Jianshe beating him inside, so I rushed in a panic and accidentally stepped on him. Why are you arresting me? I'm just a victim. I came to check the situation after hearing the noise. I happened to see this scene, Zhang Jianshe attacking Bongging in the dark. I was so angry I wanted to stop it. Instead, I was attacked by this madman." Shazhu shouted loudly. In his current state, he looked no better than Bongging. His new clothes, which he had just worn for the new year, were now tattered, and he was beaten black and blue by Zhang Jianshe, covered in wounds. Not to mention his face, which originally looked impulsive and honest, was now marked with red and purple bruises from the bamboo stick in Zhang Jianshe's hand, covered in fine bloodstains. If these injuries were not treated in time and left scars, his already unhandsome face would definitely be ruined. After all, Shazhu was not yet married. Fortunately, he didn't look in a mirror at this moment. Otherwise, seeing his appearance, he would undoubtedly rush to Zhang Jianshe to fight. Shazhu's voice was loud, almost shouting. Suddenly, everyone present was taken aback by his words. What's going on? He said he accidentally stepped on Bongging's foot? Or did he come to check because he heard Zhang Jianshe scolding Bongging? Or is he saying that he was beaten by Zhang Jianshe for no reason? What's going on? Zhang Jianshe didn't he seem like someone with a problem? How could he beat Bonging and Shazhu for no reason? Everyone was confused, completely unable to understand. You have to know that Zhang Jianshe's status in the courtyard was unparalleled. Everyone kept their distance from him. If he weren't still young, the position of the elder in the courtyard would have long belonged to him. How could such a person randomly beat others like Shazhu claimed? The neighbors in the courtyard found it hard to believe. On the contrary, Shazhu's reputation in the courtyard had been getting worse in recent years. In daily interactions, his words and actions were always hard for others to accept. So much so that everyone still referred to him by the nickname Shazhu rather than his real name. This seemed to confirm the saying that people are like their names. The neighbors were generally skeptical of Shazhu's words. Shazhu, second elder Yin Bugue, had a grim expression, sternly reprimanding him. This is not the time for nonsense. Please calm down and explain clearly. Don't talk wildly. He urged Shazhu to maintain rationality and not mix in personal feelings. Yin Bugue was well aware of the conflict between Shazhu and Zhang Jianshe, so he was filled with doubt about Shazhu's words. Second elder, I'm not lying to you. Shazhu looked dejected, not understanding why everyone did not believe him. Did they all fall under some spell? He thought self-deprecatingly, even feeling that this nickname was well-deserved. He was unwilling to reflect on his own issues and only blamed others. Second elder, I swear everything I said is true. If there is any falsehood, I'm willing to be punished. Shazhu stated firmly. Yin Bugue instinctively replied, I would want such a jinx as my grandson. Nevertheless, looking at Shazhu's sincere expression, Yin Bugue began to have doubts and turned to Zhang Jianshe. Little Jianshe, what do you think of this matter? Yin Bugue asked, puzzled. Unexpectedly, Zhang Jianshe shrugged and replied nonchalantly, That's right, Shazhu isn't lying. As soon as these words came out, everyone was even more confused. What are you saying? I don't understand. Yin Bugue felt a headache coming on. I mean, what Shazhu said is true. Zhang Jianshe spoke calmly. At first, he was indeed provoking. This situation is true. After he came in, I gave him a lesson. If it weren't for his timely arrival, I might have already taken action against that kid. Silence. The room was dead silent. Not even a sound of breathing could be heard. After Zhang Jianshe finished speaking, his expression was unfazed. But everyone was staring at him as if they were under a spell, unable to say a word. The only sound that could be heard was the low whimpering of Bonging in his mother's arms. No one expected Zhang Jianshe to admit it so calmly. Even Yin Bugue widened his eyes, looking at him in disbelief. Little Jianshe, are you joking? Su Damao was even more flustered, eager to smooth things over for Zhang Jianshe. He originally thought that Zhang Jianshe would deny it vehemently, but he unexpectedly admitted to having taught Bonging a lesson so easily. This caught Su Damao off guard, as he had no idea about Zhang Jianshe's true intentions. Zhang Jianshe frowned, dug at his ear, and impatiently retorted, Huairu, I had my reasons for teaching your son a lesson. Why are you shouting? Huairu's eyes turned red with anger, and just as she was about to erupt again, suddenly, Jia Zhangshi let out a sharp scream, trembling as she stood up from the ground and lunged at Zhang Jianshe. You heartless bastard! You beat my grandson so badly. I will fight you to the death. Jia Zhangshi was indeed anxious. Ever since Jia Dongxi was injured, Bonging had become the only hope for the Jia family. Having always spoiled Bonging, Jia Zhangshi now regarded him as a precious jewel. Hearing that Zhang Jianshe had actually beaten Bonging and caused him serious injury, even breaking his leg, how could Jia Zhangshi endure it? She was extremely furious, completely forgetting her fear of Zhang Jianshe, determined to fight him. This elderly lady, with a plump figure, now lunged at Zhang Jianshe like a madwoman. Zhang Jianshe stood firm like a mountain. Not only did he not retreat, but he also looked at her coldly with a face full of disdain. Old fool, dare to go wild. Chapter 62. Trampling on the Jia family's face before the words were out of his mouth, Zhang Jianshe suddenly swung his hand, delivering a resounding slap to Jia Zhangshi's face. Everyone heard a crisp sound, and Jia Zhangshi was sent flying. This time, she flew further than when she had been kicked before. While in the air, she spat out something mixed with blood, which turned out to be a molar knocked out by Zhang Jianshe. Although everyone had long been accustomed to this scene, witnessing it again still made them gasp, as if their own teeth were aching. You dare. Despite being knocked to the ground with the earth trembling beneath her, Jia Zhangshi struggled to get up, covering her face and shouting, "Oh my God, I have nowhere to turn. This child is going to kill me. The neighbors are all watching. Help me seek justice. This scoundrel not only broke my grandson's leg, but also hit me. I have nowhere to turn. He must pay. At least $1,000. Otherwise, this matter won't end, and I'll report you." As Jia Zhangshi cried and cursed, she had made up her mind to force Zhang Jianshe into bankruptcy today. No matter what, she could not waste the humiliation of being hit and her grandson's injury. She firmly believed that her family was in the right, and even if she reported it to the inspection bureau, she was not afraid. Compensation of only $1,000? This is a joke. The neighbors around were shocked to hear this. Some began to sympathize with Zhang Jianshe's predicament, while others secretly blamed Jia Zhangshi for going too far. Jia Zhangshi was known for being difficult to deal with, and now she was acting even more unreasonable. Zhang Jianshe was in big trouble this time. With this old lady on his back, it seemed he wouldn't have good days ahead. No matter how justified he was, he shouldn't have laid hands on a child and an elder. The crowd murmured, and many criticized Zhang Jianshe's actions. Faced with such chaos, the elder Yin Bugue finally spoke up. "Everyone be quiet. What time is it? Still making a fuss here." Yin Bugue scolded the crowd with a dark face, and the scene finally calmed down a bit. Seeing this, Huairu immediately put on a pitiful look and pointed at Zhang Jianshe, saying to Yin Bugue, "Second uncle, you must seek justice for us. You hurt it yourself." Zhang Jianshe admitted he hurt our child. "Not only that, but he also hit my mother-in-law in public. If we don't get an explanation and compensation from the Zhao family, we will never let this go." Huairu's tone was firm, her attitude tough, vowing to label Zhang Jianshe as the aggressor. Just as Yin Bugue was in a difficult position, Jia Zhangshi pressed on aggressively, trying not only to rally the neighbors, but also to use the inspection bureau's power to coerce Zhang Jianshe. "East Su's daughter-in-law, don't be rash. Let's clarify the situation before making a decision." Yin Bugue was feeling a headache. The courtyard had been nonstop from New Year's Eve to the first day of the new year. If he had known today's situation, he would have chosen to avoid it like Zhonghai and the others. The evidence is all here. What else is there to argue about? "Yin, are you biased towards him?" Jia Zhangshi pressed on aggressively. "He must pay. If not, I will report to the inspection bureau and the security department." Yin Bugue's face turned pale. Just as he was about to speak, Zhang Jianshe laughed. "You want to call the inspection bureau and the security department? Good, go ahead. But let's see if the inspection bureau comes to arrest me or to send your 3 kids to a juvenile detention center." At this, everyone present was shocked. "Of course they will arrest you. What does that have to do with my kids?" Jia Zhangshi blurted out, at a loss for words. "You better pay up, otherwise, we will have the inspection bureau keep you locked up for a few years." "Huh, you talk big. Locked up for a few years? Are you the leader of the inspection bureau?" Zhang Jianshe sneered. "Since that's the case, Su Damao, go to the inspection bureau as usual." With this order, Su Damao was stunned, but quickly understood Zhang Jianshe's intention. "I'll go." Su Damao responded loudly and turned to leave. "Wait!" Jia Zhangshi and Huairu shouted in unison. Yin Bugue, who intended to scold Su Damao, was startled by this mother-in-law and daughter-in-law pair. "Zhang Jianshe, are you looking for death? I advise you to pay up and settle this." Jia Zhangshi was extremely anxious. Although sending Zhang Jianshe to prison was a good thing, getting more compensation was clearly better. "I don't want to pay. I'd rather call the inspection bureau to solve the problem. Some matters must be handled there." Zhang Jianshe sneered. "Zhang Jianshe, clarify what you mean by some matters must be handled at the inspection bureau." Compared to the plump Jia Zhangshi, Huairu appeared much calmer. Seeing Zhang Jianshe's indifference, even hoping for the inspection bureau's intervention, alarm bells went off in her mind. "Just now, you threatened to send my kids to juvenile detention. My kids are very well behaved. Why would you slander them?" "Slander? They are well behaved?" Huairu, where do you get the confidence to boast like that?" Hearing this, Zhang Jianshe laughed. "At such a young age, they've learned to sneak in and steal. If they aren't sent to juvenile detention, should they be left outside to harm others?" Zhang Jianshe's words were like thunder, shocking everyone. "Sneaking in? Stealing? Is that possible with Jia Sudong's kids?" Before others could react, Shazhu's face turned pale instantly. As one of the people involved, he immediately understood the implication of Zhang Jianshe's words. Damn brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Jianshe jumped in fury, pointing at Zhang Jianshe and cursing. My kids are all good kids. How could they do such a despicable thing? Not only Jianshe, but Qin Huairu also glared angrily at Zhang Jianshe. That's right, I know my son best. He has always been a sensible child. This is an injustice. Always sensible? Qin Huairu, you are too shameless. Not long ago, your kid came to my house to steal. Zhang Jianshe said with a sneer. If it weren't for Sister blocking me, I would have reported it long ago. That was in the past. Qin Huairu's face turned pale with anger. Wanted to argue, but was interrupted by Zhang Jianshe. Don't explain. I won't listen to your excuses. Let's not talk about the past. Let's discuss today's matter. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's interruption, Qin Huairu's face turned even paler. But Zhang Jianshe ignored her and turned to the neighbors around. Everyone, this matter. I did it without a doubt. But I had my reasons for hitting him. This kid is not learning well, and he deserves to be taught a lesson. This morning, I was still asleep when I was awakened before dawn, finding the door locked pried open and a thief entering my house. You are slandering, Qin Huairu urgently retorted. How could my son do such a thing? Oh, then tell me, why did your kids pry open my door before dawn and sneak into my house? If they weren't there to steal, were they there to pay New Year's greetings and ask for red envelopes? Nearby, Su Demao almost burst out laughing, barely holding it in. Zhang Jianshe's words were simply ridiculous. In fact, Bongying and the others indeed intended to go to Zhang Jianshe's house early to pay New Year's greetings and get red envelopes. But they didn't expect Zhang Jianshe was already prepared. Early in the morning, he set up a clever trap. By directly accusing them of breaking and entering, he attached this crime to them. This way, even if Zhang Jianshe did hit Shazhu and Bongying, the inspection bureau wouldn't intervene. After all, in this day and age, it was common for a thief caught in the act to get beaten up. Qin Huairu was infuriated by Zhang Jianshe's rebuttal, her face alternating between blue and red, momentarily at a loss for words. Zhang Jianshe had taken all the good and bad words, leaving her with nothing to say. Was she supposed to nod along and admit to what Zhang Jianshe said? Bongying and Zhao came specifically to bow to you for the new year. Yet you forced them to ask for red envelopes? How could she say such a thing? Qin Huairu still wants to save face. How will she hold her head high in front of the neighbors in the courtyard in the future? In fact, without Qin Huairu saying anything, the surrounding neighbors have already sensed that something is off. Bang Gung had gone to many households to wish them a happy new year early in the morning, prying open locks and demanding red envelopes without any regard for the situation, due to the customs of the first day of the new year. In hopes of a good start to the year, everyone endured it and gave the siblings a few red envelopes to keep the peace. Now, hearing Zhang Jianshe's words and seeing Qin Huairu's unpredictable expression, along with the frightened and dazed Xiao Huaihua, everyone immediately understood what was going on. Zhang Jianshe really plays by his own rules, completely disregarding the norms. Not only was he not fooled by Bang Gung's tactics, but he also taught them a harsh lesson, treating them like thieves. Amazing. Those families who were extorted for New Year's money by Bang Gung in the morning silently praised Zhang Jianshe. To educate unruly children, one should be merciless. You're talking nonsense. I genuinely came to wish you a happy new year, yet you beat me up for no reason. Qin Huairu found it hard to speak up for her dignity. But Bang Gung didn't care about that. Upon hearing Zhang Jianshe's words, he stood up to refute, completely ignoring the pain in his feet. For a moment, cries and complaints mixed together. Wah, you, how could you hit me without considering the consequences? Hearing Bang Gung's accusations, Zhang Jianshe not only didn't get angry, but instead let out a cold laugh. Heh, I invited you to wish me a happy new year. And you really came? I told you to go to the sky. Did you really think you'd fly up there? Zhang Jianshe's words were filled with sarcasm. You say you're here to wish me a happy new year? Are you out of your mind? Your mother calls my parents elder brother and sister-in-law, although they are not good people, but the family hierarchy is there. Besides, with a family like yours, I would rather stay far away. You came knocking on my door? You want to wish me a happy new year. And I find you to be that kind of shameless neighbor relative. Zhang Jianshe's words were quite impolite, practically trampling on the Jia family's face. Bang Geng was young and didn't he catch the deeper meaning. But Jia Zhang and Qin Huairu. Chapter 63. Is it just because you have thick skin? Hearing this, Qin Huairu was so angry that her face turned purple, but she had no words to refute. The incident occurred the day after Zhang Jianshe's parents' pension was sent. When Qin Huairu came to borrow money, Zhang Jianshe publicly stated that Qin Huairu had referred to his parents as big brother and big sister. If we were to get technical, Qin Huairu was actually Zhang Jianshe's elder, and she should be mindful of her words and actions. Now, as the son of the elder, Bang Geng came to pay New Year's respects early in the morning, which was indeed against the rules. To put it bluntly, it was almost like cursing Zhang Jianshe to die young. You are the elder. We are all elders. Qin Huairu felt so wronged. At that time, she just wanted to please Zhang Jianshe's parents and casually called out a couple of times. She never expected this kid to hold on to it and escalate the situation, making her suffer in silence now. You child, even if you were right, my grandson is young and it's normal for him not to understand. Jia Jianshe said with red eyes. He came to pay New Year's respects. Couldn't you just give him a red envelope? Why hit him so hard and make him suffer like this? What does a child understand? I think this kid is too sensible. Zhang Jianshe spat and angrily cursed. Zhang Jianshe said in a serious tone, giving a red envelope for New Year's is one thing. But is it just because you have thick skin? Did he really come sincerely to pay New Year's respects? I can't see it. Everyone, let us reason this out. Which family pays New Year's respects before dawn? Which family barges in while the host is still asleep? Which family pries open the door and forces their way in on the first day of the new year? What kind of behavior is this? This is clearly a legal entry. It's robbery. Everyone fell silent, especially those neighbors who were forced to pay New Year's respects by Bang Geng and Shazhu early in the morning, deep in thought. Indeed, throughout so many years, who had ever seen someone like Bang Geng sneaking in to pay New Year's respects, kneeling down to pay respects before the host even wakes up and reciting some ominous words? Others just woke up and were frightened. Getting angry was difficult, and not giving a red envelope was also not an option. This kind of behavior is truly disgusting. Everyone already had grievances in their hearts, and with Zhang Jianshe's reminder, they immediately realized the seriousness of the problem. This is not paying New Year's respects. It's simply causing trouble. Xiao Jianshe is right. Qin Huairu, can you still call this paying New Year's respects? This is creating trouble. Su Damao was the first to come forward to criticize, and then more neighbors joined in to denounce, recounting their similar experiences. That spring festival over 30 years ago should have been festive and harmonious, but it was disrupted by the pranks of a few children, causing tension among neighbors. That's right. Early in the morning, the three of them barged into my house. Pride opened the door and rushed in, scaring my daughter to tears. The speaker was Yan Biguei, the village miser, and as he spoke of this matter, his face was long, and what was even more hateful was that my door lock was pried open, and the repair cost will be at least 50 cents. ISNT, that right. Su Damao from the neighboring house chimed in. My kid also learned these bad tricks from somewhere. Not only broke the lock, but also made me lose $1 for no reason. This is the first day of the new year. Who wants to spend such unjust money? Not only do I have to pay for the lock, but I also have to make up for the red envelope. How can there be such a reason to take advantage of the situation? Someone nearby agreed. There's even worse. Su Damao became more and more agitated. That kid actually threatened me, saying that if I didn't give him money, he would curse me to have no descendants for life. How vicious can you be? Second uncle, you have to stand up for us. Make him return the money. Goodness, $10. That's not a small amount. A gasp went through the crowd. Such an amount indeed made one feel pained. In that era, $10 could buy a lot of things, even enough for a family to live on for a month. Although everyone believed Su Damao's words, they couldn't help but feel a bit worried for Bang Geng. After all, this amount was too large, and anyone would feel it was troublesome. This is ridiculous. Qin Huairu, this money and the cost of repairing the door lock must be repaid. Yan Biguei said with a dark face. Qin Huairu remained silent, her brows revealing seriousness. Jia Jianshe became anxious upon hearing this, shouting loudly, Absolutely not. We want to return a single cent of this money. How can there be such a reason? My grandson has already bowed down to you all and admitted his mistake. And now you want to reclaim the New Year's money? Aren't you going too far? In the eyes of the Jia family, the meat they had obtained could still be spat out? No way. I will never give this money back. I've already bowed down and admitted my mistake. Why are you still pressing me? Bang Gung tightly covered his pocket, completely ignoring the injury on his foot, shouting loudly. Bang Gung, stop pretending. Even if you bowed, it doesn't mean you're worth that much. Someone like you should be flattered to get 20 cents. Su Damao said coldly. Moreover, that money wasn't even New Year's money. It was clearly obtained through threats. You don't deserve to have that money. Return our money immediately, otherwise. Not just Jianshe, we neighbors will not let you off either. Hearing this, Bang Gung completely lost control and cursed. Su Damao, what kind of ability is it to bully children? You deserve to have no descendants. How dare you? You actually curse me. Su Damao was furious and raised his hand to teach Bang Gung a lesson. Fortunately, Yin Bugue quickly intervened. Otherwise, the already injured Bang Gung would have probably been beaten again and lost the ability to move on the spot. Su Damao, what do you want to do? Huairu exclaimed, protecting Bang Gung and repeatedly backing away. My son is already hurt like this. And you still want to make a move? Huairu questioned sternly. But Su Damao was undaunted. He deserves to be beaten for daring to say, I can't have children. He charged angrily at Bang Gung. And if it weren't for Yin Bugue and a few neighbors blocking him, he would have probably already attacked. Hurt like this, yet still so defiant. Su Damao spoke hasi do bangeng. This was his most taboo topic. Apart from Zhang Jianshe, he showed no mercy to anyone, with Su Damao causing a scene. The dispute in the courtyard about the refund was temporarily set aside. Huairu was not an ordinary person. She rolled her eyes and immediately put on a look of utter heartbreak. Second uncle, the child is like this. Do you still want to drive him to death? She cried. And you, Zhang Jianshe, my son just went to your house to pay New Year's respects. How could you be so ruthless? Enough. Can't you understand my words? Zhang Jianshe interrupted, his expression serious. I'll say it again. Your son's behavior this morning cannot be covered up by just saying pay New Year's respects. He illegally invaded my territory and is suspected of robbery. As for why I hit him, it was entirely for self-defense. Who can guarantee that if they wake up to find someone who might pose a threat in their house, they wouldn't take action? Last night, there was also a glass-breaking incident here, and the culprit has yet to be caught. Under such circumstances, even if I subdue an intruder on the spot, it would be legal. As a time traveler, Zhang Jianshe had experienced various complex situations and gained a lot of knowledge from many legal programs. Experience, knowledge, and vision are things that these courtyard residents cannot comprehend. They hardly listen to broadcasts or read newspapers. What Bang Gung did today was indeed a bit excessive. In later generations, he might even be sent to a juvenile detention center for punishment. These people in the courtyard actually still think this is a small matter? Xiao fan, what you said is true. Hearing Zhang Jianshe suddenly spout a string of seemingly professional terms, everyone was stunned. Self-defense, personal space, malicious destruction of property. These profound and mysterious words they had never heard in their lifetime. Zhang Jianshe's last sentence left Bang Gung speechless, because what he said was completely legal. Although they didn't quite understand the legal details, they all knew that Bang Gung indeed broke the law, and it was a serious one at that. He deserved to be unlucky. What nonsense are you talking about? My grandson was beaten for entering your house, and he is still breaking the law? This is ridiculous. Jia Zhong cursed loudly. I see you want to default on your debts, deliberately making up lies to scare me. Dream on. Making up lies? Do you think I have nothing better to do? Zhang Jianshe responded contemptuously. This is the manifestation of your ignorance. Everything I say is based on legal statutes. If you don't believe me, you can go to the Inspection Bureau to verify, even if just one word is false. I will voluntarily go to the Inspection Bureau and confess without you needing to report me. Zhang Jianshe's words were powerful, leaving everyone present speechless. The law of the country is supreme. This is beyond doubt. Whether it was the neighbors of the courtyard or the managers like Second Uncle, despite their ignorance of the law and having never heard of the clauses mentioned by Zhang Jianshe, they completely believed what he said. After all, no one would joke about the law. Such lies are easily exposed. Just ask the inspection personnel, and the truth will come out. In this era, Fabricating such lies about others is a serious crime. If this matter really escalates to the Inspection Bureau, it may not just be a simple detention. It could even lead to sentencing. Xiaofan, second uncle will ask you again. What you said just now was all the truth. Yin Bugui asked hesitantly. He is still just a child. It can't be that serious, right? It can be. Zhang Jianshe shook his head, speaking heavily in the eyes of the law. Everyone is equal. Age will not be a reason to give leniency. Qin Huairu, weren't you just shouting about wanting to find the Inspection Bureau? What you're saying now isn't wrong. This matter does indeed need the inspection to investigate clearly. Otherwise, I have no place to appeal my grievances. Zhang Jianshe said coldly. Chapter 64. Blackmail. Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi's faces turned pale, and Bang Gung shrank even tighter into his mother's arms. Mom, I'm scared. I don't want to see the inspection, and I don't want to go to the Inspection Bureau, Bang Gung cried out. Oomph. Do you think saying you don't want to see the inspection means you won't? Zhang Jianshe sneered. I am the victim, and the neighbors are victims too. You've caused such a big mess. You have no right to make decisions. It must be determined by the inspection. No, absolutely not. We can't involve the inspection. Qin Huairu was terrified. Zhang Jianshe's certainty indicated that he had completely grasped the evidence. Damn it. That little brat beat my grandson to this state without compensation and now wants to send my other grandson to prison? Jia Zhongshi shouted loudly. Whether or not he goes in is not up to me. It depends on how the inspection rules. Zhang Jianshe coldly huffed. But I advise you to prepare yourselves mentally. Your good child has committed serious offenses, and the consequences could be severe. Zhang Jianshe smiled, but did not continue, causing Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi to shiver in fear. Xiaofan, what do you think the outcome will be if the inspection comes? Zhang Jianshe turned to Yin Bugui. Sudamao was also a shrewd person and immediately cooperated by responding to Zhang Jianshe's inquiry. Illegal intrusion, robbery, destruction of property, blackmail. There are quite a few people harmed by this child in the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe stated expressionlessly, and with each crime mentioned, Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi's faces grew paler. Adding these up, while it may not be severe, a sentence of 7 or 8 years is completely possible. What? Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi appeared as if the sky had fallen. Qin Huairu lost her balance and fell directly to the ground. Not only were they shocked, but the neighbors around them were also greatly frightened. This child merely pried open a door lock and asked them for some money. How could he be sentenced to such a long time? This? No way. Yin Bugui asked tremulously. Of course not. If he were an adult, he would definitely be sentenced that heavily. Zhang Jianshe sneered. But he's just a child. It shouldn't be that serious. Maybe just a year or 2 in juvenile detention. They thought, finally breathing a sigh of relief. Yeah, he's still just a child. As long as it's not 7 or 8 years, a year or 2 wouldn't be too bad. Fat chance. Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi were so nervous that their hearts leaped into their throats. This child is still young. If he truly gets sent to a juvenile detention center, even a year or 2 would ruin his life. He wouldn't be able to go to school, reunite with his family, and there would be a stain on his future resume, affecting his job prospects and even making it difficult to find a partner. Thinking of this, Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshi felt cold all over, looking at Zhang Jianshe as if he were a demon. God, what did our family do to offend you? Making you treat the Jia family like this? Jia Zhongshi cried out on the ground, emotionally distraught. You beat my grandson to near death. And not only do you refuse to compensate, but you also want to send my other grandson in. You damn bastard, you're trying to take my life. Don't believe me? I'll crash into you right now. Jia Zhongshi shouted, her voice deafening. Jia Zhongshi, in a desperate attempt, tried to threaten Zhang Jianshe not to let the inspection take her troublesome grandson. If it were someone else, Jia Zhongshi might have truly scared them. After all, the old lady was not young. If she really died in front of them, it would be quite troublesome. However, Zhang Jianshe was not swayed by this. He knew Jia Zhongshi too well and understood that she was someone who feared death to the core, always shouting that she didn't want to live, but in reality, she was more afraid of death than anyone. If you want to die, be my guest. I won't stop you, Zhang Jianshe sneered. Everyone is listening. If Jia Zhongshi really crashes to death in front of my door, it has nothing to do with me. If the inspection comes, you all testify for me. so that Qin Huairu and the Jia family can't mess around and say it's my fault. The people around laughed. They had never seen Zhang Jianshe so tough. Jia Zhangshi was seeking her own death. What did that have to do with them? You. Jia Zhangshi trembled with anger, but she dared not really crash into Zhang Jianshe. She still wanted to live. Zhang Jianshe, are you trying to drive our whole family to death? Qin Huairu said resentfully. You beat my son to a pulp. His legs are broken, and you still want to send him to the inspection bureau? Qin Huairu, didn't I say this before? Sending Bang Gung to juvenile detention is to save him, not to harm him. Your family has spoiled him. If he isn't sent for reform, he will become an even greater menace, potentially ruining the whole street. The last time he came to steal rice and flour from my house. I let it slide once out of consideration for sister Lu Zhang. Jianshe spoke firmly. You didn't discipline him well back then, which is why he turned out this way. Now I regret not sticking to my principles at that time. Today, no matter what, I will report this, and he must be sent to juvenile detention for education. Yin Bugui tried to advise. We're neighbors. It may not be good to do this. Zhang Jianshe interrupted. This is not a private matter. The victims are not just our family. It must be dealt with seriously. He subtly signaled Su Damao. Su Damao initially didn't understand, but suddenly realized that Zhang Jianshe was creating public opinion to force everyone to agree to make the issue public. Su Damao immediately echoed, exactly. This matter concerns the safety of the entire street. If the Jia family cannot give everyone an explanation, then it must be resolved through legal means. He raised his voice and continued. This kid Pride opened many neighbors' doors this morning and stole a lot of things. Such hidden dangers left outside are far too dangerous. It seems he can only be sent to juvenile detention for reform. Su Damao's voice was exceptionally loud, and his words caused an uproar among the crowd. Those neighbors who had been deceived or robbed by Bang Gung suddenly saw a glimmer of hope. That's right. Today's incident, they too are victims. Since that's the case, why not seek justice from Bang Gung? Even if sending Bang Gung to juvenile detention is unrealistic, seeking compensation from a Jia family is completely feasible. How despicable. Su Damao is fanning the flames at this time. Jia Zhangshi and Qin Huairu were so angry they stomped their feet. Su Damao was clearly not here to mediate, but to stir up trouble. Originally just a dispute between Zhang Jianshe and the Jia family. With his interference, it became a conflict among the neighbors in the courtyard, increasing the complexity several-fold. But at this moment, they didn't even dare to refute. They had to either bow their heads and pay money, apologizing to the neighbors, or abandon Bang Gung and let him face legal consequences. What Su Damao said did indeed make sense. Uncle Yin Bugui, after pondering for a moment, then comforted Zhang Jianshe. Jianshe, let's take it slow. After all, we're neighbors. It's best to resolve it privately if we can. If we really send Bang Gung to juvenile detention, it won't recover the losses and will completely offend the Jia family. Why don't we try to get the Jia family to pay compensation and resolve the misunderstanding first? Although Uncle's words carried a hint of mediation, they were far superior to the biased attitudes of Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong before. Zhang Jianshe did not immediately express his position, but pretended to think seriously. In fact, he was waiting for Uncle to mention the compensation proposal, as everything was under his control. As for whether Bang Gung would go to prison or whether the Jia family would hold a grudge against him, those were not in his considerations. After all, a leopard cannot change its spots. Expecting Bang Gung and the Jia family to improve was simply a pipe dream. Rather than wasting energy trying to change those stubborn elements, it was more straightforward and efficient to make them pay a heavy price and leave a deep lesson. Zhang Jianshe's goal today was far more than just the Jia family. My position is already quite clear. Sending Bang Gung to juvenile detention is the best solution. After a brief silence, Zhang Jianshe slowly spoke up. However, I have also expressed my stance. This matter is not solely up to me. Since you have made suggestions, why not first hear your compensation proposals? Yes, Xiao Jianshe is indeed reasonable. Yin Bugui did not expect Zhang Jianshe to be so accommodating. After a brief consideration, he agreed to his proposal. This stood in stark contrast to the attitudes of Zhonghai and Lu Haizhong when they pleaded for the Jia family. The current Zhang Jianshe appeared particularly open-minded, making Yin Bugui feel a sense of pride among his neighbors. He immediately turned serious and said to Qin Huairu, "At this point, do you intend to privately compensate everyone for their losses, or do you choose to go through official procedures? Please make your position clear. No official channels, no procedures." Upon hearing this, Qin Huairu found herself with no choice but to grit her teeth and respond, "We will bear our losses, and we will return all the red envelopes you gave." "That's all." "Absolutely not," Su Damao retorted loudly. "You not only have to compensate in full, but you also have to double it. The damaged door locks must be replaced with new ones, and you need to apologize at each household. Otherwise, we will never easily forgive you." Su Damao's tone was harsh, but it concealed a hidden agenda filled with threats. The demand for double compensation along with the requirement to replace the door locks was extremely excessive, practically taking a toll on the Jia family. In comparison, the mention of apologizing at each household seemed much milder. After he finished speaking, a glimmer of anticipation flashed in the eyes of the families that had previously been offended by the stick. Although no one voiced their agreement, they were all eagerly expressing their approval in their hearts. If the Jia family agreed to this condition, it would be like a windfall for them. Not only would they recover all their losses, but they would also gain unexpected profits. Just thinking about it felt wonderful. "No way. Absolutely not. Su Damao, have you lost your mind?" Hearing Su Damao's outrageous demands, Jia Zhang stood up first to oppose, shouting angrily, "My grandson bowed to you to pay New Year's greetings, and it was already inappropriate for you to return the red envelopes. And now you want double compensation? Absolutely impossible. Also, my grandson only damaged your door lock. Fixing it is enough. Why should we replace it with a new one? ISNT this extortion?" Chapter 65, What are you? Jia Zhangshi shouted in dissatisfaction, causing everyone present to frown. The old lady's words were too harsh. Clearly, they were the ones who caused trouble first, breaking the door lock, and, as victims, asking for compensation was reasonable. If the Jia family found it unreasonable, they could negotiate, but she actually turned the tables and accused them of extortion. After this outburst, even those who initially thought Su Damao was asking for too much no longer sympathized with him, but instead supported him. "Jia Zhangshi, what do you mean by that? Your grandson pried open our door lock on the first day of the new year to scam money from us. Isn't it right for us to ask you for compensation?" "Exactly. According to Zhang Jianshe, your grandson's actions today could send him to a juvenile detention center. We forgave you out of neighborly kindness, and you still want to negotiate? That's too much. We were all disturbed by your grandson on the morning of the new year. Asking for some compensation and an apology is reasonable, right?" Immediately, the neighbors began to criticize Jia Zhangshi. Even Uncle Yin Bugue couldn't help but scold her. "Jia Zhangshi, if you can't speak properly, just shut up. Look at you. Where's your attitude for solving problems?" Zhang Jianshe widened his eyes but dared not say more. Then, Yin Bugue turned to Qin Huairu, speaking seriously. "Qin Huairu, this is not a joke. We're discussing compensation. If you do something wrong, you have to take responsibility. If you keep making a fuss, don't blame me for being merciless." His words carried weight, but everyone knew that Yin Bugue wasn't speaking out of righteousness for the Jia family. He himself was a victim and had lost quite a bit of money. Naturally, someone like him wanted the Jia family to compensate more. Uncle Yin is wise. Su Damao flattered him at the right time. Then, with a sneer, he said, "Jia Zhangshi, if you are unwilling to accept our terms, then I will accompany you to the inspection bureau." Su Damao made a show of leaving, but walked very slowly. Knowing the Jia family wouldn't just sit back and do nothing. Sure enough, Qin Huairu anxiously called out to him, "Su Damao, we will compensate. Double is fine." "No way." Zhang Jianshe interrupted her. "This lock must be replaced with a new one. Look at this. Can it still be repaired?" He pointed at the broken lock. Everyone looked at the lock and sighed. It was already beyond repair. Let alone fixing it. Finding someone to fix it would be a problem. Even if they dug the carpenter ancestor Lu Ban out of his grave, it would be impossible to restore it. Originally, Qin Huairu had hoped to shamelessly avoid some of the lock repair costs, but seeing this scene, she suddenly didn't know what to say. In a fit of rage, she raised her hand and slapped Bang Gung. "You little brat. This is what happens when you don't listen, when you don't learn properly." She hit him several times without holding back, making Bang Gung howl in pain and plead for mercy. In a moment of desperation, he shouted, "Stop hitting me. I can't be blamed for today's incident. It was Shazhu who made me do it. If you want to hit someone, go find Shazhu. Bang Geng wasn't he a good person either. To avoid being beaten, he even threw Shazhu under the bus. Just when Zhang Jianshe mentioned going to the inspection bureau, Shazhu realized the situation was bad, immediately shut his mouth, and hid in the corner of the room, not daring to make sound. Seeing that the matter was about to be resolved, Shazhu even breathed a sigh of relief, planning to secretly apologize to the Jia family and compensate them afterward. Unexpectedly, Bang Geng suddenly pointed the finger at him. Huh! Everyone's gaze turned to Shazhu. Shazhu felt like he was sitting on pins and needles, wishing the ground would open up and swallow him whole. This little brat has set me up. I was truly blind before. Shazhu cursed inwardly. Now it was good. Bang Geng had voluntarily shifted the conflict onto me. Zhang Jianshe felt a surge of joy in his heart. He knew that today, Bang Geng could at most be considered an accomplice. The real mastermind was actually Shazhu. Unfortunately, only Bang Geng had sneaked into his room earlier. Shazhu only entered after hearing Bang Geng's cries, and he had casually said he was just coming in to take a look, distancing himself completely. Zhang Jianshe was worried about how to deal with Shazhu, but he didn't expect Bang Geng to cooperate so well, directly outing the true mastermind, saving Zhang Jianshe a lot of trouble. You little brat, what nonsense are you talking about? Huairu's expression changed slightly. She understood that at this moment, it was crucial to de-escalate the situation. If Shazhu got dragged into this, it would only lead to more trouble with no benefits. She instinctively wanted to stop Bang Geng from his reckless talk. But Bang Geng didn't listen to her advice and continued to shout Grandma. I'm not lying. It was Shazhu who told me to wish everyone a happy new year on the first day. And it was also him who taught me the rhyme. You know about this. Before Bang Geng could finish his sentence, he almost let slip the most damning words. Fortunately, Huairu reacted quickly, slapping her hand over Bang Geng's mouth, finally stopping his behavior. You little brat, see what nonsense you're saying. Huairu, what right do you have to hit my grandson? Just as Huairu managed to suppress Bang Geng, Jia Zhangshi, who was nearby, was unhappy. Seeing her precious grandson being hit, she immediately shouted, It's all Shazhu's teaching. The one at fault is him, not my grandson. If it weren't for Shazhu's instigation, my grandson would never have done these things. My eldest grandson is innocent. The more Jia Zhangshi spoke, the more agitated she became, finally looking at Shazhu with eyes full of hatred and dissatisfaction. At this moment, she had already regarded Shazhu as an enemy, a villain who harmed her grandson and caused the Jia family to lose money. The old lady completely forgot that just yesterday, when Bang Geng told his family about Shazhu's good idea, she had praised Shazhu for being clever and coming up with such a good idea in order to make money. Good, Shazhu. So it was you who caused this. Hearing Bang Geng and Jia Zhangshi throw Shazhu under the bus, Zhang Jianshe couldn't help but roar in anger. The one who reacted most intensely and was the most dissatisfied was not the main victim, Zhang Jianshe, nor the one responsible for the courtyard affairs, Uncle Yan Bugui, but Su Damao, who was standing by. Although Su Damao already knew that today's incident was connected to Shazhu, when Bang Geng outed Shazhu and clearly pointed out that he was the instigator, he still couldn't suppress his inner anger. However, Su Damao's rage did not stem from Shazhu making Bang Geng bow on the first day of the new year, leading them to lose money and avoid disaster. What truly infuriated him was a rhyme that Bang Geng casually mentioned, which touched on his taboo. You see, Su Damao was the one who had been disabled by Shazhu's beating. Even though Zhang Jianshe later healed his injuries, this incident left an indelible scar in his heart, and he was most averse to others mentioning it. As the one who harmed him, Shazhu not only showed no remorse or intention to correct his wrongs, but instead used this incident to fabricate a rhyme to humiliate him, which made Su Damao feel incredibly angry. Su Damao immediately exploded with rage, shouting, Shazhu. So it was you, this bastard, stirring trouble behind the scenes. He gritted his teeth and questioned, I've always wondered, how could that little kid Bang Geng have the ability to write such a malicious rhyme? It seems today's incident was all you're doing. Then, he declared that he would teach Shazhu a lesson. All right, today I'll let you taste my power. Before he could finish speaking, Su Damao had already stood up and was ready to pounce on Shazhu. Su Damao, with your two moves, you think you can make a move? Seeing Su Damao charging over with great momentum, Shazhu decided to go all out, cleverly sidestepping and coldly responding. That's right. It was indeed my idea to have Bang Gung go for your red envelope money. As for Qinjia, if you want to touch her, go ahead and try. You heartless people, bullying women and the elderly, what kind of ability is that? If there's an issue, just come at me. I asked for support. At this moment, Shazhu also felt a bit like he had nothing to lose. Don't underestimate his clumsiness. When it came down to it, he was quite loyal, especially to the family of the goddess in his heart. As long as there was a need, with just a call, he would bravely charge forward. Not to mention, he believed today's incident was just as Bang Gung said. He was the mastermind. Although he was scared by the serious charges mentioned by Zhang Jianshe, especially the implication that if pursued, it could lead to a sentence of over 10 years. He was indeed panicking inside. However, Shazhu gritted his teeth and stood up, determined to bear everything alone. Shazhu, seeing him step forward, Huairu's eyes flashed with complex emotions. Don't get it wrong. It wasn't gratitude or admiration, but rather full of dissatisfaction and a look that blamed him for being useless. This fool. Is this really the time for him to show off? Huairu had gone through great lengths to free everyone from the predicament of sending Bang Gung to a juvenile detention center. Right now, they just needed to insist that the child didn't understand and that an apology and compensation would resolve the issue. If Shazhu wanted to help, he only needed to be generous and take on all the compensation for the Jia family. Why would this fool choose to be a hero at such a time? Didn't he hear what Zhang Jianshe just said? If what Bang Gung did happen to an adult, he would go to jail. No chance of getting out in 10 or 8 years. If something happened to Shazhu and he was locked up for so long, who would Huairu rely on to support her? Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe didn't know what Huairu was thinking, otherwise he would have been amazed. This woman is truly a top-notch White Lotus. Her thoughts are simply unfathomable. Sister Qin, don't worry, I'll take full responsibility for my actions. Shazhu was completely unaware of what the goddess was thinking. Seeing her so concerned and anxious about him, he thought she was worried and hurried to show a touched expression. Today's incident was caused by me letting Bang Gung do it. I also have a share of the responsibility, so don't try to persuade me. Shazhu's expression was very firm, as if he was moved by his own words. Huairu was so angry on the side that she could hardly contain herself. What do you think you are? I really want to curse you to death. She originally planned to just have Bang Gung take the blame and pay some money to calm the situation. But now Shazhu stood up again, losing a chance. Chapter 66, you got some guts, Shazhu. Su Damao. Since that's the case, don't blame others. Compensation can be settled at the inspection bureau. Which one do you choose? Shazhu clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, saying, I'll pay double. But inside, he was already in pain. He knew that Bonging had earned 50 or 60 yuan just from collecting red envelopes that morning, and if he had to refund it all plus double compensation, it would be at least 100 yuan. Adding the cost of the broken locks, this was no small sum. It would cost over 100. Shazhu was not poor. He was the chef at the steel plant cafeteria and occasionally took side jobs, earning a relatively high income in the factory. Even though Huairu occasionally asked him for money, over the years he had saved up a sum he intended to use for marrying and starting a family. But all of this changed after he injured Su Damao. That incident left Su Damao infertile, and the angry Su Damao forced him to pay 500 yuan. His savings, which had once been considerable, were now drained by more than half. The few hundred yuan left were barely saved from working late nights on private jobs and managing banquets. Faced with the sudden, huge compensation, this meager amount felt even more insufficient. To avoid falling into a worse situation, Shazhu could only grit his teeth and accept the punishment. I will pay double, plus the cost of the locks, he said painfully. Double? You think that will solve the problem? Su Damao sneered. I originally thought this was just Bonging's idea, and since he is young, I proposed such a compensation plan. I didn't expect the mastermind behind it was you. What? Shazhu was shocked. You actually pushed the responsibility onto me. That's right. You'll have to pay even more now. Su Damao pressed on. As an adult, you must bear the corresponding responsibility. Double compensation is not enough. You must add more. Su Damao, you're taking advantage of the situation. Shazhu was furious. Is double not enough? Do you want me to go bankrupt? Seeing Shazhu's angry expression, Su Damao felt secretly pleased, a smug smile appearing on his lips. Why should we compensate you so much? You were clearly trying to scheme against the neighbors in the courtyard. Now that you've been found out, you must bear the consequences, Su Damao said sarcastically. Moreover, if he doesn't suffer a bit, he will never learn his lesson and might harm others in the future. Others chimed in, agreeing that this was justified. It must be said that Su Damao was indeed a master at manipulating people as hearts. He clearly wanted to take revenge on Shazhu, but after saying this, it appeared righteous. When the neighbors first heard, Su Damao unilaterally increased the compensation amount. Their feelings were mixed. Some thought it was too harsh on Shazhu, others believed Su Damao was being too arbitrary, and some worried about face issues. After hearing Su Damao's words, those mixed thoughts instantly vanished. Indeed, Shazhu was in the wrong, and paying more was also to educate him. Su Damao was too cunning, even Zhang Jianshe was convinced by him. Someone sighed inwardly. In this era, even if you want to be a bad person, you must have real skills. Shazhu, you were wrong today. If you still don't know how to repent, we will never let this go lightly. Exactly. If we don't teach him a lesson, he'll think he can always act recklessly. Don't think you can just scare us today. Next time might be even worse. Absolutely cannot be lenient. Double compensation is not enough to punish this brat. The crowd began to denounce Shazhu. Amidst the accusations, Shazhu's face turned red, feeling utterly ashamed, and he could only lower his head like a defeated rooster, asking with a heart full of grievance. Then what should I do? Okay, it's my fault. You're all right. According to what you mean, how much should I pay? At least triple, Su Damao said coldly. Upon hearing this, Shazhu almost jumped up. Are you crazy? Triple? Are you robbing me? Show some respect. Mind your identity. Su Damao narrowed his eyes, speaking fiercely. You think you can open a dye shop just because we gave you 2 colors? Do you still have a right to bargain? Triple, it must be triple. Not a cent less, and the cost of the locks is separate. If you don't agree, I'll report you to the Inspection Bureau right now. Don't forget, Zhang Jianshe said that because you instigated Bonging to do this, it would be reasonable for you to be sentenced to 10 or 8 years. Su Damao threatened. Yu Shazhu trembled with anger, looking at Su Damao as if wishing he could just hand over the money to avoid being sent to the Inspection Bureau. Unfortunately, he didn't dare to act. In the end, he could only turn his pleading gaze to Huairu, who was holding Bonging. But at that moment, Huairu didn't dare to speak. It had taken a lot of effort to pull Bonging away from the center of the argument. How could she speak up now? Besides, everyone was discussing Shazhu's compensation issue. If she participated, then Shazhu's compensation would also require the Jia family to bear part of it. Wouldn't they'd be looking for trouble? Huairu would never do such a losing business. No, I must act dumb. Shazhu looked at Huairu for a long time, feeling extremely disappointed. His goddess would obviously not help him. Fine, triple it is. I'll give you the money right away, Shazhu said with a face full of despair. The money he had originally planned to keep as a backup was now directly wasted, making his family even more difficult. This time, the loss was too severe. Shazhu thought the matter would end there. Unfortunately, he overlooked the most important person. All right. Everyone's compensation issue has finally been resolved. Seeing the neighbors in the courtyard had satisfactorily received their compensation, Zhang Jianshe, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly said slowly, Shazhu, Huairu, shouldn't we talk about compensating me now? At first, seeing that the neighbors in the courtyard had accepted the compensation, and even the usually difficult Su Damao had stopped complaining, Shazhu and his mother couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, their tense expressions easing a bit. However, Zhang Jianshe's sudden statement made everyone tense up again. Compensation? What more do you want? Shazhu was stunned, shouting in disbelief. You beat me and Bonging so badly, and now you want compensation? Shazhu was straightforward, and as soon as the words came out, Huairu's heart sank. It was over. She shouldn't have said that. Wasn't this Zhang Jianshe stirring up trouble? Sure enough, upon hearing this, Zhang Jianshe laughed in anger. Shazhu, you're really confused, he said coldly. You just barged into my house. This is a legal entry, which counts as breaking and entering. To put harshly, you're a thief. Even if I were to arrest you and lock you up for 10 or 8 years, it wouldn't be too much. Even if the others in the courtyard don't pursue responsibility, I can still have you stay in the inspection bureau for a few years. If you want to spend your days in prison, that's fine. I don't care about that little money." Zhang Jianshe spoke without reservation, and no one doubted he would actually send Shazhu to prison. After all, the conflict between the two had a long history. Last time when Su Damao was injured, Zhang Jianshe had suggested sending Shazhu in, and if it hadn't been for the deaf old lady intervening, Shazhu would have been locked up long ago. Zhang Jianshe looked coldly at Shazhu, a smirk on his face. "You should have been in prison for New Year's long ago." Shazhu was so angry his face turned red, pointing at Zhang Jianshe, but couldn't utter a word. He didn't want to curse, but he didn't dare. Zhang Jianshe was certainly not someone to be trifled with. Everything he said could become a reality. Zhang Jianshe turned his head, his gaze sweeping over Qin Huairu's family. His tone icy. Bonging illegally pried opened my door lock and barged in with Xiao Dang and Xiao Hua. This is already a violation of the law. If you can't give me a reasonable explanation, I will send all three of them to the juvenile detention center. Qin Huairu and Jia Zhongshe's faces changed dramatically. Jia Zhongshe shouted excitedly, "Nonsense! Shazhu is the mastermind. Why should I settle scores with him? What does it have to do with my grandson?" She was emotional, crying loudly. "My grandson was deceived by Shazhu. He did nothing wrong. Why should they be punished? You are truly heartless." Jia Zhongshe cried and threw a tantrum. Zhang Jianshe had long been used to such scenes, completely ignoring her reaction and only staring at Qin Huairu. "First of all, I saw the three of them stealing in my house. Secondly, Bonging's fingerprints are still on the door lock. This is evidence. Lastly, I caught Bonging first and Shazhu second. Does it make sense for you to say Shazhu is the mastermind? In summary, Qin Huairu, don't you understand that you have no right to hold our family accountable? To be honest, even if I have no right to blame Shazhu, I must hold your whole family responsible." The room suddenly fell silent. Whether it was Uncle Yin Buguwei or the neighbors around, they all chose to remain silent. Just now, they had already reached an agreement with Shazhu and accepted the compensation plan. Therefore, when Zhang Jianshe made a compensation request to Shazhu's family alone, they had already lost their right to speak. Everyone could only remain silent. Even if given a choice, they would stand by Zhang Jianshe. After all, this matter no longer affected their interests, and they didn't mind playing the role of the good person. Zhang Jianshe's words completely flustered Qin Huairu and Shazhu. Seeing everyone staring at them with blank expressions, they realized the situation was beyond redemption. Faced with Zhang Jianshe's immense pressure, they could only lower their heads. "All right, we agree to the compensation." After a long hesitation, Qin Huairu finally gathered the courage to speak awkwardly. "Qin Huairu, how can you?" Jia Zhongshe's face was filled with anger, instinctively wanting to scold her daughter-in-law. But Qin Huairu suddenly turned her head, her eyes red, staring fixedly at Jia Zhongshe. She said in an unquestionable tone, "Mom, shut up. You." Chapter 67, he knew that Oldly had always been low-key. Jia Zhongshe never expected that the usually docile Qin Huairu would be so bold. She stared wide-eyed, preparing to lose her temper. But Qin Huairu gave her no chance to argue back. She shouted word by word, "We accept this compensation. Do you really want to see your grandchildren sent to a juvenile detention center?" Qin Huairu's tone was very firm. Normally, she would never dare to speak to Jia Zhongshe like this. Since marrying into the Jia family, her status had always been low, and any slight offense would lead to scolding from Jia Zhongshe and Jia Su. But today, for the sake of her son and daughter, she had to harden her heart and speak to Jia Zhongshe with the most resolute attitude. Jia Dongshu had now become useless, and Jia Zhongshe was a troublesome mother-in-law. The two children, Bangung and Xiao Dang, were Qin Huairu's only hope for survival. If they were really sent to a juvenile detention center by Zhang Jianshe, living would no longer have any meaning for her. No matter how harsh Zhang Jianshe's conditions were, the Jia family had to agree. "You dare speak to me like this?" Jia Zhongshe's eyes widened, her tone filled with anger. But Qin Huairu did not back down. "For the sake of Bangung and Xiao Dang, I have to discuss this with you." Mentioning Bangung, the previously aggressive Jia Zhongshe immediately deflated like a punctured balloon, becoming listless and saying no more. Once she dealt with her mother-in-law, Qin Huairu breathed a sigh of relief and turned coldly to Zhang Jianshe, saying, Zhang Jianshe, we accept today's matter. As long as you don't send my children to the juvenile detention center and no longer pursue their responsibilities, just say what compensation you want. Huh, you really care for your useless children. Seeing Qin Huairu rarely being so tough, Zhang Jianshe was slightly surprised but still sneered. In that case, you need to replace my family's door, and both your family and Shazhu need to pay me 50 yuan each. These two things must be done before sunset today, and then this matter will be settled. No bargaining, no delays. If it's not done by sunset, don't blame me for being merciless. Hearing Zhang Jianshe's demands, everyone gasped. 50 yuan each from the Jia family and Shazhu, a total of 100 yuan? That was a huge sum for them. Moreover, he demanded that they replace the door before dark. In the past, this might not have seemed excessive. After all, Bang Gung had broken Zhang's door, and it couldn't be repaired, only replaced. However, on the first day of the new year, everyone was celebrating, some reuniting with family, some visiting friends, and even the shops were closed. Qin Huairu and Shazhu were worried about finding a carpenter who could work on the first day of the new year. They had to manage their unruly children better in the future and make sure they didn't cause trouble, especially not getting close to Shazhu. This thought was shared among everyone. After today, it would likely be difficult for the children in the courtyard to be as free as before. We each pay you 50 yuan. Isn't this robbery? Shazhu felt heartbroken upon hearing the compensation, his eyes wide in disbelief. After compensating the neighbors, he had to pay Zhang Jianshe as well. His wife had already given everything, and he was almost bankrupt. The neighbors who gave Bang Gung red envelopes only paid 3 times the loss, while he had nothing to lose. Shazhu still wanted to struggle, but Zhang Jianshe had already lost patience. I have no loss because I caught you in advance. This compensation is non-negotiable. If you don't want to pay, I'll report you to the inspection bureau and send you to the juvenile detention center. Don't waste time. Shazhu was so angry he wanted to act, but was stopped by Qin Huairu. Shazhu, don't be impulsive. At least think about Sister Qin. Bang Gung and Xiao Dang are still young. They can't go to a juvenile detention center. Qin Huairu pleaded, and Shazhu softened, finally grunting in response and no longer speaking. All right, Zhang Jianshe, we agree to the compensation, but we really can't come up with the money. Can we owe it for now? Every time, Qin Huairu needed money. It was a headache. In fact, their family truly couldn't spare any extra money now. The Jia family had been living on a tight budget. Jia Zhangshi was not fond of working. Jia Su spent money extravagantly, and Qin Huairu had a harder time maintaining the family after taking over. The family savings were not much to begin with, and they were about to run out of food. Recently, many incidents had occurred, and the Jia family was already stretched thin. Otherwise, they wouldn't have refused when Su Daomao came to demand the sewing machine yesterday. Just as Qin Huairu was about to ask Zhang Jianshe for a delay, Shazhu suddenly said with indignation, Sister Qin, don't beg him. It's useless. I'll pay for our family. Shazhu was already in a broken pot, his broken mindset. He had saved up 300 yuan, but after compensating the neighbors 3 times the loss, replacing the doors and locks, and giving Zhang Jianshe 50 yuan, he was left with only 50 yuan in savings. Most people would try their best to hold on to this money, but Shazhu was not playing by the rules. After paying so much, he felt a bit liberated. Having already paid 250, what did he care about the remaining 50? Seeing Qin Huairu humbly begging for this little money, Shazhu was immediately filled with passion and decided to take on all the compensation. On one hand, it was for Qin Huairu, which he was happy to do. On the other hand, he felt a bit guilty. In his view, it was his poor planning that not only didn't he benefit him, but also dragged Zhang Jianshe down. Fortunately, Zhang Jianshe was unaware of his true thoughts. Otherwise, even Zhang Jianshe would be shocked by Shazhu's absurd way of thinking. Shazhu, thank you. You are so kind. Before Qin Huairu could speak, Shazhu had already voluntarily taken over, which surprised her. But she quickly accepted this goodwill. She had no intention of being polite with Shazhu and directly put on a touched expression, sincerely thanking him. Now that the money was spent, giving this thick-headed guy a thank you was not a loss. Sure enough, Shazhu was pleased by this. Seeing his woman looking at him with a face full of gratitude, Shazhu's mouth immediately curled up. Even though he had lost a lot of money, The pain in his heart eased a bit. Huh, Shazhu, I didn't expect you to be a local tycoon. Zhang Jianshe had no interest in the show between Shazhu and Huairu and spoke coldly. It's settled then. Remember, before dark. All these compensations must be paid in full, otherwise. Before he could finish his sentence, the sound of a horn suddenly rang out, directly interrupting him. Hearing this sudden honking, everyone showed surprised expressions. Did I hear wrong? It sounded like a car horn? Second Uncle Yin Bugue asked in confusion. Could it be right outside our courtyard? At that time, even a bicycle was a luxury, as rare as a Rolls-Royce or Ferrari in later generations. Cars were even rarer, reserved for high-ranking leaders and commanders. Even the wealthiest merchants might not own one. It was even more extraordinary than private jets in later generations. Zhang Jianshe's courtyard was hidden in an alley, and usually, even bicycles rarely passed by. Why was there suddenly a car horn? It was illogical. While everyone was puzzled, several neighbors from the front yard hurried over. Bad news. Third uncle, there's a car at the entrance. It's not a pickup or a jeep. It's a real sedan. They ran while excitedly reporting to everyone. A car parked in the yard was already unusual. In a place like 49 City, cars were almost legendary. Generally, only very high-ranking leaders would be equipped with them, symbolizing supreme power. After the gatekeeper reported, someone walked straight in without saying a word, heading directly to the courtyard. This person was dressed very ordinarily, but had a calm demeanor, clearly someone who had seen the world. Upon reaching the center of the yard and noticing that many people had already gathered, he looked slightly surprised, but quickly composed himself. Clearing his throat, he politely spoke. Excuse me, is Dr. Zhang from the steel mill living here? As soon as these words came out, everyone present widened their eyes and looked at Zhang Jianshe. Zhang Jianshe himself was also confused and didn't understand what was going on. He tentatively responded, I am Zhang Jianshe. What do you need from me? The newcomer excitedly stepped forward to shake hands, saying, Dr. Zhang, I am here on behalf of Dean Li from the city hospital, and I need you to come with me immediately to save a patient. This sudden news left everyone stunned. The vice president of the city hospital personally came to invite him. This was a significant matter. Zhang Jianshe, an old resident of the courtyard, had lived his whole life among ordinary people. He was used to seeing neighbors and acquaintances, and even ordinary street vendors or steel mill leaders seemed extraordinary in his eyes, deserving careful treatment. The fact that such a high-profile individual had actively sent someone to invite him left Zhang Jianshe feeling perplexed. After hearing the news, Shazhu and Huairu's faces darkened, filled with jealousy and resentment. They were well aware of Dean Li's identity as the vice president of the city hospital, a giant in the medical field. Everyone, whether at the city hospital or the steel mill, held him in great esteem. What made them even more uneasy was that Dean Li seemed to particularly appreciate Zhang Jianshe. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's words, Zhang Jianshe immediately sensed something was off. He knew that Dean Li was usually low-key and shouldn't have a secretary or a special car. The middle-aged man claimed to be acting on Dean Li's behalf, but he was likely part of the patient's accompanying personnel. This professional and convenient arrangement made Zhang Jianshe suspicious. Chapter 68. Unable to withstand the pressure, comrade. Since Mr. Li is so important, does it mean that if someone comes to pick me up in the future, it refers to the patient you mentioned? Zhang Jianshe's words were not finished, but the implication was already very clear. The middle-aged man caught the subtle hint, and a glimmer of surprise flashed in his eyes. Mr. Li mentioned that there is a skilled traditional Chinese medicine practitioner in the courtyard who can treat the leader's illness, and thus urged for someone to be picked up quickly. When he saw Zhang Jianshe, Mr. Li was surprised by the youth of the other party, but he did not show it due to professional habit. To his astonishment, Zhang Jianshe spoke and shocked everyone. He deduced the identity of the patient needing treatment from just a few words, and confirmed it in a clever and subtle way. His calmness and wisdom far surpassed his peers. The middle-aged man became even more respectful, as Zhang Jianshe was correct. The identity of the patient currently being treated by Vice President Li was special and could not be disclosed. He added that Vice President Li encountered difficulties and needed assistance, and Zhang Jianshe was the right person for the job, not only being a named expert at the city hospital, but also possessing outstanding medical skills. Everyone present showed confusion and disbelief, especially surprised by Zhang Jianshe's change in status. Su Damao asked why Zhang Jianshe was transferred from the steel mill to the city hospital. Zhang Jianshe explained that Mr. Li valued him and specially hired him as a named expert. Although it was hard work, the income was acceptable. Zhang Jianshe impatiently explained briefly. As soon as he opened his mouth, it immediately carried a Versailles-like tone. Hey, the expert department of the city hospital. Being named there is just to earn some pocket money? For those neighbors in the courtyard, Zhang Jianshe's income at the steel mill was already enough for them to look up to him. And now, he quietly became a named consultant at the city hospital. How much was his monthly salary? These neighbors could hardly imagine. But in Zhang Jianshe's words, it was just a trivial amount. Comparing people really makes one feel inferior. Comparing things will lead to abandonment. The neighbors in the courtyard felt they had been severely struck down. Zhang Jianshe didn't care about their thoughts at all. Upon hearing the middle-aged man's remarks, he didn't bother to say more. He directly turned to Su Damao and instructed, Old Su, help take care of Xianwan and handle the compensation for Shazhu and the Jia family. Just remember, finish all the compensation before sunset. Otherwise, call the police directly. No need to wait for my return. Seek support. Just leave it to me. You just focus on your work. Upon hearing this, Su Damao immediately agreed without thinking twice. He was now Zhang Jianshe's most loyal little brother. Naturally, he would not refuse such orders. He even wished Zhang Jianshe would hand this matter over to him. Just being able to please Zhang Jianshe and get closer to him was tempting enough. Moreover, he could also use this opportunity to monitor and teach Shazhu a lesson. That bastard, always causing trouble even when leaving. Originally, seeing that Zhang Jianshe had urgent matters to attend to, Shazhu thought the compensation issue could be temporarily put on hold. But Zhang Jianshe was so resolute, not only setting a deadline, but also sending Su Damao to supervise. There was completely no room for delay. They could only curse in their hearts, but did not dare to show any dissatisfaction on their faces. Zhang Jianshe was afraid that if the other party showed any displeasure, he might backtrack, and did not dare to delay, immediately following the middle-aged man out. The people in the courtyard had complex expressions as he got into that black car that everyone envied. Wow, that's a small car, the kind only big leaders have. Second Uncle Yin Bugue looked at the departing vehicle with emotion, saying that Xiao Jianshe was really successful. But unfortunately, he might never get the chance to ride in one in this lifetime. Someone next to him joked, Second Uncle, you can dream of sitting in it a few more times. Everyone laughed, and Yin Bugue glared at that person. At this time, Zhang Jianshe arrived at the hospital, and the middle-aged man introduced himself as Wang, the patient's secretary. He carefully examined the young man before him. He thought that given Zhang Jianshe's age and background, he should feel awkward in such a situation. Zhang Jianshe did not mind at all, although this car was seen as a top luxury car by others. He came from the future and was already used to such models. The ride was bumpy, noisy, and the interior appeared plain, far less comfortable than the taxis he remembered. Nevertheless, he had little interest in the vehicle itself and only wanted to complete his task quickly. Secretary Wang continued to observe his every move, secretly amazed by his composure. As soon as they got in the car, everyone could hardly contain their excitement and curiosity, but only Zhang Jianshe remained calm. He naturally sat in the back seat, looking out the window with a serene expression, as if he had no interest in the car. Dr. Zhang, have you ever ridden in a car before? Secretary Wang finally couldn't hold back his curiosity and tentatively asked. I'm sorry, I rarely see someone so calm on their first ride. His tone carried a hint of confusion. Zhang Jianshe hesitated briefly and then told a lie. Actually, this isn't my first time in a car. I had a chance to ride once by coincidence. Oh, I see. Secretary Wang nodded thoughtfully, clearly not probing further. Being recognized and recommended by Mr. Li as a medical expert was no ordinary feat. Knowing high-ranking officials and having rich experiences was also normal. Dr. Zhang, it seems something happened at the hospital just now. I think I heard an alarm. Secretary Wang asked again, worried that asking him over so suddenly might cause trouble. As a secretary, his ability to read the room was exceptional. The earlier anomaly he noticed at the hospital had raised his alertness. Although it was to treat a leader, if it delayed other important matters, he could still be held accountable. Secretary Wang's thoughtfulness made Zhang Jianshe feel a bit relieved. At this moment, he gently shook his head, speaking in a relaxed tone. Secretary Wang, don't worry, it's just some trivial matters, nothing serious. We need to go save the person first. Seek support. On the way, no one mentioned the identity of the patient to be treated, and Zhang Jianshe and Secretary Wang understood each other well. Some questions were asked while others were left unspoken. This was Zhang Jianshe's principle. The car sped along, and after about 10 minutes, they arrived at the hospital. Shout, Jianshe, we finally waited for you. Zhang Jianshe quickly walked with Secretary Wang toward Mr. Li's office. As soon as they entered, Mr. Li, who was focused on studying the case, looked up and immediately came over to greet them. Mr. Li, what exactly is going on? Zhang Jianshe asked, full of confusion. But Mr. Li did not elaborate and directly pulled him toward the ward. Time is tight. No time for detailed explanations. I'll tell you while we walk. If we delay any longer, even Mr. Wang won't be able to hold on. Mr. Wang is here too? Zhang Jianshe looked confused. To know that Mr. Wang is a leading figure in traditional Chinese medicine. Why would they still need to find him? A junior? Indeed, if it weren't for Mr. Wang's intervention, this person would have. Mr. Li explained the situation to Zhang Jianshe as they walked. It turned out that this patient was elderly but still spirited. Last night, on New Year's Eve, he even celebrated by setting off fireworks with his grandchildren. In a moment of excitement, disregarding his own condition and family's advice, he personally lit a large firework. In the cold, slippery conditions, he accidentally slipped while trying to avoid it, fell heavily, and lost consciousness after vomiting blood. Everyone panicked and quickly took him to the hospital. Mr. Li and the hospital director personally examined him, and the results were shocking. The old man had dedicated his life to the country, experienced countless hardships, climbed snow-capped mountains, crossed grasslands, and carried numerous old injuries. In peacetime, he devoted himself to politics, working diligently until he was exhausted. His physical condition was already severely overdrawn, and he could collapse at any moment. This accidental fall acted like a fuse, igniting the accumulated pain within him. Many internal organs were damaged, showing signs of a stroke, and his vital organs were on the verge of failure. Even Mr. Li, who had been in the profession for many years, had never seen such a complex medical condition. Relying solely on Western medicine could not save his life. In a moment of desperation, Mr. Li urgently contacted Mr. Wang. Using the rare medicines from Tongren Tang and his ancestral golden needle technique to temporarily